Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 4925 to Chapter 5008. Now, I'm worried about you. Ling Xiao knew very well that Yifenghua's existence was Lotus Flower's natural enemy. Lotus Flower wouldn't let Yifenghua off so easily. I know what you're worried about, but Xiao, don't forget that I'm not weak now. Unless Lotus Flower personally makes a move. Otherwise, who can do anything to me? Yifenghua smiled and said, moreover, I'm basically with Cold Plum now. With the two of us working together, even if Lotus Flower comes, we can escape. That's true. You're really a treasure that makes me proud. Ling Xiao smiled and said, looks like I have to work hard. I have to get rid of Lotus Flower as soon as possible. That's the key problem. As long as that old thing doesn't die, the 4 regions and 9 worlds won't have peace. Xiao, don't push yourself too hard. The disaster of the 4 regions and 9 worlds shouldn't be shouldered by you alone. This is a disaster shared by everyone. Everyone has to work hard. You can't tire yourself out. Yifenghua said. I understand, but since the 4 regions and 9 worlds are under my command, I have to do my part. Ling Xiao said. Yifenghua wanted to say something, but at this moment, the Platinum Tiger King came. Your Majesty, you're finally awake. This is great. The Platinum Tiger King said excitedly. Why are you looking for me? Ling Xiao asked. After sleeping for 2 days, he probably missed a lot of important things. Yes, there's a very important matter. I'm afraid only Your Majesty can solve it. The Platinum Tiger King nodded. Speak. Ling Xiao said. The Platinum Tiger King replied, now, except for the Heaven Holy Land, all the forces in the 4 regions and 9 worlds are included in the Heavenly Empire's intelligence system. Tens of thousands of intelligence reports are gathered and shared every day. It would not be easy for Lotus Flower's underlings to cause trouble. However, the problem lay in the Heavenly Holy Land. News came from the Golden City. After Supreme Emperor White Knight entered the Heaven Holy Land, there was still some feedback. But after a few days, there was no more news. Even Supreme Emperor White Knight, who was residing in the Great Emperor Palace, fell into a deep sleep. Supreme Emperor White Knight was a powerful existence that could deal with Lotus Flower. The Golden City hopes that Your Majesty the Celestial Emperor can go and investigate. Bang! Ling Xiao suddenly stood up from the bed. His eyes were filled with deep worry. Supreme Emperor White Knight was perhaps the Supreme Emperor of the 4 domains and 9 realms whom he respected the most. This old man had trusted him from the very beginning. At that time, he was still very weak. The old man did not hesitate to offend the King of Punishment to support him. Let him ascend to the throne of the Golden Emperor. He owed him a debt of gratitude. Furthermore, Supreme Emperor White Knight had also given him pointers on many martial arts problems. Even though he had yet to formally acknowledge Xianxia as his master, he could be considered half a master to him. Now that something had happened to him, how could Ling Xiao not worry? Moreover, Supreme Emperor White Knight was sent by him to the Heaven Holy Land to persuade the Heaven Holy Lord to join the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. He had to take care of this matter. There's also information that traces of Golden Prince were found in the Heaven Holy Land. Platinum Tiger King added. Little Gold also went to the Heaven Holy Land? Why? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he made up his mind. Whether it was White Knight or Little Gold, he could not give up on them. Therefore, his next step was probably to go to the Heaven Holy Land. He had to completely block this gap. After all, the only place in the 4 domains and 9 realms that was not on guard against Lotus Flower was the Heaven Holy Land. Be careful, this is a trap. Yifenghua reminded him. So what if it's a trap? Even if it's a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, I have to go with my benefactor and brother have something to do. Ling Xiao smiled and stroked Yifenghua's hair. Don't worry, your man won't die so easily. In fact, Ling Xiao hoped that he could attract Lotus Flower's attention. This way, other places would be safe. After all, even Lotus Flower could not take care of everything. To Lotus Flower, taking back the Supreme Emperor's body was probably the most important thing for him at the moment. There's no time to lose. I have to leave immediately. Ling Xiao said, but before I leave, there are still some things to deal with. Let's hold a small meeting. Only the Rainbow Snake King, Platinum Tiger King, Cold Plum, Long Chen, Yufeng Hua, and Ling Xiao participated in this meeting. After all, this was the Beast Imperial Palace, and the powerhouses from other places could not reach it for the time being. After everyone had arrived, Ling Xiao gave the remaining 80-odd powerhouse advancement pills to Long Chen. Then he said, "Long Chen, you're in charge of sending these things to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Remember, let the 5th and 6th stage Divine Body Realm martial artists use them first. What we need now is top-notch combat power." As for the Rainbow Snake King, Platinum Tiger King, and Cold Plum, the 3 of you are in charge of guarding the Savage Beast region. Pay special attention to that Dragon Shaman. Although he doesn't have the heart to devour powerhouses yet, it seems like he's not willing to submit to my rule. Be careful of him causing trouble. Long Chen, after you're done sending the powerhouse advancement pills, go find the Dragon Shaman. Remember, leave 3 pills for him. Even if you can't rope him in, don't let him rely on lotus flower. Do you understand now? Understood. Everyone nodded. Alright, then Feng Hua, let's head to the Heaven Sacred Land immediately. The reason why Ling Xiao wanted to bring you Feng Hua along was very simple. With the 2 of them together, lotus flower was more attractive. He could absorb more firepower. He believed that he could protect you Feng Hua well. He really didn't feel at ease leaving it to others. After the meeting ended, Ling Xiao quietly left the Beast Palace and headed to the Heaven Sacred Land through the transportation portal. The Heaven Sacred Land was the most mysterious place in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Until now, no one knew exactly where it was. However, the Heaven Sacred Land had a transportation portal in the chaotic sand ocean. Through there, one could reach the Heaven Sacred Land directly. All along, that transportation portal had been guarded by powerful Divine Body Realm martial artists. Of course, in Ling Xiao's eyes, those guards were no longer a big deal. Ling Xiao and Yufeng Hua first arrived at the chaotic sand ocean through the transportation portal. After a few twists and turns, they found the transportation portal of the Heaven Sacred Land. The strange thing was that the people guarding the transportation portal weren't martial artists from the Heaven Sacred Land. Instead, they were a few powerful undead guards. They had tall and mighty bodies, and each of them had combat power at the 5th stage Divine Body Realm. There were a total of 4 of them. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to pass through such guards. However, to Ling Xiao and Yufeng Hua, it was nothing. The 2 of them worked together and killed the guards in a few moves. Then, they passed through the transportation portal. They stepped into the territory of the Heaven Sacred Land. This place really feels like heaven. The moment Ling Xiao stepped on this land, he couldn't help but feel emotional. The scenery of the Heaven Sacred Land was as beautiful as a painting. From time to time, they could see some rare birds and beasts running under the sky. In the dense forest, the sunlight shone down on the golden spots, making it seem extremely quiet. As soon as Ling Xiao arrived at the Heaven Sacred Ground, he let Yufeng Hua enter the Dongxing Emperor Ring to rest. The 2 of them couldn't exhaust their stamina at the same time. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they encountered a big battle. Cha! 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 Walking on the path covered with fallen leaves, Ling Xiao released his powerful soul power. Everything within a 10-mile radius was under his control. No one could compare to him in this aspect. Even the powerful lotus flower could only control an area of 2 to 3 miles. The strength of Ling Xiao's soul power was beyond common sense. Of course, soul power detection wasn't always useful. Many martial artists cultivated secret techniques to conceal their aura or change their aura waves. It would be very difficult to detect these people. There were even some terrifying assassins. When they appeared behind you, you might not even realize it. Therefore, Ling Xiao modified soul power detection. Using the Tai Chi as the foundation, it didn't matter how good the opponent's concealment techniques were. Once his soul power swept past them, they would be exposed immediately. Even if the assassins knew how to conceal themselves, they would at most be difficult to detect from a distance. However, once they entered a 1,000-meter radius, they wouldn't be able to escape from Ling Xiao's Tai Chi and soul power. Of course, there was still a way to avoid him. That was a terrifying existence that had mastered the law of space. They could approach Ling Xiao through other spaces and suddenly appear from that space. they could attack Ling Xiao. However, based on the current information, it seemed that in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, other than Ling Xiao himself, no one else knew this magical ability. The reason why Ling Xiao could master the law of space was because of the existence of the beast god martial soul. The assassin is here. Ling Xiao didn't stop. His soul power had already accurately captured the enemy's position. It was about 1,500 meters behind him. This person was very powerful. He actually knew the earth tunneling secret technique and approached Ling Xiao from underground. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He left the demon lord's body to continue on his way while his original body went invisible. He entered the form of a shadow warrior and followed the body of the demon lord. The other party was too far away to notice that Ling Xiao had set up a trap and was waiting for the assassin to fall into it. The shadow dancer form allowed Ling Xiao to almost completely restrain his aura and enter a state of invisibility. Most martial artists would not be able to detect his existence, unless their cultivation was much stronger than his. 1,500 meters away, that person was speeding up. This was because Ling Xiao's speed wasn't too fast to begin with. He was just walking. Therefore, the distance between them was rapidly shrinking. Soon, the killer revealed a sinister sneer as his head and hands emerged from the ground. Right now, he was only 5 meters away from the demon lord's body. At this distance, as long as he attacked, he could easily kill Ling Xiao. At least, that was what the killer thought. However, just as he was about to make a move, his head was suddenly pierced by a sword. Before he could even think about what had happened, the corpse had already shriveled up. His consciousness completely disappeared. Putting away the void god sword, Ling Xiao burned the guy's corpse. Then, he took a storage ring from the other party's hand. What he could be sure of was that this guy was also an undead killer who had consumed the heart of a powerhouse. His strength had already reached the early stage of the divine body 6th level. If they were to face each other head-on, Ling Xiao would have to spend some time to kill him. After all, the other party was an assassin. It would be very troublesome if he kept dodging. But now, he had taken care of the opponent with just one strike. This was a good strategy, using the simplest way to end the battle. However, Ling Xiao was a little worried. Undead martial artists had already appeared in the Heaven Holy Land. Did that mean that the undead fruit tree had already been planted here? Had the Heavenly Palace's Holy Master joined Emperor Lian Hua's side just like the Beast Emperor? All kinds of questions lingered in his mind. However, he had to deal with the problem in front of him first. Ling Xiao recalled the demon lord's body and completely disappeared from the spot. Right now, there were 2 undead killers about 2,000 meters away. The 2 of them were about 500 meters away from each other and were communicating through soul telepathy. Scorpion, I don't understand. Just to kill a small fry with the cultivation of the divine body 3rd level. His Majesty actually sent us to attack at the same time. Is it really worth it? There are still many important things waiting for us to deal with. The one who spoke was a short martial artist. He was only about 1 meter tall and had a thin body. He looked like a cockroach on the outside. It should be because he had consumed the heart of a powerhouse that caused a special change in his body shape. They were all early-stage divine body 6th level assassins. What they wanted to do was to assassinate the higher-ups of the human race. They weren't here to deal with a small fry with the cultivation of the divine body 3rd level. They couldn't be blamed for this. When Lotus Flower gave the order, he didn't reveal Ling Xiao's identity. They probably wouldn't believe him even if he did. Who would believe that a martial artist with the cultivation of the divine body 3rd level was actually the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds? Scorpion said, Cockroach, stop complaining. This mission shouldn't be easy. Otherwise, the Emperor wouldn't have promised us so much reward. 100 supreme grade spirit stones. How many lifetimes would we need to earn that much? That's true. Cockroach suddenly became cautious. If the opponent was easy to deal with, why would their Emperor's son, Heavenly Fort Saint, promise so much reward? There was a need to mention this. After Heavenly Fort Saint's soul escaped from the City of Gold, he was captured by Lotus Flower. With Lotus Flower's bewitching ability and Heavenly Fort Saint's desire for revenge, the 2 of them agreed. They immediately came to an agreement. Heavenly Fort Saint became Lotus Flower's Emperor's son. His position was higher than Yang Fan's. Even higher than Yu Chen's. This was probably the deepest reason why Yu Chen betrayed Lotus Flower. Shoo! Stop the transmission. The target is here. But strange, why isn't Flea here? Didn't he say to follow that guy? Scorpion frowned and said. Flea, that guy, is probably hiding somewhere to slack off again. Let's not care about him. We've completed the mission, so the reward is ours. Cockroach closed his eyes and released his soul power. Within a radius of a few hundred meters, he could clearly feel the movement of the grass in the wind. He could clearly see a young man walking towards him unhurriedly. Get ready to attack. 100 supreme-grade spirit stones, how exciting. Cockroach laughed in his heart and was ready to attack. Poochie, in the next moment, Cockroach's expression froze. A sword pierced through his head. His consciousness blurred in an instant and he didn't even have time to scream. How can this be? Why is he behind me? This was Cockroach's last thought before he was killed. He had clearly detected Ling Xiao's figure through his soul power. But he was still assassinated by Ling Xiao from behind. It was really strange. Fuping Chinese Emperor Lianhua, oh Emperor Lianhua, you're really looking down on me. You actually sent 3 early-stage 6th-level Divine Physique Echelon assassins to deal with me. Do you really think that bastard can kill me? What a joke. Ling Xiao, who used to be nervous when he met a 1st-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist, was now facing a 6th-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist. He already looked down on them. He looked in the direction 500 meters away. The other person was there. Let's deal with him first. Ling Xiao's figure disappeared again. Scorpion anxiously hid in the dark, waiting for the target to come closer. He was feeling conflicted. On one hand, he wanted to kill the target alone and get all the rewards of this mission. On the other hand, he was worried that he was not the target's match. No, let's make a move first. I should be able to deal with him with Cockroach. If we wait for Xianxia to come, we won't have a share. Both Scorpion and Cockroach were martial arts geniuses from Heaven's Wall City. However, in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they had really stumbled. Young Master Xianxia was killed by Ling Xiao. Xianxia, Lightless Sun and Moon, and Sage Tianho had joined Lotus Flower. There were dozens of people like them, including Scorpion and Cockroach. However, Sage Tianho, Xianxia, and Lightless Sun and Moon were the most outstanding ones. In order to take the credit, Scorpion took the lead and charged at the target. However, just as he pounced, he suddenly felt a pain in his head, and his consciousness became blurry. A sharp longsword pierced through his head and into his soul realm, making it impossible for him to call for help or inform others. He could only die while trembling. These geniuses from Heaven's Wall City are really embarrassing. Ling Xiao shook his head. They couldn't even resist the temptation of the heart of an expert. No wonder they couldn't achieve anything. Were these guys really the geniuses from Heaven's Wall City? Why did they look more and more like the descendants of those influential people, a bunch of idiotic rich kids pretending to be geniuses to trick others? Thinking about it carefully, it was possible. Otherwise, Heaven's Wall City would be too disappointing. Since there are still enemies, why don't we wait for them to show up? Ling Xiao wanted to settle this matter once and for all before heading to the holy city of heaven with a peace of mind. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble following behind them, which would hinder their journey. Xianxia had been defeated by him in the past. Even if he had devoured the heart of a strong cultivator, he would still be no match for him. Even if Xianxia had a helper, he still had Yufanghua to help him. He did not believe that he would lose. At this moment, over 10,000 meters away, 3 people were moving forward quickly. One of them was Xianxia. However, at this moment, Xianxia seemed to be someone's little brother. He followed behind an old man. This old man had 3 eyes on his head, and they emitted a fierce light. It was obvious that he was not someone to be trifled with. On the right side of the old man, there was another person whose strength was comparable to Ling Xiao's. However, Ling Xiao definitely did not know him. The 4 regions and 9 worlds were too big, and there were many experts. Even some hidden experts would not be able to resist the temptation of the heart of the strong and join Lotus Flower. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to know all of them. Xianxia and this person's cultivation had both reached the late stage of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. The old man was even more terrifying. He had actually reached the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. Although he was still at the early stage of the 7th level of the divine physique echelon, his combat strength was still low. However, it was not easy for Ling Xiao to defeat such an expert. It was precisely because Ling Xiao had detected the existence of this expert that he decided to set up an ambush. First, he would kill Xianxia and the other person. Then, he would join forces with Yu Fenghua to deal with this old man. The battle would be much easier then. Elder Ice, that kid definitely won't be able to escape. The scorpion and cockroach have already set up an ambush ahead. There are also earthworms following behind. Earthworms are good at burrowing. Even if that kid is as powerful as the rumors say, it's impossible for him to escape. We're just waiting for you to take down that kid, Xianxia said with a smile. Elder Ice nodded and did not say anything else. This old man's ice divine origin made Xianxia, who was close to him, feel an incomparably cold aura. Even his voice was a little shaky. Since Elder Ice did not say anything, he did not dare to say anything else. The three of them were extremely fast. The distance of tens of thousands of meters was covered in the blink of an eye. Strange. This should be the place where the scorpion and cockroach are lying in ambush. They wouldn't have let that kid pass through, right? When the three of them arrived, they were very surprised. According to the original plan, after the scorpion, cockroach, and earthworms joined forces, they would first delay Ling Xiao. When they arrived, they would join forces to kill him. However, there was a problem now. Look around, Elder Ice ordered. Yes. Xianxia and the other experts spread out. However, in an instant, a sword light suddenly appeared in the void. The late-stage 6th level divine physique echelon expert's head was instantly pierced. His body also stiffened there. Blood spurted out. Because this sword was too fast, Elder Ice and Xianxia did not have any reaction at all. Ling Xiao. Xianxia saw the fear and anger in Ling Xiao's eyes. However, Ling Xiao only sneered. The reverse god sword in his hand shook slightly and pierced toward Xianxia. Moreover, he used the reverse god art's 6-word style right off the bat. 6 sword lights moved violently, blocking Xianxia's chance to dodge from different angles. The only thing Xianxia could do was to resist with all his might. Elder Ice had already reacted at this time, but unfortunately, it was still too late. He could only watch helplessly as the 6 streaks of sword light tore Xianxia apart. In the blink of an eye, the three of them became one. The martial artists who assassinated this time could not help but be called experts. The 6 experts each had their own strengths. However, Ling Xiao had discovered them in advance and struck first to gain the upper hand, killing 5 of the 6 fellows. Only Elder Ice was left. The reason why Ling Xiao did not choose Elder Ice for a sneak attack was not because he did not dare to. Instead, it was because he wanted to keep Elder Ice to continue helping him with his cultivation advancement. Elder Ice's strength was probably stronger than Yang Fan's, so at the very least, he should be able to increase the energy in his cultivation by 10 to 20%. Although it was not much. However, every breakthrough was accumulated bit by bit. Bastard, go to hell. Seeing his teammates being killed, Elder Ice was powerless. This made him furious. Elder Ice punched out from a distance of hundreds of meters. Boom, a strange thing happened. The places where Elder Ice's fist wind reached were all covered with a thick layer of ice. In the distance, they were shattered by the impact of the fist wind. This power was really strong. However, in the next moment, a figure rushed out of the smoke and dust. It was Ling Xiao. This gave Elder Ice a fright. Although that punch just now could not be said to be his full strength, it was still a strike filled with hatred. He clearly saw Ling Xiao being frozen by the fist force. However, the strange thing was that Ling Xiao did not show any signs of being cold when he broke out of the ice. Not to mention being injured. This did not make sense. Even if it was an expert of the same cultivation level, it would be impossible for him to be unscathed under this punch. Elder Ice was only making a fuss because he was inexperienced. If he had witnessed the scene of Ling Xiao killing Lotus Flower and Yang Fan with his own eyes, he would definitely not be so surprised. Ling Xiao's strength might be much stronger than he had imagined. Ice Corp's divine technique. Seeing Ling Xiao charging over again, his sword technique incomparably sharp and his speed extremely fast, Elder Ice was certain that he would not be able to defeat Ling Xiao. Elder Bing believed that he could not match up to Ling Xiao in terms of speed and could not escape unscathed. At that moment, his experience told him that it was better to attack at this moment. The Ice Corp's divine technique he was using was his unique technique. Not only was its defense extremely strong, it could also instantly harden the body apart from the joints, making the attack extremely terrifying. His icicle-like palm suddenly pierced toward Ling Xiao's head. It was clear that he wanted to meet Ling Xiao head-on. One had to admit that this old fellow was really a terrifying person. If it were anyone else, they would definitely choose to protect themselves first. However, he chose to fight with his life on the line. This was because his past experience told him that this was definitely the wisest choice. He believed that after this attack, Ling Xiao's injuries would definitely be more serious than his. Chi, the Void God sword pierced Elder Ice's head. However, in the next moment, Ling Xiao was also hit by Elder Ice's palm. His head was also hit. At that moment, Ling Xiao chose to retreat. He used the Holy Ground demonic shadow to reduce a lot of the damage. In addition, he already had a strong physical body. Elder Ice's attack did not cause much damage to him, but his forehead was still bleeding and the wound was not shallow. Ice Corp's divine technique? What a powerful defensive technique. Today, I've finally met someone whose defense is on par with mine. Ling Xiao's wound was rapidly healing. As he retreated, he kept staring at Elder Ice. This old fellow seemed to be wrapped in a layer of ice crystals. His defense was extremely strong. It was comparable to the defense of an emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns. It did not seem like a human's body at all. Ling Xiao frowned. Elder Ice's frown deepened. At this moment, he even regretted the choice he had just made. The Ice Corp's divine art was the most powerful martial art he had ever cultivated. He had always been proud of it. In the past, he had relied on this Ice Corp's divine art to defeat Yang Fan, which made the Lotus Flower think highly of him. That was why he was sent to assassinate Ling Xiao. But this time, his Ice Corp's divine art was almost broken. Ling Xiao's reverse god sword pierced through his head, just a hair's breadth away from his soul realm. The effects of the Void God sword were not limited to just that scar. Most importantly, this sword absorbed a lot of his divine essence away. Elder Ice did not dare to imagine what would have happened if Ling Xiao had not retreated and instead continued to stab. If that happened, he might really die. Of course, the other party might also die. That wouldn't be exchanging injuries for injuries, but exchanging lives for lives. That was not what he wanted. I can't let this kid's sword touch my head again, or I'll die. The ice-cold wound was also rapidly healing. The benefits of the undead body were fully displayed at this moment. I can't fight this old guy head-on. Not only is this guy's defense extremely strong, but his attack power is also extremely strong. In the past, I relied on my defense and was not afraid of the other party's attacks. But this time, if I'm hit by this old guy's attack, I'll really die. Ling Xiao stared at Elder Ice from afar. He discovered that this old guy's body did not have a single flaw. He sighed with emotion. He had clearly encountered a true expert this time. Interesting, but I don't believe that you can always maintain a flawless state. Ling Xiao did not dare to attack rashly, so he prepared to change his strategy. Shadow Warrior. Ling Xiao instantly disappeared from where he was. The distant forest rustled as if someone was running past. He escaped? Elder Ice almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He was about to go all out to kill Ling Xiao, and even deliberately showed weakness in order to lure Ling Xiao into attacking. Who knew that Ling Xiao would actually escape? The strategy that he had prepared was completely useless. It was as if he had punched the air and almost flashed himself. Looking at the two shriveled corpses on the ground, Elder Ice's eyes became more and more angry and cold. These two people were the geniuses that Lotus Flower had taken a fancy to and was prepared to train well. So he had brought them out to gain experience. In the end, they were killed before they could do anything. How should he explain it when he returned? Forget it, I'd better leave first. Ling Xiao's target is the sacred city of heaven. I just need to chase after him. Elder Ice thought for a moment, then rose into the air. He was 100 meters away from the forest. This was because of his caution. He had a feeling that Ling Xiao would not be a guy who would escape so easily. He would definitely be thinking about how to deal with him. If he let his guard down, then he might end up the same as Jihan Tian. Ling Xiao was good at hiding, but in an empty place, no matter how strong his hiding ability was, it would be exposed due to the difference in the surrounding elemental fluctuations. Elder Ice believed that he would be able to find out. Boom! The most depressing scene appeared. Elder Ice had planned everything well, but just as he rose into the air, a fist suddenly fell from the sky. The power of this punch was extremely terrifying. It hit Elder Ice and made him fall to the ground. The ground cracked several times in a row. If Elder Ice had not entered the state of Ice Corp's divine art in advance and prepared a good defense, this blow would have shattered all his bones. In the void, a figure appeared. It was Ling Xiao, who had already entered the beast god body. There should have been no one there. It was just a white cloud. Who would have thought that the attack would actually come from that position? TSK, this old guy's defense is really strong. It seems that I have to use a sword to deal with him. The damage of blunt weapons or fists is not enough. Ling Xiao felt a little regretful that he could not kill the enemy in one move. Bastard, stinking brat, come out and fight if you have the ability. What kind of hero are you to hide your head and show your tail? Elder Ice jumped out of the deep pit. His two eyes were as wide as copper bells as he angrily roared at the sky. But at this time, Ling Xiao disappeared once again. Like a ghost, he was deliberately playing with him. No one answered, which made Elder Ice even angrier. Bastard, just you wait. If this old man catches you, I will definitely skin you alive. There was no place to vent his anger. The surrounding trees suffered as a result. The ice shards froze all the trees within a 100-meter radius into ice sculptures. Time passed slowly. More than 20 minutes had passed. In these 20 minutes, Elder Ice could only vent his anger on the spot. Because every time he wanted to leave, he would be attacked by Ling Xiao, who would suddenly appear. There were a few times when he was almost seriously injured. Ling Xiao, this guy, would retreat with a single strike every time. He would not linger in the battle. Until now, Elder Ice did not even know where Ling Xiao was hiding. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been driven crazy. However, Elder Ice was Elder Ice. Even under such circumstances, he still maintained his fighting spirit. But even he had to admit that if he did not find a way to break it, he would be played to death by Ling Xiao today. Swoosh, in the air, the sound of a sharp blade attacking came. Elder Ice did not even look and subconsciously blasted out a palm. The tyrannical ice divine essence spread out, and countless trees were directly shattered into pieces. It was as if it was hailstones. But there was no one. Elder Ice's brows instantly furrowed even tighter. In the darkness, Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His attack was both real and fake, in order to give Elder Ice the illusion that the wolf was coming. There would be a time when a flaw would be exposed. To be honest, Elder Ice was the most adept at defense and attack among the powerhouses he had encountered so far. In this aspect, he was even more formidable than the Eternal Heavenly Emperor. Perhaps his overall strength was inferior to the Eternal Heavenly Emperor, but just in terms of attack and defense skills, he was absolutely one in a million. Ling Xiao simply treated Elder Ice as an alchemy stone to hone his combat skills. Over 20 minutes passed, his god-defying art 6-word style had already successfully advanced to proficiency. The power was much greater than before. Under the high-intensity pressure, the energy in his cultivation C also increased by 10%. Now, it was already 60%. In the eyes that flickered with a will-o'-the-wisp light, cold killing intent seeped out. Elder Ice did not panic because of Ling Xiao's strategy. The old fellow still maintained a high degree of concentration, throwing himself into the battle wholeheartedly. Even if an ant crawled past nearby, he could clearly know. At the very beginning, he had even hoped that the scorpion, cockroach, and worm could help. But now, he already understood that those 3 people were probably also killed by the other party in this way. An assassin being assassinated instead, speaking of which, it was really quite shameful. But this was reality. Brat, do you think this old man is a fledgling novice? This old man has also encountered more dangerous situations than this before. Want to kill me with just this bit of trick? Simply daydreaming. Before Elder Ice defected to Lotus Flower, he was a reclusive expert in the Frost Astral Realm. His age was already close to 500 years old, reaching the age where he was about to die of old age. Indeed, his experience was very rich, there was no doubt about this. In the continuous exchange of blows, he also went from being extremely uncomfortable at the very beginning to completely adapting now. Each time Ling Xiao launched a sneak attack, he could block it exquisitely. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could last longer than him. Another 10 minutes passed. It was already noon, the time when the scarlet sun was the most dazzling. The scorching sunlight shone into the dense forest, leaving behind a mottled scene. There was a strong sense of oppression in the air. Suddenly, together with Qi Yang's light, a dazzling sword light burst out. Scram! Elder Bing snorted coldly. An icy aura condensed on his hands and enveloped his palms. It suddenly collided with the sword light. Bang! This collision only left a small wound on Elder Ice's arm. Ling Zhao's figure disappeared once again, and his aura was completely gone. This guy seems to be wearing gloves. Is it a treasure made of heavenly silk? It felt like it was a 9-dragon inscription's monarch weapon. No wonder I couldn't pierce through it. Ling Zhao's plan could have succeeded. Actually, the other party couldn't react in time to the sudden burst of sunlight. However, he didn't expect his opponent to be wearing gloves with 9-dragon patterns on them. The gloves couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Humph, since I know, you're not far from being finished. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. His figure turned into a ghost and appeared near Elder Bing. Demonic Ox Fist. The violent Demonic Ox Fist had a much larger attack range than sword techniques. Everything within 100 meters of where Elder Bing was standing was sent flying. Elder Bing himself was sent flying as well. No chance? Don't tell me I can't create one myself? Ling Xiao sneered. He activated the Holy Ground demonic shadow and turned into several afterimages that pounced on Elder Bing. The afterimages released by his Holy Ground demonic shadow were difficult to distinguish between real and fake. If one didn't have a special eye technique, it would be impossible to identify them. No matter which one is real, I'll just destroy them all. Elder Bing was injured by the attack just now. However, with the Ice Corp's divine technique activated, Elder Bing's defense was extremely strong. That attack had a limited effect on him. Therefore, when he stood up, he unleashed a large-scale attack. With him as the center, dense icicles were released in a fan-shaped area in front of him. Dozens of afterimages were frozen and destroyed by the icicles. They dissipated into divine essence and drifted in the air. Whoosh! At that moment, a sword light suddenly pierced out from the ground. Elder Bing sneered and blasted the attack he had long prepared into the ground. Do you think this old man is a fool? I've seen through your scheme long ago. Go to hell. Boom! The all-out attack caused the ground to sink. No matter who it was inside, they would probably die. However, after this attack, Elder Bing felt a chill run down his spine. An unprecedented sense of danger arose in his heart. He subconsciously tilted his head. It was this tilt that saved his life. The sharp sword pierced through Elder Bing's head from behind. Unfortunately, it didn't touch his soul realm. Elder Bing thought he had understood Ling Xiao. However, he didn't know that the habitual attack was just a performance that Ling Xiao had deliberately put on for him to see. This time, the sudden change in attack pattern had completely tricked Elder Bing. He had almost died. The attack from the ground was just the Demon Sovereign's Dongxing demonic sword. The instant Elder Bing unleashed his move, Ling Xiao withdrew the Demon Sovereign's body. At that moment, his original body attacked from behind. Unfortunately, Elder Bing's combat experience was too rich. In the end, he relied on this rich experience to preserve his life and prevent Ling Xiao from killing him. Bastard, complete frozen corpse king. Elder Bing was furious because he had almost been killed. At that moment, Ling Xiao's Void God sword was still in his head. If he didn't do something, he would definitely die. Therefore, Elder Bing made a decision in that instant. He completely turned himself into an undead and even gave away his soul. Although Elder Bing had already become an undead monster, he still had his original consciousness. But now, the complete frozen corpse king had completely lost his original consciousness. The only thoughts left were battle and cannibalism. However, losing these also brought about an explosion of combat strength. A terrifying chill actually froze the Void God's sword, preventing Ling Xiao from doing anything. In the next moment, Elder Bing's fist slammed into Ling Xiao's body. Even though Ling Xiao had dodged quickly enough, he felt that at least 4 of his ribs had broken. He spat out blood and his face instantly turned pale. Die, 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 die. The furious Elder Bing didn't intend to give Ling Xiao any chance. In an instant, he appeared in front of Ling Xiao again. His hand suddenly stabbed toward Ling Xiao's head. At that moment, his hands had fingernails that were a foot long and incomparably sharp. If he was stabbed, even Ling Xiao wouldn't have a good time. In the midst of danger, Ling Xiao displayed his usual calmness. He didn't panic because he was in danger. Cosmic Divine Fist, time stop. At that moment, time stopped abruptly. Ling Xiao's figure finally escaped Elder Bing's attack. Speaking of which, this was the first time he used time stop to escape. This time, it was really dangerous. After becoming stronger, Elder Bing transformed into the Ice Corpse King. Time stop only lasted for a pitiful second. Seeing Ling Xiao escape, Elder Bing angrily opened his mouth and spat out a cold current. The crazy cold current completely froze the elements along the way. Void Shattering Finger, shatter the void. As Ling Xiao retreated, he pointed his finger, and the cold current was torn apart along with the space it was in. Nothing was left. F***CK. Just as he broke the opponent's attack, Ling Xiao realized that the entire space was shaking. He looked at Elder Bing and was really shocked. Elder Bing had actually frozen the elements in a large area, causing the air to become solid. Then, he suddenly tore with both hands and ruthlessly smashed at Ling Xiao. As expected, your combat strength has skyrocketed. Unfortunately, your intelligence has decreased, so your entire body is full of flaws. Ling Xiao smiled and used the earth-crossing golden light technique to avoid the attack. You're not much different from a monster now. What a pity. If you were the previous you, I might be afraid. But you're not that dangerous to me now that you've lost your intelligence. Sneering in his heart, Ling Xiao suddenly appeared behind Elder Bing. A sword ray shot out, roar, Elder Bing let out a shrill scream. However, this voice didn't sound like a human's at all. It sounded more like a monster. The wound is too shallow. Ling Xiao sighed. Although he had hit a vital point, his opponent's defense was even more terrifying than before. Even the reverse God Sword couldn't completely penetrate. Ordinary people wouldn't think of anything else when they were injured and screaming. However, while the Ice Corpse King was shrieking, it was also launching a counterattack. Its body twisted in a way that completely defied the laws of physics. It opened its mouth and bit Ling Xiao's neck. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had already activated the Sun God's Blood Fiend Array and instantly turned into a golden light to escape. Otherwise, he would really have been bitten by this guy. Although the old thing has lost his mind, he has become even more ferocious. His combat instincts had also become stronger, and his reaction speed was simply too fast. Furthermore, his attributes in all aspects had been greatly improved. He's not as easy to deal with as I thought. Although Ling Xiao had said that the other party had lost his mind and was now easier to deal with, Ling Xiao was still confident in his abilities. These words were not false, because the other party was indeed full of openings. But the problem was that Elder Bing's high instincts made up for these flaws, turning him into a monster born for battle. Roar, with a furious roar, Elder Bing once again pounced towards Ling Xiao. His sharp, ice-like fingernails flickered with a piercing cold light under the scarlet sunlight. The wounds on his body had completely healed. We can't fight recklessly. Ling Xiao was very clear that as long as Elder Bing hit him once, he would be seriously injured. If he had been hit in the head, he might have died on the spot. Therefore, techniques were still important in a battle. Dragon God Frost Array Diagram. The second array diagram was released, and Elder Bing, who was flying over, suddenly stiffened. Ling Xiao had originally been worried that the ice would be ineffective against this old fellow, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Even though Elder Bing was also proficient in using Ice Divine Essence and possessed an Ice Martial Soul, inside this ice array diagram, he would still be affected. It was just that this effect would be reduced. However, this was already enough. The instant Elder Bing was frozen, he stabbed out with the Void God Sword. His target was still Elder Bing's head. This was because the head was the vital point of this group of fellows. Crack, at that moment, a pair of arms formed from ice crystals actually grew out of Elder Bing's body. It was this pair of arms that blocked the Void God Sword. And this was not the end. Another pair of arms grew out and firmly grasped Ling Xiao's body, making it impossible for Ling Xiao to escape. This was really too unexpected. Who would have thought that this Ice Corpse King would actually evolve at a critical moment? Another 4 arms grew out of it. Or perhaps he had these 4 arms from the beginning, and only grew them out when he was in danger. No matter what the reason was, Ling Xiao was currently being restrained. He struggled with all his might, but he discovered that these 4 pairs of arms were extremely powerful. With his strength, he could not break free at all. Since he could not break free, Ling Xiao simply gave up. He even let go of the Void God Sword in his right hand. At the same time, the Crimson Blood Demon Sword appeared in his right hand. His left hand formed the Ox Demon Fist. The 2 attacks erupted at the same time. The Crimson Blood Demon Sword cut off the 2 arms that were holding the Void God Sword. In terms of sharpness, the Crimson Blood Demon Sword was indeed stronger than the Void God Sword. At the same time, the Ox Demon Fist blasted out. The Ice Corpse King spat out blood. At such a close distance, the Ice Corpse King could not dodge at all. Ling Xiao had done this to escape, but he did not expect the Ice Corpse King to react so quickly. The 2 arms that had been cut off instantly grew out and grabbed at Ling Xiao again. The mouth bit at Ling Xiao's throat again. Do you think I'll let you succeed? Hell Nightmare Beast Soul, Nightmare Moment. A martial soul special skill that he had not used in a long time was suddenly unleashed. In that instant, the Ice Corpse King fell into a deep sleep. However, the Ice Corpse King was really strong. Even after being hit by Ling Xiao's attack, he was still resisting. He was about to wake up. Ling Xiao took advantage of this opportunity to stab the Void God Sword into his head. The moment he touched his skin, the Ice Corpse King woke up. His furious fists sent Ling Xiao flying again. Ling Xiao lay on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. His injuries were too severe, and he could not continue fighting. However, what was worth rejoicing over was that even with such a heavy injury, his Cultivation C's energy had increased to 70%. Most importantly, at the risk of being beaten to death, he still managed to stab the Void God Sword into his opponent's head. At that moment, the Ice Corpse King's body gradually returned to normal. He lay on the ground, facing the sky. There was no sign of life. Feng Hua, feed me a healing pill. Ling Xiao could only move his mouth at this moment. The rest of his body could not move. Why didn't you let me come out to help? If we worked together, it would have been easier to kill the Ice Corpse King who had lost his mind. Yu Fenghua complained. I was just trying to increase my strength as soon as possible. Besides, with you here, I'm not afraid of being killed. Ling Xiao laughed. The reason he dared to risk his life was because Yu Fenghua was here. You only know that you're crazy. Have you never thought that I would be frightened and worried? Yu Fenghua sighed. Ever since she met Ling Xiao, she knew that Ling Xiao was a madman when it came to cultivation. Leaping ranks to challenge powerhouses, that was simply a common occurrence. However, after every serious injury, his strength would increase. This was probably one of the reasons why Ling Xiao's cultivation speed was so terrifying. Lotus Flower won't only send these few people to take back the Dizun body. It's better to leave as soon as possible. It's not safe here. After Ling Xiao could move again, he disappeared into the forest with Yu Fenghua. The scene was a mess, and there were still traces of the battle from before. Those who didn't know would think that 2 terrifying beasts were fighting here. Gradually, the sky turned dark. The silent forest seemed even more eerie and terrifying. Suddenly, a strange beast roar came from afar, breaking the silence of the night. However, this sound made the already terrifying atmosphere even scarier. After a while, a huge shadow appeared under the moonlight. If someone was here, they would definitely see that the thing flying in the sky under the moonlight was actually a huge bat. The bat's eyes were burning with ghostly fire. It emitted an extremely ferocious aura. The bat spread its wings over 100 meters. The terrifying aura it emitted made the beasts in the forest tremble. And on the head of such a ferocious beast, there was actually a person sitting cross-legged. He was dressed in a black robe, and his face was pale. His ears were sharp and long. "Little brother, who killed you? I'll definitely tear him into pieces." The crazy roar resounded in the silent forest. The plants on the ground were also shattered by his roar, turning into ashes that were blown away by the wind. This person was originally Elder Ice's sworn brother, and he was called Elder Blood. They lived a hidden life together in the ice astral boundary. This time, after joining Lotus Flower, they came out together again. It was just that the mission was different. When he passed by here earlier, he felt a strong aura of death in the air. And one of them was very familiar. It was his sworn brother, Elder Ice, who was known as the Ice Corpse King. That was why he roared furiously. "Oh no, I'm so unlucky to have met this guy." There was a person hiding in the forest. He was a Heaven Holy Land 5th level Divine Body Echelon powerhouse. He was here to investigate the situation of the battle here. Who knew that he would meet Elder Blood? From his aura, he knew that he was definitely not Elder Blood's match, so he hid in the dark and didn't move. However, his concealment skills couldn't compare to Ling Zhao's. Elder Blood sneered and suddenly looked over. The man was shocked and hurriedly used his movement technique, turning into an afterimage as he fled. His speed had been raised to the limit. He hoped that he could escape from the devil's claws. However, a figure soon appeared in front of him. It was a Batman with wings on his back. In other words, he was a warrior with a bat martial soul. However, his body exuded an aura of death. "Undead creatures. I don't have time for you right now. Get out of my way." The peak stage 5th level Divine Physique Echelon expert brazenly pulled out his saber and slashed it down. The air was distorted and collapsed because of this. The violent saber chi enveloped the Batman in front of him. However, what he didn't expect was that the Batman was stronger than him. Just one claw was enough to knock him unconscious. The moment his consciousness disappeared, he knew he was in trouble. Now that he had fallen into the hands of these undead, could he still pray for a good outcome? "Lord Blood Bat King, how should we deal with this guy?" The Batman looked at Elder Blood on the giant bat and asked. "This is a good material. Of course, we'll refine him into a bat guard." Elder Blood sneered and looked at the unconscious peak stage 5th level Divine Physique Echelon expert. "I only have 4 bat guards now. If I gather 7, I'll be able to use the 7-star evil spirit formation. I have to work harder. This Heavenly Hall Holy Land is really a treasure land. There are many strong martial artists here." After speaking, he and the bat guard disappeared into the void at the same time. The night fell silent once again, as if nothing had happened. After Ling Xiao and Yu Fenghua left the battle scene, they stayed in a small city near the Heaven's Sanctuary. He couldn't enter the Heaven's Sanctuary rashly. He felt that he should check out the situation first. Moreover, he did need to rest after suffering such serious injuries. Although he was anxious to save Bai Yi and find little gold, some things couldn't be rushed. Being anxious might result in a lose-lose situation. This city has a teleportation formation that leads to the outside of the Heaven's Sanctuary. However, it's a little troublesome. The Heaven's Sanctuary has already issued an order that it's currently under martial law. No one is allowed to enter the Heaven's Sanctuary without permission. Yu Fenghua went out to inquire about some things and just returned. "Alright, I got it. You should rest first. We'll talk about this tomorrow. If we can't make them give way, then we can only barge in. No matter what, we have to enter the Heaven's Sanctuary. Ling Xiao would be able to recover tonight. Tomorrow would be a crucial day." Yu Fenghua nodded and went to rest on the bed at the side. Ling Xiao started to check his gains. The 6 undead assassins that tried to assassinate him this time weren't simple. 5 of them were geniuses from the Heaven's Wall City. One of them was a hidden expert from the icy star boundary. He believed that these people must have some treasures on them. As for healing his injuries, there was no need for that. After eating the healing pill, his body would recover by itself. He didn't need to do anything. Soil worm, cockroach, and scorpion actually had more than 30 supreme-grade spirit stones in their storage rings. Ling Xiao was very thirsty for supreme-grade spirit stones now. After all, it was best to use supreme-grade spirit stones if he wanted to increase the power of the formation. High-grade spirit stones weren't enough. Also, regardless of whether it was cultivation or breaking through, spirit stones were required every time. For a divine physique echelon realm martial artist, every breakthrough would require a corresponding supreme-grade spirit stone. From the first level to the second level, 2 would be required. From the second level to the third level, 4 would be required, so on and so forth. 8 would be required for the fourth level. This wasn't a small number for an ordinary martial artist. However, the number of supreme-grade spirit stones that Ling Xiao needed to consume was 10 times more than others. In other words, to break through from the third level to the fourth level, he would need at least 80 supreme-grade spirit stones. Although the improvement brought by a breakthrough was much greater than others, the consumption of resources was similarly more. Fortunately, he had obtained some supreme-grade spirit stones from Yang Fan previously. In addition, he had some in stock. Otherwise, it would be awkward. Yi Hantian and the other late-stage 6th-level divine physique echelon martial artist had more supreme-grade spirit stones. The two of them had a total of 50 supreme-grade spirit stones. Moreover, both of them had an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to feed it to the void god sword. After all, an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns was nothing to him. What he needed was an emperor weapon with more than 10 dragon patterns. Also, these 5 people had some random items in their storage rings. Some of them could be sold for money. Some of them could be used to refine medicine. They were all pretty good. Finally, Ling Xiao took out Elder Bing's storage ring. This old man had lived for close to 500 years. He must have a lot of good stuff on him. Mobile version update website. It was a pity that Elder Bing's storage ring was probably only 1/10 of his wealth. There were about 100 pieces of supreme-grade spirit stones. There were also some secret manuals, including the Ice Corp's divine technique. It turned out that he already knew this technique before he ate the heart of a powerhouse. It was just that he could unleash more power after eating the heart of a powerhouse. The Ice Corp's divine technique doesn't mean much to me. Ling Xiao kept the secret manual and prepared to give it to a more suitable martial artist to cultivate. Anyway, there were countless geniuses in the Heavenly Empire, so there would definitely be one suitable for cultivation. After checking his spoils of war, Ling Xiao closed his eyes and started to rest. The various scenes of the battle replayed in his mind, and every move and style was incomparably clear. After comprehending for an entire night, Ling Xiao's 6-word style of the god-defying art had successfully advanced to greater mastery when the sun rose. He could also start cultivating the 7-word style of the god-defying art. Ling Xiao was really looking forward to what kind of miraculous changes would occur after cultivating the god-defying art to the 10th count. In any case, he felt that this god-defying art was really not simple. On the second day, Ling Xiao brought Yu Fenghua to the teleportation array. It was said that the guards of the teleportation array were the subordinates of the Taurus constellation Gold Saint. This city also belonged to the Taurus constellation Gold Saint. Therefore, most of the martial artists in this city had bull-type martial souls. Their physiques were generally stronger. Their strength was shocking. As the Taurus Gold Saint martial artists did not stay here often, there were usually only bronze and silver saint martial artists here. The strongest among the silver saint was the city lord of this city, and his strength was roughly at the peak of the 4th level of the divine physique echelon. His strength was comparable to the normal kings of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Therefore, Ling Xiao was definitely not afraid of this guy. If the other party did not give him face, he would just use force. Bai Yi went missing in the heavenly sacred city. He was here today to denounce him. Of course, if the other party cooperated, he did not want to make everyone look bad. After all, he still hoped that the martial artists of the heavenly sacred city could unite. This way, they would be able to deal with the lotus flower even more effectively. When Ling Xiao and Yu Fenghua approached the teleportation portal, Ling Xiao and Yu Fenghua were shocked. Naturally, the city lord of Golden Bowl City had already discovered them. The entrance of the teleportation array was heavily guarded. There were over 10,000 people, and all of them were experts. All of them were divine physique echelon experts. Seems like this heaven holy land is way stronger than I had imagined. No wonder it's so mysterious. Is he trying to hide the truth of his strength? Ling Xiao frowned. The number of divine physique echelon martial artists had already exceeded his imagination. These people were all wearing metal armor. There were black iron, bronze, silver, and some other special colors. Generally speaking, the Silver Saint martial artists were the strongest. Those martial artists with special colors should have special abilities and abilities. Ling Xiao didn't know the city lord of Golden Bowl City. However, what confused and surprised him was that there were actually 4 Silver Saint martial artists at the 5th level of the divine physique echelon. Although none of them had reached the peak. This level of strength was already very terrifying. One must know that in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, only Supremacy Kings could reach the peak of the 5th level of the divine physique echelon. Ling Xiao originally thought that the 12 Gold Saint martial artists corresponded to the Supremacy Kings. However, from the looks of it, there seemed to be some discrepancy. Moreover, these people didn't look like they had swallowed the hearts of powerhouses. They were still normal humans. There must be something wrong with everything. Ling Xiao felt that some unexpected changes might have happened before they realized it. Just as he was deep in thought, one of the Silver Saint martial artists spoke, "The 2 of you, please wait. The Heaven Holy City is currently under martial law. All foreign martial artists are not allowed to enter." These words were still considered polite. They didn't say that they wanted to kill. Therefore, Ling Xiao explained to them politely. "Everyone, I'm Ling Xiao, the Gold Supreme Emperor of the Gold Sky region. A few days ago, our Supreme Emperor of the White Knight entered the Heaven Holy City. And disappeared. I'm here to look for him. Please let me through." Ling Xiao's words were very polite, but there was an unquestionable tone. Supreme Emperor of the Gold Supreme Emperor of the White Knight, haha, we've never heard of it. I guess those forces below called themselves that. How pitiful and laughable. If the Divine Light God allows it, our Heaven Holy Land can destroy the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds in a day and become the true overlord. Do you really think that you're something? Hurry up and get lost. Before we change our attitude, don't provoke us. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. The Silver Saint martial artist laughed wildly. Hearing the laughter of the Silver Saint martial artist, Ling Xiao suddenly realized something. At the Gathering of Heroes, he had seen the Heaven Holy Master and the 12 Gold Saint martial artists with his own eyes. However, at that time, those people weren't abnormally strong. Then, there was only one explanation. If the Heaven Holy Land's martial artists were missing something and left the Heaven Holy Land's territory, their strength would decrease. Could it be that the Divine Light God really existed? He had always thought that the Divine Light God was just an illusory figure that the Heaven Holy Land's martial artists worshipped. It was impossible for him to exist in reality. However, today, he didn't think so anymore. The Divine Light God might really exist. He was either an expert from the Eternal Life Divine Nation or an ancient race expert. After understanding this point, Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "I'll remember your mockery. However, I don't want to have a conflict with the Heaven Holy Land right now. Why don't you let me meet with your Holy Lord? Otherwise, even if I have to barge in today, I'll barge into the Heaven Holy City." Ha ha ha, brothers, did you hear that? This trash at the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon dares to say that he wants to barge into the Heaven Holy City? Does he know what he's saying? The Silver Saint martial artist laughed wildly. The others also joined in the commotion. Ling Xiao knew that there was no point in wasting his breath. "Since you're so stubborn, then I'll have to offend you." He suddenly made his move and instantly appeared in front of the Silver Saint martial artist. The Silver Saint martial artist couldn't even react. He was directly grabbed by Ling Xiao. His entire body was sore and powerless. He couldn't exert any strength at all. "Get out of the way, or I'll kill him." Ling Xiao said coldly, "Don't doubt my determination, and don't doubt my cruelty. Don't do it." We'll just give way. Those people who were flaunting their prowess just now were really quick to compromise. Perhaps this was the deterrence brought about by strength. Ling Xiao easily took down the strongest person among them. Then, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to kill them. They definitely wouldn't be able to stop him. Instead of sacrificing themselves for nothing, it was better to just compromise. This wasn't a difficult decision to make. Very well. Ling Xiao didn't want to start a massacre here. He directly threw the person in his hand out. He wasn't afraid that the other party would go back on their words. Because if he could capture this person once, he could do it a second time. To him, it wasn't difficult at all. The martial artists of Golden Bull City did not make things difficult for Ling Xiao anymore. In other words, they did not have the guts to continue making things difficult for Ling Xiao. In fact, many people in the Heaven's Sacred Land knew the name Ling Xiao. At the very least, the city lord of Golden Bull City had heard of him. If he didn't know about the existence that had killed the Eternal Emperor, then he would appear to be too ignorant and ill-informed. Guest, in order to complete the task, I hope you can take out something that can prove your identity. Thank you. The tone of these martial artists became much more respectful. Ling Xiao waved his hand and 36 primordial blood jade talismans appeared in the air. That terrifying pressure almost made the martial artists of the Heaven's Sacred Land kneel down. Is this okay? Ling Xiao asked. Golden Supreme Emperor, quickly put away your divine ability. We know that you are real. The primordial blood jade talismans were Emperor artifacts with 10 dragon patterns and were filled with terrifying pressure. In addition, Ling Xiao deliberately intimidated these people and injected his aura into them. Many of these people could not withstand it and fell to the ground on the spot. Ling Xiao smiled and put away the primordial blood jade talismans. He looked at the crowd proudly and said, "Do I not need to prove myself now?" There's no need. The leading martial artist's forehead was covered in cold sweat. In fact, they already knew that Ling Xiao had killed the Eternal Emperor. In this world, the most difficult thing to hide was news. Alright, please make way. Ling Xiao said lightly. As long as the other party did not obstruct him, he would not bother to do anything. Golden Supreme Emperor, please follow me. The leading Silver Supreme Emperor hurriedly led Ling Xiao and Yu Fenghua to the teleportation array. At this moment, he no longer had any intention of obstructing them. Even if Ling Xiao was really here to cause trouble, he should let the experts of the Heaven's Sacred City deal with him. They would not die in vain. Goodbye. Stepping into the transmission array, Ling Xiao waved at the cultivators of Golden Bull City. After a moment of darkness, he appeared in front of the gates of the Holy City of Heaven. The style of the Holy City of Heaven was completely different from the other powers in the 9 worlds. It was no wonder that even the martial artists of the Heaven Holy Land were somewhat different from the other forces. They were more like the Blue Eyes clan of the Heavenly Dragon continent. Their hair colors were mostly gold, gray, and silver-white. There were also black ones, but not many. The Heavenly Saint City was probably the smallest among the 13 powers in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Because it was built on a floating island, it couldn't be too big. But to be honest, it wasn't much smaller. Basically, it was about half of the City of Gold. It was said that the population here was in the tens of millions. Just the population of one city was already quite large. When Ling Xiao stood in front of the Holy City of Heaven, he felt as if he wasn't standing in front of a city. It was a miracle. This miracle emitted a powerful holy aura, which made Ling Xiao even more certain that the God of Light that the cultivators of the Heaven Holy Land spoke of definitely existed. Previously, the cultivators of Golden Bull City said that the Holy City of Heaven was currently under martial law, and they weren't lying. When Ling Xiao and Yu Fenghua walked out of the transmission array, they saw many people lining up to be checked. Their appearance instantly attracted the attention of a 100-man team. These people seemed to have been waiting for them here for a long time. Ling Xiao reckoned that the cultivators of Golden Bull City had informed the guards here in advance. However, his and Yu Fenghua's goal was very clear, and they weren't afraid of being checked. Looking at the guard captain in silver armor in front of him, Ling Xiao appeared neither servile nor overbearing. You aren't followers of the God of Light. Who are you? What are you doing in the Holy City of Heaven? The guard captain shouted sternly. This person's strength had already reached the peak of the 5th level of the divine physique echelon. Although Ling Xiao didn't care about cultivators of this level of cultivation, he was here to do business. He wasn't here to fight, so he didn't make a move. Instead, he took out the primordial blood jade talisman to prove his identity. Since the cultivators of Golden Bowl City knew this, it was impossible that the cultivators here didn't. 36 stone tablets that covered the sky floated in the air, bringing great pressure to the guards. Their expressions didn't look good. I'm the Golden Sovereign from the Golden Sky region. Has the Heaven Holy Land always treated its guests like this? Go and report that I want to see the Heaven Holy Lord. This matter concerns the survival of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. There can't be any mistakes. Ling Xiao wasn't in a good mood either. He was now the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds other than the Heaven Holy Land, but the cultivators of the Heaven Holy Land had stopped him twice. How could he be in a good mood? If he wasn't looking for Bai Ye's whereabouts, he would have been furious. The appearance of the primordial blood jade talisman shocked everyone again. Everyone was discussing whether the young expert who killed the eternal heavenly emperor was really so young. Haha, so what if you're the Golden Sovereign? The Heaven Holy City is now under martial law. No outsiders are allowed to enter. The guard captain wasn't as tactful as the cultivators of Golden Bowl City. Instead, he sneered and said, "Scram, go back to where you came from. Our Heaven Holy Land doesn't welcome a lowly race like you." The cultivators of the Heaven Holy Land had always considered themselves as holy disciples, so they naturally disdained to associate with ordinary humans. Ling Xiao was about to speak. Suddenly, a figure rushed over from the city. He slapped the guard captain and said, "Bastard, how dare you offend such an important guest like the Golden Sovereign? If it causes a conflict between the Heaven Holy Land and the Golden Sky region, can you bear the responsibility?" The guard captain wanted to fly into a rage, but when he turned around, he saw that it was the only holy son of the Heaven Holy Land, Xianxia. "Greetings, Holy Son." He hurriedly knelt down. After not seeing him for a long time, Xianxia's strength seemed to be much stronger than Ling Xiao had imagined. He was already at the peak of the 4th level of the divine physique echelon. Of course, perhaps the Xianxia he saw in the world of souls was just a weakened Xianxia. Xianxia didn't even look at the guard captain. Instead, he patted Ling Xiao's shoulder excitedly. "Good lad, I originally thought that after I came back and obtained the true teachings of the Holy Master, my cultivation improved rapidly and surpassed you. Who would have thought that your current strength is actually so much stronger than mine?" Although Ling Xiao's cultivation wasn't as high as Xianxu's, Xianxia could roughly estimate Ling Xiao's combat strength. After all, they had fought in the world of souls. The two of them could be said to have become friends after fighting. When they first got to know each other, they were very hostile. Later on, Ling Xiao's various actions made Xianxia admire Ling Xiao. Only then did he decide to befriend Ling Xiao. Although the relationship between the two of them hadn't reached the level of Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin. However, it wasn't bad. "I have to speed up. You know about the lotus flower, right? If I want to defeat him, I might have to become even stronger." Ling Xiao sighed and said, "You can definitely do it, I believe." Xianxia smiled and said, "Let's go, follow me into the city first. I already know why you're here." N. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. With Xianxia leading the way, it would be much less troublesome. Thus, he and Yu Fenghua followed Xianxia into the city. Although the sacred city of heaven was only half the size of the Golden City, it was still very big. After entering the city, there was still a teleportation formation connecting them. The three of them used the teleportation formation and directly arrived outside the Temple of Light. The Temple of Light was the core building of the sacred city of heaven. The sacred Lord usually did things here. The 12 gold Saint martial artists also lived here. "Wait a moment, don't go in first." At the door, Xianxia called out to the two of them, and said softly, "You guys should be here for Supreme Emperor White Knight, right? To be honest, I am not too sure what happened to Supreme Emperor White Knight. But I keep feeling that something strange happened in the sacred city of heaven. Do you still remember Lang Qing? She told me something yesterday, but she disappeared today. It is really worrying." "Of course I remember Lang Qing. In the death world, I once fought with her as a friend, speaking of which, my relationship with her is even better than yours." Ling Xiao said, but, what did she tell you? Why did she disappear? This, I am very ashamed, I forgot. When Xingyu mentioned this, his face was very ugly. That day, after Lang Qingqing came to find me, I fainted for no reason. When I woke up, I only remember that Lang Qingqing told me something very important, but I don't know what exactly she said. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Xingyu's words made him even more vigilant. It seemed like there was a reason why the sacred city of heaven was under martial law. Something unspeakable must have happened, that was why there were so many accidents. White Knight's disappearance, Lang Qingqing's disappearance, Xingyu's fainting, a part of his memory was erased. Everything that had happened was too strange. Also, I think you won't be able to see the Sacred Lord now, he is in closed-door cultivation. And the 12 gold saint martial artists probably won't tell you where Supreme Emperor White Knight is. They will only beat around the bush. What are you going to do? Xingyu asked. Before Ling Xiao could answer, 2 god officials suddenly walked out of the temple. They said that it was an invitation from 12 gold saints. Ling Xiao looked at Xingyu and said, sorry, for White Knight, I might make a move against heaven. After saying that, Ling Xiao walked forward. Xingyu also followed along. He was the Holy Son, and the only Holy Son. He had the right to do so. In the temple, Ling Xiao was warmly received. Originally, he did not want to waste time, but as the saying goes, one does not slap a smiling face. He resisted the impulse in his heart and finished attending the banquet. In the end, only the 12 gold saints and Holy Rain were left in the hall. He went straight to the point and asked his question. Everyone, I'm here today to discuss the matter of joining forces with the Heavenly Palace's Holy Master. On the other hand, he was here for Supreme Emperor White Knight. Supreme Emperor White Knight disappeared in the Heavenly Saint City. I wonder if the 12 gold saints know of his whereabouts. After asking, Ling Xiao stared at these people's expressions. Just as Xingyu said, these people were not willing to tell the truth. Everyone's face revealed a playful expression. Obviously, they had already prepared how to deal with Ling Xiao. Sorry, Supreme Emperor White Knight's question has stumped us. Supreme Emperor White Knight came to the Heavenly Saint City before. But one day, he suddenly said that he was going to meet someone, and he never appeared again. As for who this person is, we are not sure. But don't worry, we have already placed the entire city under martial law, and are working hard to find Supreme Emperor White Knight's whereabouts. Since Supreme Emperor White Knight is here, stay for a few more days. Leo Constellation Gold Saint said with a smile. Ling Xiao could not find fault with this statement. He looked at Xingyu, wanting to ask for confirmation. That day, Supreme Emperor White Knight did say that he was going to meet someone, and he never came back. Xingyu nodded with certainty. Understood, let's put aside White Knight's matter and report to your Holy Master. Just say that I want to discuss the undead calamity with him. If I am not wrong, the undead calamity has already reached the Heavenly Saint City. This is not a small matter, we cannot be careless. Ling Xiao knew that it was useless to ask about White Knight, so he prepared to look for him privately. Because he had a feeling that as long as he found Lang Qingqing, he would be able to find news of Supreme Emperor White Knight. He might even be able to find news of Xiao Jin. The Golden Saint martial artist from Pisces constellation smiled and said, regarding this point, Golden Emperor, you don't have to worry. Our Heavenly Saint City has the protection of the Honorable Martial God. Even if those ugly undead calamity come, they will be dispersed by the power of the Honorable Martial God. Also, the Holy Master is in closed-door cultivation, and we should not disturb him. If you insist on waiting, we can arrange the best accommodations for you. Let Supreme Emperor White Knight wait for a while. Maybe he can wait for the Holy Master to come out. Ling Xiao said indifferently, you don't have to use such excuses in front of me. Go and tell him that I have found a way to restrain the undead calamity. If he is interested, we can discuss it together. I will naturally not let him suffer. Since Supreme Emperor White Knight has said so, then I will risk my life to meet the Holy Master. Leo Constellation Gold Saint martial artist stood up and left. They were all smart people. Since they had decided to be frank, there was no need for them to hide anything from each other. Not to mention whether or not the Holy Master of Heavenly Saint City was in closed-door cultivation, even if she was in closed-door cultivation. There must be a way to stop her cultivation, unless she was on the verge of a breakthrough. But when Ling Xiao sensed the aura in the shrine, he did not find any signs of a breakthrough. Next, everyone waited for more than 10 minutes. The situation was rather awkward. Fortunately, after 10 minutes, Leo Constellation Gold Saint Martial Artist returned. Apologies, Supreme Emperor White Knight, the Holy Master said that this closed-door cultivation is related to whether or not she can break through to a higher realm. So she will need at least a month before she can come out. If Supreme Emperor White Knight can wait, then stay, if not, please return. Leo Constellation Gold Saint Martial Artist said. Hearing Leo Constellation Gold Saint Martial Artist's words, Ling Xiao was not surprised at all. He smiled and said, "Seems like the Holy Master of Heavenly Saint City has not realized the terror of the undead calamity. I am sure you can hear my words. That's why I'm here to tell you what's at stake." He then briefly described what happened in the chaotic desert sea and the Wind Wolf country. Of course, the matter of Yu Fenghua being able to save the infected martial artists was temporarily hidden. The main reason was to let the other party know the seriousness of the matter. How tragic, but this is your matter. Although our Heavenly Saint City belongs to the 4 regions and 9 worlds, we rarely have any contact with the other 12 powers. Lotus Flower's matter has nothing to do with us. Pisces Constellation Gold Saint Martial Artist said in a strange tone. Mobile version update website. Hearing the sarcastic words of the Pisces Constellation Gold Saint, Ling Xiao frowned. What's wrong with this guy? He had already been to the Heroes' Assembly, and had seen the terror of the undead creatures. Even the Eternal Life Emperor could not resist the temptation of the heart of a strong martial artist. Did this guy not understand how dangerous Lotus Flower was? He sneered, "It has nothing to do with your heaven's sacred grounds? Do you really think that with the destruction of the other places in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, heaven's sacred grounds will still be a pure land? No, even if the other powers in the 4 regions and 9 worlds were not destroyed, the undead creatures have already started to move in heaven's sacred grounds. Like I said before, when I came, I already felt the evil and gloomy aura. You guys are really carefree. Aren't you worried that your friends and family will lose their minds and devour all life around them? Make it clear. People who are affected by the departed spirit fruit tree will not be able to maintain their rationality. This is very different from the heart of a strong martial artist. Don't be angry, Gold Emperor, we understand the situation you are talking about. We are also willing to discuss the matter of cooperation. But you have to be clear, our heaven's sacred grounds has always followed the Saint Master. The Saint Master is currently in closed-door cultivation, and is not willing to discuss this matter. Do you want us to go against his orders? The Leo Constellation Gold Saint's words were considered polite, but it was still meaningless. It seemed like the Heaven's Sacred Lord was not prepared to cooperate with him. Or perhaps, something special had happened during this time? Heaven's Sacred Lord, I know you are listening, but no matter what you think, you should know how terrifying Lotus Flower is. Just as Demon Lord Physique, the Undead Spirit Emperor, can create countless undead creatures to infect the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Do you really have the confidence to resist Lotus Flower's infection with your own strength? Not to mention, that guy's Demon Lord Physique will soon recover. Once it does, it will bring about even more terrifying effects. At that time, none of us will be able to escape. Now, only by cooperating can we completely destroy Lotus Flower. Regardless of whether the other party cooperated or not, Ling Xiao had to make things clear, so that others would not say that he was not sincere in cooperating in the future. The 12 of you here are not anyone's puppets. It's true that you have to listen to the orders of the Heavenly Lord. But ask yourself, if you do this, will the Holy Land of Heaven become a living hell? I don't expect you to care about the world, but at the very least, think about your own people. Once you do something wrong, you may not even have the chance to regret it. Seeing that everyone was about to say something, Ling Xiao stopped them. He said seriously, I will be staying in the Heaven Holy Land for a while. You can answer me after you think about it. However, I'm not sure when I'll be back. If there's a problem elsewhere, I'll leave. Since the Heavenly Saint Master is not willing to see me, you can go and discuss it with him. Xingyu, bring me to your residence. In this heavenly holy city, the only people Ling Xiao trusted were Xingyu and Lang Qingqing. Lang Qingqing was missing, so he planned to stay in the Holy Rain family for the time being. On one hand, he was looking for White Knight and Lang Qingqing to find out more about Xiao Jin. On the other hand, he was waiting for Heaven's Saint Leader's reply. He had already put it that way. If the Holy Lord of Heaven was still unwilling to cooperate, then he would definitely be killed. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to waste his breath. He had to support Xianxia to become the new Holy Lord of the Heaven Holy Land. Ling Xiao, I'm sorry. The Holy Lord has always been arrogant. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get him to cooperate with you. I'm ashamed that I didn't help you much. Back at Xianxia's residence, he sighed. It's not your fault. Furthermore, I feel that the Holy Lord of Heaven is not just arrogant. There must be a deeper reason. Ling Xiao could not think of any reason, but he trusted his intuition. The two of them chatted for a while, when suddenly, someone came to report, Holy Son, Boss Jean is here to see you. Boss Jean? Why is he here? Xianxia frowned, let him wait in the side hall. I'll be there in a while. Yes. After that person left, Ling Xiao asked Xianxia, who's this Boss Jean? Xianxia said, the Heavenly Holy Land isn't just powerful. There are many experts among the people as well. This Boss Jean is also known as Venerable Golden Sword. He's an expert among the people, and it's rumored that his cultivation has reached the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Of course, this is only limited to the Heavenly Holy Land. When cultivators leave the Heavenly Holy Land, their cultivation will drop by a whole realm due to the absence of the Radiant God's protection. Peak of the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon, Venerable Golden Sword? Why is he looking for you? Ling Xiao asked. It's probably related to Lang Qingqing. No matter what, let's meet him first. Brother Ling, come with me. Xianxia said. All right. Ling Xiao nodded and followed Xianxia to the side hall with Yufenghua. Along the way, Xianxia briefly introduced Venerable Golden Sword. Venerable Golden Sword wasn't alone. He had 4 companions with him. They were Venerable Golden Spear, Venerable Golden Saber, Venerable Blazing Fire, and Venerable Heavenly Traveler. These people were all powerful. At least in the Heavenly Holy Land, the emperors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds were no match for them. Hearing Xianxia's words, Ling Xiao suddenly felt that it was reasonable for the cultivators of the Heavenly Holy Land to worship the high and mighty Radiant God. Although the Radiant God's influence couldn't extend beyond the Heavenly Holy Land, it was still very good. As long as the Radiant God existed, the cultivators of the Heavenly Holy Land would become much stronger. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the side hall. They saw a group of more than 10 people. Other than Venerable Golden Sword, Venerable Golden Spear was also present. Although the others weren't as strong as them, they weren't weak either. This was a force to be reckoned with. May I know why Venerable Golden Sword is looking for this Holy Son? After Xianxia sat down, she went straight to the point. I want to discuss a business deal with you. Venerable Golden Sword said calmly. He only glanced at Ling Xiao and Yufenghua casually. His gaze lingered on Yufenghua more than on Ling Xiao. Obviously, he wasn't interested in this young man who was only at the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Oh, I want to hear it. Xianxia said calmly. This business deal is simple. Isn't the Holy Sun looking for Lang Qingqing recently? We happen to know where she is. The Holy Sun only needs to give us a satisfactory reward, and we will tell you where Lang Qingqing is. Venerable Golden Sword smiled. What kind of reward? Xianxia asked. It's simple. First, the Holy Sun, please invite the Golden Sages to go with us to deal with the Blood Bat King. Damn it, this Blood Bat King killed my younger brother. This grudge must be avenged. Second, 100 supreme-grade spiritual stones. Venerable Golden Sword smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, Venerable Golden Spear added, Third, give that woman to us as well. It's been a long time since I've seen someone so beautiful. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. The Venerable with the Golden Spear was talking about Yufenghua. It seemed like he had misunderstood something and thought that Yufenghua was just a servant of the Holy Sun's residence. You better take back what you just said. Otherwise, it'll be ugly later. Before Xianxia could say anything, Ling Xiao spoke first. How could he not say anything when someone was coveting his woman? Who do you think you are? You're just a piece of trash at the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon. How dare you lecture me? The venerable with the golden spear said disdainfully, "Oh, I understand now. This woman is yours, right? Ha ha ha, that's even easier. Kneel down and give your woman to me. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life. You're quite talented to be able to cultivate to your current level at such a young age. If you're obedient, you might be able to live a little longer. Hee hee, I like to court death. Unfortunately, you're just a piece of trash. Can you kill me?" Ling Xiao grinned. "Ha ha ha, you're really arrogant to the extreme. I, the venerable with the golden spear, have been in the heaven sanctuary for many years. No young man has ever dared to talk to me like that. You're really powerful. However, the more powerful your mouth is, the easier it is for you to get into trouble." The venerable with the golden spear sneered and released his martial soul. It was a long spear that seemed to be made of gold. Although the spear martial soul was simple, it was more beneficial to martial artists who used spears. After the martial soul was released, his divine energy exploded. A violent aura instantly filled the entire side hall. Xingyu couldn't help but take a few steps back. He was only at the peak of the 4th level of the divine physique echelon. If he was facing an early 5th level of the divine physique echelon, he could still handle it. However, the venerable with the golden spear was at the early 6th level of the divine physique echelon. He couldn't do anything about it. Not to mention fighting, just the aura of the venerable with the golden spear was enough to make him miserable. "What? You want to kill me?" Ling Xiao chuckled. "You're right. After killing you, that woman will still be mine. It's just a waste of time." The venerable with the golden spear sneered. "Xingyu, is it okay to kill this guy?" Of course, Ling Xiao was not afraid of trouble, but he did not want to affect Xingyu, so he asked. "Of course it's fine. These guys are hated by the Divine Hall. Killing them is actually beneficial to me." Xingyu replied. "That makes things easier." Ling Xiao looked at venerable golden spear and said, "It's been a long time since I've seen such an idiot courting death. Since I'm in a bad mood today, I'll kill you to vent my anger." "Xingyu, don't you want to know where Lang Qingqing is?" Reverend Golden Sword shouted. He originally thought that venerable golden spear only wanted one more woman and that Xingyu would not object. After all, Lang Qingqing was the woman Xingyu liked. For Lang Qingqing's sake, Xingyu would definitely make a decision. But what he did not expect was that Xingyu seemed to be in awe of this young martial artist. "Boss Jean, why waste your breath on him? Even if we kill him, he will still agree to our conditions. Leave it to me." The venerable one with the golden spear venerable one released a shocking killing intent. Ling Xiao did not exist in his eyes at all. Perhaps in his eyes, Ling Xiao was less than an ant. These fellows were used to doing whatever they wanted in the holy land of heaven. They had no idea how much the outside world had changed. If they had known that the young man standing in front of them was the powerful existence who had killed the Eternal Emperor, they would have known that he was the one who had killed the Eternal Emperor. Then, he probably wouldn't be so arrogant. "Die." Holding a golden spear in his hand, venerable golden spear's divine essence erupted, thrusting it at Ling Xiao. The tip of the spear pierced through the void and even formed a terrifying spiral in the air. "Hee hee, you're the one who's going to die. 3 moves are enough to kill a pig like you." Boom, in that instant, Ling Xiao entered the divine ox body state. Then, he punched out with his left fist. Wearing the hand of eternal life, his left fist slammed into the tip of the golden spear. Rumble, a terrifying explosion rang out, and the entire side hall began to shake. The terrifying shockwave shattered all the tables and chairs between them. It was as if an earthquake had taken place. Yu Fenghua stood in front of Xingyu and blocked the powerful shockwave. Xingyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the past, he was very conceited. Now, not only was Ling Xiao stronger than him, but even Yu Fenghua was much stronger than him. He was a little disappointed. "Let's go outside." Ling Xiao blocked Venerable Golden Spear's attack and rushed outside. After all, the Holy Sun's residence was a very important building. If it was destroyed, he wouldn't even be able to find a place to stay. "Don't even think about running away." Venerable Golden Spear chased after him. The rest of the people followed closely behind. They went all the way to the outskirts. Ling Xiao stopped. There were no buildings around, so it was the best place to fight. Golden Thunderbolt. Venerable Golden Spear attacked as soon as he caught up with Ling Xiao. Terrifying spear gleams covered Ling Xiao like golden thunderbolts. The entire sky was dyed golden. The scene was quite shocking. Every spear gleam was enough to kill a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Ling Xiao was covered by the spear gleams, and it seemed like he had no chance of escaping. Child's play. It's my turn. First move, Demonic Bull Fist. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid at all in the face of the spear gleams that covered the sky. He threw out a punch. There seemed to be an 800 zhong tall demonic bull silhouette in the air. It blocked the spear gleams and destroyed them. The huge fist was still going to hit Venerable Golden Spear. At that moment, Venerable Golden Spear was shocked. This was because he discovered that not only did Ling Xiao's attack destroy his attack, it actually carried an unstoppable and terrifying might as it charged towards him. He didn't have time to dodge at all. The only thing he could do was to block it. He thrust out his spear in an attempt to destroy the huge demonic bull fist. Boom! After a loud bang, Venerable Golden Spear was smashed into the ground. He was in a sorry state. The spear in his hand almost fell out of his hand. If one took a closer look, one would realize that the spear was slightly bent. It was just not that obvious. What's going on? How can a 3rd-level Divine Physique Realm martial artist be so powerful? Who is he? Venerable Golden Sword looked at Xingyu and asked in shock. Although Venerable Golden Spear was weaker than him, it was impossible that he couldn't even kill a 3rd-level Divine Physique Realm trash. Xingyu couldn't be bothered to answer Venerable Golden Sword's question. Since the battle had already begun, it wouldn't end unless one party died. Impossible. Impossible. I don't believe this is real. Venerable Golden Spear was even more shocked, let alone Venerable Golden Sword. He was the one involved, so he could clearly feel how terrifying Ling Xiao was. However, as a 6th-level Divine Physique Realm martial artist, how could he admit defeat here? Even if he was facing the powerful Ling Xiao, he had to regain his dignity. Brat, you've embarrassed me so much. You must die today. Haha, you can talk about it after you touch me. What's the use of talking so much? It's as if you're more powerful with your words. Ling Xiao said with a chuckle. Arrogant. Venerable Golden Spear clenched his teeth in anger. Mobile version update website. The Venerable with the Golden Spear only wanted to kill Ling Xiao to save his face. The spear in his hand spun at a high speed, producing sparks in the void and burning crazily. The flame and the spear merged into one. The Venerable with the Golden Spear roared, "Go to hell, idiot, Thunderfire Toxic Dragon Drill." The spear suddenly stabbed out, and a burning divine dragon rushed out from the spear light and pounced on Ling Xiao. The terrifying power of fire and the power of metal merged into one. It formed a terrifying attack that could tear apart any defense. A burning hole seemed to have been drilled in the air. God-defying technique, 5-word style. Ling Xiao also made his move. The God-defying sword in his right hand condensed 5 sword lights. They turned into 5 ferocious Taotais and pounced on the fire dragon. The 5-word style was enough to deal with an existence like the Venerable with the Golden Spear. The violent sword chi bloomed in the void. The toxic dragon drill seemed to have met a strong opponent and could not break through the defense. The most terrifying thing was that the terrifying sword intent had already enveloped the Venerable with the Golden Spear. It made him shudder. It was only then that the Venerable with the Golden Spear suddenly realized that the attack just now was definitely not a coincidence. It was because Ling Xiao had the strength to kill him. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret now. Crack, the spear light was completely shattered, and the fire dragon turned into nothingness. 4 sword lights still shot at the Venerable with the Golden Spear, completely piercing through his defense. Blood spurted out. Sorry, it's over. I thought you could at least hold on for 3 moves. I didn't expect you to be defeated in 2 moves. Looking at the frightened face, Ling Xiao smiled faintly. This opponent was really weak. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die yet. How can I die? I'm the Venerable with the Golden Spear. Boss Gold, save me. A shrill scream resounded in the void. Unfortunately, it was too late. This was the Venerable with the golden spear's last roar and also his last words. Until his death, he did not understand why he lost to such a weak guy. This was really too unreasonable. 2 moves. The other party had only used 2 moves to kill him to the point that his consciousness was blurred, and he had stepped into the moment of despair. He didn't underestimate Xianxia, but he still died. The Void God sword absorbed the essence of Venerable Golden Spear. Xianxia put away the Void God sword and said, "I warned you to take back your words. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Unfortunately, you don't seem to believe me." Xianxia killed Venerable Golden Spear because the other party wanted to kill him. At the same time, it was to intimidate the martial artists of the Saint City of Heaven. He knew that many people were paying attention to this battle. As a martial artist at the early stage of the 6th level Divine Physique stage, the Venerable Golden Spear was extremely suitable to serve as a warning to others. Xiao's strength was rumored to be extremely powerful in the outside world. Many people knew that he had killed the Eternal Emperor. Moreover, it was the Eternal Emperor who had devoured the heart of an expert. However, since he had never seen it before, he would still have doubts in his heart. Many people believed in the principle of seeing is believing. Therefore, only by witnessing it with their own eyes would they believe how powerful Xiao was. Today, they saw it for themselves. Xiao only used 2 moves to kill an expert at the early stage of the 6th level Divine Physique stage. It was a completely one-sided victory. His opponent didn't even have the slightest chance of turning the tables. You're able to kill an opponent who's 2 cultivation levels higher than you. Xiao, just how strong are you? Even though Xingyu already knew how powerful Xiao was, he still couldn't hide the shock in his heart when he saw the scene. Venerable Golden Sword's expression was almost distorted. He roared with a beast-like voice, "Xiao, you bastard! How dare you kill my brother? I'll definitely kill you." Xiao looked at Venerable Golden Sword indifferently. He asked for it. "Now, you can tell me where Langqingqing is. You better not go against me. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. Don't doubt my strength." Xiao stood there and looked at Venerable Golden Sword domineeringly. Since the other party didn't care about principles, why should he use principles to restrict himself? "Do you think I'll be afraid of your threat?" Venerable Golden Sword was much stronger than Venerable Golden Spear. Therefore, he still had some confidence. Cosmic Divine Fist, time stop. Xiao didn't waste any time and suddenly made his move. Everything around Venerable Golden Sword suddenly became still, and even his mind stopped working. When everything returned to normal, he realized that Xiao's sword was already on his neck. What about now? Are you going to say it or not? Reverend Golden Sword was scared out of his wits. He had never expected that the young man before him would be so powerful. "Who exactly are you?" Venerable Golden Sword roared. "Heavenly Dynasty Empire's Heavenly Emperor, Xiao." Xiao said indifferently. You're Xiao." Venerable Golden Sword's expression was very complicated when he heard this name. There was fear and excitement. "I'm Xiao, and I'm Xiao." Xiao said. "Alright, since it's you, I admit defeat. Langqingqing is currently in the hands of Blood Bat King. That Blood Bat King, also known as Blood Elder, has already followed Lotus Flower." Venerable Golden Sword replied. "Another killer of Lotus Flower?" Xiao frowned and said, "Do you know where that old thing is?" "I know, Blood Bat King killed my younger brother. I also want to find him for revenge, so if you want to go, I can lead the way." Venerable Golden Sword said. "Very well, let's go now." Xiao was an impatient person. In addition, Langqingqing had a relationship with him. If he found Langqingqing, it was very likely that he would find Bai. He didn't want to let go of any opportunity. If Heaven's Holy Lord didn't help him, he had to think of a way himself. "You're too impatient, aren't you? The one who knows where Blood Bat King lives is another brother of mine, Skywalker. Moreover, Blood Bat King is extremely powerful. Even if you're strong, you're not that guy's opponent. Therefore, I have to gather Lord of Fire, Venerable Golden Sword, and Skywalker to discuss countermeasures." Venerable Golden Sword said. Alright, I'll give you an hour. After that, we'll gather here. If I can't see you, then be careful of the sword in my hand. Ling Xiao said indifferently. No problem. Venerable Golden Sword said. Scram. Ling Xiao waved his hand, telling Venerable Golden Sword to scram. Seeing Venerable Golden Sword leaving with a group of subordinates carrying Venerable Golden Spear's corpse, Holy Rain suddenly said, You're really not worried about letting these guys go back, right? It's not that I'm not worried, it's on purpose. Ling Xiao said indifferently, If these people join the undead race, it will be quite troublesome. That's why I gathered them together. If I find something wrong, I'll kill them all. It'll save me the trouble of looking for them one by one. You're really cunning. Holy Rain was stunned for a moment. She finally realized the gap between her and Ling Xiao. She was always thinking about the things in front of her, but Ling Xiao could seize an opportunity to control the rhythm of things in his hands. Letting things develop according to his own ideas. This was really too powerful. She couldn't help but admire him. Bastard. Ling Xiao. I'll make you suffer so much that you wish you were dead. The Golden Sword Venerable finally lost his temper when he was already several tens of thousands of meters away. Amidst his furious roar, his sword plunged into a forest and smashed several hundred huge trees into smithereens. He was too angry. He had never been so humiliated. Not only had his brother been killed, but he had also been threatened to obey. Yet he didn't dare to refute. He had never tasted such a feeling before. Today, he had tasted all of it. Ling Xiao, I'll let you be arrogant for a while. Once this matter is over, I'll let you go. After this matter is settled, you should go see the King of Hell. At that time, not only will you die, your heavenly empire will also be destroyed. Your friends, your family, your women, all of them will die. The Golden Sword Venerable was known as Boss Gold. He was also the so-called uncrowned king of the underground world. It was said that even the temple had to give him face. But today, Boss Gold was played by Ling Xiao. This could be said to be the greatest humiliation in his life. How could he let it go? He could only kill Ling Xiao in the cruelest way possible and destroy all the people by Ling Xiao's side. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. Boss Gold, that's a golden emperor. We can't afford to offend him. Why don't we just not get involved with him? One of his subordinates suggested. Bastard. Boss Gold roared and smashed this person's head like a watermelon. Whoever dares to disturb my morale at this time and doesn't listen to me, I'll kill them. Everyone was so scared that they kept quiet out of fear, not daring to say anything. They had never seen Boss Jean so angry before. It looked like he was really angry. On the other side, Ling Xiao, Xingyu, and Yufanghua didn't leave. Instead, they sat down in the outskirts. They were discussing this matter. Brother Ling, I still feel that something is wrong. How did Lang Qingqing fall into the hands of the Blood Bat King? This doesn't make sense. Xingyu still felt that this was a conspiracy. Your suspicions are correct, but this time, I have to go. Even if there is a slight possibility, I have to try my luck. Moreover, this Blood Bat King was probably sent by Lotus Flower to assassinate me. Since that's the case, I might as well make the first move to gain the upper hand and get rid of him. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Well, don't worry. Just wait for our good news in the Holy Sun Mansion. Actually, I've always had a guess, and Lang Qingqing's matter has confirmed my guess. What guess? Xingyu asked in surprise. Ling Xiao moved closer to Xingyu's ear and compressed his voice into a thin line. In that instant, Xingyu's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of disbelief. How is this possible? This is just my speculation, but you have to be careful. When I find solid evidence, I'll make this matter public. Ling Xiao said. Xingyu seemed to be unable to accept the unbelievable information in Ling Xiao's words. She stood there muttering to herself. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He leaned against a tree and closed his eyes to rest, waiting for Venerable Golden Sword to arrive. Venerable Golden Sword had already returned to his lair. The person who greeted him was a boorish man with a beard that was as hard as steel needles. It was quite unique. Venerable Golden Sword told this man what had happened in the Holy Sun Mansion. This man immediately flew into a rage. Ling Xiao dared to kill Golden Spear. I don't care who he is, I must destroy him. The rough man roared. Venerable Golden Sword said coldly, Lord of Fire, your words are enough. This Ling Xiao must die. I want Ling Xiao and his empire to be buried with him. The rough man was Lord of Fire. This person's strength was actually stronger than Venerable Golden Sword. Although their cultivation was similar, their fighting strength was extremely valiant. Among the 5 of them, Heaven Traveler was probably the strongest. The second was Lord of Fire. The third was Venerable Golden Sword. The fourth was Venerable Golden Saber, and the last was Venerable Golden Spear. Lord of Fire was good at fire secret techniques, and his attack power was considered very strong among the 5. What should we do? Directly attack? Lord of Fire asked. No. Venerable Golden Sword shook his head and said, although Golden Spear is the weakest among the 5 of us, that kid can kill Golden Spear in 2 moves. This, even you and I can't do. So even if you and I join forces, I'm afraid we won't be his opponent. We have to think of another way. Although Venerable Golden Sword was anxious to kill Ling Xiao, he was a calm and cautious person and wouldn't rashly court death. I don't believe that the 4 of us can't kill him together. Lord of Fire said again. Of course we can, but we have to pay a heavy price. Don't worry, I've already thought about it. You just need to listen to my instructions. I guarantee that Ling Xiao will die, and we will be unharmed. Venerable Golden Sword had always been the wise one among the 5. Generally, Venerable Golden Sword was responsible for mental work. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lord of Fire nodded. A moment later, 2 more figures appeared. It was Venerable Golden Saber and Skywalker. Reverend Golden Sword told them what had happened. The 4 of them had a common enemy and all agreed to kill Ling Xiao. However, Venerable Golden Sword strongly insisted on following the plan, so they didn't act immediately. Let's go. That kid said we have to meet him within an hour. Otherwise, I'll regret it. That's a madman. It's better to listen to him for the time being to avoid any accidents. Venerable Golden Sword got up and said. The other 3 nodded, but their faces showed anger. Obviously, they were very unhappy with Ling Xiao's attitude. The 4 of them immediately set off and came to the suburbs. Seeing Ling Xiao and Yu Fenghua still waiting there, Lord of Fire snorted. The Lord of Fire snorted coldly. He really wanted to make a move immediately and show Ling Xiao his power. If he wasn't stopped by Venerable Golden Sword, he would have gone crazy. What are you looking at? Since you're all here, tell me about your plan. Ling Xiao didn't put these 4 people in his eyes at all and said lightly. Bastard, what's with your attitude? Venerable Golden Saber suddenly pulled out his saber and slashed at Ling Xiao in anger. Venerable Golden Sword wanted to stop it, but it was too late. However, before this saber could get close to Ling Xiao, it was suddenly crushed by a strange space force. They only saw Ling Xiao's right hand move. This guy is really strong. Venerable Golden Saber revealed a surprised look. He was still skeptical about what Venerable Golden Sword said before, but now he really believed it. Crack! Just as Venerable Golden Saber revealed a shocked look, a sword light instantly cut off his right arm. Venerable Golden Saber let out a hysterical scream from the pain. Although the arm could be healed, the pain was inevitable. I'll only say this once. If your people dare to attack me or my woman again, it won't be just an arm. It won't just be a matter of an arm. Next time, you'll die. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the 4 people opposite him, revealing a terrifying killing intent in his eyes. It made the 4 people feel a chill in their hearts. They were sure that none of them was Ling Xiao's opponent in a one-on-one fight. Sovereign, please don't be angry. I didn't think before I acted. Why don't you listen to my plan? Venerable Golden Sword hurriedly said to Ling Xiao. He was really afraid that Ling Xiao would kill Venerable Golden Sword in a fit of anger. If that happened, they would have one less powerful combatant, which would be extremely disadvantageous for him. Say it. Ling Xiao said nonchalantly. Venerable Golden Sword heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. He hurriedly said, let's talk about this Blood Bat King first. Rumor has it that his cultivation has already reached the early stage of the 7th level Divine Physique Echelon. Although he's the same as the Ice Corpse King, his combat power is much stronger than the Ice Corpse King. Moreover, he has a giant bat monster. This bat monster can merge with him during crucial moments. It's very difficult to deal with him. It was truly very difficult to deal with him. At the very least, it would take 3 peak 6th level Divine Physique Echelon experts to be able to temporarily stall him. Heavenly Traveler, King of Fire, and I will do this. Also, this Blood Bat King has powerful bat guards under him. I don't know the exact number, but they should be weaker than us. Therefore, we'll have to trouble Sovereign Golden Sword and Brother Golden Sword. He didn't include Yu Fenghua. It could even be said that he had always treated Yu Fenghua as a burden. He really didn't know why Ling Xiao wanted to bring her along. That's it? Ling Xiao asked. Yes. As far as I know, this time the Blood Bat King only brought a few bat guards with him. It shouldn't be wrong. After all, the Heaven Sanctuary isn't the undead tribe's nest. Venerable Golden Sword replied. Let's do as you say. Can we set off now? Ling Xiao decided to use Yu Fenghua as a backup because he was worried that this was a trap. It was best not to expose Yu Fenghua's combat power so easily. As he spoke, he had already let Yu Fenghua enter the Dongxing Emperor ring. Let's go. Venerable Golden Sword nodded. Everyone set off. Venerable Golden Sword and the others flew in front while Ling Xiao followed behind. Although the future was uncertain, Ling Xiao did not feel the slightest pressure. This was the benefit of being powerful. About 2 hours later, they arrived at a hidden valley. They stopped in front of a cave. The Blood Bat King and his lackeys are inside. Skywalker said. Lead the way. The corner of Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with an imperceptible sneer as he said indifferently. This time, with the help of the Yellow Sovereign, that Blood Bat King will definitely die. Paragon Golden Sword said with a smile. He enunciated the word die very fiercely, as if there was a special reason for it. The moment everyone entered the cave, Ling Xiao activated his Tai Chi Eye. This cave was really well connected. The Blood Bat King had really chosen a good place. As the elements inside were too concentrated, it interfered with the Tai Chi Eye's observation. Currently, he could only see about 1 mile away. Within this range, Ling Xiao actually saw close to a few hundred bat guards. These guys' characteristics were too obvious. Every one of them had bat-like wings on their backs, and their eyes were extremely red. They were moving quickly toward this place. Ling Xiao did not say anything as he quietly followed the few people in front of him and continued moving forward. After a while, Skywalker suddenly stopped in his tracks. Oh no, we seem to have been discovered. Just as he finished speaking. Suddenly, a dense swarm of bat guards flew out of the pitch-black cave. Pairs of red eyes flickered with a strange light in the dark night. They revealed bloodthirsty, vicious, and cruel expressions. Most of the bat guards had already lost their emotions and rationality. This was because they were all refined into bat guards by the Blood Bat King after they died. There were also a few who maintained their rationality and took the initiative to follow the Blood Bat King's former subordinates. Oh no, they're all bat guards at the 5th and 6th level of the Divine Body realm. Venerable Golden Sword cried out in surprise and quickly launched an attack. Venerable Golden Saber, Lord Blazing Fire, and Skywalker also launched an attack at the same time. Ling Xiao did not dare to be negligent. With the Void God Sword in hand, he moved freely among the bat guards. Every time he flashed, a few corpses would fall. Moreover, the bat guards that he killed would never be able to revive again. While attacking, Ling Xiao noticed something. Venerable Golden Sword, Venerable Golden Saber, Skywalker, and Lord Blazing Fire seemed to be attacking with all their might. However, from the beginning until now, they had not even killed a single bat guard. Perhaps an ordinary person would be busy dealing with the enemy and would not be able to notice their actions. However, Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person. As long as his Tai Chi Eye was activated, anything abnormal would not be able to escape his eyes. I'd like to see what tricks you useless pieces of trash are playing. Ling Xiao sneered. Anyway, to him, the more enemies there were, the less he was afraid of exhausting himself. The divine origin that was exhausted could be replenished by continuously absorbing from the enemies. To him, this was simply an extremely easy task, Skywalker, why hasn't the Blood Bat King appeared yet? It's impossible to take down Ling Xiao with just these bat guards. Venerable Golden Sword transmitted his voice to Skywalker during the battle. Skywalker smiled and said, "What's the hurry? Let the bat guards slowly exhaust that brat first and let him suffer a little. Then, let the Blood Bat King refine that brat into a bat guard. That way, we can vent our anger." Gagaga. Ling Xiao, you finally appeared. You're the one who killed my sworn brother, the Ice Corpse King, right? Right at this moment, an unpleasant laughter suddenly sounded, and a black figure appeared in front of everyone in an instant. You're the Blood Bat King. As expected, you're as disgusting as your sworn brother, the Ice Corpse King. You didn't want to be a good human, but you chose to rely on the lotus flower and become a dead spirit. Ling Xiao stood there, casually waving the Void God sword in his hand as he killed the enemies while talking to the Blood Bat King. It was as if the enemies beside him were just decorations, and he didn't care about them at all. Ling Xiao, you're about to die, and you still dare to talk nonsense. You still can't tell that this is a trap? Venerable Golden Sword finally revealed his true colors. This was because he was sure that Ling Xiao couldn't escape. A large number of bat guards, plus the Blood Bat King. How could Ling Xiao escape? Haha, you bunch of good-for-nothings want to kill me? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Indeed, the four of them can't kill you, but I can. The Blood Bat King sneered. Moreover, the four of them haven't used the heart of a powerhouse yet. With their cultivation, what do you think will happen if they use the heart of a powerhouse? As he spoke, the Blood Bat King took out 4 heart of a powerhouse and gave them to Venerable Golden Sword, Venerable Golden Saber, King of Fire, and Skywalker. The 4 of them ate it without hesitation. Previously, they were humiliated by Ling Xiao, so they didn't have the ability to take revenge. But now, it was different. Ling Xiao didn't stop them. He just watched the 4 of them eat the heart of a powerhouse at the same time. Then, they broke through to the early stage of the 7th level Divine Body Realm at the same time. However, what surprised Ling Xiao was that although they were all in the early stage of the 7th level Divine Body Realm, even if the 4 of them worked together, they probably wouldn't be a match for the Eternal Emperor. Seeing that the aura of the 4 guys in front of him was inferior to that of the Eternal Emperor at the same cultivation level, Ling Xiao was puzzled. What kind of logic was this? Could it be that the increase in strength from eating the heart of a powerhouse was related to the innate potential of a martial artist? Right, it must be like that. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a big difference. After obtaining great strength, the Golden Sword Venerable laughed wildly. Ling Xiao, you must have never thought that you would have such a day, right? Who asked you to be so unlucky? You shouldn't have come to the Holy Land of Heaven. Oh, right, after you die, your woman should also appear. Don't worry, we will love her. Although you killed the Golden Spear brothers, we can still finish his unfinished business for him. Ling Xiao sighed and shook his head lightly. Actually, I had a little bit of expectation for all of you. Unfortunately, you guys have completely destroyed my expectations. Fine, since we're all together, let's kill them together. I won't have to run around. But before that, I want to ask you a question. Is Lang Qingqing in your hands? So what, but you have to act quickly. Otherwise, in half an hour, she will be refined into a new bat guard. At that time, she won't recognize you. The Blood Bat King sneered. Scum. The moment Ling Xiao's voice fell, his figure suddenly flashed. He fled in a direction. He didn't see where Lang Qingqing was, but he keenly noticed that when the Blood Bat King spoke, his eyes subconsciously looked in a direction. This was enough for him to confirm that Lang Qingqing was there. Once his speed soared, it really made people flabbergasted. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared in front of everyone. Chase, quickly chase, we must not let him escape. The Blood Bat King roared and took the lead to chase. The other 4 also surrounded Ling Xiao from 4 directions. I see it. A few minutes later, Ling Xiao saw Lang Qingqing. At this time, Lang Qingqing was soaked in a strange liquid. Her body was rapidly changing. His legs were close to becoming undead. Ling Xiao instantly pulled Lang Qingqing out of the liquid and chopped off her legs. In any case, Divine Body Realm martial artists could regenerate their legs. If the liquid entered his heart and brain through his legs, it would be troublesome. The moment he rescued Lang Qingqing, the Blood Bat King and the others rushed over, completely sealing off his escape route. "Xiao, I want to fight with you," Yu Fenghua said in the Dongxing Emperor ring. Ling Xiao nodded and let her out. Yu Fenghua was not just a pretty vase. His battle prowess was equally strong. "Leave Skywalker and Lord of Fire to me." Yu Fenghua rushed out after she finished speaking. 1 against 2. Although the Celestial Traveler and the Raging Fire King were also in the early stage of the 7th level Divine Physique Echelon, their battle prowess was obviously much weaker than the Blood Bat King. They were even weaker than the Ice Corpse King and Yang Fan. Yu Fenghua might not be able to win, but he would definitely not lose to the two of them. At the same time, Ling Xiao also entered the Ox God's body and chose the Sky Tyrant possession. He released the Sun God's blood formation. He entered the 2nd level of the Bloody Rat Demon. He was ready to fight with all his might. He did not use the merged body. Because once he used the merged body, his battle prowess would definitely be able to crush these guys. It would not do any good to increase his strength. "I didn't expect your woman to be so strong. But do you think you can leave here alive just like that? Eat my blade first." A violent blade aura suddenly exploded. Venerable Golden Saber attacked first. Previously, when he was in the outskirts of the sacred city of heaven, one of his arms was chopped off by Ling Xiao and humiliated. Although his arm had grown back now, the anger in his heart could not be quelled. Moreover, he had eaten the heart of an expert. He felt that he could defeat Ling Xiao, so he could not wait to attack. "I said that if you attack again, I will definitely kill you. Today, I will definitely fulfill my promise." Facing Venerable Golden Saber, Ling Xiao used the same Ox Demon Fist. It was the same attack as when he was in the outskirts. The terrifying fist aura contained a powerful battle intent as it slammed onto Venerable Golden Saber's long saber. Boom! Although the long saber was an emperor weapon with 8 dragon patterns, it was not ordinary. But Ling Xiao's punch almost knocked it out of his hand. The terrifying fist aura shattered the blade aura and landed heavily on Venerable Golden Saber's head. Venerable Golden Saber's face seemed to have caved in. He flew back dozens of meters and crashed heavily onto the wall of the cave. Venerable Golden Saber's cultivation had increased. Otherwise, Ling Xiao's punch would have killed him. This kid is not easy to deal with. Let's work together. There is no need to talk about morality with him. As he spoke, Venerable Golden Saber released a sword soul. The long sword in his hand shot out a powerful sword intent. It was obviously several times stronger than Venerable Golden Saber. At the same time, Venerable Golden Saber climbed up from the ground. His face had recovered. But his injuries were not light. His combat strength had also decreased. Fortunately, this guy was from the Undead clan, so he actually swallowed a few bat guards around him. He recovered his divine essence and stamina. Then, he released his saber soul. His strength increased greatly. Blood Bat King did not do that. Even if he did not release his martial soul, he was still stronger than Venerable Golden Saber and Venerable Golden Saber. Attacked together. The 3 of them rushed forward at the same time. They attacked Ling Xiao from 3 different directions. Golden Saber and Golden Saber naturally used saber and sword. But Blood Bat King's weapon was the sharp finger glove on his finger. It looked very small, but it was an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. "You really think highly of me. 1 Blood Bat King is enough for me to deal with. You actually want 3 of you to attack together? But then again, if the 3 of you are alone, you might be able to defeat me. But now, I am not afraid of you." The 3 of them joined forces. After all, they were only joining forces. The power of 3 people could not completely condense into 1 person. So there was no qualitative change. Ling Xiao could defeat them one by one. Dragon God Frost Diagram. At the critical moment, the air was suddenly filled with cold air. The movements of the 3 suddenly stiffened. Even though it was only for a moment, Ling Xiao had grasped it. The first one he chose to attack was the weakest Venerable Golden Saber. Kill one first. He did not want to face these 3 at the same time. Because he really could not win. Unless he used fusion. Void-shattering finger, shatter the void. Ling Xiao did not move and used void-shattering finger from a distance. The poor venerable golden saber had just recovered his movement when he found that he was bound by a terrifying spatial power. His body was shattered into pieces like glass. His consciousness instantly blurred and disappeared. Even when he died, he did not understand how he died and why he died. Because Ling Xiao attacked from a distance, even if Bloodbat King and Venerable Golden Sword wanted to stop him, it was already too late. Facing the attacks of the two, Ling Xiao released 3 layers of immemorial Blood Jade Talisman to form a defense. It blocked Bloodbat King's attack. At the same time, he stabbed his sword at Venerable Golden Sword, wanting to use this opportunity to kill him. Mobile version update website, don't even think about it. The Bloodbat King watched as Venerable Golden Saber was killed. Ling Xiao charged at Venerable Golden Sword once again, and he was immediately enraged. He actually broke through the primordial Blood Jade Talisman's defense, and a huge bat shadow appeared behind him. The Bat King, who was unwilling to fight with his full strength at first, finally released his martial soul. His fighting strength soared. What a pity! Ling Xiao didn't dare to ignore the Bloodbat King's attack. His sword suddenly stopped, and his figure flashed, turning into a golden light and disappearing from the two's encirclement. Ghost Bat. The Bloodbat King's movement technique wasn't inferior to Ling Xiao's at all. The moment Ling Xiao escaped, he turned into a bat shadow and chased after him. Wind Cloud Lightning Sword. At this moment, Venerable Golden Sword, who had recovered, suddenly attacked, releasing a dazzling sword light from afar. The sword light contained the rumbling of thunder, causing the entire cave to shake. God-defying Taotai. At the critical moment, Ling Xiao released the God-defying sword in his hand, which turned into a ferocious Taotai to block the Bloodbat King. He then used the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow to dodge Venerable Golden Sword's attack, and instantly appeared in front of him. He might be a little wary of the Bloodbat King, but Venerable Golden Sword wasn't in his eyes at all. Venerable Golden Sword was shocked when he saw Ling Xiao's attack. He hurriedly stabbed the sword in his hand into the ground. Then, a golden light intertwined in front of him formed a defense. Child's play. Ling Xiao sneered, and the Crimson Blood Demonic Sword appeared in his hand. He easily tore through Venerable Golden Sword's defense like a piece of cloth. Then, the Crimson Blood Demonic Sword pierced Venerable Golden Sword's throat. Of course, this wasn't what he wanted. Ling Xiao wanted to stab Venerable Golden Sword's head, but Venerable Golden Sword was no fool. At the critical moment, his neck suddenly elongated, causing Ling Xiao's plan to fail. The Bloodbat King wanted to get rid of the God-defying Taotai and help Reverend Golden Sword. Although the God-defying Taotai was weaker than him, it was not so easy to break through. Without more than 10 moves, the battle would definitely not end. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill Venerable Golden Sword, it would not take more than 10 moves. It was this small gap that decided the fate of Venerable Golden Sword. Ling Xiao hadn't managed to kill Venerable Golden Sword with a single strike, but the Demon Ox fist in his left hand had already been unleashed. This time, Venerable Golden Sword's entire body exploded, leaving only his head intact. However, how could Ling Xiao let go of such an excellent opportunity? The Crimson Blood Demon Sword in his right hand had already formed a new move, Hell's Shadow Strike. In that instant, Ling Xiao's entire being turned into nothingness. Venerable Golden Sword couldn't tell where the attack came from. It was as if he was surrounded by killing intent. Ling Xiao seemed to come from all directions. That kind of feeling made him shudder. The invisible Hell Strike finally pierced through Venerable Golden Sword's head, and his soul realm was injured by the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. After letting out a hysterical scream, Venerable Golden Sword finally died with an unwilling expression. At that moment, the God-defying Taotai had yet to be defeated by the Bloodbat King. Come back. Ling Xiao didn't want the God-defying Taotai to be too severely injured, because that would cause the God-defying sword to be unusable for a long time. He summoned the God-defying Taotai back and turned it back into the God-defying sword. He looked coldly at the Bloodbat King. The Bloodbat King was extremely shocked. In such a short time, Ling Xiao had killed Venerable Golden Saber and Venerable Golden Sword consecutively. Wasn't this strength a little too overbearing? One had to know that both Venerable Golden Sword and Venerable Golden Saber were martial artists who had consumed the heart of a powerhouse. Their cultivation had reached the early stage of the 7th level of the divine body realm. Although this cultivation was a little weak, their combat strength should be at the peak of the 6th level of the divine body realm. In the end, they were killed just like that, with almost no ability to resist. No wonder Lotus Flower wanted this kid to die. I finally understand now. He's only at the peak of the 3rd level of the divine body realm, and he's already so powerful. If he were to break through again, how terrifying would he be? I'm afraid Lotus Flower would have a headache. The Blood Bat King no longer dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. It could be said that he had completely stopped underestimating him. Kid, you must die today. The Blood Bat King also realized how much trouble this kid in front of him would bring if he continued to live. Therefore, he must not stay. Ling Xiao glanced at the other battlefield. At that moment, Yu Fenghua, Skywalker, and Lord of Fire were fighting fiercely. Skywalker and Lord of Fire were injured, but they probably wouldn't be defeated for a while. After all, their strength was ranked in the top 2 among the 5 people. It wasn't easy for Yu Fenghua to gain the upper hand, so the possibility of her winning in a short time wasn't high. However, it was certain that she could win this battle. When Yu Fenghua completely grasped the power of the 7th level of the divine body realm, it would be the time of death for those 2 fellows. Yu Fenghua had broken through with the help of Ling Xiao's expert advancement pill, but she hadn't fought after that, so she definitely wasn't familiar with this new power. Otherwise, Lord of Fire and Skywalker wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves against her. You still have time to care about others? Go to hell. The Blood Bat King was furious at Ling Xiao's disregard. He suddenly waved his sharp claws and charged toward Ling Xiao. Demonic Bull Fist. Facing the powerful Blood Bat King, Ling Xiao didn't have any intention of retreating. He knew very well why he was here today. He wanted to use these fellows to advance his cultivation. Fighting force with force was the fastest way to advance. Boom, the sharp claws clashed with the hand of eternal life, and the underground cave shook violently again. A large amount of soil fell from the cave walls. Some places even collapsed. Without any technique, Ling Xiao was obviously inferior to his opponent in a clash of pure strength. With this clash, the Blood Bat King only took 1 step back. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, took more than 10 steps back. However, Ling Xiao relied on his strong defense and wasn't injured, but the Blood Bat King's claws were trembling slightly. Ling Xiao's strength was indeed inferior to his opponent, but his hand of eternal life was an emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns. His opponent's finger glove was only an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. Therefore, the Blood Bat King was at a disadvantage. He, kid, you dare to be so impudent with this little strength, even if those trash are killed, you still have to die. This clash gave the Blood Bat King a great deal of confidence. Ling Xiao's expression was as calm as ever, and he laughed softly. Your sworn brother, the Ice Corpse King, thought the same at the beginning, but he was the one who died in the end, not me. You're not allowed to mention my sworn brother. You must have used some despicable method to kill him. I will avenge him. The Blood Bat King's fury soared to the heavens. Suddenly, a blood-red aura appeared on the 2 claws, completely enveloping them. That aura was like a murderous demon king that had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was exceptionally terrifying. In terms of killing intent, you're inferior to me. The Crimson Blood Demon sword in Ling Xiao's right hand suddenly released an even more terrifying killing intent. The underground cave seemed to have turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. That killing intent made even the Blood Bat King tremble. Fuping Chinese, what a joke. This killing intent belonged to the once most powerful massacre emperor of the Eternal Life Divine Nation. How could a mere Blood Bat King compare to him? Damn it, die. The Blood Bat King couldn't withstand the terrifying killing intent, so he was forced to attack first. He leaped into the air. His sharp blood claws grabbed at Ling Xiao's head. It was like a demon from hell demanding a life. Ling Xiao brandished the Crimson Blood Demon sword and blocked the Blood Bat King's attack. At the same time, he used the God-defying sword and used the God-defying technique's 6-word style. 6 sword lights shot out at the same time, attacking the Blood Bat King's vitals. Ghost Bat. The Blood Bat King could feel how terrifying Ling Xiao's sword chi was. At that moment, he had no choice but to give up on attacking and dodge with his movement technique. But because he was too close, he couldn't dodge all of the sword chi. One of his ears was cut off by one of the sword chi, almost injuring his head. "Bastard, how dare you injure me, sound wave attack." The Blood Bat King was furious. He suddenly opened his mouth and deliberately shot out a sound wave at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was caught off guard. He could only avoid his vitals, but he was still hit. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. But it didn't cause too much damage. Seeing the Blood Bat King attack again, Ling Xiao put away the Crimson Blood Demon sword and pointed with his finger. He released the fastest, transcending the void. The finger penetrated the Blood Bat King's head and brushed past his soul realm. The Blood Bat King was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. Sinister Wind Claw. Although the Blood Bat King was frightened, he was still a veteran. He knew that he couldn't panic, and he couldn't retreat. He grabbed with his right hand. The air was filled with a sinister wind. The giant black claw attacked Ling Xiao, not giving Ling Xiao a chance to pursue. In the blink of an eye, the huge black claw was already in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not dodge. Instead, he switched the Void God sword from his left hand to his right and changed his Beast God body. From the Divine Ox body to the Divine Unity body. He threw out a punch with his left hand. The flames wrapped in extreme yang energy smashed towards the Yin Wind Claw. Yin energy was most afraid of fire. Ling Xiao had made this choice in order to take advantage of its restraining effect. Bang, the Yin Wind Claw immediately exploded. However, the Blood Bat King also took advantage of this opportunity to regain his momentum. He brandished his arms a few more times, launching a frenzied barrage of attacks. The sky was filled with claw shadows, not giving Ling Xiao a chance to escape. The densely packed bat guards were struck by the claw shadows and were all smashed into pieces. Ling Xiao directly released the invincible Ape God Array. At the same time, he used the primordial blood jade talisman to protect himself. It blocked all the claw shadows that filled the sky. In terms of defensive techniques, he definitely wouldn't lose to anyone. This brat is too troublesome, it's really not easy to kill him. However, I have to deal with him now. He's already so troublesome now. I'm afraid he'll be even more troublesome in the future. I definitely can't let him live. After a series of exchanges, the Blood Bat King actually had a certain advantage. However, he almost lost his life. This made him even more horrified. If he let Ling Xiao leave alive this time, he probably wouldn't be a match for Ling Xiao the next time they met. Moreover, he was the Blood Bat King. He was already extremely powerful before he devoured the heart of a powerhouse. Now that he had devoured the heart of a powerhouse, he actually had to be badly battered by a brat with third-level Divine Body Realm cultivation. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. Soul Shriek. Suddenly, the Blood Bat King opened his mouth again and activated his divine origin. A strange cry burst out from his throat. The terrifying sound waves were many times stronger than before. Moreover, it was a large area. For a moment, with the Blood Bat King as the center, the sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling could be heard within a 100-meter radius. Countless bat guards immediately exploded. Ling Xiao hurriedly activated his divine origin to protect himself. However, this soul shriek was even more terrifying than he imagined. Poof, he still spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned pale. However, this was also thanks to this soul shriek that the energy in his cultivation increased again. It had already reached 80%. Cosmic Light Divine Fist, time stop. God-defying technique, 7-word style. Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't allow the Blood Bat King to continue using the soul shriek. If this thing continued, even his soul would be damaged. Therefore, he had to counterattack. The moment time stopped, Ling Xiao's God-defying technique suddenly erupted and used the 7-word style that he had never used before. This was something he had only comprehended in the previous battle. Currently, the 7-word style was only at the entry level. However, its power was already much stronger than the 6-word style. The sword chi was like a rainbow, turning into 7 streaks. They attacked the Blood Bat King like lightning. The Blood Bat King hurriedly stopped the soul shriek and desperately waved his claws in an attempt to block all the sword chi. The biggest weakness of his soul shriek was that it was ineffective against inanimate attacks. Therefore, there was no way to block the attack. It was only effective against living things, such as humans. Even though the Blood Bat King had already tried very hard, he blocked 6 streaks of sword chi. However, half of his body was still cut off by the 7th streak of sword chi. If he wanted to recover, he would probably use up a lot of divine origin. He was probably going to lose this battle. Impossible. This is impossible. How can this brat still attack while I'm using the soul shriek? Even a martial artist at the 6th level of the divine body realm can't do that. Damn it, what's going on? Although the Blood Bat King could see that Xianxia was injured, the problem was that his injuries were more serious. Moreover, the Blood Bat King suddenly realized something. His divine origin and stamina seemed to be continuously absorbed by something, and almost a quarter of them had been consumed. This greatly weakened his strength. Did you notice it? Xianxia chuckled and said, "From the beginning, I've already set up a martial soul array. Your combat power will only continue to decrease." What Xianxia was talking about was naturally the effect of the bloodthirsty rat plague. Even though the absorption seemed light, it was enough to be fatal as time went by. At that moment, the Blood Bat King's face was extremely gloomy. Originally, his combat power was obviously at an advantage. However, he couldn't take down Xianxia even with that. Now, he was actually weakened by his opponent and even injured. The situation that he was going to face next was really terrible. He turned his head to look at the other side of the battlefield. He realized that the Blazing Fire King was already dead. The Heavenly Traveler was also pressured to the point that he couldn't breathe. He would probably die after a few more moves. The Blood Bat King's face was extremely gloomy. Retreat. At that moment, he had already realized the danger. It was impossible for him to win today. He had to escape as soon as possible. That was the only way to avoid death. Retreat? Do you think you can retreat? Xianxia sneered and released his martial soul barrier. He trapped the Blood Bat King within. Once the Blood Bat King was released, it would definitely be troublesome. The only way was to kill him here and now. Damn it, kid, don't go overboard. Blood escape. The Blood Bat King suddenly turned into a bloody mist and escaped from the martial soul barrier. The Heavenly Traveler also wanted to escape. The enraged Xianxia pierced his head with his sword, directly ending his life. Should we give chase? Yufanghua asked. Forget it. Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head. He was still injured just now, and his injuries were not light. That indifferent look was just an act for the Blood Bat King to see. Wanting to kill the Blood Bat King in the end was also Madman's usual way of doing things. Even if he had to risk his life, he would still kill his opponent. However, he did not manage to do so. Now, it was impossible to give chase, because there were still a large number of bat guards blocking them. Plus, he was already injured, so it would be very dangerous. Who knew if the other party had reinforcements? Smelly brat, just you wait, the next time we meet, I will make you beg for death. An angry roar came from afar. Xianxia just smiled coldly. If you don't come looking for me, it will save me a lot of trouble. It's a good opportunity to kill you. He was not in a hurry to leave. After swallowing a healing pill, he began to heal his injuries. While healing, he digested the things he comprehended in the battle. Yufanghua took the opportunity to clean up the rest of the bat guards. This was the result of the Blood Bat King's painstaking efforts for a long time. Now that it was all wasted, that guy would probably vomit blood. Cultivation C energy, 90%. Half an hour later, Xianxia opened his eyes. His Cultivation C energy had increased greatly in this battle, and he was getting closer and closer to breaking through. What do we do now? Do we go back and look for Xingyu? Yufanghua asked. No hurry, find a remote place and heal Lang Qingqing first. I want to ask her some questions. Xianxia shook his head and said, I suspect that the upper echelons of the sacred city of heaven have colluded with the undead race. For safety's sake, don't bring Lang Qingqing back to the sacred city of heaven for the time being, lest she encounters trouble again. I agree. The two of them left the cave. Ling Xiao used his Tai Chi eye and soul power to search for a place over 100 li away, where there was a hidden town. Because it was very far from the holy city of heaven, and it was also very remote, so generally, no one would go there. After arriving at the small town, they found a farmer's family to stay in. Ling Xiao then took Lang Qingqing out of the Dongxing Emperor ring to treat her injuries. Ling Xiao. I didn't expect you to save me again. Lang Qingqing's pale face regained some color. It seemed that this period of time had not been easy for her. Let's not talk about this. Have you seen Byakuya? Ling Xiao asked. Lang Qingqing nodded and said, yes. Heaven's Holy Master made use of Supreme Emperor White Knight's trust. He was trapped within the Radiant Inquisition. The Radiant Inquisition, although it was called the Inquisition, was actually an extremely mysterious and dangerous place. It was a small independent space. If someone who doesn't understand array formations goes in, it will be very difficult to come out. Bastard. The Heavenly Hall Saint Leader is courting death. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a terrifying killing intent. The reason why he didn't make a move in the holy city of heaven was because he didn't know what was going on. He was afraid of causing unnecessary disputes. But now that he knew the truth, it was much easier. In order to save Byakuya, he was even willing to destroy the entire holy city of heaven. Oh right, I told this to Prince Jean before. I don't know why he would appear here. He probably also entered the Radiant Inquisition. Lang Qingqing continued, don't act rashly. Once you enter that place, it will be very difficult to come out. Rumor has it that there are extremely powerful beasts inside, and there are traps and array formations everywhere. Once you are locked in, not only will you never be able to come out, but you will also have to suffer all kinds of painful torture. It will be a fate worse than death. Little Jean knew this and still went to save him. Although he was a little rash, he is a man. He is my good brother. If the two of them are trapped, it might not be a bad thing. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. If the three of us join forces, who can stop us? Ling Xiao didn't panic. Instead, he was a little relieved. You are really optimistic. But I still have to say that in the history of the Radiant Inquisition, only one prisoner has ever escaped. He was called the Time King. When the Time King escaped, his cultivation had already reached the early stage of the 7th level Divine Body realm. Apart from him, no one else has ever escaped from there. I don't know your exact strength, so you can measure it yourself. If you think your strength can reach his level, then go ahead and give it a try. Lang Qingqing said. The early stage of the 7th level Divine Body realm is enough? Ling Xiao revealed a look of joy. Unexpectedly, Lang Qingqing shook her head and said, wrong. He is not the only 7th level Divine Body realm martial artist imprisoned in the Radiant Inquisition. There are more than 10 of them, and they are all old monsters who have cultivated for hundreds of years. However, he is the only one who managed to escape. Is there anything special about this guy? Ling Xiao asked. I'm not sure about that. It is rumored that the Time King is very strong indeed. Even the Heaven Saint Master is wary of him and is still searching for his whereabouts. Lang Qingqing replied. Since he is so strong, how did he get caught? Ling Xiao was even more curious. It is said that the Light God took action personally. Lang Qingqing replied. The Light God? I understand now. Ling Xiao nodded and looked at Lang Qingqing. One more question. Why were you kidnapped? I saw the Blood Bat King with the Pisces Gold Saint martial artist. That's why I was kidnapped. Lang Qingqing revealed another important piece of news. I see. I understand now. How about this, you stay in this town and cultivate well. After I settle the matters in the Heaven Saint City, you can go back and meet up with Xingyu. Ling Xiao had already asked what he needed to ask. It seemed like his judgment was right. After rescuing Lang Qingqing, he would know the answers to many of his questions. Yes, I will. Lang Qingqing also understood that she could not help much with her current strength. She would only be a burden if she followed, so she was very willing to accept Ling Zhao's arrangement. This is a powerhouse advancement pill. Take it and use it. As for how far you can advance, it will depend on your own luck. Feng Hua, let's go, let's settle the score with the Heaven's Saint Master. Ling Xiao stood up. With a goal, things would be much easier. Yu Fenghua nodded and left the town with Ling Xiao. When they arrived at the Heaven's Saint City, they did not look for Xingyu, as they did not want to cause trouble for him. Instead, they went straight to the Radiant Temple, intending to settle the score with the Heaven's Saint Lord. However, it was not so easy to meet the Heaven's Saint Lord. They were quickly stopped by 12 gold saints. Maybe the news of the Blood Bat King being defeated had reached here. Or maybe the news of Lang Qingqing being rescued had reached here. In any case, the 12 gold saints were coincidentally gathered together. They blocked Ling Xiao's path. Ling Xiao, this is the Radiant Temple. What are you trying to do by coming here so aggressively? The Pisces gold saint martial artist barked. Fuping Chinese Ling Xiao sneered, don't you know why I'm here? Get Heaven's Holy Master out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Who gave you the guts to imprison my Gold Sky Region's Supreme Emperor White Knight? If you want to fight with Gold Sky Region, I'll accompany you to the end. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the 12 of them frowned. Although they had received the news beforehand, but to be asked directly by Ling Xiao, they were still surprised. Hee, Gold Emperor Senior, who did you hear this from? You're obviously trying to sow discord between us. Don't be so gullible. Leo Constellation's Gold Saint laughed. So discord? Since Leo Constellation said so, then let's invite Heaven's Holy Master to explain. If she has a clear conscience, explaining a few words shouldn't be a problem, right? Ling Xiao mocked. You're getting more and more impudent. Do you really think this is a place where you can behave atrociously? If you leave now, things won't be too bad. If you insist on messing around here, don't blame us for being impolite. Pisces Constellation's Gold Saint raged. Impolite? How can you be impolite? Kill me? Do you have that ability? Ling Xiao said in disdain. Now, even without using fused body, he was not afraid of the 12 Gold Saint martial artists. Gold Emperor Senior, what do you want for us to let this go? Aries Constellation's Gold Saint frowned. If possible, I hope we don't fight. I don't want to fight either, forget it, I'll give you face. Since Heaven's Holy Master isn't willing to see me, then bring me to the Honorable Martial Court. Ling Xiao said with a smile. It seems like Huang Jindizun has really rescued Lang Qingqing. But do you really believe what she says? Pisces Constellation's Gold Saint sneered. I believe her, far more than a despicable person like you. I heard you had a private meeting with the Blood Bat King. Are you planning to use the heart of a strong warrior? I remember when you left Eternal Life Palace, all of you brought a heart of a strong warrior, right? Ling Xiao mocked, since you've done it, don't be afraid to admit it, that's the act of a coward. Are Heaven's sacred grounds all cowards? Bullshit. White Knight, that fellow insisted on pulling us to join him, no matter how we persuaded him. He deserves to be trapped in the martial court. That's right, that Gold Emperor Senior, that idiot, he actually barged into the martial court and gave us a fright. Now, he was trapped inside and unable to come out. So what if you know? Do you really think that the martial artists of the Heaven Holy Land are afraid of you? The Capricorn Constellation Gold Saint martial artist who was enraged suddenly laughed maniacally. You admit it. The expression on Ling Xiao's face instantly turned cold. God, Goddess, firstly, if you are defeated by me, you may be crippled or even die. God warrior Gods martial God. So there's no need to worry. God. Capricorn sneered, I'm giving you face by calling you a gold sovereign. At the gathering of heroes, you did show your strength. But do you think we didn't study it? Firstly, when we were in Eternal Life Palace, our strength would drop by a whole realm. So, we were no match for you, and we didn't even dare to make a move. But here, all 12 of us are peak 6th level divine physique echelon experts. We are all Eternal Emperors. Secondly, when you fought the Eternal Emperors, you used the external incarnation fusion technique. But you can't use it here. The Temple of Light has a special divine power that can restrain the external incarnation fusion technique. What do you have to fight us? What a surprise. You guys actually put in so much effort to study me. Haha, it's my honor. Ling Xiao laughed. But, do you think you can compete with the Eternal Emperors just because you've reached the peak 6th level divine physique echelon? That guy is a lunatic, but he's the one with the most terrifying talent I've ever seen. Other than my disciple and I with the same cultivation, it shouldn't be a problem for him to fight all 12 of you. As for the external incarnation fusion technique, is there a need for external incarnation fusion technique to deal with trash like you? Don't you think too highly of yourselves? Arrogant, too arrogant. This guy doesn't take us seriously at all. Capricorn almost jumped out of his seat. Emperor Yellow Gold, you better think about it. Do you really want to be enemies with the 12 of us? That's not a wise decision. Leo Constellation frowned. I don't want to fight either, so you guys better get out of the way and let me enter the Temple of Light. Otherwise, even if I have to destroy the Temple of Light and make all of you lose face, I won't hesitate. Don't doubt my determination. Bai Yi and Xiao Jin, one is my mentor, and the other is my life and death brother. For them, I won't be merciful at all. But all of you, get this straight. Do you really want to stop me from entering the Temple of Light? Ling Xiao said coldly. Sorry, the Holy Lord has ordered that anyone can enter the Temple of Light except you. Pisces Constellation shook his head. At the start, Pisces Constellation did not understand the order. Because to let Ling Xiao enter and imprison Ling Xiao there forever was to their advantage. But after that, he thought it through. Ling Xiao had two characteristics. He definitely could not enter the Temple of Light. Firstly, he was an expert in arrays. Secondly, he seemed to have comprehended some time laws. These 2 points could increase the chances of escaping from the Temple of Light by 30%. The Time Emperor who had escaped before also possessed these two characteristics. Although he was much stronger than Ling Xiao. But the Holy Lord of Heaven's thoughts were understandable. Since we can't talk, then we can only fight. I'll fight until you let me in. If I accidentally kill anyone, don't blame me. You can only blame yourselves for seeking death. Ling Xiao immediately entered the Divine Ox body state. At the same time, he activated the Child God's Blood Demon Array and activated the 2nd level of the Bloody Devil Rats. He activated the Tyrant Heaven Possession. If he wanted to defeat these 12 powerful enemies without relying on the fused body, he would have to become even stronger. Other than the abilities of the body fusion, he had to use everything. The 12 people looked at each other and revealed furious expressions. Let's do it. This kid seems to be going all out. At the same time, they released their martial spirits. Berserk Chi soared into the sky. A total of 13 Chi clashed together in the sky, forming a huge shockwave. All the martial artists inside and outside the holy city of heaven looked over in shock. What a guy. Who is he? He actually dares to fight against 12 gold saints. Does he not want his life anymore? This Chi seems familiar. Oh right, isn't this the guy who called himself Gold Sovereign? I think he's called Ling Xiao. He even killed the Golden Spear Knight outside the city. F***ck, that guy is really valiant, only his courage is admirable, but I'm afraid there's something wrong with his brain. Anyone can tell that this is an unwinnable battle, right? That's right, I think the battle will end in a few seconds. The people of Heaven's sacred grounds had always been proud. They felt that they were heavenly men, sons of light, and were nobler than the mortals below. Now, a little guy from below actually wanted to challenge the Gold Saint martial artist that they thought was undefeatable. It was simply crazy. It was definitely impossible to win. Only this point, they were very sure of. And they did not wish for Ling Xiao to win. If Ling Xiao won, their beliefs would be in danger of collapsing. At this moment, Ling Xiao had the reverse god sword in his hand, and a heaven-defying berserk sword intent swept across the heaven and earth. The aura of supremacy caused the 12 martial artists to feel pressured. The martial artists near the Temple of Light were all frightened by the sword intent and turned to run. Because of the sword intent, a terrifying illusion appeared in their minds, and they felt that their bodies were being torn apart by the sword chi. They could even feel the pain clearly. If they did not run, they would stay there and be tortured. The sword intent of a gold emperor is actually so strong, it is truly terrifying. No, he is definitely not a match for the 12 gold saint martial artists. Even though they could feel Ling Xiao's strength, but to the martial artists of Heaven's sacred grounds, they could not be shaken. Of course, there were also some who were watching from afar with the mentality of watching a show. Although they could not see the situation inside the temple, they could feel the situation from the aura. Kill. Inside the temple, the 12 gold saint martial artists, other than Aries constellation and Leo constellation, all attacked at the same time. Since Xianxia wanted to provoke them, they would naturally not be merciful. Maybe only Aries constellation and Leo constellation felt that it was inappropriate. Of course, there was another important reason why they did not attack, and that was because they felt that 10 of them against 1 was enough. There was no need for them to attack. They're fighting. The people outside felt the aura of both sides suddenly become ferocious, and immediately became nervous and excited. From their point of view, Xianxia was a traitor. But in Xiao's view, it was just taking care of 12 disobedient martial artists. Xiao, you'd better surrender. Otherwise, once we start fighting, you won't have the chance to regret it. Pisces constellation said coldly as he rushed over. That's right, we're not like those trash supreme kings below. It's impossible for you to take advantage of us. Capricorn constellation also roared. Each of the 12 gold saints had a powerful emperor armament with 9 dragon patterns. This was the faction Xiao had seen so far. Apart from the undead race, this was the faction with the most emperor armaments with 9 dragon patterns. No wonder the Heaven Holy Lands looked down on the other powers. From this point alone, it seemed like there was a reason behind it. Xiao's understanding of the 12 gold saints was close to zero. Therefore, at the beginning of the battle, he tried his best to be cautious, but did not dare to be careless. Otherwise, once a mistake was made, there would be no more chances left. Because the other party wouldn't give him any chance. The martial souls of the 12 gold saints were very unique. Their martial souls were the 12 constellations. To be able to release the power of the divine beasts of the constellations, they were much stronger than ordinary beast spirits. The 10 gold saints attacked at the same time. Every one of their attacks had their own characteristics. It was just that their coordination was lacking, and it was obvious that they had never fought together before. The first to attack was the Taurus constellation. The Taurus constellation gold saints had the strongest power, and were considered experts in close combat. After the tyrannical fists were released, it was as though there were 10,000 Taurus charging towards Xiao. It was a shocking scene. The entire divine grimoire suddenly shook. If not for the protection of the array, it would have collapsed. The Honorable Martial Palace naturally had its reasons for being able to stand tall. It was definitely not that easy to destroy. Under the cover of the Taurus constellation, the other gold saints also started to attack. The 10 golden armored martial artists surrounded Xiao. The current Xiao was like a helpless and lonely person. Gemini constellation's attacks followed closely. The match between Gemini constellation and Xiao was a person who was proficient in soul techniques. And they were experts in illusion techniques. Illusion fist. Gemini constellation's attacks formed a spiritual region that could cause martial artists to lose their rationality. They were even controlled by Gemini constellation. They would become puppets. They might be the strongest out of the 12 gold saints, but they might also be the weakest. Because it depended on whether the enemy's spirit power was strong enough. The third to attack was the Cancer constellation. They seemed to be experts in using poison. The black poison mist enveloped Xiao, and wanted to corrode Xiao. After that, a few of them attacked at the same time. Virgo constellation's imprisonment chains could imprison a martial artist completely, and they were completely unable to resist. Libra constellation's hammer of justice directly summoned a gigantic hammer from the void, and smashed towards Xiao's head. If that thing truly smashed down, Xiao would probably lose half of his life. Scorpio constellation's scarlet poison needle, although they both used poison like Cancer constellation, but their characteristics were completely different. Cancer constellation's poison was corrosive. Scorpio constellation's poison was numbing and painful, and could cause the opponent to beg for death. Sagittarius constellation's arrow of punishment, a gigantic golden arrow pierced through the air, and anyone could see the terrifying might of the arrow. Capricorn constellation was the same as Xiao, a swordsman, but he used two-handed swords. Like Taurus constellation, he approached Xiao, his gigantic sword released a resplendent sword chi, and slashed towards Ling Xiao, not showing any mercy. He seemed to be the one who wanted to kill Ling Xiao the most. Aquarius constellation's Arctic storm used the cold energy to attempt to freeze Ling Xiao. If the previous imprisonment techniques were not effective, his Arctic storm would be the key. And under the extremely low temperature, ordinary martial artists would not be able to unleash their powerful fighting strength. Pisces constellation's Golden Fish School had a technique that could congeal a large number of golden piranhas and swallow the opponent alive. He was also the cruelest out of the 12 gold saints. Currently, the possibility of him colluding with the undead clan was the highest. 10 people, 10 different attacks, all aimed towards Ling Xiao. Because they were very clear, if it was one-on-one, none of them were Ling Xiao's opponent. So the only way was to work together. Even if Leo constellation and Aries constellation did not make a move, but with the other 10 people working together, they could still completely defeat Ling Xiao. As long as they defeated Ling Xiao, they could display the strength of heaven's sacred grounds. After all, Ling Xiao had relied on his own strength to destroy Eternal Life Palace. Their heaven's sacred grounds had always been ranked behind Eternal Life Palace, and they were extremely unconvinced. Because they always felt that their strength was much stronger than Eternal Life Palace, but the mortals below could not understand. Today, if they defeated Ling Xiao, it would prove that they were much stronger than Eternal Life Palace. Of course, no one knew how many of the 12 gold saints wanted to kill Ling Xiao. After all, everyone's thoughts were completely different. As expected of the gold saints, I can't feel Ling Xiao's aura anymore. Is he dead? Ling Xiao's weak aura was covered by the terrifying attacks of the 10 gold saints. People could not even feel his aura. So they naturally thought that Ling Xiao was done for. What else could it be? But what they did not know was that Ling Xiao, who was in the Honorable Martial Palace, was filled with excitement and battle intent. The attacks of the 10 gold saints were extremely powerful. Even he would not dare to receive all of them at the same time. However, it was also because of this that the energy in his cultivation sea began to increase again. This gave him hope of a breakthrough. His sea of cultivation energy had already risen to 90%. He was not far away from the next breakthrough. This battle could be considered a timely rain in the rain. These guys, they are not cooperating at all. This was perhaps the only thing that Ling Xiao felt gratified about. These 10 guys were usually extremely powerful existences. They never had the experience of fighting together. It was their first time working together, so they were not familiar with each other. This gave Ling Xiao a chance to counterattack. Let's start with you. Black Lotus Treasure Light. In between Ling Xiao's eyebrows, a black lotus appeared. A demon Buddha appeared. The terrifying light aura not only shattered Gemini constellation's illusion technique, but also injured Gemini constellation's spirit. Gemini constellation hugged his head and held in pain. He instantly lost his ability to fight. So to say, facing Ling Xiao, he was probably the weakest out of the 10. Ling Xiao naturally wanted to start with him. Spirit attacks were the fastest. This time, defeating Gemini constellation did not take much time. The attacks of the other martial artists had yet to arrive. Ling Xiao condensed an endless amount of demon bull fists and attacked Taurus constellation. Taurus constellation was the closest to him. He was also the first to attack. There was a time difference between him and the other attacks. Other than Gemini constellation's illusion technique attack, no one was faster than him. This was a contest of strength. It was a contest between 2 bulls. The final victory naturally belonged to Ling Xiao. This was because no one here was a match for him in a one-on-one battle. The berserk fist energies clashed, causing the Taurus constellation to fly out and fall to the ground. All the bones in his body were almost completely shattered. Ling Xiao did not even need to defend against Cancer constellation's attacks. Trying to corrode him with the poisonous fog, this was simply hilarious. When the 9-headed demon king snake appeared, it completely absorbed the poison mist, and at the same time released a scarlet poison, causing Cancer constellation to suffer. These were the first 3 people to attack, and they were all defeated by Ling Xiao one after another. The next 7 people attacked almost at the same time. Ling Xiao couldn't deal with them one by one, so he chose to dodge. He activated the sun god's blood fiend formation from the very beginning. Therefore, the golden light technique could be used at will. As a result, the attacks of the 7 people behind him all missed. The scene looked extremely shocking, but in reality, it didn't have much effect. Something's wrong. Ling Xiao suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He subconsciously used the golden light technique again. In that moment, he saw Sagittarius constellation's arrow of punishment chasing after him. This thing can actually lock onto its target? It won't stop until it's dead? Ling Xiao frowned. He had to get rid of Sagittarius constellation first, if not, he would be on tenterhooks for the rest of the battle. Thinking about that, Ling Xiao suddenly condensed all the power of the bloodthirsty rat plague, and exploded in an instant. Everyone saw a gigantic blood-red rat appear beside Sagittarius constellation. And then it exploded. It exploded Sagittarius constellation into a mess, although they did not die, but they had completely lost their ability to fight. The arrow of punishment lost its master's control, and fell to the ground. 4. Ling Xiao stopped, and stood there mockingly looking at the remaining 6 gold saints. In the blink of an eye, out of the 12 gold saints, 4 had been defeated. Ling Xiao gave them face. The 4 of them did not die, but just lost their ability to fight. To fight again, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. His battle couldn't have lasted that long. Stop. You're definitely no match for me. You'd better get out of the way. Let me enter the honorable martial court. Otherwise, if the 12 gold saints are injured and lose their ability to fight, your Heaven Saint City will be in danger. I am not willing to do that. At this point, Ling Xiao was still very calm. Although he was angry at the other party for imprisoning Bai Yi and Xiao Jin. But after all, they had a common enemy, and he did not want the undead race to take advantage of the situation. But with his rationality, he was unable to let the other party understand. Bullshit, you injured our people, and you want to stop? Not a chance. Capricorn constellation roared. You idiot. Ling Xiao was speechless at Capricorn constellation. Was his brain filled with shit? Don't think that just because you have a little advantage, we will be afraid. The martial artists of my Heaven Saint lands will only die standing, and not kneel to live. Pisces constellation also said in a strange tone. Damn, is there a need to be like that? I have already shown mercy, can't you see it? Ling Xiao's face became extremely cold. To rely on these idiots. To protect the Heaven Saint City, there was no hope. He did not know if they were doing it on purpose or were really stupid. They could not even understand the situation. Aries, Leo, the 2 of you are not coming over to help. Are you thinking of betraying the Heaven Saint lands? Betraying the honorable martial god? Scorpio constellation looked at the 2 people who were not participating in the battle and roared. Calm down, I don't think the Gold Sovereign is an enemy. We are fighting here. Who knows if the undead race is laughing behind our backs? Aries constellation sighed and said. That's right, our common enemy should be Lotus Flower, and not Ling Xiao. Let's go and see the Saint Lord again, maybe the Saint Lord has new orders. Leo constellation said. Pisces constellation suddenly took out a badge and said, take a look at what this is. Saint Lord badge. That's right, the Saint Lord has ordered, before she comes out of seclusion, you must listen to my orders. Now, on behalf of the Saint Lord, I order you to join the battle, otherwise, it will be considered a betrayal. Pisces constellation roared. Aries constellation and Leo constellation laughed bitterly. Since the other party had brought out the Saint Lord badge, they had no choice but to obey. Apologies, Gold Sovereign, we have to obey the Saint Lord's orders. Aries constellation sighed and said. Have any of you seen the Heaven Saint Lord in seclusion? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Pisces constellation has seen it. Is he alone? Yes. Ling Xiao sneered, then you must be careful. If someone harmed the Heaven Saint Lord, stole the Saint Lord badge, and held the Son of Heaven as a hostage, you will be so stupid that you will be used. Do you really want to continue? Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios hehe, I will harm the Saint Lord? What a joke, I'm afraid you don't know, the Saint Lord order can show the status of the Saint Lord. If she is imprisoned or harmed, I will not be able to cover it up. Pisces constellation laughed coldly. So it's like that, I understand. Ling Xiao laughed. In truth, His words just now was to test whether it was Pisces constellation's idea to cooperate with the undead race, or Heaven's Saint Lord's idea. Unfortunately, the reality was much crueler than he thought. He reckoned that Heaven's Saint Lord was the mastermind. This was something he did not wish to see the most. Initially, he still had a bit of hope, but now, he had to fight with all his might. I'm done with what I wanted to say, you guys can attack. Also, I have to remind you guys. Attack with all your might, do not hold back, if not, you will see the terrifying scene of your own defeat. Xianxia gestured with his hand, and said arrogantly. Brat, don't be so arrogant, today, I will definitely make you pay the price. Capricorn constellation roared but did not dare to attack immediately. The defeat just now had already reminded them. Against Xianxia, it was impossible for their half-baked coordination to have a good outcome. There were already 4 gold saints who were heavily injured and had to leave the stage. Now, they were only left with 8 people, and had to be even more careful. Any mistake would cause them to lose. If you guys are not attacking, then I will take the initiative to attack. Ancient Blood Jade Talisman, Blood Jade Sealing Demonic Array. Xianxia thought, and 72 ancient Blood Jade Talismans flew into the air. These were all the ancient Blood Jade Talismans that he could use. The Blood Jade Sealing Demonic Array could instantly kill the 8 gold saints. One must know, this was an Emperor armament with 10 dragon marks. Xiao's current fighting strength, spirit power, was better than his opponent's. The only advantage they had was their numbers. Other than numbers, regardless of treasures or strength, they could not be compared to him. The 72 stone tablets landed on the ground. In that instant, the 8 gold saints were actually unable to move at all. The strange sealing energy caused them to suffer. All of you, leave the stage. At the moment of suppression, Xianxia launched an attack. His first targets were the Aquarius and Virgo constellations. Both of them were good at restraining abilities. As long as they existed, Xianxia would have a headache. Therefore, he wanted the 2 of them to leave first. The 5-word style of the god-defying art had severely injured the Virgo constellation. Even his soul had been severely injured. It was impossible for him to fight again. The demon ox fist directly smashed the Aquarius constellation unconscious, his head and body completely deformed. Xianxia, this guy, really didn't know how to be tender and protective of the fairer sex. When he made a move, he was extremely ferocious. When he repelled the 2 of them and was about to attack again, something strange happened. He found that the space had been forcibly torn apart by someone. The remaining 6 managed to escape the Blood Jade Demon Sealing Array's control from that space. And the one who tore the space apart was the Aries constellation that did not make a move previously. That guy did not control the laws of space. However, the secret technique that he cultivated had the ability to open up space. Outside the Temple of Light, everyone felt that 2 more powerful auras had almost disappeared. They could not help but be shocked. 12 gold saint martial artists were actually not a match for Xianxia. Until now, there were actually 6 gold saint martial artists who had been forced to leave, and were unable to continue fighting. This Xianxia, how terrifying was he? The arrogance of the Heaven Sacred Grounds martial artists were mercilessly trampled to the ground. Their face was gone. They all felt humiliated and alarmed. And towards Xianxia, they felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. This person was truly too strong, to the point that they were unable to fight against him. It was simply too terrifying. They will not lose, they must have underestimated him. Oh great gold saint martial artists, I beg you, please unleash your true strength. Completely defeat that arrogant brat. That's right, the gold saint martial artists are invincible, definitely. The Heaven Sacred Grounds martial artists were all praying to the honorable martial artist, praying that he would protect the gold saint martial artists. Praying for victory in this battle. And inside the Temple of Light, the remaining 6 people's faces were extremely ugly. Let me remind you again, if you do not use your full strength, you will be defeated by me one by one. Xianxia hoped that they would use their full strength. That way, his sea of cultivation energy would continue to increase. That way, his battle techniques would be honed under immense pressure. Good, Xianxia, I admit that I have completely underestimated you. We thought that you were unable to use fused body, and thought that you would not be as strong as when you defeated the Eternal Emperor. Unfortunately, our judgment was wrong. So next, you will have to wait for our revenge. Capricorn constellation roared. Don't just talk nonsense, come and attack if you have the strength, I am right here. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ah. Capricorn constellation let out an earth-shattering roar. His body began to change. The power of the stars in the sky continued to flow into his body. His body gradually began to change. In legends, Capricorn was a half-goat half-fish monster that was transformed by the shepherd god Pan-En in the ancient times. The wild mountain god Pan-En became the protector of the shepherds with his identity as the shepherd god. His outer appearance was that of a human's upper body and a goat's lower body, thus he was not outstanding. But he was full of vigor, and loved to sing and dance. One day, he coincidentally met the fairy Xianxia by the river, and wanted to follow her, but Xianxia panicked and ran away. Pan-En chased after her relentlessly, and Xianxia prayed to the gods, but suddenly disappeared, leaving only a reed swaying in the wind. The disappointed Pan-En took the reed and made it into a flute, playing a song of longing. One day, when the gods were having a feast by the river, listening to Pan-En's flute, a monster suddenly appeared, and the gods immediately turned into animals to escape. The panicked Pan-En also turned into a fish and jumped into the water, but only his lower body was that of a fish, and it looked very strange. This was a strange legend from the ancient times. The so-called gods were actually just a group of people who had great power in the ancient times. Their strength could not even compare to the 12 immortals under the human king. This group of people called themselves the gods, but like the dragon clan, until now, no descendant had appeared. And right now, Capricorn constellation's appearance was that of a half-goat and half-man. His body was so huge that he broke through the roof of the Temple of Light. He was at least 1,000 meters tall. He still held a huge sword in his hand. Different from the transformation of the beasts, after Capricorn constellation transformed, his entire body was bathed in the power of the stars. So it looked like an illusion, but it was also very real. Do you understand now, Ling Xiao? Just now we did not want to destroy the Temple of Light, so we gave you a chance. Do you really think you are our match? My battle strength has increased by at least 5 times, 1 person can kill you, not to mention 6 people. Capricorn constellation's voice was like thunder in the sky, every word gave the martial artists outside a splitting headache. It felt like they were hit in the head by something. Ling Xiao, we advised you out of goodwill, but not only did you not leave, you even attacked us, and heavily injured the 6 of us. Today, my heaven's sacred lands will not rest until you die. Pisces constellation's body also started to change, similarly absorbing the power of the stars. His body became bigger and bigger. And his strength was also becoming stronger and stronger. Will not rest until I die? Ling Xiao laughed coldly, to think that you guys still have the face to say that. You guys have imprisoned our Gold Sky region's Supreme Lord White Knight, and my brother Xiao Jin. I originally did not plan to make a move, and only wanted to enter the Honorable Martial Court to save them. This small request, you guys are not even willing, and actually obstructing me. I will throw my words out here, if you guys insist on obstructing me, even if I destroy your heaven's sacred lands. I will not hesitate. Today, he could not give in at all, unless the other party defeated him. But, was that possible? Hearing Ling Zhao's words, the remaining 6 gold saints' faces became ugly. Even Aries constellation and Leo constellation, who were not willing to participate in the battle, were furious. But so what, since they had already chosen to participate in the battle, they were Ling Zhao's enemies, and Ling Xiao did not care if they were angry or not. Everyone, if we lose this battle, heaven's sacred lands will lose all face. You guys better think carefully. That's right, there are so many people watching outside, they worship us, they believe in us. If we lose, who else can bring them confidence? Ling Xiao is too much of a bully, no matter what method we use, even if it is the most despicable, we must defeat him. Defend the dignity of heaven's sacred lands, defend the glory of the honorable martial god. Fight. The remaining 6 gold saints were completely enraged. Capricorn constellation had already transformed. Pisces constellation's transformation was also in progress. The other 4 had also started to transform. They had to give it their all, and defeat Ling Xiao. Xiao, do you need my help? Yu Fanghua asked carefully. No need, I am not afraid even if 12 of them work together, 6 of them are nothing. Ling Xiao shook his head. The other party could transform, why couldn't he? The complete form of the beast god could increase his battle prowess tenfold. The other party would still not be a match for him. In fact, the gap between them would become even greater. Outside the Temple of Light, Xingyu watched this scene nervously from afar. At this moment, there was nothing he could do. Even though he wanted to help, in the face of such a powerful opponent, he could only watch. Going there would only add to the chaos. The half-man half-goat Capricorn constellation stood in the east with a huge sword in his hand, the sword intent on the huge sword surging. His terrifying appearance caused countless Heaven Holy Land martial artists to fall to their knees. This was reverence and faith. 2 huge strange fish were circling in the sky. Monstrous waves surged in the surroundings. The water elements in the air kept condensing around his body, and the sky seemed to have turned into an ocean. That scene was incomparably shocking. Towards the west of the Capricorn constellation, there was a huge monster that broke through the shackles of the Temple of Light. Its huge body exuded a terrifying aura. It was a gigantic scorpion. The poisonous stinger on its tail shone with a strange blue light, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. No one dared to approach him. In the south, Aries' constellation had also transformed. It was a pure white gigantic white goat, a kilometer tall. The gigantic goat horn was bent, and the tip was pointed at Ling Xiao. Beside the gigantic white goat, the space seemed to be distorted. That was one of his abilities. Previously, the reason why the 6 of them were able to escape from the Blood Jade Sealing magic array was because of Aries' constellation. Ling Xiao had to be careful of the sky. Towards the north of the white goat, there was a golden lion. Its size was about the same as the white goat, but its speed was extremely fast. This golden lion was the incarnation of Leo constellation. Borrowing the power of the stars, he could even increase his speed to the maximum. Ling Xiao's horizontal golden light technique was only slightly faster than him. Finally, there was Libra constellation. Libra constellation's incarnation was strange. It was not some kind of animal, but a gigantic scale, suspended in the sky. Its position was even higher than the 2 strange fish. He felt that this guy was not easy to deal with, who knew what kind of ability he would display. At the same time, the remaining 6 gold saints had already revealed their incarnations of the power of the stars. Their gigantic bodies covered the sky, causing the martial artists of Heaven's sacred grounds to cheer with all their might. They felt that it was time to retaliate. Although the arrogant brat had taken advantage of them previously, but it was definitely not permanent. In the following battle, they had to give it their all. They had to defeat Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, use your body fusion, now that the honorable martial palace has been broken. There is nothing left to restrain you. We don't want people to say that we took advantage of you. Why are you acting so righteous? Isn't that a joke? You guys are already fighting me with 12 of you, and you still care if I use my body fusion? Ling Xiao mocked. Furthermore, do I even need it? Once I use my body fusion, the 6 of you will not even last a second before dying. If I can't control my strength, the entire Heaven Sacred City will be destroyed. You're looking down on us? Leo constellation let out a terrifying roar. It's not that I'm looking down on you guys, it's just that you guys are too weak. How about this? I'll let you guys witness the complete form of my beast god body. Ling Xiao chuckled lightly, and his body started to change rapidly. A unique aura belonging to the beast god filled the entire space. Flames started to burn between heaven and earth. In an instant, the hell-undying bird's body broke through the honorable martial palace's defense. Flames rolled between heaven and earth. A terrifying heat burst out, and countless martial artists started to run. As long as they were martial artists, they could feel the terrifying heat. If they did not want to die, they could only run. Very quickly, the hell-undying bird's body reached a length of almost 4,000 meters. When it spread out its wings, it was about 3,000 meters long. The holy and terrifying aura caused all the martial artists of Heaven's sacred grounds to be confused. Because the aura on Ling Xiao's body was so similar to their honorable martial god. But it was purer and stronger than their honorable martial god. The 6 gold saint-level martial artists were also terrified. This was not the first time they saw Ling Xiao's undying god body. But every time they saw it, they would feel an incomparable shock, a fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. It caused their self-confidence to plummet, and their fighting spirit to drop. Is this the legendary beast god body? The beast god that ruled Black Tortoise continent in the past, countless legends have been passed down. Today I finally see how powerful they are. Too terrifying, he's simply a monster, there's no way we can win. Calm down, don't be afraid, he's not the real beast god, he's just a beast god martial artist. Aries constellation bellowed. The moment his voice rang out, the other 5 gold saints suddenly recovered from their fear. Come and read shit, I almost fell into the abyss of fear. If that's the case, we won't even need to fight. We'll definitely lose. Pisces constellation sighed. Hee, attack. Ignorant fools, you'll understand what I'm saying. We're not on the same level. Ling Xiao's voice came out from the hell-undying bird's mouth, resounding through the heavens and earth. It was filled with a terrifying deterrence. Don't be scared by him. Remember, attack at the same time. Don't give him a chance. Aries constellation reminded. Because he already knew something that he didn't want to admit, but it was the truth. That was because Ling Xiao's beast god body was too powerful. If any one of them was caught, they would definitely lose. Come. I'm waiting for your attacks. Don't show any mercy. Ling Xiao's sea of cultivation energy was just a little bit away from reaching 100%. So he needed a strong stimulation. If the 6 of them worked together, it might be possible. Kill. The 6 gold saints worked together more skillfully than before. Maybe it was because there were fewer of them, so it was easier for them to work together. Or maybe they had grown. But no matter what, there were very few openings this time. 6 different attacks surrounded Ling Xiao at the same time. Scorpio constellation's poisonous fog completely surrounded Ling Xiao. His poison could be said to be unstoppable by anyone below the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. But to Ling Xiao's undying god body, the poison was a joke. It couldn't even get close and was easily destroyed by the flames. Capricorn constellation's sword energy stabbed towards Ling Xiao crazily, but it only left a shallow wound on Ling Xiao's undying god body. With the beast god's body in its complete form and his incomparably powerful defense, it was simply impossible for physical attacks to hurt him. Pisces constellation's attack was even more simple and direct. The terrifying water vapor condensed into a huge monster, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards Ling Xiao. Water counters fire. Pisces constellation thought so. His attack would definitely be effective against Ling Xiao. However, what he did not realize was that Ling Xiao's flames were no ordinary flames. Instead, they were heavenly flames. The water he used was condensed from the most common water element. Just as the huge monster bit Ling Xiao's wings, it turned into water vapor and evaporated. Leo constellation's attacks were like shooting stars, swift and powerful. He tried to attack Ling Xiao's vital points. However, the meteor-like fist energies were completely blocked by the huge wings. The horns of the Aries constellation shot out laser-like attacks, leaving 2 deep burn wounds on Ling Xiao's beast god body. This was currently the most powerful attack. But that was all. Libra constellation did not attack, but hovered in the sky, preparing for something. However, Ling Xiao was no longer prepared to passively defend. It was only then that he realized how powerful his defense was. The other party's attacks were basically unable to harm him, and were unable to increase the energy in his cultivation sea. Since that was the case, it was time for him to end this battle. Taking advantage of the fact that the other party's attacks had just ended, Ling Xiao's flaming figure suddenly disappeared from his original position. In a flash, he appeared behind Scorpio constellation. You actually dare to get close to me, you will definitely regret it. His huge scorpion tail suddenly took the initiative to attack Ling Xiao, and the huge poison needle ferociously pierced towards Ling Xiao's head. The long-distance poison mist attack might not be able to harm Ling Xiao. However, he believed that with such a close-distance attack, he would definitely be able to pierce the poison needle into Ling Xiao's brain. In that case, the battle should be over. The winner would be them, facing the poison needle's attack, Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. The hell-undying bird's wings flapped angrily. The terrifying heavenly flames transformed into the shape of wings and flew out. It directly sliced off Scorpio constellation's huge tail. In that moment, it was as though the sky was raining insects' blood. Suddenly, it fell to the ground. The buildings were all corroded by Scorpio constellation's blood. Even the martial artists who were close to it were poisoned and died in an instant. Following that, the huge tail fell to the ground, causing hundreds of meters of buildings to collapse. Many people were injured because of this, and some even died. Ling Xiao did not stop attacking, and at the moment when Scorpio constellation was howling in pain, he unsheathed the reverse god sword. The crazy sword chi tore Scorpio constellation into pieces. Scorpio constellation's injuries were too severe, and was finally unable to maintain his star power incarnation. He returned to his human form and fell to the ground. Let's stop fighting. I think you guys don't want to see more casualties, right? The current battle already affected those martial artists who were watching the excitement below. They are your people. Do you really want to do this? All I want is to enter the honorable martial court. Seeing the situation below, Ling Xiao could not bear it. He said, "That's impossible. Since we've already come this far, their sacrifice is also great. For the glory of the honorable martial god." Pisces constellation roared. "You're really stubborn." Ling Xiao took a deep breath. "We have already reached this step. Do you guys still think you can win against me?" It had to be said, Ling Xiao's beast god body was extremely strong, and truly made the gold saints feel a sense of invincibility. In a short period of time, 7 gold saints had already been killed, although they did not die, but they could not fight anymore. But they had an undying faith. They could never surrender to the enemy. Casualties, in their hearts, were great sacrifices. They had to win, even if they died, they had to win. Alright, since you guys don't care about your own people, why should I care? Let me tell you now, the next one I want to defeat is Capricorn constellation. Even if you know my goal, can you stop me? Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a look of ridicule. You think we will believe your nonsense? Everyone, he's just trying to confuse us. Everyone, be careful. Pisces constellation said coldly. Ling Xiao did not refute, and only smiled faintly, and looked at Capricorn constellation. Capricorn constellation was currently under a lot of pressure. He really wanted the rest to come and protect him, but from the looks of it, it was too difficult. If he said that, wouldn't he be admitting that he believed Ling Zhao's words, and that would be too embarrassing. He could only fight on his own. Below, a large number of martial artists had already run further away. They did not want to see the previous scene again. The battle between the monsters was still ongoing. If they stayed nearby, they might be affected, or even die. No one wanted to take that risk. Capricorn constellation, I am coming. Ling Xiao followed his prophecy and attacked Capricorn constellation. But even at this time, Pisces constellation and the rest still insisted that it was Ling Zhao's scheme. He is definitely trying to create a diversion, everyone be careful. Everyone read no, he really wants to attack Capricorn, this guy. When Ling Zhao's attack was already in front of Capricorn constellation, everyone then realized that Ling Zhao's prediction was completely true, and not a lie. This scary guy. Libra, protect Capricorn. At this moment, whether it was Aries constellation, Leo constellation, or Pisces constellation, they were all too late to save him. Their judgment was wrong. In this situation, even the fastest Leo constellation could not make it in time. But Libra could. Although Libra's main body could not make it, but he had a special ability, and could save Capricorn constellation. Capricorn, run, buy me some time. Libra's voice came out. Even without him saying, Capricorn constellation had already turned and ran. Although it was embarrassing, but he understood, only by preserving his fighting strength, could he defeat Ling Xiao. He could not be defeated one by one. He had to run. Ling Zhao's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. The hell-undying bird's speed was unleashed to the maximum. Like a stream of fire, how could Capricorn constellation, who was not good at speed, escape? Make your choice. Suddenly, a burst of energy enveloped Ling Xiao, and at the same time enveloped Capricorn constellation. It seemed to be some kind of energy from an array. It came from Libra constellation. Choose? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows, sensing that something was amiss. This Libra constellation's ability was a little strange. It could actually make him unable to move. It was as if he was imprisoned there, and even the beast god's body could not resist. That's right, make your choice, chase after Capricorn constellation, or escape? Libra constellation's voice came out again, my martial spirit is very special. In this space, it must follow a special law. Before you do anything, you must choose one of the two. Ling Xiao frowned, if I choose to escape, I cannot continue chasing after Capricorn constellation? Of course, if you choose to escape, then he will be saved, and your chase will completely fail. This is the power of the law, other than the king of sovereigns, no one can change it. Libra constellation said coldly. Then what if I choose to continue chasing? Ling Xiao asked. You can try. Libra constellation laughed. Let me think, why aren't you attacking me now? That's right, this is also the condition of your ability. Before I make a decision, although I can't move, you can't attack me either. Capricorn is also unable to move, right? Ling Xiao said while thinking. Libra constellation did not say anything. If you don't answer, then you're right. Ling Xiao smiled and said, let me guess again. If I choose to continue chasing, then not only will I be unable to move, I will also be attacked by you. They would be completely passive. What an interesting ability, but do you really think this ability will work on me? Ling Xiao, stop bluffing. No one can change the power of laws. Just accept your fate. Either you let go of Capricorn, or you accept defeat. Libra constellation seemed to be very confident. Hee, open your eyes wide and take a look. Ling Xiao's voice fell. In the next moment, the Capricorn constellation let out a terrified scream, and fell to the ground with heavy injuries. He had also recovered to his original state. This scene caused everyone to be dumbstruck. What happened? Libra constellation's space of choice could not be violated, but why did the Capricorn constellation still lose, and was obviously heavily injured and unable to continue fighting? Ling Xiao was still standing there perfectly fine. Bastard, what did you just do? Libra constellation lost his calm and roared in anger. Ling Xiao laughed, and did not answer. What he did was actually very simple, he just made time stop. In the time stopped, Libra constellation's choice would not affect him. It was easy to say, but no one could guess it. After all the martial artists who knew that Ling Xiao could stop time were either dead, or his own people. Too strong, he was truly too strong. Ling Xiao's strength gave everyone the most terrifying shock. Against 12 golden sacred warriors, it was a complete one-sided advantage. There were already 8 gold saint martial artists who were heavily injured and left the stage. And Libra constellation had also sunk into chaos and lack of confidence. After all, his best show was easily broken by Ling Xiao. But he did not know what happened. This kind of feeling was really too unpleasant. The remaining Aries constellation, Leo constellation, and Pisces constellation's faces were extremely ugly. They could not attack, even if they worked together, even the use of special abilities could not work. Ling Xiao, this rascal, what exactly happened to his body? Actually, nothing much had happened, it was just that Ling Xiao had gone through continuous battles in this period of time. His strength was already much stronger than when he was at the heroes' gathering. Although he had not broken through, but his fighting strength had increased by close to 10 times. After fighting with so many strong martial artists, his martial techniques and fighting experience were all increasing. Do you understand now? You are not my opponent, and cannot stop me. So, move aside. Ling Xiao was not willing to completely fall out with heaven's sacred grounds, because that would be pushing the experts towards Lotus Flower. So he kept giving them chances, hoping that they would take the initiative to stop fighting. But it was a pity that things did not go as smoothly as he had hoped. Since that was the case, he would not be merciful. He was a man who would not be at a loss. Once he decided on something, he would not waver, he would not hesitate. If he did not believe in himself, could he expect others to believe in him? Impossible. Things have already reached this stage, unless you defeat the 4 of us. If not, we will stop you from going to the honorable martial court. Aries constellation shook his head. although his heart was filled with fear. But who asked him to be the gold saint martial artist of heaven's sacred grounds? No matter how much he understood Ling Xiao, he could not help Ling Xiao. That's right, I would rather die. I will never surrender. Leo Constellation said. Ling Xiao, now you understand our determination, even though you are strong, but you cannot use your ability continuously. Libra, wake up, release your space of choice, he will not be able to escape this time. Pisces Constellation suddenly shouted to Libra Constellation. He was smart, and realized that Ling Xiao's ability was so terrifying, and could not be used continuously. So, they could not waste any time. It was the best time to attack. Yes, you are right, choose. Libra Constellation immediately woke up, and a gigantic array of choice enveloped the sky. Ling Xiao's body could not move again. This is truly a troublesome ability, seems like, I have to get rid of Libra Constellation this time. Ling Xiao looked at Libra Constellation, although he could not move, but the killing intent in his eyes was obvious. When Libra Constellation was shot by Ling Xiao's gaze, it actually produced an intense fear. The words that were at the tip of his tongue could not be said. Don't panic, he can't move now, what are you afraid of? Pisces Constellation roared. Yes, that's right, I don't need to be afraid, ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao, make your choice. Libra Constellation sneered, choose one of the two, first, suffer from Aries Constellation, Leo Constellation, and Pisces Constellation's full force attack and cannot defend, second, attack one of them, and the opponent cannot defend. What kind of choice was that? Ling Xiao frowned, if the choice was like that, anyone would choose the second option. Unless there was some conspiracy behind it? Hee hee. Choose, choose. No matter which option you choose, the unlucky one in the end will only be you. From the moment you were controlled by my choice space, you have already lost. Libra Constellation sneered in his heart, waiting for Ling Xiao to make his choice. Maybe if it was anyone else, they would choose the second option. Of course, there were also people who suspected that the second option was fishy, so they would choose the first option. But Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao did not like other people giving him choices. He wanted to create his own choices. What if I don't choose either? Ling Xiao said indifferently. I knew you would ask that. If you don't choose either option, then you will not be able to move. You can only be heavily injured by us, or even die. Libra Constellation sneered. Alright, then I have already made my choice. Ling Xiao chuckled. What is it? Libra Constellation asked. I choose to let you leave. Ling Xiao chuckled. Ha 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 ha, at this time, you still dare to make such a stupid joke. Aries, Leo, Pisces, make your move, this brat can't move anymore. But all of you can, kill him. Libra Constellation laughed maniacally. Alright, then we will use our ultimate attack to get rid of Ling Xiao. In the previous battle, because they considered that Ling Xiao's miraculous speed could dodge, they did not use their ultimate moves. But it was different now. Ling Xiao was completely imprisoned. He was unable to move at all. No matter how long it took them to accumulate their strength, no matter how slow their attacks were, Ling Xiao would never be able to dodge them. This way, he could guarantee a 100% hit rate. Between the two horns of the Aries constellation, a rhombus crystal appeared. The crystal continued to expand as if it was accumulating power. That sharp feeling made the Heaven Holy Land cultivators watching from afar tremble in fear. He felt that as long as his skin was pierced, his entire body would be gone. Leo constellation retreated far away, then suddenly accelerated. The specialty of his attack was that the further the distance, the stronger the attack power. Of course, he still needed to increase his speed to the extreme. This very far distance was the distance of acceleration. Although he didn't use this move often, once he used it, no one would be able to escape. The two strange fishes of the Pisces constellation were biting each other's tails as they spun in the sky. It actually formed the shape of a Taiji diagram. In the void, the torrential waves formed a gigantic Taiji demon subduing formation. He was prepared to fall from the sky and completely suppress Ling Xiao. Because Libra constellation had to maintain the space of choice, they were unable to attack. But the attacks of the three gold saints still attracted the cheers of the Heaven Holy Land martial artists. That Ling Xiao is too arrogant, he actually dares to look down on the gold saints. Now, the 4 gold saints had unleashed their most powerful ultimate skills. And he can't even move, and can't escape the space of choice of the Libra constellation gold saints. He's dead for sure. He won't really be killed, right? If that's the case, Gold Sky Region and Heaven Holy Land will fight, right? What's there to be afraid of? Their Supreme Venerable White Knight is already imprisoned in the Honorable Martial Court, and can't come out. Now that Ling Xiao is killed, Gold Sky Region is completely finished. Furthermore, their battle with Lotus Flower has just begun, we don't have to worry. Great Emperor Lian Hua can wipe them all out. That's right, this brat actually dares to provoke our Heaven Holy Land, and dare to injure a gold saint. Even if he dies, he deserves it. So what if he has the beast god body? He's still going to be defeated, our honorable martial god is the greatest. All of these discussions, with Ling Xiao's hearing, he could definitely hear them. But he did not treat them as anything. From Sky Dragon Continent to here, he had experienced too much, and had heard enough of such discussions. He truly felt that it was laughable. A group of lowly ants, and they were actually mocking an elephant for not knowing that rice could fill its stomach. Just as the discussions were going on, Ling Xiao remained motionless. He was truly unable to move. The space of choice was still very powerful, and that was undeniable. While the 3 gold saints were accumulating their strength, they also issued a final battle declaration to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, you injured a gold saint, and humiliated our Heaven Holy Land. Seeing that you did not kill our comrades, we will not kill you, but we will definitely cripple you. Otherwise, how can our Heaven Holy Land face our comrades? That was what Aries constellation said. With your attitude, you actually want us to help you deal with Lotus Flower, what wishful thinking. Today, I will definitely smash your stinky mouth, and let your gold sky domain know the power of our Heaven Holy Land. That was what Pisces constellation said. Ling Xiao, your weakness is that you are too arrogant, too arrogant. Don't ever forget, this is the Heaven Holy Land, a world bathed in the light of the Honorable Martial God. And not the gold sky domain. You dare to behave atrociously here, and you are already destined to fail. That was what Leo constellation said. What are you talking about? Kill him. Kill him. Libra constellation had his space of choice broken by Ling Xiao previously, and he still did not understand what was going on, so he felt extremely humiliated. As long as Ling Xiao died, no one would know about it. He could then continue to confidently display his space of invincibility. Ling Xiao quietly floated in the sky, listening to the 4 people's stupid words. He suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Libra constellation roared. I'm laughing at you guys, until now, you still don't understand how big the gap is between you guys and me. Although the way I defeated you guys is a bit despicable, since we are already enemies. I don't think I need to waste too much energy to deal with you guys. Come on, attack. But before you attack, I have to remind you that someone will die. Your attacks are extremely powerful, and if it lands on any martial artist below the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon, that person will definitely not be able to block it. Whether you want to attack or not, you guys can decide for yourselves. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Ling Xiao said indifferently. What is this guy doing, begging for mercy? Of course he will die, this is all because of you. Who asked you to look down on us and insist on being enemies with our Heaven Holy Land? Libra constellation roared. Begging for mercy? Ling Xiao laughed, I really have to play the lute to a cow. Forget it, you guys attack, remember, you must aim properly, don't miss, if you want to kill me, hit my head. Mobile version website, false bravado. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the 3 gold saint martial artists did not take it seriously. After all, Ling Xiao was currently trapped and could not move. He definitely could not do anything. He must have said that to confuse them, to make them hesitate. Ling Xiao did not say anything, and quietly waited for the attack to descend. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his eyes. Finally, Aries constellation, Leo constellation and Pisces constellation's attacks all landed on Ling Xiao's body at the same time. Aries constellation and Leo constellation obviously did not want to kill Ling Xiao, so they did not attack his head. However, Pisces' constellation was different. He was aiming straight for Ling Zhao's head. In the next moment, Ling Zhao's gigantic body disintegrated, transforming into countless of flame fragments, falling to the ground like a meteor shower. Countless of Heaven's Sacred Ground's martial artists were extremely excited. Finally, they killed Ling Zhao. This way, their Heaven's Sacred Ground's name would definitely resound throughout the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even the lotus flower would have to be wary of them. Pisces, you went too far. Why did you have to kill him? Do you really want to incite a war between the Gold Heavenly Region and Heaven's Sacred Grounds? Aries' constellation frowned. Humph, so what if I killed him? He asked for it, he deserved it. Pisces' constellation snorted, so what if I incited a war? Does the Gold Heavenly Region still have the mood to be enemies with our Heaven's Sacred Grounds? From today onwards, our Heaven's Sacred Grounds will be the strongest in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. No one will dare to provoke us. Is that so? Are you really that confident? Suddenly, a voice came out. This voice caused Pisces' constellation and the rest to jump in fright. Because the voice was too familiar. Ling Zhao. Aries' constellation looked up to the sky, where a person stood, completely unharmed. You're not dead, impossible. In the attack just now, I clearly felt a life force disappear. Pisces' constellation roared in fear. That's right, someone died, but it's not me, it's Libra constellation. Ling Zhao laughed, I warned you guys, but you guys still attacked. It was you guys who killed Libra constellation. Impossible. This was impossible. Why was it like this? What kind of sorcery did you use? Pisces' constellation was obviously panicking. No matter if it is Yao arts or secret arts, I just want to tell you that my abilities far surpass yours. In front of me, you are nothing more than a few clowns. I really have no intention of killing you. But don't go too far. Ling Zhao said coldly, alright, lead the way. I want to go to the Light Tribunal. In fact, what happened just now was very simple. It looked inconceivable, but it was just an illusion. From the very beginning, Ling Zhao had used the demonic illusion eye to cause the 4 gold saints to hallucinate. He thought that he had been tricked. Everything that happened next went according to his plan. Normally, he wouldn't use this move because it was a little too shameless. Moreover, if it failed, it would be very troublesome. But today, Libra constellation's choice space was shameless enough. He used a shameless method to deal with a shameless person. Maybe it was just right. Fortunately, his current soul power and strength were both stronger than his opponents, so the demonic illusion eye was easily successful. If he was facing a martial artist at the 7th level of the divine physique echelon, such an illusion would be very difficult to succeed. Too strong, we are not his opponent. Aries' constellation sighed helplessly. Such an enemy was too scary, it could not be described as strong. If Ling Zhao really wanted to kill them, none of them would be able to survive. If we continue to fight, it will only increase the casualties. Forget it, let him enter the Light Tribunal. Anyway, he might not be able to come out. Leo constellation also gave up. The 2 of them felt that it was not wise to fight with Ling Zhao from the start. This was a martial artist who could defeat an eternal heavenly emperor. They were not his opponent at all. Damn it. Pisces' constellation was very unwilling, but he had no choice. He was the only one left, and could not do anything. Go ahead, we will not stop you. But the Saint Master has ordered, we do not dare to lead the way. Pisces' constellation clenched his teeth and said. Ling Zhao did not move. He only looked coldly at Pisces' constellation. Things had already reached this stage, Ling Zhao did not have to be nice anymore. You guys better lead the way obediently. Otherwise, in the next moment, I can kill all the remaining gold saints. Do not doubt my determination. Ling Zhao said coldly. You are simply too much. Pisces' constellation roared. That's right, so what if I am too much? I spoke nicely to you guys, but you guys did not take me seriously. Now you are complaining that I am bullying you? Lead the way. Ling Zhao's voice was filled with ridicule and disdain. As the saying goes, try peaceful means before resorting to force. At the start, he was already polite enough, and did not request the other party to release Bai Yi and Xiao Jin. He only said that he wanted to go in and look for them. But the other party was not willing. Now that he had the upper hand, the other party no longer had the capital to negotiate with him. The martial artists of the Heaven Sacred Grounds were depressed, sullen, and fearful. Since the day the Heaven Sacred Grounds was established, no one had ever been able to suppress the 12 gold saints to such an extent. Never before, even the Eternal Emperor could not do it, but today, such a terrifying thing had happened. They had no choice, and could only watch as the arrogant brat flaunted his strength. Such a feeling was truly unbearable. Saint Leader, why are you not appearing? At that moment, everyone had placed their hopes on the Heaven Sacred Leader. In their eyes, only the Heavenly Saint Lord could defeat Xianxia and save them all. Maybe their prayers had worked. In the next moment, a resplendent white light descended from the sky and appeared above the Honorable Martial Palace. It revealed a beautiful figure. The Heaven Sacred Leader looked like a pure and holy goddess, causing countless people to worship her. Including the uninjured gold saints, all the martial artists of the Heaven Sacred Grounds knelt on the ground. Their hope had appeared. Welcome, Saint Leader. May the light be eternal. Xianxia returned to his human form and stood in front of the Heaven Sacred Leader, looking indifferently at the lady. This lady was strong, extremely strong. Without devouring the hearts of experts, she actually possessed the strength of a late-stage 7th-level divine physique echelon. She was the strongest martial artist Xianxia had seen so far, other than the lotus flower. Of course, the Heaven Sacred Leader only possessed such strength within the Heaven Sacred Grounds. Below, she was only a late-stage 6th-level divine physique echelon martial artist. Although she was strong, she could not be compared to the Eternal Emperor and the Golden Emperor. The Heaven Sacred Grounds were indeed strange. Saint Leader, Xianxia has killed and injured 9 of our gold saints. He does not put the Heaven Sacred Grounds in his eyes at all. He does not put the Radiant God in his eyes. Holy Lord, please punish this person. Pisces Constellation said loudly. Holy Master, please punish Xianxia. Kill him. Let him apologize for his sins. Below, many martial artists also followed suit and shouted loudly. Many of them were shouting for Xianxia to be punished. It was as though the arrival of the Heaven Saint Leader had given them a backbone, and they were no longer afraid. Xianxia looked at the Saint Leader of Heaven calmly. He wanted to see what the other party's attitude was before deciding his next move. After all, this woman was strong, and if he really wanted to fight, he would have to enter the fused body state. At that time, many things would become uncertain. He still hoped that everything would be under his control, and he would act according to his plan. Xianxia, who told you that Bai Yi and Prince Jin are in the Honorable Martial Court? The Heaven Saint Leader did not care about Pisces Constellation and the rest. Instead, he looked at Xianxia and asked. Pisces Constellation's face was ugly, and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Those who were shouting also shut their mouths. They did not dare to be rash in front of the Heaven Saint Leader. It doesn't matter who said it, the important thing is that I believe it. Xianxia said indifferently. Alright, you want to enter the Honorable Martial Court, right? The Heaven Saint Leader asked again. Xianxia nodded and said, that's right, I did not come to the Heaven Saint Ground to cause trouble. I just wanted to take away my good teacher, good friend, and life and death brother. They insisted on stopping me, so I had to fight, and I hope the Saint Leader will not blame me. On the surface, the two of them were friendly, and there were no signs of fighting. This made many martial artists of the Heaven Saint Ground disappointed. The confidence in their hearts was gone. They were all suspicious. Could it be that even the Saint Leader could not do anything to this kid? Their belief in him was starting to waver. The Heaven Saint Leader laughed. It's just a small matter, there's no need to make such a fuss. I let Pisces Constellation stop you because I don't want anything to happen to you. What kind of place is the Honorable Martial Court? It's a place to punish prisoners, and it's very dangerous. How can I let you take the risk? If something really happens to you, I won't be able to answer to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But if you insist on going, and are not willing to believe me, then there's nothing I can do. I'll get someone to bring you there later. Xianxia frowned. The attitude of the Heaven Saint Leader confused him. Could it be that Bai Yi and Xiao Jin were not in the Honorable Martial Court? Did Lang Qingqing make a mistake? Or could it be that these guys had already moved the people away, so they didn't care if he entered. As for the words of the Heaven Saint Master, he did not believe a single word. For his own good, did he really think that he was a 3-year-old child? Pisces, take Ling Xiao to the Radiant Tribunal. Remember, tell him about the Radiant Tribunal in detail. After all, Ling Xiao is now the main force against Lotus Flower. We can't let anything happen to him. Heaven's Holy Lord still had that compassionate look on his face as he spoke words of concern for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's frown deepened. What exactly was this woman thinking? If things were too easy, it would only make people suspicious. Ling Xiao believed in his own judgment. The Heaven Saint Lord was definitely not someone who was easy to talk to. There must be other reasons for making such a decision. Perhaps the answer lay within the light court of inquiry, but at the moment, it was impossible for him to find the answer. The only way was to go in and take a look. Saint Master, Ling Xiao killed Libra constellation. Are you going to let him enter the Radiant Tribunal so easily? If this matter were to spread out, where would our Heaven Saint Master's face go? I'm afraid we won't be able to stand in the 4 regions and 9 worlds anymore. Pisces constellation roared in anger. Weren't you the one who killed Libra constellation? Ling Xiao chuckled. Heaven's Holy Lord looked at Pisces constellation. Since when was it your turn to make decisions for the Heaven Saint Master? This time, you were the one who wanted to kill Ling Xiao out of selfishness. If not, none of us would have died. I didn't punish you, and that is already very merciful. Don't tell me you want to drag the Heaven Saint Master down? This subordinate knows his mistake. Pisces constellation was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to beg for mercy. Heaven's Holy Lord was not only powerful, but also ruthless. Pisces constellation was very clear that if he offended this woman, he would end up in a miserable state. Heaven's Holy Lord was about to continue reprimanding Pisces constellation. But he was interrupted by Ling Xiao. Holy Lord, there is something I need to remind you of. If I find out that Bai Yi and Xiao Jin are in the Honorable Martial Court, it's best if you don't do anything and let me bring them away. I can let bygones be bygones. After all, Lotus Flower is the most important problem right now. Our grudges can be put aside. But if you dare to obstruct me, or even think of ways to kill us, then once I am free, you can just wait for your death. Regardless of what Heaven's Holy Lord said, Ling Xiao's thoughts were very clear. Although he was confused for a moment, but he quickly understood. Regardless of the clouds and mist, there was only one path. Once he recognized it, he would not be confused. He roughly knew what Heaven's Holy Lord was thinking. Previously, she desperately wanted the 12 gold saints to stop him, because she did not want him to enter the Honorable Martial Court. She was just delaying for time. Heaven's Holy Lord probably knew that after Ling Xiao saved Lang Qingqing, she started to plan. But Ling Xiao came too quickly. She had no choice but to let Pisces constellation delay for time. Of course, the order did not state it clearly. Now that Heaven's Holy Lord agreed to let Ling Xiao enter the Honorable Martial Court, there must be many mechanisms and traps inside. After seeing this, it did not matter what Heaven's Holy Lord said. But, he still had to say what needed to be said. He wanted to let Heaven's Holy Lord understand the consequences of offending him. Although doing so would definitely not change this guy's mind. But it would give Ling Xiao a legitimate reason to take revenge in the future. Gold Saint Emperor is too serious. Heaven's Holy Lord laughed. Alright, let's not talk nonsense. Pisces, bring me to the Honorable Martial Court. Ling Xiao looked at Pisces constellation and said. Although he knew it was a trap, he still had to try. He could not let Bai Yi and Xiao Jin be trapped inside. Knowing that there was a tiger in the mountain, he still went to the mountain. This had always been his character. If he gave up on saving them because of fear, then what kind of friend would he be? What kind of brother would he be? Holy Lord, can I send Ling Xiao there? Xingyu walked out from the crowd and looked at Heaven's Holy Lord. Of course. Heaven's Holy Lord nodded his head. You guys know each other, just nice, bring him to the Honorable Martial Court. With my Holy Lord order, no one will stop you. Thank you, Holy Lord. Xingyu nodded his head. Everyone, disperse. Heaven's Holy Lord turned and left, leaving behind the Heaven Sacred Grounds martial artists who were discussing. Some felt that Ling Xiao was simply seeking death by entering the honorable martial court. Some felt that Ling Xiao was a loyal person, he obviously knew that it was dangerous. And he was still willing to save them. If he could have such a good friend and brother, that would be great. While everyone was discussing, Xingyu brought Ling Xiao deep into the honorable martial palace. There was a teleportation gate that led to the honorable martial court. But it was a one-way teleportation gate, one could only enter and not exit. Translator, Timothy Editor, Globeglotter. The Light Court of Judicature was located in the deepest part of the Light Temple. After walking through the deep corridor, they saw a portal that wasn't too big. It could lead to another space. Just by standing in front of the teleportation gate, one could feel the dangerous aura coming from it. It made one frown. Do you really want to go in? You know it's a trap. Xingyu looked at Ling Xiao and sighed. He knew that it was useless to persuade him, but he couldn't help but say a few words. After all, it was really too dangerous. So what if it's a trap? There's someone I want to save inside. It's that simple. Even if it's a trap, I have to try even if I have to die. Otherwise, what's the point of cultivating martial arts? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Xingyu sighed and said, I really admire you. Being your friend is probably the luckiest thing that has happened in my life. It's a pity that I'm too weak and can't help you much. With Brother Xingyu's words, I'm satisfied. Oh right, here are 3 elite advancement pills. Take them and use them. During this time, it's best if you cultivate in seclusion and don't interfere with the Heaven Holy Land's matters. Otherwise, you'll be in danger. I have a feeling that someone from the Heaven Holy Land has formed a relationship with the undead race. Ling Xiao took out the 3 elite advancement pills, hoping to make Xingyu stronger. This was all he could do. Thank you. Xingyu took the pill and carefully put it away. Don't worry, Brother Ling. If you're unable to come out for a long time, I'll be able to help you. If you don't come out, I'll definitely think of a way. Even if the Holy Master blames me, I'll go all out. I'm leaving. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and stepped into the teleportation gate. Seeing Ling Xiao leave, Xingyu clenched his fists and turned to leave. Although he was weak, he had to do something. Not long after Xingyu left, Pisces constellation and the Holy Master of the Heaven Holy Land appeared at the entrance of the Light Court of Judicature. Pisces, after I go in, I'll leave the matters outside to you. Remember the Light God's oracle. You can cooperate with the undead race and use them to occupy the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Then, the Light God will personally act and destroy the lotus flower. The Heaven Saint Lord said coldly. Don't worry, Holy Lord. Leave everything outside to me. Pisces constellation cupped his hands. That brat Xingyu has been bewitched by Ling Xiao, but he's still one of us. Just send someone to keep an eye on him. No harm shall be done. As for that Lang Qingqing, immediately send someone to look for her. Once found, kill her. The Heavenly Palace's sacred leader added. Understood. Pisces constellation nodded. All right, I'm going in. According to the Divine Light God's oracle, I must kill these 3 people in the tribunal. Otherwise, they will become the biggest obstacle for the light to descend to the 4 regions and 9 realms. After the Heaven Saint Lord finished speaking, he stepped into the teleportation array. What is the Holy Lord thinking? All of a sudden, Aries constellation's voice rang out. I knew something was wrong. Does Saint Lord really think that Ling Xiao is an enemy of our Heaven Saint Lands? That's right, I don't understand. Cooperating with the Golden Sky Domain is not a bad thing for our Heaven Holy Land. Why did the Saint Lord have to kill them? Wasn't this the same as benefiting Lotus Flower? Don't tell me you want us to cooperate with the undead race? Leo constellation also came along. Their questions were extremely sharp. What do you know? This is the oracle of the Divine Light God. Don't tell me your faith is wavering? Pisces constellation said coldly. Hee, how can that be? Aries constellation stopped Leo constellation, who was about to speak, and laughed. We are absolutely loyal to the Divine Light God. That's for the best. The 2 of you better go back and prepare to wrap things up. After Ling Xiao goes in, he will definitely not be able to come out. Next, we have to consider how to win over his subordinates. After all, many powerhouses in the 4 regions and 9 realms submitted to him because they fear his strength. If they know that he is dead, they will naturally rely on our heaven-sent lands. Pisces constellation waved his hand. Understood. Aries constellation and Leo constellation turned and left. After walking for a distance, Leo constellation finally could not help but ask, Aries, do you think that Ling Xiao will be able to come out? It will be difficult, but it's not impossible. After all, the Time Emperor once escaped from there. Aries constellation thought for a while and said. The Time Emperor's situation back then was different from now. At that time, the Saint Lord did not personally take action. Leo constellation said worriedly, I have always had a question in my heart. Is the divine light God's prophecy more important, or the lives of the commoners? You also know that many commoners in the heaven-sent lands have been infected by the undead clan. Sigh. Aries constellation sighed. He was currently out of his wits, and his heart was extremely conflicted. At this time, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the Honorable Martial Court. The so-called Martial Court was actually a natural place of exile. What entered his eyes was a desolate desert. He could see a few plants surviving alone in the desert. They were completely powerless. In the sky, he could actually see a scarlet sun. The terrifying heat made people dizzy. The most terrifying thing was that in this vast desert, there were actually many skeletons. Some were the size of a normal human. And some were the skeletons of huge monsters. No one knew if it was because of the scarlet sun, or because too much time had passed, causing them to die. I heard from Xinyu that this honorable martial court had once imprisoned a large number of experts. These experts included humans and beasts. There are many dangers in here, but he does not know what exactly is there. Ling Xiao said to Yu Fenghua in the Dongxing Emperor Ring. He could not leave Yu Fenghua alone outside. Firstly, he was worried. Secondly, Yu Fenghua was not willing. They had said that they would be together. Naturally, they would not be separated so easily. Be careful. There is an aura here that makes me shudder. There must be a terrifying existence here. Yu Fenghua reminded. Ling Xiao nodded. Just as he was about to continue moving forward, a huge skeleton in the desert suddenly stood up. Its eyes were emitting a scarlet light. It roared and pounced over. Terrifying. This honorable martial court is completely isolated from the outside world. Even souls cannot escape. These skeletons are already dead, but their souls still exist. But maybe because too much time has passed, they have already lost their original rationality and emotions. They have become this skeleton monster. Ling Xiao sighed as he took out the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. The Crimson Blood Demon Sword had a strong murderous aura. It had a miraculous effect on killing souls. Sword of Murderous Aura. On the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, the terrifying murderous aura condensed into a sword light that pierced through the air. It instantly pierced through the skeleton monster's remnant soul. The remnant soul shattered, and the skeleton fell to the ground. This thing was not strong, so it was not a problem for Ling Xiao. Xiao, do you want me to go out? This way, we can take care of each other. Yu Fenghua said. No need. Have a good rest. You can take over when I'm tired. I can't relax in this godforsaken place. Ling Xiao shook his head. He had yet to discover any danger in the Light Inquisition. Other than the skeletal monster from earlier. However, Ling Xiao had a strange feeling when he entered this place. It was as if there was a thorn in his back. Although he did not discover anything strange, it was very uncomfortable. He trusted his intuition, so he was not willing to let his guard down. Soon, the two of them arrived at an oasis. It seemed normal for there to be an oasis in the desert, so the two of them did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. There was actually a small town in the oasis. However, the strange thing was that there was a lot of sand and dust on the oasis. It was the kind of terrifying sand and dust that one could see less than a meter away. What a strange oasis. Ling Xiao stopped. He found a corpse lying on the side of the road. Yes, it was a corpse and not a skeleton. However, the corpse was a little strange. There were black chains wrapped around the body. Ling Xiao only turned his head to look elsewhere. When he looked back, the corpse had disappeared. This made him frown even more. This oasis, if I'm smart, I definitely shouldn't go in. However, if Xiao Jin and Bai Yi are there, I can't not go. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and made a decision. The Light Inquisition was already here. Why would he be afraid of a small town? Stepping into the town, Ling Xiao found that there was no one on the streets. However, it made sense. With such a strong sandstorm, most people would not choose to stay outside. At the entrance of the town, there was a relatively large building. It was actually an inn. This was novel. Ling Xiao was very strange. Why would there be an inn in this place? Could it be that the prisoners in the Light Inquisition were members of the people who built this town? Then Xiao Jin and Bai Yi were more likely to be here. Xiao, do you feel that something is wrong? Yu Fenghua suddenly asked. What are you referring to? If it's this town, there are many things that are wrong. Ling Xiao said. No, I'm talking about the scarlet sun in the sky. This was strange. This was clearly a dimensional space, so why would there be a scarlet sun? Besides, haven't you noticed that Qi Yang has stayed in the sky for a very long time and hasn't moved from his position? Yu Fenghua said. You're quite observant. This is indeed a problem, but let's find someone first. This is the Radiant Court of Inquiry, after all. Anything strange can happen here. As Ling Xiao spoke, he had already walked into the inn. The inn was very quiet. There was only a middle-aged man lying on the counter, dozing off, looking bored to death. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, the middle-aged man opened his eyes and asked indifferently, Do you want to eat or stay? We're looking for someone. Ling Xiao took out the portraits of Xiao Jin and Bai Yi and showed them to the middle-aged man. Oh, these two people, I've seen them before. I can't remember clearly how many days ago they came here and then left. There's a small town ahead, and there's a statue at the entrance of the town. It's easy to find. The middle-aged man glanced at the portrait and said. Thank you. Is it enough to just thank me? Here, thank you is the most useless thing. The middle-aged man stared at Ling Xiao and said. Then what do you want? Ling Xiao frowned and said. It's very simple, I want your life. The moment the middle-aged man approached Ling Xiao, he suddenly attacked. His fingernail scratched Ling Xiao's arm. So sharp. Ling Xiao was shocked. One had to know that his defense was extremely strong. Even if it was an emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns, it would not be able to hurt him unless it was used by a martial artist who was much stronger than him. However, this guy was able to scratch Ling Xiao's arm with just his fingernails. The most ridiculous thing was that this guy stopped after attacking and looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. You're finished. What do you mean? As soon as Ling Xiao asked, he suddenly realized that black chains had grown out of his wound. This reminded him of the corpse he saw earlier. There were also many black chains on the corpse. Oh no, I've been ambushed. Ling Xiao was already very careful, but he still did not expect this sneak attack. The other party deliberately told him about Bai Yi and Xiao Jin, probably to make him lower his guard. But what's the point of this thing? Ling Xiao was a little confused. In the next second, he knew the answer. The moment the black chains appeared, his consciousness became blurry. He hurriedly cut off the arm that grew out of the black chains. He hoped that he could stop something terrible from happening. However, the situation was even worse than he had imagined. After cutting off the arm, the same black chains grew out of the wound, and they grew even faster. Ha ha ha, kid, don't struggle anymore. Just be my slave obediently. Soon, you'll forget everything. I'm the executioner of the Light Inquisition, Black Chain, more than 50% of the prisoners who enter here will fall in my hands. As for the rest, there will be executioners to entertain them. The middle-aged man laughed. His already ugly expression became even uglier. Your martial soul is useful. It's really hard to guard against, but I advise you to remove it. Since you've told me important information, I can spare your life. Ling Xiao allowed the black chains to grow crazily, but he no longer resisted. Instead, he looked at Black Chain and said indifferently. Ha ha ha, you're quite good at pretending. Unfortunately, you can't scare me. To tell you the truth, once you're entangled with my martial soul, you won't have a chance. Of course, if you kill me, your martial soul will disappear. But can you do that? Black Chain laughed wildly. In the next moment, many martial artists with black chains appeared beside him. These guys weren't weak at all. However, they were all controlled by Black Chain. It was too difficult for Ling Xiao to kill him. He might not even be able to get close. You touched my portrait, didn't you? Ling Xiao suddenly said. So what if I did? Black Chain laughed. I'm a suspicious person. So, before I do something, I'll always do something extra. I try not to let myself be taken advantage of. Don't you feel that you've been poisoned? Ling Xiao said indifferently. What? When Black Chain heard Ling Xiao's words, he looked at his hands in horror. His hands that had touched the portrait had turned purple. Then, a sharp pain spread throughout his body. You bastard, what if I'm innocent? What if I don't want to kill you? Black Chain was really scared. He realized that the poison in his body was spreading so quickly that he couldn't use his inner strength to expel it. Even his inner strength would be corroded by the poison. It was too scary. If you're innocent, I'll help you expel the poison. Unfortunately, you're not. Ling Xiao laughed. The executioner, Black Chain, had fallen. The sandstorm in the town gradually subsided. Those who were controlled by Black Chain had all fallen and turned into corpses. They would probably never be resurrected again. What surprised Ling Xiao was that the entire town was an illusion. After the sandstorm subsided, only ruins and a dry oasis were left. That guy said that he's an executioner. Could it be that there are other executioners in the Light Court of Inquiry? Yu Fanghua asked. That must be the case. Moreover, these executioners are probably prisoners. After a certain period of time, they'll be released. As Ling Xiao spoke, he had already set off again. According to Black Chain, there should be another town in the distance. Xiao Jin and Bai Yi were heading in that direction. Whether this guy was telling the truth or not, he had to give it a try. Along the way, they were continuously attacked by the execution beasts in the Light Court of Inquiry. These beasts were also a type of monster. However, they were reared in the Heaven Holy Land. They were better at attacking. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was now very powerful. The execution beasts they encountered so far could not cause him any harm. After about an hour, he finally saw the second town. The size of this town was exactly the same as the one he encountered before. However, there was no sandstorm. He could clearly see the old buildings and the martial artists in the town. This time, it shouldn't be an illusion. Ling Xiao used his Tai Chi eye to check and confirm that this was a real town. However, what made him feel strange was that there were no elders in this town. Logically speaking, once one entered the Light Court of Inquiry, it would be difficult to leave. Therefore, there should be many older martial artists. A small town with only young people and no old people, it was really strange. There must be a second executioner. Ling Xiao believed Black Chain's words. At the very least, Black Chain had no need to lie about this matter. Are we still going? Yu Fanghua asked. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded and said, no matter how dangerous it is, I have to save Xiao Jin and Bai Yi. After saying that, Ling Xiao stepped into the town. Just like before, he went straight to an inn to inquire. Although he knew that this would expose his purpose, he had no other choice. This was the fastest way to find Xiao Jin and Bai Yi. Oh, I haven't seen this old man before, but I know where this young man is. In the inn, Ling Xiao had a harvest. This was what a young girl told him. Where? Ling Xiao asked. After the last lesson, Ling Xiao became more cautious. He wasn't that excited because this could very well be another trap. This young master is staying in the inn. He seems to be looking for this old man as well. The girl replied. Do you know which room? Although Ling Xiao was very cautious, it was impossible for him not to be anxious since he could find Xiao Jin so quickly. Of course. After all, this inn belongs to my family. Let me take you there. The girl was very enthusiastic. He led Ling Xiao upstairs. Xiao, be careful. Yu Fanghua was very nervous. I know. Ling Xiao had already met an executioner, so he was naturally wary of such dangerous things. This is the place. The girl led Ling Xiao to a room and then began to knock on the door. Xiao Jin, someone is looking for you. Who is it? A familiar voice came from inside. It was Xiao Jin. Ling Xiao felt that it couldn't be wrong. This voice was too familiar to him. He really didn't expect to find Xiao Jin so quickly. But there was a problem that puzzled him. Why didn't Xiao Jin leave this town? Since he couldn't find Bai Yi here, it was reasonable to leave. But he actually stayed here all the time. It didn't make sense. His relaxed mind became tense again. Xiao Jin, it's me, your boss, Long Chen. Ling Xiao deliberately said the wrong thing. Because he wanted to test whether the person in the room was Xiao Jin or not. Boss. Boss, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xiao Jin shouted excitedly in the room. The door was opened in an instant. But at that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly punched out. The terrifying demon ox fist was aimed at the opponent's head. Xiao Jin didn't understand what was going on at all. He was punched into the wall. What are you doing? The girl who led the way shouted in surprise. Still pretending? Fortunately, I was careful. Otherwise, I really would have been tricked by you. Ling Xiao sneered. Hee, since you know, I can only kill you directly. The girl revealed a cold smile. She suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, it disappeared. It was as if she had entered a dimensional space. Ling Xiao stood there without moving. He vigilantly observed the situation around him. There was a mirror hanging in the corridor. The windows of the room were also glass. The inside of the room was even stranger. The four walls were actually mirrors that were bright enough to reflect people's reflections. Ling Xiao felt that there was definitely something strange about the mirror. Otherwise, how could a room have such a decorative style? Kid, although you didn't enter the room, you still can't escape death. We are the second executioner masked team, you are really lucky. Luckier than the person you are looking for. The laughter came from all directions. It was impossible to determine the exact location. What happened to Xiao Jin? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. He's already dead. The voice said. Is that so? If you say he's dead, I'll be relieved. Because you really don't speak the truth. Ling Xiao said indifferently, however, you definitely know where Xiao Jin is. Since that's the case, I'll defeat you first. Defeat me? Do you have that ability? My martial soul is a variant martial soul. It's a very terrifying existence. You can't guard against it at all. When the voice sounded, Ling Xiao felt a chill on his neck. He subconsciously swung his sword to block. Ding, the sharp dagger and the long sword clashed. A figure suddenly appeared, but disappeared in an instant. Interesting. It's actually such a martial soul. I've never seen it before. Ling Xiao smiled. In just a moment, he determined the true form of the opponent's martial soul. Stop bluffing. How can you see through the mystery of my martial soul so quickly? The voice was obviously a little nervous. Can't I? You'll know in a moment. Ling Xiao sneered. Then, he suddenly punched the mirror in front of him. The mirror was smashed into pieces. Not a single piece was left. It was completely turned into dust. Then, Ling Xiao stepped into the room and released his martial soul barrier, enveloping the entire room. Then, he continuously smashed the mirrors in the room. His movements were so fast that he didn't give the opponent any time to react. In the end, only a mirror was left. Mobile version update website, Bastard. A scream of terror came from the only mirror in the room. Then he saw the girl escape in a sorry state. There were many burns on her body. Little Gold? Ling Xiao knew that Little Gold was trapped in the mirror world when he saw the burns on the girl's body. However, the girl was not as strong as Little Gold. She could leave the mirror world and travel through different mirrors. Now, Ling Xiao had destroyed all the mirrors in the room and used his martial spirit barrier to cover the room. Therefore, the executioner could no longer escape. He was beaten black and blue by Little Gold. Surrender. Once your martial soul's ability is seen through, there's nothing to be afraid of. I can spare your life, but let Little Gold out. Otherwise, I have many ways to deal with you. I can make you understand what the most painful thing in the world is. Ling Xiao grabbed the executioner's neck and sneered. Don't kill me. I'll do it. I'll do it. The executioner had completely admitted defeat. If she left the mirror world, she would be killed by Ling Xiao. If she entered the mirror world, she would be killed by Little Gold. No matter what, she was unlucky. Therefore, she had no choice but to agree to Ling Xiao's request. Under Ling Xiao's threat, Little Gold was released from the mirror world. Ling Xiao did not kill the girl according to the agreement, but he crippled her. He did not want her to think of other ways to deal with him. Boss. Little Gold was excited to see Ling Xiao, but she did not approach him immediately. What is my original form? Little Gold suddenly asked. You little brat, are you testing me? Of course your original form is a human. But before you let me answer your question, you have to answer a question first. Who helped you reconstruct your body? What is the existence that reconstructed your body? What is the order? Ling Xiao asked after answering the other party's question. Of course it was you who helped me reconstruct my body. We first got the devouring demon fetus, then the 9 nether yellow springs golden crow's remnant soul. Little Gold said. It's really you. The two of them finally confirmed. Even if their personality, aura, and appearance could be faked, there were some things that they had never announced to the public, so only the two of them knew. The two of them punched each other fiercely, appearing particularly excited. Boss, it's a good thing you came. Otherwise, I don't know how long I would have been trapped by this guy. Xiao Jin smiled bitterly. This masquerade combo is too cunning. One of them had a martial soul that could transform into anyone's appearance, while the other had a martial soul that could transform into a person's appearance. They were all very difficult to deal with. In a moment of carelessness, I was struck. Fortunately, they were no match for me, so they could only trap me and not kill me. Have you seen Byakuya? Ling Xiao asked. No, but we found some clues. White Knight is probably trapped by the third executioner. Xiao Jin said, I heard it from this masked duo. At that time, they were feeling proud, so there shouldn't be any reason for them to lie. Since that's the case, time waits for no one. Let's set off now. Ling Xiao called Xiao Jin, and the two of them left the inn and continued to walk forward. As Ling Xiao, he was really happy that he could come in this time. Otherwise, Xiao Jin would really be trapped for the rest of his life. Ling Xiao would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. Soon, the three of them arrived at the third town. The executioner guarding here was called Mirage Dragon. The Mirage Dragon was also a kind of dragon in the Archean era. Mysterious, valiant, proud, and self-admiring, the Mirage Dragon was a kind of dragon that was stronger and more mysterious than its emperor dragon cousin. These divine dragons rarely showed their true appearances. Instead, they preferred to keep a low profile in the form of birds, shellfish, or even dragon balls. In their true form, the Mirage Dragon had an incomparably huge body covered with golden-green dragon scales. In this form, the Mirage Dragon never stayed still. They liked to constantly float and circle, forming a dazzling mass of flashes and various intricate patterns that dazzled the spectators. Although they had powerful brute force, the Mirage Dragon was truly revered by the world for its endless and extremely profound magic power. These dragons were excellent illusionists and experts at changing the weather. Most Mirage Dragons lived in stable and vast bodies of water, such as the ocean. There were also some Mirage Dragons that lived in large rivers. The Mirage Dragons' homes were usually huge buildings that they built on the surface of the water. At the same time, it was also their treasure trove. These mirages were magnificent and exquisite. They were made up of hundreds of rooms decorated with illusionary gold and jade silk, grand halls with ethereal and beautiful furniture, and grand reception rooms illuminated by non-existent lights. No one knew why the Mirage Dragons took over their aesthetic view of buildings from humans, but there was no doubt that the Mirage Dragons enjoyed the pleasure of adjusting the position, decoration, and shape of their rooms at will to tease mortal intruders. The so-called mirage was a wonder created by the Mirage Dragons. This information allowed Ling Xiao to guess the ability of the third executioner. This guy probably had the Mirage Dragon martial soul and was good at using illusions to confuse people. If Bai Yi was really trapped, it was very likely that he was trapped by the other party's illusions. After all, not everyone had as strong soul power as Ling Xiao and was proficient in soul mystic arts. Knowing this, it was relatively easier to deal with it. Xiao Jin, enter the Dongxing Emperor ring first. I'm better at dealing with illusions than you. If I really need your help, I'll let you out. Ling Xiao did not want Xiao Jin to be trapped by the illusions later. That would be troublesome. He might even have to fight with Xiao Jin. That would be asking for trouble. This time, Ling Xiao did not step into the town at all and saw Bai Yi. Bai Yi was dressed in a white robe and stood at the entrance of the town like an immortal, as if he was waiting for something. Seeing Bai Yi, Ling Xiao was very happy, but his expression was not so relaxed. The thought of the third executioner being a guy who was good at using illusions gave him a headache. Although he was not afraid, it did not mean that the people around him were not. Supreme Emperor Bai Yi, I finally found you. Ling Xiao stood 10 meters away and looked at Bai Yi as he spoke. Don't waste your time. So what if you've turned into Ling Xiao's appearance? Do you think I won't dare to do anything? You want to use this kind of illusion to bewitch me? Dream on. White Knight sneered and suddenly launched an attack at Ling Xiao. As expected, I'm under an illusion. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Just as he imagined, Bai Yi was under an illusion, but he thought that he was not. That was why he said such ridiculous words. At this time, it was useless to say anything to him. He had to find the guy who used the illusion and kill him first. In the past, Huang Jindi Bai Yi's strength was extraordinary. Although this clone only had 70 to 80% of his strength. However, if Ling Xiao was not careful, there was a possibility that he would be killed. Ling Xiao did not dare to be negligent at all and directly entered the body of the Ox God state. He waved the Void God sword in his hand and blocked Bai Yi's attack. Bai Yi quickly retreated with a confused look on his face after his attack failed. I didn't expect the illusory body to be so powerful. Interesting, but can you block my next move, Bai Yi? At that moment, Bai Yi suddenly disappeared into thin air. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, felt a terrifying sense of danger. He didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly retreated. After all, he couldn't kill Bai Yi, so he could only try his best to avoid him. Where is the guy who cast the illusion? Ling Xiao looked in the direction of the town, then used the holy ground demonic shadow to dash over. Bai Yi suddenly appeared in the void and blocked Ling Xiao's way. A sharp sword intent pierced toward Ling Xiao's head. Earth-crossing golden light technique. Ling Xiao dodged again. He continued to move forward. However, Bai Yi followed him closely like a maggot in a tarsal bone, not giving him any time to move freely. Ling Xiao frowned. He suddenly turned around and took out the primordial blood jade talisman. Since he couldn't get rid of it, he might as well fight. After all, a divine body realm powerhouse wouldn't die so easily. As long as he beat Bai Yi until he lost the ability to fight, he could go look for the sea serpent without worry. If it was in the past, Ling Xiao wouldn't be a match for Bai Yi even if it was Bai Yi's clone. But now, Ling Xiao's beast god body had an absolute advantage in front of Bai Yi's 70% combat power. After he unleashed his full strength, he completely suppressed Bai Yi in a few moves. The seal formed by the primordial blood jade talisman suppressed Bai Yi's clone tightly, and he couldn't resist at all. After restraining Bai Yi, Ling Xiao tried to break the illusion. But he failed. This sea serpent martial soul was really terrifying. Once the illusion was cast, it couldn't be broken unless the controller was defeated. Impossible. How can the illusion created by the illusion be so powerful? How is this possible? Bai Yi looked at Ling Xiao in shock and muttered to himself. Supreme Emperor Bai Yi, I'm the real Ling Xiao. You're under someone else's illusion. Ling Xiao tried to communicate with White Knight. You still want to bewitch me? Hee, since you've captured me, then just kill me. I want to see how an illusion like you can kill people. Bai Yi sneered. Speechless. Ling Xiao had a headache. Then, he threw Bai Yi into the Dongxing Emperor ring and handed him over to Xiao Jin and Yu Fenghua. How dare you use such a teasing method to deal with my friend? Don't let me find you. Otherwise, you won't have a good time. With a light stomp of his feet, he was already rushing towards the small town. Since the illusion covered the entire town, the other party must be in the town. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the town, a black shadow suddenly darted towards him. There was simply no time to stop it. The black shadow instantly entered his mind. It looked like a transparent divine dragon. It was very small. It was only the size of a fingernail. His speed was extremely fast. After entering Ling Xiao's mind, this guy quickly moved towards his soul realm. Ling Xiao felt it, but he didn't do anything. How could his soul realm be so easily occupied by others? This guy was digging his own grave. Xiao, what's going on? Yu Fenghua was a little nervous. It's okay. I can handle it. Don't come out. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Ling Xiao hurriedly reminded them. He wasn't afraid that the other party would target him. He was only afraid that Yu Fenghua or Xiao Jin would be controlled by the illusion again. That would be troublesome. This was the light court of inquiry. Since it was the other party's territory, the illusion would be even more powerful. It would be very difficult to deal with. In an instant, the sea serpent entered Ling Xiao's soul realm. This guy was planning to make a scene inside and control Ling Xiao. In the darkness not far away, there was a guy hiding. He was bald and had a serious scar on his eye. This guy had a sneer on his face. Obviously, he felt that he had successfully controlled Ling Xiao. However, this guy was cautious enough. Even so, he didn't expose himself and continued to hide in the darkness. In Ling Xiao's soul realm, the sea serpent suddenly began to tremble. This was because it saw what it didn't want to see the most. A huge blood thunder demonic bull and a huge hell undying bird. They were looking at this little guy with a playful look. The sea serpent screamed in horror and turned around to escape. However, it was too late. It was swallowed by the blood thunder demonic bull. The powerful soul energy also merged into Ling Xiao's soul realm, increasing Ling Xiao's soul power. Not far away, the bald guy spat out a trace of blood. Damn it. I didn't expect this Ling Xiao to be so terrifying. It seems that I have to hide. This guy is my nemesis. The bald-headed man realized this. His martial soul didn't have any fighting power. He could only use illusions to control others. If his illusions didn't work, he could only escape. Do you think you can escape? Ling Xiao's Tai Chi I had already captured the other party's existence. How could he let the other party escape? In an instant, he had already appeared behind that person and killed him with a sword. With the death of the third executioner, the illusion was finally lifted. Bai Yi, who was in the Dongxing Emperor ring, regained his consciousness. Ling Xiao let him out, but Bai Yi anxiously grabbed his arm and shouted, "You're too impulsive, I'm already old. Even if I'm trapped here, it doesn't matter. But you can't be trapped here with me. If that's the case, who will stop the undead disaster?" Supreme Emperor Bai Yi, calm down first. Ling Xiao said, "From the day you chose me to become the Yellow Emperor, you should have understood. I, Ling Xiao, am not the kind of person who will abandon friends." "I know. Of course, I know. But what should we do now? Although the Holy Master of Heaven didn't join the Lotus Flower. He's the most loyal believer of the Light God. He won't let us live." Bai Yi smiled bitterly. "We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Since it's already like this, there's nothing to be afraid of." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "If the Holy Master of Heaven wants to kill me, he'll have to ask if the sword in my hand agrees." "Oh you're always so confident." "I'm the one who lost my composure." Bai Yi suddenly smiled. Ling Xiao might have guessed the Holy Master of Heaven's thoughts, but he still came in. How could he not prepare a backup plan? Let's not talk about this. Let's think about how to escape from this damned place. Supreme Emperor Bai Yi, did you find anything? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. Bai Yi nodded and said, I've been here for the longest time, so I have a certain understanding of this place. Come with me. Bai Yi led Ling Xiao out of the town and headed in a direction. After walking for about 2 hours, Surprisingly, they found a huge door. Perhaps because the door had not been opened for a long time, it was covered in dust and gravel. This is probably the door to the outside, Bai Yi said. Looks like it hasn't been opened for a long time. Ling Xiao released Yu Fanghua and Xiao Jin. The strength of 4 people was always stronger than 1 person. If this door really led to the outside, it would definitely be heavily guarded. The Heaven's Holy Lord would not let them out so easily. No one has been able to leave the light court of inquiry for a long time. Bai Yi smiled bitterly. Moreover, I'm not completely sure if this door leads to the outside. But according to my investigation, the king escaped from here at that time. Are you sure? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, I'm sure. Bai Yi answered with certainty. Since that's the case, it's simple. Let's see how to open this door. Ling Xiao walked toward the door. All of a sudden, a dangerous aura attacked them. Ling Xiao did not even look and blasted a palm in a direction in the void. Boom, the palm wind exploded, leaving only an afterimage in the void, and then quickly disappeared. What a troublesome martial soul. Ling Xiao frowned. He realized that the martial artists he met after entering the light court of inquiry all had strange martial souls. Although their combat strength was not very strong, the martial souls that each of them used were very troublesome. Everyone, be careful. This guy should be able to travel through space. We don't know when he will suddenly appear. Ling Xiao reminded. Leave this fellow to this old man. You just focus on figuring out how to open that door. Bai Yi smiled. I have a secret technique that can deal with this kind of martial soul. Alright, I'll have to trouble Supreme Emperor Bai Yi then. Ling Xiao had always trusted his comrades. Since Bai Yi said that he could deal with it, he could definitely do it. He continued to walk toward the door. Suddenly, the space behind him was torn apart, and a figure appeared, stabbing at Ling Xiao's back. Ling Xiao did not turn back. He continued to walk forward. That guy thought that he was going to succeed, but in the next moment, a pagoda suddenly descended from the sky, completely sealing the space that he was in. Bai Yi also flew in. This way, he could prevent this guy from attacking Ling Xiao and the others. However, things were not that simple. Ling Xiao avoided being attacked by the guy who traveled through space. But in the next moment, another strange guy appeared. To be more precise, it was his martial soul. It was a very small martial soul, only the size of a palm. However, it was in liquid form. As long as it was in water, it could move freely. This martial spirit suddenly appeared under Ling Xiao's feet and turned into a sharp arrow, piercing through Ling Xiao's foot. Ling Xiao was hit before he could react. Or else, it would be terrible martial soul. Xiao Jin turned into a golden light and pounced on the liquid martial spirit. The 2 parties started a chase in the desert. Space Shuttle Martial Soul, Liquid Martial Soul, Mirror World Martial Soul, Transformation Martial Soul, Sea Serpent Martial Soul. Good heavens, how did the Heaven's Saint Master gather all these variant martial spirits here? Could it be that the Heaven's Sacred Leader also has a variant martial soul? Ling Xiao had a thought. He felt that this was not a coincidence. Generally speaking, variant martial souls were the most likely to attract other variant martial souls. However, it was not easy to guess. There were many types of variant martial souls. It was impossible to tell which type the Heaven's Sacred Leader belonged to. Let's focus on the task at hand. Ling Xiao was already standing in front of the huge door. He opened his Tai Chi eye and started to observe. Suddenly, the ground collapsed and formed a huge whirlpool. It was going to swallow Ling Xiao. Xiao. Yu Fanghua made her move at this crucial moment. Moonlight shone on the sand. The terrifying whirlpool disappeared instantly. Focus on studying the door. I'll deal with the enemy. Bai Yi, Xiao Jin, and Yu Fanghua were all pinned down by the enemy. However, it also saved Ling Xiao a lot of trouble. Right now, Ling Xiao had to devote himself to researching this door. He realized that the enemy would not only have these 3. He had to find a way out before more enemies arrived. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. However, the enemy would not let him off so easily. This time, it was not the executioners with variant martial souls. Instead, it was a group of powerful skeletal monsters. Each of them had the strength of a 6th-level divine body echelon cultivator. There were more than 100 of them. It seemed that all the executioners had been gathered here because they could not stop Ling Xiao. They might as well gather all the skeletal monsters. God-defying Tao Tai. Ling Xiao threw out the God-defying sword without hesitation. It turned into the God-defying Tao Tai and blocked the skeletal monsters. He did not dare delay. His Taiji eyes flashed with a strange incantation. He analyzed the door at an extremely fast speed. After about 10 minutes, a smile appeared on his face. The structure of the door was complicated. It was made up of thousands of arrays. However, most of the arrays had been damaged due to years of disrepair. It was relatively easy to crack them. Master, let's crack them together and speed up. Although Ling Xiao could crack them alone, it was too slow. If a Yuan Venerate helped, the process would naturally be slowed down greatly. They cracked the array on their side. On the other side, the battle was also very thrilling. Bai Yi had lost an arm in the pagoda. However, the guy who could travel through space was also seriously injured. It was hard to tell who would win this battle for the time being. However, based on Bai Yi's experience, winning should be relatively easy. Xiao Jin and the liquid martial soul were still chasing each other. Both of them were very fast. They had been chasing each other for more than 10 minutes, but they had not exchanged blows. However, this was nothing to Xiao Jin. His task was just to delay this guy and let Ling Xiao open the door that led outside. The situation on Yufenghua's side was basically the same. The martialists who could control some gravel would be attacked by Yufenghua every time they came out. They had not made any progress so far. As for the God-defying Tao Tai, it was in a tough battle. After all, the other party's strength was not weak and they had more numbers. Perhaps the only advantage of the God-defying Tao Tai was that its physical defense was extremely strong and it was not easily injured. Ling Xiao observed these few battlefields. Besides Bai Yi's side, which was more worrying, he did not have to worry about the others. However, this leisurely moment did not last for more than a few minutes. That was because he saw a terrifying fellow appear. It was actually the Heaven Divine Master. This guy had actually chased him all the way to the Light Court. I knew I couldn't let you in, but forget it. You will die here anyway. The Heaven Divine Master looked at Ling Xiao with a mocking smile. You really put in a lot of effort. You actually followed us personally. However, I really don't understand. What good will it do you to kill us? Ling Xiao glanced at the Heaven Sacred Master warily. He had stopped deciphering the array on the giant door. However, he didn't have to worry as long as the Yuan Venerate continued. This was his advantage. The Heaven Sacred Master didn't know about the existence of Yuan Venerates. He thought that Luo Yunyang wouldn't be in a hurry to attack since he had stopped deciphering the array. This way, Luo Yunyang would have a chance. Actually, I don't understand either. The Heaven Sacred Master shook his head. However, I believe in the judgment of the Divine Light God. You are all demons and obstruct the light from descending. You must die. The Divine Light God again? Are you a puppet of the Divine Light God? Ling Xiao frowned. Fool, I am a believer of the Divine Light God. I am his chosen spokesperson. The Heaven Sacred Master replied. It seems like we have nothing in common. But you don't think that you can kill me with just you, do you? Ling Xiao didn't understand why the Heaven Sacred Master was so confident. Haven't you noticed? Ever since you entered the Divine Light Tribunal, there has always been a scarlet sun hanging above your heads. No matter where you are, the scarlet sun has never disappeared. The Heaven Sacred Master sneered. I see. No wonder I always felt that something was strange and that someone was following us. At first, I thought it was you, but now I am sure that the scarlet sun isn't the real Scarlet Sunday. It's your martial soul, right? Ling Xiao frowned. Haha. So what if you guessed it? My martial soul is a powerful celestial martial soul. It represents the scarlet sun. What can you do? The temperature has already reached 100 degrees Celsius. Ordinary people would have been burned to a pulp. Even if you are martialists, your physical strength will decrease greatly under such high temperatures. You will eventually die of dehydration. Furthermore, the temperature will continue to rise. The Heaven's Sacred Master sneered. In the end, you will all be completely melted by this terrifying heat. You think too much, old woman. Suddenly, Little Gold sneered. It turned out that the executioner he was facing had already been killed. And the person who had helped him was actually the Heaven's Sacred Master. Little Gold could swallow heat to begin with. As Qi Yang's temperature grew higher and higher, his strength grew stronger and stronger. On top of that, after consuming the expert advancement elixir that Ling Xiao gave him, he actually broke through to the 7th level of the divine body realm. In that instant, his opponent was completely killed. The high temperature vaporized his martial spirit, injuring his opponent's soul and causing him to fall to the ground. If no one came to his rescue, he would probably be completely annihilated by the blazing sun. The Heaven Saint Lord frowned, but returned to normal in an instant. So what if you have a breakthrough in your cultivation? Even if you join forces with Ling Xiao, you are still no match for me. She had indeed miscalculated. He had miscalculated because he had hoped that the executioner would be able to kill Ling Xiao. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao to rescue Xiao Jin and Bai Yi. Join forces? You think too highly of yourself. Xiao Jin, go help Byakuya. Ling Xiao called out. Xiao Jin flew into the pagoda. At this moment, the most dangerous person was White Knight. After all, White Knight was unable to unleash his full strength. It was still a little troublesome to deal with the guy who could travel through space. However, with Xiao Jin joining the battle, it was settled in an instant. The two of them came out of the pagoda. Ling Xiao sent Supreme Emperor White Knight into the Dongxing Emperor ring. Then, Xiao Jin went to help Yufeng Hua deal with the martial artist who could control part of the gravel. The Heaven Saint Lord did not seem to care at all. He was still standing there as if he was waiting for something. Logically speaking, he should have immediately launched an attack on us. But now, he seems to be indifferent. Could it be that he is also stalling for time? With that thought, Ling Xiao instantly entered the fusion state. After all, the Heaven Saint Lord was at the 7th level of the divine body realm. Only the fusion state could deal with such an existence. The strongest martial artist he could defeat with his beast god physique was only at the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. God-defying art, 6-word style. Ling Xiao did not plan to hold back. 6 streaks of sword chi shot toward the Heaven Saint Lord from different angles. You finally realized it, but it's too late, Fata Morgana. The Heaven Saint Lord sneered. Ling Xiao's attacks all landed on the ground. Water vapor caused by the high temperature appeared in the surroundings. Amidst the hazy water vapor, countless identical Heavenly Saint Lords appeared. I didn't make a move just now because I wanted to complete my martial soul array. Now, everything within a 1-mile radius is controlled by my Crimson Sun array. High temperature and Fata Morgana are the 2 abilities of this array. However, what other abilities does it have? Let's see if you have the ability to discover it. This Fata Morgana is not an illusion, nor is it a clone. My Tai Chi, I can't see through it. This is not good. Ling Xiao activated his Tai Chi eye and tried to find the real body of the Heaven Saint Lord. However, he failed. Every single one of them looked like the real body. Boss, we're here to help you. Xiao Jin and Yufeng Hua came over. They had successfully killed the other executioner. At this point, all the executioners in the Light Court were basically crippled. However, it seemed like the Heaven Saint Lord wasn't sad about it. Perhaps those mutated martial souls could be transferred to new martial artists. A new executioner would appear. However, this had nothing to do with Ling Xiao and the others. The most troublesome enemy they had to deal with was the Heaven Saint Lord. The temperature continued to rise, although it didn't affect Ling Xiao, Xiao Jin, and Yufeng Hua. However, if this continued, Ling Xiao and Yufeng Hua would be in trouble. Xiao Jin alone was definitely not a match for the Heaven Saint Lord. Xiao Jin tried to use the Netherworld Yellow Spring Golden Light to penetrate the array's barrier, but it failed. Even such a terrifying light couldn't do it. It seemed like the Heaven Saint Lord's martial soul array was really terrifying. Seeing Xiao Jin's reaction, the Heaven Saint Lord said disdainfully, "Don't waste your time. My Crimson Sun array is a divine power bestowed to me by the Light God. Although your Netherworld Yellow Spring Golden Light is powerful, it can't hit the array's barrier. It will be absorbed halfway. So it's useless. The only thing you can do now is to defeat me or die here. However, before you die, can you find my main body? Oh, right, let me remind you. The Crimson Sun array will continue to shrink. Not only will the temperature rise greatly, but it will also squeeze you to death. You will be turned into meat paste. I think you're just dreaming. Xiao said calmly, if the three of us work together, you're destined to have no chance. Hee, is that so? Solar storm. The Heaven Saint Lord sneered and stopped talking. A scorching storm suddenly swept through the entire space. Xiao hurriedly put Xiao Jin and Yufeng Hua into the Dongxing Emperor ring. He didn't need the three of them to resist the solar storm. He alone was enough. The terrifying solar storm tore at Xiao's body. If it wasn't for the fact that he had fused with his body, he would have been torn to pieces. I have to end this quickly. If this drags on, I won't be able to withstand this storm. Xiao's combat power had reached the 7th level of the divine physique echelon in his fused state. Just like the Heaven's sacred leader. Of course, this included the beast god body transformation and the sky tyrant possession. However, Xiao had another advantage. He had the primordial blood jade talisman, the hand of eternal life, and the reverse god sword. He also had the crimson blood demon sword, a treasure of unknown grade. On the other hand, the Heaven's sacred leader only had one emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns. He was inferior to him in this aspect. With the help of the Tai Chi Eye, Xiao naturally believed that his combat skills were superior to his opponents. Therefore, as long as nothing unexpected happened, it was normal for him to win in a one-on-one battle. Because of this, he decided to end the battle quickly. Dragon God Frost Diagram. Xiao activated the Dragon God Frost Diagram and stacked it on top of the Crimson Sun Diagram. The frost energy released was not inferior to the Heaven's sacred leader's Crimson Sun Diagram. The temperature of the surroundings instantly dropped. The mirage that the Heaven's sacred leader relied on also lost its effect. Seems like your luck isn't that good. It's really your misfortune to have met me. Xiao sneered and stabbed out again. Without the mirage, the Heaven's sacred leader couldn't dodge Xiao's attack at all. Therefore, his only choice was to fight head-on. The Heaven's sacred leader waved his scepter, and a scorching energy erupted from it. It turned into 6 streaks of fire and clashed with the 6 streaks of sword energy. Although the Heaven's sacred leader was at a disadvantage, he didn't lose. Do you think I don't know that you have such a diagram? So what? The scepter in my hand can greatly increase the effect of the scorching element. You don't have any treasure that can increase the frost element, right? The Heaven's sacred leader sneered, and the ruby on his scepter shone brightly. In an instant, the temperature of the sun dropped again. Even the Dragon God Frost Diagram was melted. The effect of the scepter's amplification effect was terrifying. Kid, I'll tell you something else. Even if you hid your companions in your ring, it's useless. They'll still be affected by the heat. This was another effect of the scepter in my hand. The Heaven Saint Lord sneered, and the temperature suddenly became even hotter. Little Gold, who was in the Dongxing Emperor ring, was fine. White Knight, on the other hand, was in trouble. He was already seriously injured, and with the terrifying heat, he couldn't hold on for long. Moreover, Yufeng Hua also showed some bad signs. Xiao, actually, I don't want to kill all of you. After all, it would be very tiring for me to do so. So I hope you can make a choice. The Heavenly Saint Lord continued to increase the temperature and turned into a mirage again. His voice came from all directions. But the meaning was very clear. Xiao asked. It's very simple. The Divine Light God said that I only need to kill you. Now, it's time to test you. You said that you could sacrifice yourself for your friends and brothers. Now, you just need to choose to destroy your cultivation. I'll let them go. Of course, I can swear to the Divine Light God. You should know that I won't go against his will. The Heaven's sacred leader smiled. Xiao, don't worry about me. Even if my clone is gone, I won't die. I'll just lose a lot of my strength. I can't let you sacrifice yourself. If you die, I won't have the face to live in this world. Baiyu was very weak now, but he still tried his best to speak. He was really worried that Ling Xiao would be too sentimental and make the wrong choice, falling into the trap of the Holy Master of Heaven. Xiao, don't worry about me. I can still withstand this temperature. Don't believe that guy. Yu Fenghua also shouted. Perhaps in this world, the last thing Yu Fenghua wanted to see was Ling Xiao die for her. Xiao, you have to know that if you die, I won't live alone. She was very determined. I understand. Ling Xiao looked at the Heaven's sacred leader. Bai can last for at least an hour. Although your high temperature can affect my Dongxing Emperor ring, it's still very hot. It's not an ordinary storage ring. An hour is enough to kill you. As for Fenghua, she can last for a day and a night. You're too naive, Ling Xiao. Do you think this is the highest temperature my martial soul can reach? The maximum temperature I can release is 1000 degrees. How long do you think they can last under 1000 degrees Celsius? Let me calculate for you. Bai can last for 3 to 5 minutes. Yu Fenghua can last longer, about 20 minutes. Do you think you can defeat me in such a short time? I'll say something you don't want to hear. You might not even be able to find my main body in such a short time. Give up, kid. Your stupid decision will definitely kill them. The Heaven's sacred leader sneered. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Give up? Ling Xiao, don't know what giving up is. He guessed that the Heaven's sacred leader's martial soul couldn't increase the temperature instantly. The temperature would increase gradually. Although it was very fast. It would only take 5 minutes to increase the temperature from 200 degrees Celsius to 1000 degrees Celsius. However, these 5 minutes were very precious to Ling Xiao. He didn't attack rashly because he didn't want to mess up. His opponent's mirage must have a way to break it. I know you're just talking. You can't do anything. Even if you delay for a few minutes, you're just wasting time. Come, it's easy. As long as you destroy your own cultivation, I promise to let them go. I can even spare your life. After all, a cripple won't be a threat to us. The Heaven's sacred leader continued to persuade Ling Xiao. This made Ling Xiao realize something. The Heaven's sacred leader was afraid of him. If he could defeat him easily, he wouldn't have used these boring methods. He could have just attacked directly. Ling Xiao didn't reply to the Heaven's sacred leader. He was still observing the situation. As expected, this mirage can't be seen with the Tai Chi eye. The only way is to attack with a wide range. If one array isn't enough, then I'll use it together. Dragon God Frost Array, Ocean God Yellow Springs Array. Not only was the Yellow Springs water corrosive, it was also extremely cold. After all, it came from hell. Together with the Frost Array. Under the double cold, the temperature of 300 degrees Celsius couldn't evaporate instantly. In the end, the Heaven's sacred leader was hit by the Yellow Springs water. He was exposed. Ling Xiao did not give the Heaven's sacred leader any chance to escape. It was a nightmare. Then, he used the 7 words technique. It instantly pierced through the Heaven's sacred leader's vitals. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died. However, the Heaven's sacred leader did not die. His soul realm was not in his head. Although his body was almost completely shattered, his soul realm was still intact. It could be seen from the fact that his martial soul did not stop emitting high temperatures. Ha ha ha, 300 degrees Celsius, I was almost killed by you. You scared me. I really can't underestimate you. The Heaven's sacred leader's body merged again. Although it consumed a large amount of divine energy, it was nothing to the Heaven's sacred leader. Within the Light Inquisition, this fellow's divine essence was practically endless. If he couldn't be killed in an instant, he would be able to resurrect repeatedly and remain immortal. Cosmic Light Fist, time stop. Ling Xiao used his divine ability again. The Heaven's sacred leader, who had just returned to his human form, was torn into pieces by Ling Xiao's reverse god sword. However, the old man was still alive. Helpless, right? Are you surprised? It's useless. So what if you found my real body? You still can't kill me. The temperature is still rising. Your good teacher, your good friend, and your woman are all in pain. And you actually did such a senseless thing in order to save your own life. Don't you think you're too selfish? I said that your only choice is to destroy your own strength. Otherwise, they will die. As he spoke, the Heaven's sacred leader reformed again. He laughed even more crazily. Ling Xiao did not stop attacking. He took advantage of the fact that the Dragon God's Frost Array and the Ocean God's Yellow Springs Array had not completely disappeared. He attacked with all his might. Every time, he would kill the Heaven's sacred leader when he had just reformed. The Heaven's sacred leader was killed and revived repeatedly. After 4 or 5 times, the temperature in the Crimson Sun Array had risen to 400 degrees Celsius. The Dragon God's Frost Array began to fall apart. The Ocean God's Yellow Springs Array was also evaporating and losing its effect. Bai Yi, who was in the Dongxing Emperor ring, felt even worse. Yu Fenghua was also in more pain. You're still doing useless things. I already said that it's useless. I don't even use Fata Morgana. The Heaven Saint Lord yawned. There was no trace of confusion in Ling Xiao's eyes. He was sure that there was something wrong with the Heaven Saint Lord's body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used Fata Morgana from the start. He was definitely afraid of being attacked. It was just that until now, Ling Xiao still hadn't found the flaw, so every attack was ineffective. Although I don't know where you hid your soul realm, it must be within this Scarlet Sun Array diagram. Other than having a powerful martial soul, you're completely useless. Laugh now, but soon you won't be able to laugh anymore. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He had never been a kind person. Moreover, the other party was now using his benefactor and his woman to threaten him. If he didn't kill this old thing, how could he be willing to give up? Xiao Jin, help me suppress that lotus flower sovereign physique. I want to test the power of all 108 primordial blood jade talismans. At this point, only Xiao Jin could help him. The incomplete lotus flower's external clone wasn't very powerful. With Xiao Jin's current strength, he could suppress it for a while. It wouldn't take too long. 10 minutes would be enough. No problem. Xiao Jin didn't participate in the battle for now because this battle wasn't about fighting strength. It was about how cunning the Heaven Saint Lord was. Even if he went to help, it would be useless. He might as well help suppress Lotus Flower's sovereign physique. Come out, primordial blood jade talismans. Ling Xiao roared. He summoned all 108 primordial blood jade talismans. The moment the primordial blood jade talismans appeared, they instantly formed a powerful ceiling-killing array. This was the power of this magic treasure. You can actually use all 108 primordial blood jade talismans. However, with your cultivation, you still can't unleash the full power of these 10 Dragon Inscription Emperor weapons. Otherwise, I'd be really nervous. There was a hint of relief in the Heaven Saint Lord's voice. Ling Xiao couldn't care less. Primordial blood jade ceiling-killing array. As Ling Xiao activated his divine energy and soul power, the 108 huge stone steels spun wildly in the Crimson Sun Array. The terrifying power formed a huge blood-red array. The entire Crimson Sun Array was shaking. You're crazy. The Heaven Saint Lord panicked. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so crazy as to use the treasure used to suppress Lotus Flower's sovereign physique. However, can the same magical equipment hurt me? Crimson Sun Protection. As the Heaven Saint Lord roared, a large amount of flames formed around his body. It formed a tight defense. I've been tricked. Ling Xiao sneered. Since the Heaven Saint Lord chose to protect himself, it meant that his soul realm was within that range. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so anxious. Everything was going according to his plan. The Crimson Blood Demon sword in his hand suddenly released a large amount of killing intent. It blasted into the defense. The primordial blood jade talisman had already suppressed the Crimson Sun protection. Now, with the addition of the Crimson Blood Demon sword, the protection was instantly penetrated. The large amount of killing intent formed a dense amount of sword chi. It's working. Ling Xiao felt it. This time, not only did he injure the Heaven Saint Lord's body, but he also injured his soul. Physical injuries could be healed by divine energy. However, for warriors who hadn't reached the divine soul realm, once their soul was injured, it would be permanent. There was no way to recover. This time, Ling Xiao heard the Heaven Saint Lord's real scream. It's a pity. Although the Crimson Blood Demon sword's attack is fast, it's not powerful enough. It didn't kill him directly. This was something that couldn't be helped. If he used other moves, it would be too late. The Heaven Saint Lord wasn't an idiot. If you gave him time to react, he would definitely be able to dodge your attack. You've angered me. How dare you injure me? I want them to die. I want them all to die. The Heavenly Saint Lord was clearly enraged because he had been injured. Furious, he crazily activated his divine energy to increase the temperature. Originally, it would take 5 minutes to reach 1000 degrees. But it was done in 1 minute. Ling Xiao could feel Baiye's pain and Yufenghua's injury. His heart was bleeding. For a moment, he even thought of listening to the Heaven Saint Lord and crippling his own martial arts. This way, Baiye and Yufenghua could be saved and wouldn't have to suffer so much. Because he really couldn't bear it. But in the end, his rationality won over his emotions. According to the Heaven Saint Lord's personality, even if he did that, he would definitely not let them go. So what if he swore to the Divine Light God, if the Heaven Saint Lord didn't do it, others could kill him? I can definitely find a flaw. Ling Xiao calmed himself down. The Tai Chi eye opened again. At a certain moment, something strange happened. He felt his eyes suddenly itch and heat up. At first, he thought it was because of the high temperature. But after a while, he was overjoyed. Because the Tai Chi eye's ability seemed to have improved. Under the influence of his mental power, the Tai Chi eye finally became stronger. Although it did not gain any special ability. But its previous abilities had at least doubled. Under such circumstances, he finally discovered the secret of the Heaven's Sacred Leader's immortality. An ant-like thing was hidden in the Heaven's Sacred Leader's clothes. Although he had seen it with the Tai Chi eye, he could not accurately determine what it was. But at this moment, he felt the aura of the Heaven's Sacred Leader from this little thing. I see, this guy actually has 2 martial souls. Ling Xiao had seen a few martial artists with 2 martial souls. Although there were not many, he had experienced battles on several continents. The Heaven's Sacred Leader's first martial soul was the Scarlet Sun martial soul. His second martial soul was the Ant-Man martial soul. This martial soul was very special. It could make one the size of an ant and hide one's aura. Ling Xiao's target was not the Heaven's Sacred Leader's actual body, but the clone created by the Heaven's Sacred Leader. So no matter how many times he killed the other party would not die. Previously, after using the ancient blood jade talisman to suppress and then attacking with an area of effect, he was able to truly injure the other party. After understanding the other party's secret, the battle became much simpler. Ling Xiao did not show any changes in his emotions. This was to catch the other party off guard, so that the Heaven's Sacred Leader would not be able to prepare in advance. Ling Xiao suddenly pounced on the Heaven's Sacred Leader. It's useless. Everything you're doing is futile. It's not that easy to kill me. Although the Heaven's Sacred Leader's soul was injured, he thought that Ling Xiao had not discovered his secret. So he was unwilling to admit defeat. He still felt that everything that Ling Xiao was trying to do was useless. Ling Xiao did not speak. The moment he was 3 meters away, he used the Cosmic Light God Fist, time stop. 3 seconds was enough for him to launch his most powerful attack. God-defying art, 7-word style, 7 sword lights pierced toward the same target at the same time. The moment his thoughts stopped, the Heaven Saint Lord suddenly realized a very terrifying thing. Could it be that Ling Xiao has already guessed my secret? Unfortunately, at the moment when time stopped, he could no longer think. His divine essence and body were unable to move. The tiny Ant-Man was instantly torn to shreds. The soul realm of the Heavenly Palace's Holy Lord was also destroyed. At that moment, time stopped, and the Heavenly Saint let out the most painful scream of his life. But it was useless. With his soul realm destroyed, he could still maintain his life for a short period of time. But it wouldn't last more than a few seconds. If you kill me, the Divine Light God won't let you off. The Heaven Holy Land won't let you off either. The Heaven Saint Lord roared with the last of his strength. After that, the red sun in the sky suddenly exploded. At that moment, the world became much cooler. Byakuya and Yufenghua were relieved. He had finally made it through. Ling Xiao had really killed the Heaven Saint Lord. This was unbelievable. To be honest, when he saw the Heaven Saint Lord being killed and resurrected, he felt despair. Byakuya was in despair. He felt that perhaps dying like this wasn't a bad thing. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to really win. In just 2 or 3 minutes, he would have been burnt to a crisp. Ling Xiao released Byakuya and Yufeng Hua, then used the immemorial blood jade talisman to suppress Lotus Flower's sovereign physique. He then released Xiao Jin. Then, he healed Byakuya and Yufeng Hua. Although he managed to keep his life, Byakuya's situation was very bad. Luckily, Ling Xiao was a pharmacist. Otherwise, Byakuya's clone would have been destroyed. After healing, Ling Xiao started to collect the spoils of war. Other than close to 100 supreme-grade spirit stones, the executioner didn't have anything else. However, the Heaven Saint Lord had a lot of treasures. Other than thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones, there was also a large number of martial arts secret manuals. These were all things that could be used to expand the Empire's secret vault. Of course, there was also the Heaven Scepter, which was an emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns. This scepter was extremely powerful when it came to secret techniques. Ling Xiao planned to keep it for himself. This was because he was also good at secret techniques. Although he hadn't learned any powerful secret techniques for the time being, it was still very powerful. Just the fact that it could increase one's soul power was worth it. Other than the Emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns, the Heaven Saint Lord also had an Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. Ling Xiao planned to give this to Holy Rain. Next, he wanted to rely on Holy Rain to control the Heaven Saint Lord. He had to make Holy Rain stronger as soon as possible. After doing all this, good news came from the Yuan Venerate's side. The door had been opened and they could leave this damned place. Let's go back to the Heaven Saint Lord first. We can talk about other things after we get out. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid that others would ask about the Heaven Saint Lord. After all, only Byakuya, Yufeng Hua, and Xiao Jin knew that he had killed the Heaven Saint Lord. The others didn't know. Without evidence, they couldn't prove that he had killed the Heaven Saint Lord. Even if he did, so what? Would he be afraid? This time, he had to completely take over the Heaven Saint Lord. Completely under his control. What Ling Xiao didn't know was that an operation against him had already begun. This time, Lotus Flower was going all out. He swore to kill Luo Yunyang and the Heaven Saint Lord. Even if he had to completely destroy the Heaven Saint Lord, he wouldn't hesitate. In the sky leading to the Heaven Saint Lord, a huge army was advancing quickly. Because there were too many people, they couldn't use the teleportation array. This army could only set off from the chaotic sand ocean and directly head to the Heaven Saint Lord. If they went anywhere else, they would definitely be discovered immediately. After all, apart from the Heaven Saint Lord, everything else was under Ling Xiao's control. Ling Xiao had set up a large number of arrays to deal with the undead army. Unfortunately, the Heaven Saint Lord hadn't been completely taken over yet. Just as Ling Xiao entered the Radiant Court of Inquiry, the Golden Sage of Pisces had already contacted Lotus Flower. He also swallowed the heart of a powerhouse. This guy was originally a peak 6th level Divine Physique Echelon expert. After consuming the heart of a powerhouse, he immediately became a peak 7th level Divine Physique Echelon expert. Of course, Lotus Flower wouldn't be at ease if he had to rely on him to defeat Ling Xiao. After all, the Blood Bat King was defeated by Ling Xiao. Therefore, this time, no matter if it was Pisces or the Blood Bat King, they could only be considered as the second group of experts. The real strongest experts were the 3 ghost emperors that Lotus Flower had just nurtured with countless lives. The strength of these 3 ghost emperors far surpassed that of the Blood Bat King and Pisces. Mobile version update website. The first was the Great Devil Emperor. He was also the giant demon that Ling Xiao controlled in the past. Later, he was snatched away by the Lotus Flower, and he had been constantly improving. Now, he finally made his move. His strength had already reached the pinnacle of the Divine Physique Echelon. Even when facing Ling Xiao's fused body, he was not afraid at all. The second was the Evil Fire Ghost Emperor. This was a powerful existence that the Lotus Flower refined from a corpse that he found in the graveyard of the gods. His strength was not as strong as the Great Devil Emperor, but he was still at the late stage of the 7th level Divine Physique Echelon. He was stronger than the Blood Bat King, and stronger than the Pisces constellation. It was rumored that this desolate ghost emperor was the corpse of an evil fire phoenix from 100,000 years ago. Although it was not the real evil fire phoenix, the corpse still contained the evil fire phoenix's abilities. It would not be easy to deal with him. As for the third, it was the heaven ghost emperor, because he was cultivated from the corpse of the previous heaven holy master. The pitiful heaven holy master did not realize that the god of light he worshipped was only the heaven ghost emperor. From the beginning, the lotus flower had already set up a trap, making use of the heaven holy land's fervent loyalty to do things for him. The heaven ghost emperor's strength was on par with the evil fire ghost emperor. They were both not easy to deal with. Emperor Lian Hua was enraged by the failure of his previous assassination attempt. That was why he formed this expedition army. This was already the strongest formation when he did not make a move. If even this army was unable to do anything to Ling Xiao, then he would have to do it himself. The lotus flower had a deep grudge against Ling Xiao. If it was not for Ling Xiao, his plan might have succeeded long ago, and would not have ended up like this. Is there any news from the Bloodbat King's side? The great devil emperor asked coldly. I heard that Ling Xiao has not come out of the light court of inquiry. He was probably killed by the heaven holy master. The heaven ghost emperor sneered, I really don't understand why the Bloodbat King didn't kill a piece of trash like Ling Xiao. What I don't understand is why the great emperor sent all three of us out at the same time to deal with such trash. Ghost Emperor Xiahua said indifferently, are you questioning the great emperor's judgment? To underestimate Ling Xiao now was either foolish or arrogant. Look at Ling Xiao's battle record. You'll pay the price for underestimating him. Xiahua is right. This Ling Xiao cannot be underestimated. The heavenly Saint Lord might not be able to kill him, and he might even be killed by him. We must make sure that this kid is dead before we can return to report. The great devil emperor said coldly, however, no matter how powerful he is, he's dead for sure this time. Since the great emperor has sent us to lead an army of 300 million undead, the holy land of heaven is destined to become a purgatory. Ling Xiao won't live either. I heard that there are 3 people by Ling Xiao's side, Yu Fenghua, the Golden Prince, and Bai Yi. I'll deal with Ling Xiao personally. This is what the great emperor told me to do. The great devil emperor said again, moreover, after killing this kid, the 4 regions and 9 worlds will probably collapse in an instant. Although they didn't want to admit it, the truth was that Ling Xiao had already become the leader of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, and even their faith. If Ling Xiao was killed, the 4 regions and 9 worlds would definitely collapse. Others simply couldn't merge the 4 regions and 9 realms together like he could. Leave Yu Fenghua to me. I really want her bright moon martial spirit. The heaven ghost emperor sneered, if Ling Xiao's woman dies, he'll definitely waver. Hee, leave the golden prince to me, let's see if my evil fire phoenix or his golden crow is stronger. The evil fire ghost emperor sneered. In their opinion, other than Ling Xiao, Little Gold, and Yu Fenghua, the others were nothing to worry about. Moreover, their army wasn't just made up of the 3 of them. There were more than 100 6th-level Divine Physique Echelon experts. There were also more than 10 7th-level Divine Physique Echelon early stage and mid-stage 7th-level Divine Physique Echelon experts. This didn't include Pisces and the Bloodbat King. Such a powerful battle force was only targeted at Ling Xiao. It was obvious how much the Lotus Flower wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Even though they were just flying, the undead army quickly arrived at the Heaven's sacred ground. They were all riding on huge skeletal warships. Each warship could hold more than 1 million undead warriors. The largest one could even hold more than 100 million people. When these skeletal warships appeared in the sky above the Heaven's sacred ground, an evil aura instantly engulfed the Heaven's sacred ground. The Heaven's sacred ground martial artists, who originally thought that the undead calamity had nothing to do with them, suddenly realized that danger had arrived. Make use of the time to recuperate. After an hour, we will attack. Even if it was the undead army, they would still be exhausted after a long journey. In order to ensure that they could face the enemy in their peak condition, the great devil emperor gave the order to recuperate. At the same time, the news of the undead army's arrival had also spread to the Heaven's sacred city. As the sacred leader wasn't around, the remaining 11 gold saints held an emergency meeting. The undead army is really coming. If I knew, I would have listened to Ling Xiao and cooperated with Ling Xiao. That way, we would still have reinforcements. Leo constellation roared. What's the hurry? Pisces constellation said indifferently, this time, the undead army is only targeting Xianxia alone. It has nothing to do with our heaven's sacred ground, just relax. It's easy for you to say. Leo constellation gritted his teeth and said to a god official, use the heaven's eye to scout the enemy. I'm not at ease with such an army floating in the sky. If Pisces constellation's guess is wrong, it will be troublesome. The so-called heaven's eye was a treasure of the heaven's sacred ground. It could spy on the entire heaven's sacred ground. It was best used to scout the enemy. The heaven's eye was activated. A huge screen appeared in the meeting room. Countless skeletal warships appeared on the screen. This gave everyone a fright. How is it possible that they are only targeting Xianxia? There are at least a few 100 million undead army. Leo constellation exclaimed. Those idiots from the heaven's sacred ground actually dare to spy on us? In the skeletal warships in the sky. The Heaven Ghost Emperor sneered. Although his skeleton belonged to the previous heaven's sacred leader, he had already been refined into a ghost. Emperor. Naturally, he wouldn't have any feelings for the heaven's sacred ground. Feeling that he was being spied on, he was rather unhappy. Destroy. In the next moment, the Heaven Ghost Emperor sneered. Tens of thousands of miles away in the heaven's sacred city, the god official controlling the heavens I suddenly screamed in pain. After a while, he turned into a pool of blood and died. What? Seeing this scene, the expressions of the gold saints changed drastically. At such a long distance, the other party was actually able to kill a god official at the 5th level of the divine physique echelon. Wasn't this a little too terrifying? Pisces constellation's lips curled into an undetectable sneer. Surrender. He said indifferently. Surrender? What do you mean? Don't tell me you want us to become undead too? Leo constellation roared. If not? You think we still have the strength to fight? Don't forget, the only ones who can fight are me, you, and Aries constellation. R? ANWN? W? W? R? A? N? W? E? N? A? C? OM, the rest of the Gold Saint martial artists were all crippled by Xianxia. Facing such a strong enemy, what should we do? If we don't surrender, teach me. Pisces constellation said in disdain, the Saint Master has already passed the Saint Master order to me, and said that I will decide what to do. Bullshit, our heaven's sacred ground still has the Saint Master, and the Honorable Martial God. Do you think we are afraid of a mere undead army? Leo constellation roared. That's why I say you are so childish, Honorable Martial God. May I ask if you have seen the Honorable Martial God before? No. You have never seen him before, you have only heard about him from the Saint Master. What Honorable Martial God? I don't mind telling you the truth, the Honorable Martial God is the Heaven Ghost Emperor under Lotus Flower. Pisces constellation sneered, don't be so stubborn, if we rely on Lotus Flower now, we can still protect our heaven's sacred city, if not, everyone will die. Impossible. That's impossible, you are lying. When the Gold Saint martial artists heard Pisces constellation's words, all of them were about to collapse. But it was also true, the belief they had all along suddenly collapsed. Their hearts were truly dead. Lie? Hee, the Saint Master personally told me this, how can it be false? If not, why do you think I want to work together with Lotus Flower? Just the power of the Heaven Ghost Emperor is enough to make us unable to resist. If we add in the even stronger Great Devil Emperor, do you think we have any hope of winning? Give up on your fantasies. I am not afraid to tell you, I am already a subordinate of the Heaven Ghost Emperor, he said it himself. Whoever dares to disobey, I will kill them. But I still hope that all of you can live, since we were once comrades. Pisces constellation's cold voice caused everyone's body to tremble. Because of their belief in the Honorable Martial God, they refused to work with Xianxia. But now, they knew that the Honorable Martial God was actually the Heaven Ghost Emperor. How laughable was this? Now, they suddenly hoped that Xianxia would appear. Perhaps Xianxia was the only hope to resist the 300 million strong undead army. Although the undead army was large in number, there were even more cultivators from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Therefore, in this crucial battle, it still depended on the top combat power. Ling Xiao was able to defeat all 12 of them by himself. He was definitely a key figure in the rebellion. No one else could replace him. Pisces, don't even think about making me submit. Even if I die in battle, I won't submit to those undead. Leo Constellation had a fiery temper, and was an upright person. Unfortunately, Pisces did not want to waste any more time with him. If you don't submit, then die. Pisces Constellation suddenly took action, wanting to kill Leo Constellation as an example to the rest. With his current strength of devouring the hearts of strong martial artists, Leo Constellation was not his opponent. The moment the two of them clashed, Leo Constellation was sent flying. In the end, he was seriously injured and couldn't get up. You actually devoured the heart of a powerhouse. So what if I did? I'm very satisfied with this powerful strength. As for you, you're about to die. Pisces Constellation was not ashamed, but proud. He coldly walked towards Leo Constellation, obviously wanting to start a massacre. Pisces, do we really have to go to this extent? Aries Constellation stood out, and stood in front of Leo Constellation. Aries, I might have been afraid of you in the past, but now, do you think you can still scare me? Pisces Constellation sneered, get lost, if not, I'll kill you too. Today, even if I die, I won't let you hurt Leo. Aries Constellation adopted a battle stance. Then let's die together. Pisces Constellation released a fist. The gigantic fist energy transformed into a terrifying strange fish, and swallowed Aries Constellation and Leo Constellation. The two of them fought with all their might, but they were still unable to block the fist. Too strong, a small heart of a strong martial artist immediately made Pisces Constellation extremely strong. Even with the two of them working together, they were still not his opponent. One must know, the two of them were the strongest existences among the 12 gold saints. I'll give you one last chance, submit or die. Pisces Constellation walked forward, and congealed a powerful technique. He had already completely unleashed his killing intent. If Aries Constellation and Leo Constellation still did not wake up, then he would have to kill them. You want us to submit, dream on. Leo Constellation roared. Oh, is that so? Pisces Constellation did not hold back anymore, and released both fists at the same time, wanting to use this technique to get rid of Leo Constellation and Aries Constellation. But at the same time he released his fist. A terrifying finger energy pierced through his skull. In that moment, Pisces Constellation's attack crumbled. Even his life force was rapidly depleting. No, impossible, who is it? Pisces Constellation fell straight to the ground. In his last vision, he saw Ling Xiao's figure. Until his death, he did not dare to believe that Ling Xiao actually came back alive, and actually came out of the honorable martial court. How was that possible? Did the Saint Master's plan fail? It was a pity that he had no answers to these questions. Because his life force was quickly depleting, and his consciousness was completely blurred. Ling Xiao. Golden Prince. White Knight Emperor. You guys actually came out alive. The rest of the Gold Saint martial artists were also dumbstruck. They did not expect that the situation would turn around. Why don't I see the Saint Master? Aries Constellation frowned and asked. If I say that I killed him, would you believe me? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Then, he tossed a healing pill to each of them. I am too lazy to talk about other things. Now that we are facing a great enemy, those who are willing to fight against the undead army with me, eat this healing pill. Actually, when I was fighting with you guys, I had already predicted that there would be such a moment. Other than Libra Constellation, I have been merciful to the rest. Relying on my healing pill, you guys can recover in 20 minutes. No one hesitated. If these people wanted to rely on the undead race, they would have already eaten the heart of the strong martial artist. But they did not do that, which meant that they were not stupid. The remaining 10 people all ate the healing pills. As expected, after 20 minutes or so, all of them recovered their cultivation. I have something good for you guys. Take it. This is called the Martial Artist Advancement Pill. Each of you should be able to advance to the early stage of the 7th level Divine Body Realm. This way, we will have more confidence in this battle. Ling Xiao was originally unwilling to give such good things to these people. But the current situation forced him to do so. The reason was simple. These people could share his burden. Even if they advanced to the early stage of the 7th level divine body realm, their combat power could not be compared to Little Gold and Yufeng Hua. But it did not matter. As long as they could deal with the 7th level divine body realm martial artists in the undead army, it would be enough. When they ate the healing pills, they did not hesitate. This time, they would not hesitate even more. The 10 of them swallowed the 10 promotion pills. Half an hour later, all of them advanced to the early stage of the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. Let's go, we can't lose this battle. Ling Xiao looked at their excited faces. Ling Xiao didn't say much. He brought everyone to the front line. Because once the undead army attacked, they wanted to turn the entire heaven's sacred ground into hell. They had to be at the front line to minimize the losses. The 10 gold saints listened to Ling Xiao's orders without any complaints. Even if they had some grudges, it didn't matter anymore. If they lost this battle, they would all die. The so-called grudges had become meaningless. This was a battle for the heaven's sacred ground, a battle for themselves. Not only them, the heaven's sacred ground martial artists also rushed to the front line after receiving the order. A large number of martial artists appeared at the border of the heaven's sacred ground, near the undead army. Ling Xiao stood in front of everyone, as if he was the center of everyone. Actually, many people didn't recognize Ling Xiao, but the aura of a king was released from his body. However, it made these people naturally think that he was Ling Xiao, the core, the hope of this battle. Gold Sovereign, to be honest, I didn't expect that we would team up against the enemy. Capricorn held a giant sword and looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated gaze. One had to know that they had fought Ling Xiao to the death not too long ago. They even used the power of the stars. I have already forgotten about what happened before. Now, we are comrades, we have a common enemy. That's right, we are comrades. Everyone nodded. They knew very well that what they needed now was unity. It's coming. The skeletal warship started to descend. This was the precursor to the enemy's attack. At this moment, everyone was nervous. The air was filled with a biting cold atmosphere. Although the battle hadn't started, the miserable atmosphere had already spread uncontrollably. Many people knew this was an unavoidable battle. If they didn't want their family, relatives, and friends to die, they could only fight. If they retreated, everyone would suffer. The scene of their family members dying horribly appeared in their minds. This made them even more eager to fight. Block it, he had to block it, he had to defeat the enemy here. Behind them were their loved ones, their friends, and the people they wanted to protect and defend. I will not submit even if I die. Ling Xiao brandished the Void God sword and let out an earth-shattering roar. I will not submit even if I die, I will not submit even if I die. Like a volcanic eruption, shouts rang out in the sky above the heaven holy land. Crack, suddenly, the door of the huge skeletal battleship opened, but it was not the undead army that fell first. Instead, it was the seeds of the undead fruit trees. There were a total of 10 pills. Destroy. Without waiting for the undead fruit tree seed to fall, Ling Xiao launched an attack. Perhaps the undead army did not expect Ling Xiao to do this. In the end, only 3 of the 10 seeds landed on the ground. However, the moment this kind of stone fell to the ground, it grew back. His speed was extremely fast. Almost instantly, it grew into a towering tree. And it began to blossom. However, it was different from the undead fruit tree from before. The aura released by these flowers would not infect the martial artists of the heaven holy land. However, it had another effect. It was the energy of death that was needed to continuously convert the heaven holy land's energy into the undead army. Because of this, the undead army was no longer afraid of losing their energy. Originally, the 10 undead fruit trees were planned. But unfortunately, 7 of them were destroyed by Ling Xiao in an instant, so the effect was not as outstanding as before. But even so, the undead army's energy recovery speed was much faster than the martial artists of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. When Ling Xiao wanted to destroy the undead fruit trees, it was already too late. A large number of undead army fell from the skeletal battleship. The weakest among them were the skeleton warriors. But even they were only at the 9th tier divine core realm. Lotus Flower was indeed powerful, he was able to create such a huge undead army. And they were so strong. Aside from the skeleton warriors, there were also ghost warriors, ghost fire warriors, death knights, gargoyles, vampire bats, and many others. They were densely packed like locusts, covering the entire sky and the ground. This was an army of 300 million. It's that Ling Xiao again. Heaven's Ghost Emperor looked at Ling Xiao with an unhappy expression. If it wasn't for him, just this army alone would have been enough to make those guys tremble in fear. It's only temporary, right now, they still don't know how terrifying we are, that's why their morale is so high. But soon, they'll realize how stupid their actions are. They'll realize that our strength is unstoppable. Ghost Emperor Xiahua sneered. Ling Xiao stood in front of everyone, looking at the army in front of him. Both sides hadn't started fighting yet, it was just a battle of auras. Great Devil Emperor, we meet again. How are the days of being Lotus Flower's dog? Ling Xiao sneered. Kid, you once used despicable methods to control me. But now, I've become stronger than before. Today is the day you die. The Great Devil Emperor had special feelings for Ling Xiao, both hatred and fear. Only by killing Ling Xiao, he believed that he would be able to release himself from this fear. Is that so? I have to remind you. So far, Lotus Flower's actions against me have all ended in failure. The same goes for your operation this time. Don't doubt my words. Maybe I'll pay a heavy price, but I guarantee that before I get injured, I'll kill all of you. Ling Xiao had to say this. He had to express his attitude, and at the same time, increase the confidence of the resistance army behind him. You want to scare us with just one sentence? Ling Xiao, aren't you a little too naive? So what if we all die? As long as Lotus Flower doesn't die, we can still be revived. And you, if you die, you'll be completely dead. Heaven's Ghost Emperor sneered, but the idiots of Heaven Holy Land, this time, were only here to deal with Ling Xiao. You'd better give up on resisting, otherwise, when we kill Ling Xiao, you'll all die. This guy was very cunning. They were clearly strong enough, but they still wanted to win more easily. That was why they said this. They wanted to split Ling Xiao and the Heaven Holy Land cultivators. Don't be delusional. The wild ambitions of the undead spirit race are clear as day. Do you think we're 3 years old? Since we've decided to fight alongside Ling Xiao, we won't back down. You want to sow discord? Not a chance. The voice of the gold saint martial artist reverberated between heaven and earth like thunder. He wanted to tell everyone in Heaven Holy Land that this battle was unavoidable. If Ling Xiao died, they would be in an even worse state. Now that Ling Xiao was here, they still had a chance of winning. And it was their only chance. Fight. The uniform voice represented the answer of the Heaven Holy Land cultivators. Good. Since you don't want to surrender, then die, kill. The giant devil emperor roared, his voice sounding like a thunderclap. On the ground and in the sky, countless undead warriors rushed towards the Heaven Holy Land. Although the Heaven Holy Land had more warriors, their overall strength was at a disadvantage. The possibility of victory or defeat between ordinary fighting forces was not high. The key was the battle between the top powerhouses. Kill. Ling Xiao also raised the Void God sword in his hand and roared. It was even more shocking than the great Devil Emperor's voice. An aura that belonged to the Beast God filled the sky. It was very terrifying. Both sides quickly engaged in close combat. In an instant, thousands of people were killed or injured. This was war. Among the dead and injured, there were undead warriors and humans. However, it was obvious that the human casualties were higher. But death did not make the warriors afraid. As long as they could stop the undead warriors, they could protect their loved ones, their friends, and their families. Even if they had to fight to the death, they would not retreat. Sun God's Blood Formation, Divine Ape Invincible Formation, Dragon God's Ice Formation, Ocean God's Yellow Springs Formation, Ox God's Sky Lightning Earth Fire Formation. Ling Xiao activated 5 formations in one go. However, the most important function was to help the warriors on his side fight. The one that was the greatest help to him was the sun god's blood formation. The moment the formation was activated, the human warriors within a radius of 1 mile instantly gained the advantage. A large number of undead warriors were defeated and killed. This was the power of an array diagram. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's formation was too small. It was only 1 mile in radius. If it was bigger, it would be more helpful. However, he could only do his best to help now. He threw out all the refining formation stones that were slacking on his body. Hundreds of formations bloomed on the ground. Each formation could help a little. It allowed the human warriors to gain the advantage in the battle. After all, seeing so many people sacrificed, Ling Xiao could not bear it. After releasing the martial soul formation and formations, Ling Xiao rushed out. He turned into a sword light and passed through the undead army like a ghost. Wherever they passed, a large number of undead warriors would be killed. Moreover, he was completely dead. Although undead warriors are hard to kill, they still have their weaknesses. Just like human warriors, they also have souls and are afraid of having their soul realm pierced. At this time, the combat power of a powerhouse was fully displayed. A large number of undead warriors could not withstand the attacks of the 10 gold saints at all. In front of them, they were like ants, unable to withstand a single blow. It was easily torn to pieces. Although White Knight was injured, he had already recovered by now. Moreover, because of Ling Xiao's expert advancement elixir, this veteran expert's cultivation had also advanced to the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. Although he might not be able to face the 3 great ghost emperors, he still had the absolute advantage against ordinary undead martial artists or even martial artists in the early stage of the 7th level divine physique echelon. After all, the Grand Emperor's pagoda was not to be trifled with. Xiao Jin had already transformed into his true form. The huge golden crow released blazing heat. In the blink of an eye, a large number of undead warriors were annihilated. He mainly dealt with the enemies in the air. Almost none of the undead warriors could pass through his line of defense. Yu Fenghua's combat style was similar to his, but also different. It was because of the cold moonlight. When the moonlight shone on the undead warriors, they would all freeze into ice crystals and explode. Xingyu and Lang Qingqing also appeared on the battlefield. The current Xingyu could already display the strength of an early-stage 6th-level divine physique echelon cultivator. In addition, Ling Xiao had given him the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. This greatly increased his combat power. Facing most of the undead warriors, he had the absolute advantage. Lang Qingqing's cultivation was only at the peak of the 5th-level divine physique echelon. She might not be able to deal with ordinary undead warriors, but she was still very strong against ordinary undead warriors. Although the Heaven Holy Land had many experts, the undead army had even more experts. The 3 great ghost emperors had yet to make their move. However, the 13 early and mid-stage 7th-level divine physique echelon cultivators, including the Bloodbat King, had already made their move. Once they made their move, even the human undead warriors with the help of the array diagram could not withstand a single blow. Wherever they went, corpses would be strewn everywhere. This led to a large number of sacrifices. "Stop those undead warriors!" Ling Xiao roared. With the help of his array diagrams and arrays, the human undead warriors had already gained a certain advantage. Therefore, as long as they could stop those undead warriors, this battle would develop in the direction they wanted. His order was absolute. The 10 gold sage warriors quickly spread out and each of them stopped a 7th-level divine physique echelon cultivator. Bai Yi also stopped one of them. Just like that, 11 7th-level divine physique echelon warriors were stopped. "Qingqing, the 2 of us will stop one of them." Although he knew that he was not strong enough, as the holy son of the Heaven Holy Land, Xingyu would definitely not back down. Moreover, Ling Xiao's order was only to stop them, not to kill them. He believed that he and Lang Qingqing could do it. There were many others who were fighting like them. At this moment, everyone forgot about themselves and helped the greater good. A warrior's head was blown up, but before he died, he still dragged another undead warrior down with him. A warrior used the last of his strength to self-destruct, blowing up more than 10 undead warriors nearby. A warrior was surrounded by more than 10 undead warriors and died on the spot. However, his eyes were still filled with determination. This battle affected the hearts of countless people. Too many people died, and Ling Xiao did not even know the names of many of them. Many of these people had a high status in the Heaven Holy Land. They might be the successors of some family. They might be geniuses carefully nurtured by some power. They might even be giants. However, for the Heaven Holy Land and their descendants, they threw themselves into the battle, completely forgetting about life and death. They threw themselves into the battle without any regard for their lives. Like a huge river, the army fought fiercely between heaven and earth. It was as if they covered the sky. This was perhaps the most terrifying battle Emperor Lian Hua had ever fought since the seal was lifted. The earth was shaking, and the sky was roaring. The heavenly lightning and earthly fire continued to strike. The whole world seemed to have fallen into doomsday. At this moment, human lives were nothing but grass. War was always so cruel. Ha ha ha, pitiful humans, go to hell. The Blood Bat King laughed maniacally. He was incomparably grateful for his choice. After becoming an undead warrior, his strength would increase with every warrior he killed. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could grow into a Ghost Emperor-level expert. When that time came, would that damned Ling Xiao still be a match for him? He crazily killed more than 10 undead warriors around him. These undead warriors were all divine physique echelon experts. However, in front of the mid-stage 7th Heaven Divine Physique Echelon Blood Bat King, they were nothing. They could not even withstand a single blow. Bastard! A group of undead warriors pounced forward again. Seeing that their companions were killed, they did not retreat. Because there was no way out now. Even if these human martial artists didn't dare to step forward due to fear, the other party would still charge over. Therefore, he might as well take the initiative to attack. Hee, you're just giving me food. The Blood Bat King was the only 7th level Divine Body Realm expert below the 3 Ghost Emperors that wasn't stopped. Therefore, he could wreak havoc as he wished. He didn't take this group of martial artists seriously at all. He opened his mouth, and terrifying sound waves started to condense. He could kill all these trash with just one attack. At that time, he would become even stronger. However, he didn't release this attack in the end. A sword pierced through his head. Just right, accurate, and ruthless. The one who attacked was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was originally charging toward the Great Devil Emperor. From the start of the battle, he had been aiming at the Great Devil Emperor. This guy was the strongest existence on the other side. If he wasn't killed in time, the damage he would cause would be immeasurable. However, the Blood Bat King was too despicable. Ling Xiao changed his target midway. Although he killed the Blood Bat King instantly, he was also attacked by the Great Devil Emperor. There was no way the giant Devil Emperor would miss out on such an opportunity. The moment Ling Xiao attacked the Blood Bat King, the Great Devil Emperor attacked. However, he still underestimated Ling Xiao. The Great Devil Emperor definitely didn't expect that the Blood Bat King, that trash, would be killed by Ling Xiao in one move. Even if he could last until the second move, his attack would have succeeded. At the critical moment, Ling Xiao used the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique and dodged the Great Devil Emperor's sneak attack. If you want to fight me, why are you in such a hurry? I'll accompany you right now. After killing the Blood Bat King, Ling Xiao had nothing to worry about. He charged toward the Great Devil Emperor again. Humph. The Great Devil Emperor coldly snorted as he watched Ling Xiao approach. Suddenly, he threw out a punch. This punch was like a huge skeletal battleship smashing towards Ling Xiao. Space was unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, causing it to shatter. It revealed a mottled scene. Ling Xiao had already condensed the Demon Ox Fist and blasted it out. At this moment, he had already entered the fused body. Because only a fused body could fight against this powerful fellow. Boom, the two huge fists collided in the void. A black vortex suddenly appeared between the two generals. The explosion of energy caused a crack in space. This produced an extremely terrifying effect. Ling Xiao was sent flying. He was shocked. The Great Devil Emperor had truly been groomed by the lotus flower to be extremely powerful. Even though he had already used the fused body. However, he still couldn't gain the slightest advantage. Of course, the Great Devil Emperor didn't gain any advantage from this punch. He was also forced to retreat. His arms were numb. There were even leaping blood-colored lightning that continued to damage his arms. Good boy, no wonder the lotus flower has always wanted you dead. If you don't die with your talent, how can he survive? The great devil emperor was extremely shocked. He didn't have any intention of showing mercy with this punch just now. However, it still didn't cause any damage to Ling Xiao. This was too terrifying. He was surprised. Ling Xiao was also surprised. Ling Xiao also felt that this battle wasn't easy. This was only the great devil emperor. If the lotus flower personally made a move, he really didn't know what would happen. The only thing to be happy about now was that the lotus flower didn't obtain the sovereign body, so he couldn't recover his strength yet. Moreover, the sovereign body was destroyed by Ling Xiao before, causing him to temporarily be unable to fuse. Otherwise, if the lotus flower made a move at this time, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to do anything. Against the great devil emperor, he still had a chance. Against the lotus flower, even if he wanted to go all out, it would be meaningless. Good, very good. Looks like you haven't been idle during this time. However, the stronger you are, the more excited I am. I want to personally defeat you and wash away my past humiliation. The great devil emperor had his eyes on Ling Xiao, so he wouldn't attack other martial artists. This was also Ling Xiao's goal. He just had to attract the attention of this expert. Otherwise, with the great devil emperor's strength, if he rushed into the human army, who knew how many humans would die? If that happened, it would be too tragic. Of course, the great devil emperor also believed that as long as he killed Ling Xiao, the human army would definitely collapse. Therefore, the Heaven Ghost Emperor and the Evil Fire Ghost Emperor were currently gathering here. However, they were stopped halfway by Yufanghua and Xiao Jin, who rushed over. Yufanghua and Xiao Jin were originally guarding the line of defense. After hearing Ling Xiao's orders, they each chose an opponent suitable for themselves. Experts were generally more battle-hungry. Actually, the three Ghost Emperors had already decided on their opponents before coming here. Since their opponents had come knocking on their door, they naturally wouldn't refuse. Are you afraid of me? Ling Xiao looked at the great devil emperor and sneered. His thoughts were the same as the great devil emperor's. Ling Xiao also wanted to kill this commander. As long as he killed the great devil emperor, the undead army would definitely be leaderless. Their chances of victory would be higher. Afraid of you? Do you think that's possible? After my giant devil body and undead body fused, not only did I have a powerful defense, I can almost regenerate from a drop of blood. Can you kill me? Not to mention that your battle strength is inferior to mine, even if you are stronger than me, wanting to kill me is just a pipe dream. The great devil emperor said disdainfully, eat my fist first. Giant devil's fierce light break. Before his voice fell, the great devil emperor had already launched his attack. Berserk spirit essence condensed between his hands. In that instant, a resplendent light broke through the sky. It shot towards Ling Xiao. The light instantly magnified in Ling Xiao's eyes. You want to show off such a move? Ling Xiao pointed his finger. A resplendent light shot out from his fingertip, its speed extremely fast. Void-shattering finger, transcending the void, this was the fastest attack. Now that it had fused with his body, its power had greatly increased. The two's attacks collided once again. A large amount of energy waves exploded. Unfortunately, it was still impossible to determine the victor. It couldn't be helped. In a battle between experts, no one could easily kill the other. Especially martial artists of the same realm. Unless it was a sneak attack, if the opponent was prepared, it could only be a drawn-out battle. Ling Xiao was already prepared for a drawn-out battle, so he didn't use his most powerful attack from the beginning. When the battle between the two of them began, Xiao Jin and Yufanghua had already started fighting with their respective opponents. Yufenghua's opponent was the Heaven Ghost Emperor. Although the Heaven Ghost Emperor's strength was not as good as the Great Devil Emperor's, but he was also not bad. He wanted to quickly finish off Yufanghua from the beginning. Unfortunately, he seemed to have underestimated Yufanghua. Strong and fast attacks caused too many openings, and he was injured by Yufanghua instead. The injured Heaven Ghost Emperor finally understood that Yufanghua was definitely not an easy opponent to deal with. He had to be careful, otherwise, there was definitely a possibility of him failing miserably. When the Heaven Ghost Emperor became serious, it would not be easy for Yufanghua to hurt him again. A drawn-out battle was inevitable. On the other side, the giant golden crow and the giant evil phoenix continued to clash in the sky. All of them were close-range fighters. This kind of battle caused the sky to explode with resplendent flames. Only these two fellows had flown high into the sky. Otherwise, the battle between the two of them would definitely affect the other martial artists. In terms of top-notch experts, the humans did not seem to be at a disadvantage. However, in terms of the number of Divine Physique Echelon 6th stage and 5th stage Divine Physique Echelon 5th stage, there was a huge difference between the two sides. The Heaven Sacred Ground had more 5th and 6th level Divine Physique Echelon martial artists than any other force in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, there wouldn't be more than 105th level Divine Physique Echelon cultivators. As for those at the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon, there were only about 20 of them. This was completely incomparable to the undead army. There were more than 106th level Divine Physique Echelon experts in the undead army. It was 5 times that of the humans. There were also close to 305th level Divine Physique Echelon experts, which was 3 times the number of the humans. This meant that the human experts had to fight 1 against 2, or even several of them. Originally, Ling Xiao had ordered the Gold Sage martial artists to deal with the 12th 7th level Divine Physique Echelon undead experts. However, in reality, the 10 Gold Saint martial artists had to deal with the undead at the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon as well as the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. One person would have to face at least 2 opponents. Of course, this was also something they were willing to do. Because holding back one more powerhouse would reduce the losses on the side of the human ancient martial art practitioners. But even so, the undead army had an obvious advantage. There were still many 5th and 6th level Divine Physique Echelon experts who were crazily slaughtering like wolves in a flock of sheep. Who would have thought that Holy Rain, would fall here? At this moment, Xingyu and Lang Qingqing were in a very dangerous situation. The two of them were originally working together to deal with an early-stage 7th level Divine Physique Echelon undead expert. They were already at a disadvantage to begin with, but in the end, there were still 2 undead experts at the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon realm pouncing over. Xingyu and Lang Qingqing were both injured. He was extremely weak. Die. The undead expert at the early stage of the 7th level Divine Physique Echelon sneered. Raising its sharp claws, it charged towards Xingyu. At this moment, Xingyu was seriously injured. There was no way to avoid it, and there was no way to defend against it. You want me to die? Then I'll take you down with me. Xingyu knew that it was impossible for him to block this attack. Therefore, he thought of self-destructing. The self-destruction of a 6th level Divine Physique Echelon expert was still extremely terrifying. Even if it couldn't kill the other party, it could definitely make the other party lose all ability to fight. This way, even if he died, he could rest in peace. You want to self-destruct? No way. The strength of an undead expert was truly formidable. It was actually able to suppress the energy fluctuations of the Holy Rain. This caused Xingyu's body to be unable to accumulate energy. It couldn't store up energy or self-destruct. This made Xingyu extremely gloomy. At this moment, a terrifying frost divine dragon appeared out of thin air. He swallowed the undead expert and the few 6th level Divine Physique Echelon undead martial artists in one gulp. Seeing this, Xingyu knew that the opportunity had come. Although he did not know what this frost divine dragon that had suddenly appeared was, but it was definitely Ling Zhao's doing. Thus, the divine sword in his hand flew out. This was an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. It instantly pierced through the head of the early-stage 7th level Divine Physique Echelon expert. Kill him. After that, Xingyu swallowed a healing elixir and went back into the battle with Lang Qingqing. Ling Xiao was facing the Great Devil Emperor at this moment. But don't forget about his powerful soul power. He could still control the array to attack at the same time. In addition, he could multitask. He had been observing the situation around him all along. Releasing the Frost Divine Dragon at the crucial moment to help Xingyu kill the strong opponent was crucial to the change of the battle situation. Xingyu, you're the future sacred lord of the heaven's sacred ground. Don't choose to self-destruct so easily. Just fight with all your might. I'll help. Ling Xiao's biggest advantage was that he was not afraid of group battles. The more enemies there were, the more useful he could be. This was probably something that Lotus Flower did not expect. This time, Lotus Flower had almost given his all and sent 90% of his undead army to the heaven's sacred ground. If Ling Xiao could lead the heaven's sacred ground to victory in this battle, then Lotus Flower's undead army would be completely unthreatened. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to win this battle. Kid, you dare to help others when facing my attack. You're very arrogant. The Great Devil Emperor's expression was very ugly. Although Ling Xiao had helped Xingyu and Lang Qingqing, he did not use any divine origin martial techniques. He only relied on his soul power to control the array to attack. Therefore, it did not affect the battle with the Great Devil Emperor at all. He did not expose any flaws. It was impossible for the Great Devil Emperor to find any flaws. The Great Devil Emperor flew into a rage out of humiliation and suddenly took out a spiked club. It looked like a crude weapon, but it was a real Emperor weapon with 9 dragon inscriptions. When it was used by the Great Devil Emperor's huge body, its power was terrifyingly great. Almost every attack was like a mountain smashing towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao blocked while looking for an opportunity. Finally, he found a trace of an opportunity. Cosmic Light Divine Fist, time stop. After blocking so many attacks, Ling Xiao's mouth was already bleeding. In terms of raw power, the Great Devil Emperor was still a bit stronger. But the Great Devil Emperor had forgotten to defend. Doing this while fighting Ling Xiao was simply fatal. An instant of opportunity. Ling Xiao used a martial technique. With the Great Devil Emperor as the center, everything within 3 meters stopped. Only Ling Xiao could move in this frozen world. The Void God Sword had already gathered a powerful attack. And then it shot out. Oh no! Before the Great Devil Emperor stopped, he only said 2 words. One could see the panic in his eyes. Chi, the Void God Sword released 7 sword flashes, all of which stabbed into the Great Devil Emperor's body. In order to prevent the Great Devil Emperor from transferring the undead essence to another location, Ling Xiao's attack this time was not only aimed at the head. The rest of the body was also taken care of. But the Great Devil Emperor's body was a bit too big. His defense was also a bit too strong. 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The Great Devil Emperor's body exploded. But it was not completely destroyed. Many places were still intact. What a pity. Ling Xiao sighed softly and instantly used the golden light spell to dodge. He knew that. The moment time stop ended, the other party would definitely attack. In the blink of an eye, the giant Devil Emperor's body returned to normal. You dare to hurt me, you're courting death, Great Devil King Domain. The Great Devil Emperor was furious. In that instant, he released a strange domain. It instantly covered an area of 1/2 kilometer. Within this range, everyone was still. Including Ling Xiao. You think you're the only one who can control time? I can too, go to hell. The Great Devil Emperor completely ignored everyone else and arrived in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. And then the mace suddenly smashed down. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios bang, a horrifying roar sounded out. Even if Ling Xiao's defensive power was incomparably powerful, he also vomited out a large mouthful of blood at this instant. The instant he suffered the attack, Ling Xiao felt that his body could already move. But he was seriously injured. He had no choice but to use the vertical golden light art to dodge again. Urging divine essence with all his might, his injuries healed in an instant. But the consumption was considerable. Fortunately, his divine essence total was enough. Fortunately, he had potential cells. Otherwise, just this blow, even if he could recover, he would also completely lose his combat strength. 5 seconds is it? Ling Xiao wiped the bloodstains on his face and looked at the Great Devil Emperor in the distance, his expression not too good. Within the Great Devil Emperor's domain, Ling Xiao sensed that he was unable to move, unable to use soul force, unable to use divine essence. But his consciousness remained clear-headed. This was not like time stop, but more like some kind of immobilization technique. It could last for 5 seconds, even more formidable than his time stop. You're smart, to actually guess it. The Great Devil Emperor sneered and said, but so what if I guessed it? What can you change in 5 seconds? You didn't die this time, but next time, it might not be. Is that so? Ling Xiao smiled and said, then let us wait and see, whether it's your defeat or my death. He felt that breakthrough door in his body had a gap smashed open. Just because of that punch from the Great Devil Emperor just now. This was also considered a blessing in disguise. As long as he could break through, he would completely surpass the Great Devil Emperor. Hence, the most crucial thing right now was this. But the Great Devil Emperor's attack was too powerful. That blow just now directly beat him half to death. This was still because he was in the state of the fused body. Otherwise, he would definitely be beaten into a bloody mist and scattered. Heh! Great Devil King Domain. The Great Devil Emperor gave a cold laugh and released his domain once more. This guy's domain did not seem to need a time interval. It was just that each time, it consumed a large amount of divine essence. However, the Great Devil Emperor himself had a lot of divine essence reserves. In addition, the 3 undead fruit trees were pouring energy into him with all their might, even abandoning the other undead experts. The Great Devil Emperor wasn't worried at all that he didn't have enough spirit essence. Again. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. However, as he frowned, time also came to a standstill. The Great Devil Emperor instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. The mace suddenly smashed down. He was aiming at Ling Xiao's head. He believed that Ling Xiao's head did not have such a strong defense. However, at this moment, something strange happened. A black lotus bloomed in the void. It instantly pierced through the spiked club and pierced into the Great Devil Emperor's body. At that moment, the Great Devil Emperor clutched his head and held in pain. He could no longer swing the mace in his hand. However, this guy was also quite powerful. In this situation, he still realized that it was very dangerous to stay by Ling Xiao's side. He actually escaped far away in an instant. After a while, Ling Xiao could move again. The Great Devil Emperor also stopped howling. However, it could be seen that the Great Devil Emperor's injury this time was not small. Moreover, it was his soul that was injured. Although he was an undead, the Great Devil Emperor's undead essence also contained an incomplete soul. If he was injured, he would also be in great pain. Why? Why? You can't use divine essence or soul power. What did you do? The Great Devil Emperor did not understand how he was injured by Ling Xiao. This was simply inconceivable. Of course, Ling Xiao would not tell him. The moment before he was frozen, he released the Black Lotus treasure light. This was easy to say. However, it was very difficult to do. Perhaps other than him who had the Tai Chi Eye, no one else could do it. The Tai Chi Eye accurately captured the energy fluctuations and confirmed what the Great Devil Emperor wanted to do. Then, Ling Xiao was able to release the Black Lotus treasure light a second before. Because the frozen time was only 5 seconds, the Great Devil Emperor had to rush to his side immediately. When the Black Lotus treasure light was released, it became very easy to injure the Great Devil Emperor. Perhaps the Great Devil Emperor could be reborn after his body was destroyed. However, once the soul was injured, it could not be recovered. Looking at Ling Xiao, the Great Devil Emperor's expression was very unsightly. He realized that even if he had the powerful Great Devil King domain, he still could not do anything to this kid. This kid was simply too crafty. He had to think of a safe method. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would really lose this battle. Ling Xiao's side temporarily held a slight advantage. However, compared to his side, the Gold Saints' situation was much worse. As mentioned before, the undead army had more experts than the Heaven Holy Lands. These Gold Saints had to fight 1 against 2, or even 1 against 3, 1 against 4. The situation was extremely dangerous. Looking at this scene, Ling Xiao could not do anything. Although he could help a portion of the people, his ability was still limited. He could not change too much. On the human side, a large number of martial artists were being killed. Although they were very brave and worked very hard, in front of a strong opponent, it did not have much meaning. Finally, even the Gold Saints were starting to suffer heavy injuries. In order to do something before they died, a large number of martial artists chose to self-destruct. They chose to perish together with the enemy. However, reality was too cruel. In 10 times, to succeed once was already the limit. Undead martial artists were definitely not weak existences. It was not easy to drag someone down with them. Father, take revenge for me. Kill all the undead. Suddenly, Capricorn Constellation heard his son's roar. When he turned around to look, his son was already dead. Before his son died, he took an undead warrior with him and they fell to the ground together. Bastard! Capricorn Constellation's eyes were bloodshot, but this moment of distraction was seized by his opponents. A total of 4 undead warriors. One of them was at the early stage of the 7th Heaven Divine Physique realm, while the other 3 were at the peak of the 6th Heaven Divine Physique realm. All of them pierced their sharp claws into his body. Puff, Capricorn Constellation spat out a mouthful of blood. But his face was brimming with a smile. Son, father is here to accompany you. He suddenly started laughing maniacally. The huge body of stars grabbed his opponents tightly. The undead warriors suddenly became frightened. They could feel a terrifying energy accumulating within the body of the Capricorn Constellation. Ling Xiao, you must win, he had to win, I'll take my leave first. Boom, a terrifying explosion resounded between heaven and earth. Capricorn sacrificed himself. At the same time, he also took away 4 undead experts. Capricorn. At the corner of Ling Xiao's eyes, there were tears flowing down. Although, he had some grudges with Capricorn Constellation. Previously, they even fought. He even hated this guy. But at this moment, he saw Capricorn Constellation's courage. Don't worry, even if I die, I will win. This is my promise to you. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, and looked at the great devil emperor opposite him. Kill them all, tyrannical sky martial spirit. The battle between the strong was extremely tragic. And the battle between the armies could only be described as extremely miserable. In a short 20 minutes, the number of casualties on both sides had already exceeded hundreds of thousands. The saying that human lives were like grass was really cruel in war. If the undead army dies, Lotus Flower can refine it again, but if you humans die, you really die. What's the point of this meaningless struggle? The Great Devil Emperor did not use the Great Devil King domain for the time being. Because he realized that if he used it rashly, not only would he not be able to kill Ling Xiao, but he would also create an opportunity for Ling Xiao to prepare. As a result, his Great Devil King domain could not succeed at all. Although this domain could basically be achieved without any cooldown time. But the consumption of spirit energy was too terrifying. Even if there were 3 undead fruit trees providing him with spirit energy, it was useless. The consumption was still much faster than the recovery. So his current strategy was to attack with all his strength, looking for Ling Xiao's flaws, and suddenly use the Great Devil King domain to make Ling Xiao suffer a big loss. The words from his mouth were not said casually. They were just words to strike Ling Xiao's confidence. To make Ling Xiao unable to focus on the battle. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's confidence was not so weak. Is there a point? Repelling you is the point, although Lotus Flower can create undead warriors. But this needs time. I believe that this 300 million undead army should be created by Lotus Flower's demon sovereign body after hundreds of years of hard work. Including you 3 ghost emperors, you must have consumed a lot of Lotus Flower's energy. As long as you are all annihilated, Lotus Flower's power will be severely weakened. At that time, I only need to focus on dealing with the main culprit. Do you think this is meaningful? It can only be said that Lotus Flower made a bad move. He was foolish to launch such a large-scale battle when he couldn't move. He is destined to fail. Ling Xiao faced the Great Devil Emperor's fierce attacks, did not retreat at all. Instead, he fought bravely. Do you really think that the Heaven Holy Land alone can contend with our undead army? Wishful thinking. Why not? As long as Lotus Flower doesn't make a move, you're all trash in my eyes. Let me show you my true strength. The moment his voice fell, Ling Xiao's body began to change. A phoenix cry resounded in the sky. This caused all the martial artists of the Heaven Holy Land to become excited. Many people had heard of Ling Xiao's situation. It was a beast god martial artist that could transform into a giant hell undying bird or blood lightning bull demon, but they had never met. Today, he finally heard the clear cry of a phoenix. The hell undying bird's body began to spread in the sky. There was a reason for Ling Zhao's principle. The fused body could only last for half an hour, and now, more than 20 minutes had passed. However, he still failed to capture the great devil emperor. Therefore, in the last 10 minutes, he had to raise his combat power to the maximum. The strongest form of combat power was the beast god form. Even though he might not be able to use powerful martial skills like this. However, it also had its own unique advantages. That was, the beast god skills would increase in all aspects. For example, the cosmic light fist, the void-shattering finger, for example, the martial spirit array diagrams, endless flames erupted in the sky. The entire sky seemed to have turned into the pitch-black color of hellfire. A giant hell undying bird that almost covered the entire battlefield appeared. Everywhere it went, the aura of death was quickly driven away. Even the 3 death fruit trees on the ground were roasted by the high temperature and wilted. Not good. The great devil emperor couldn't care less about Ling Xiao. He suddenly rushed forward and used his own strength to protect the death fruit trees. Because he knew very well that the death fruit trees were the source of their power. If they were destroyed, the gap between them and human martial artists would gradually widen. Especially as time passed, they would become weaker and weaker. What a huge hell undying bird. On the ground, the martial artists with beast souls looked up at the sky excitedly. It wasn't just huge. A terrifying pressure was released, causing the sky to change color. Everything was frightened. And this wasn't the end. Ling Xiao didn't have much time left. He had to end the battle as soon as possible. Therefore, he had to release all the strength he could. 6 corpse ghosts, come out. The reason why he only summoned the corpse ghosts now was because, the moment the corpse ghosts were summoned, their initial strength would change according to the strength of Ling Zhao's main body. The stronger his main body was, the stronger the corpse ghosts would be. The corpses on the ground turned into 6 corpse ghosts. However, compared to ordinary corpse ghosts, Ling Zhao's 6 corpse ghosts were too eye-catching. They were close to 10 meters tall. They were covered in white bone armor. They held white bone blades. Their strength had all reached the early stage of the 7th level divine body realm. Go and help. Ling Xiao ordered. The 6 corpse ghosts rose into the sky. They went to help the others. With their help, the gold sage martial artists and Bai Yi, who were originally in danger, were relieved. I didn't expect you to have such a remarkable ability. The great devil emperor frowned. Ling Zhao's ability was too strong. Especially in a team battle, it was too helpful. With the addition of these 6 white bone corpse ghosts, the situation seemed to be reversed. It's not over yet. The next scene will surprise you even more. The huge hell undying bird spoke in human language. The next moment, the whole world was enveloped by the black universe of Tyrant. At the critical moment, Ling Xiao couldn't care less about leaking the secret. Universe of Tyrant was 30% stronger than Tyrant Possession. Moreover, Universe of Tyrant's ability was much more powerful than Tyrant Possession. In Universe of Tyrant, Ling Zhao's martial soul array diagram would expand greatly. The array diagram could expand as much as Universe of Tyrant was. It enveloped all the dead souls inside. On a certain battlefield, a group of human martial artists was surrounded by an army of dead souls. They were in a critical situation. They had already done their best. They were no match for these dead souls. Just as they were about to fight for their lives. Suddenly, a chill was released from the void. The undead surrounding them were frozen into ice in an instant. They took the opportunity to rush up and kill them, turning the situation around. In another place, the water of the yellow springs suddenly appeared. Those dead souls were swallowed by the water of the yellow springs and turned into liquid. They disappeared. The human martial artists who were almost in despair knelt on the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. Experts brought too many surprises to people. Sometimes, a powerhouse could change the situation of a war with just his own strength. And Ling Xiao happened to be such a person. Due to the expansion of the array diagram, The Gold Sage martial artists also received many benefits. The Invincible Ape God Array diagram gave them a strong defense, allowing them to fight bravely. Heavenly lightning and earthly fire continued to fall, causing a large number of dead souls to suffer losses. The bloodthirsty plague was crazily devouring the spirit essence of the dead souls. They had already lost the replenishment of the dead soul fruit tree and the devouring of the bloodthirsty plague. Many undead warriors fell to the ground as they ran. Mobile version update website, Long live Huang Jindi. Huang Jindi is invincible. With Huang Jindi on our side, we can't lose. Everyone, work harder, don't be afraid. Keep up the good work. Ling Xiao released the Tyrant martial soul and summoned the 6 ghouls, transforming into the huge hell undying bird. This greatly boosted the morale of the human side. Everyone seemed to be fearless of death. There seemed to be a lot of power in their bodies out of thin air. The most amazing thing was that someone actually broke through under such circumstances. They became even stronger. Although they were puzzled as to why Ling Xiao didn't use such a powerful ability earlier, no one said anything. Ling Xiao didn't use it, so naturally he had his reasons. It was fine as long as he used it now. Idiot, such a huge body, it's full of flaws. Skeletal warships, lock onto Ling Xiao and blast him to death. Lotus Flower naturally knew that Ling Xiao had the terrifying beast god body. Therefore, he had considered this point. In the sky, the skeletal warships that were originally floating suddenly fired their cannons. They released a terrifying array of cannons and blasted towards Ling Xiao's body. According to their thoughts, Ling Xiao's body was so huge that it wouldn't be easy to dodge. That was the truth. His body was too big. Whether it was dodging or moving, the movements were too big. However, they obviously underestimated Ling Xiao. They knew Ling Xiao's weakness. Didn't Ling Xiao know it himself? Since he knew, there was no need to be afraid. Undying bird fire, bloom. If he couldn't dodge, then he would use other methods to protect himself. And attacking was the best way to protect himself. A terrifying flame suddenly rose up. The sky seemed to be completely wrapped in flames. The crazy flames not only destroyed the incoming cannons, but also burned the skeletal warships. The hell undying bird gently moved its claws. The skeletal warships were smashed into pieces. Its huge body was indeed inconvenient to move, but its attacks had also become very terrifying. Even without using martial skills, the power of this attack was more powerful than the 7-word style of the god-defying art. The reason for that was because this power was simply too ferocious. Great Devil Emperor, die. Ling Xiao destroyed all the skeletal warships of the undead army. However, he also knew that he didn't have much time left to fuse with his body. He had to eliminate the Great Devil Emperor as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the time passed, it would really be terrible. The hell undying bird opened its huge mouth. A ball of extremely condensed flame suddenly shot out. Boom, the terrifying black flame turned into a black ray. He said it was a ray. That was only true for the Hell Phoenix's enormous body. To the Great Devil Emperor. This was a terrifying artillery barrage. The radiation covered an area of several miles. In that instant, the Great Devil Emperor's entire body was struck by the black flames. Nearly 100,000 undead near him were instantly destroyed. Even the 3 departed spirit fruit trees were reduced to ashes. Did he escape? He was indeed cunning. Ever since the Tai Chi evolved, Ling Xiao could see even more things. The Great Devil Emperor's entire body was destroyed, but that was just an illusion. This guy had sent out the undead essence the moment he was destroyed. Then he reformed his body. I'll fight you to the death. The Great Devil Emperor's body this time wasn't just his own body. He also absorbed a large number of undead warriors. This caused his body to rapidly grow. In the end, that terrifying body wasn't inferior to the Hell Phoenix at all. Boom, after the Great Devil Emperor transformed, the terrifying mace smashed down again. If the mace from before was like a small mountain, then it was like a small mountain. Now, the mace was like an undulating mountain range crashing down on him. Ling Xiao's body was huge, and he couldn't dodge in time. He could only take it. His huge claws grabbed the terrifying mace. A tearing sound came from the sky. This terrifying power, if it was in a city, perhaps a city like the holy city of heaven, would have been completely destroyed. What a troublesome guy. Ling Xiao frowned. There were still 3 minutes before the fusion ended. It was getting more and more troublesome. But the great devil emperor didn't seem to have any signs of death. Ordinary warriors' soul realms couldn't move, but many undead's undead essence could move within their body. If he couldn't instantly destroy the opponent's body, then he couldn't kill the opponent. Before, the great devil emperor was only 10 meters tall. But now he was over 1,000 meters tall. The undead essence didn't grow bigger, and could freely shuttle through this huge body. It became even harder to destroy. Damn it. I have to think of a way. Ling Xiao knew that if these 3 minutes passed, humanity would be in a huge predicament. Now that he had lost the power of his fused body, it was impossible for him to fight the giant devil emperor. What to do? Ling Xiao stared at the great devil emperor's huge body. While blocking the opponent's crazy attacks, he thought of a solution. 3 minutes, it wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. Let's give it a try. Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly became determined. In this huge beast god body state, he had never used the void-shattering finger or cosmic light god fist. He didn't know what kind of effect it would have. But it was worth a try. Otherwise, he really didn't have any other way. 1 minute before the fusion ended. The hell undead bird raised its claws. At that moment, the great devil emperor actually felt fear. What are you doing? Killing you. Void-shattering finger, shatter the void. The void-shattering finger was finally used. The huge great devil emperor's body was wrapped in red space. As if it was embedded in red glass. Ling Xiao had never seen this kind of scene before. Then, the glass began to distort and shatter. Kacha 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 sounds were constantly heard, although the great devil emperor was already very careful. But Ling Xiao's void-shattering finger was impossible to dodge. In addition, the great devil emperor's current strength was completely inferior to Ling Xiao's. The success rate of Ling Xiao's attack was also very high. Seeing that the space was about to shatter, the great devil emperor was about to tear it apart. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of shock. Because he discovered that the great devil emperor had actually escaped from the shattered space. That guy actually had a talisman on him that could allow him to escape from space. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you didn't expect that, did you? Your all-out attack could only end up like this. Your fusion should be about to end soon. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, I will give you a quick death. Then, I will kill all the humans in the Heaven Holy Land. The great devil emperor, who had escaped, laughed crazily. This guy, in order to deal with Ling Xiao, was really well prepared. It seemed that he had studied Ling Xiao well. However, there was also a magical martial skill that Ling Xiao had never used before. So even the lotus flower didn't know about it. The great devil emperor definitely didn't know either. Time reversal. The hell undead bird's time reversal didn't rely on its fists, but its eyes. This was more secretive. Time reversal. The great devil emperor used the talisman to escape from Ling Xiao's shattered void. He was very pleased with himself. But then, the situation changed again. Ling Xiao used the divine skill, time reversal. In an instant, the great devil emperor returned to the moment when he was surrounded by shattered void. The biggest benefit of the divine skill time reversal was that the enemy's skills or items wouldn't return. But Ling Xiao's items could. Therefore, the talisman of the giant devil emperor had been used, and could not be restored. This time, he couldn't escape. Impossible. The giant devil emperor cried out in alarm, and his face paled. Nothing is impossible. Go to hell. Shattered void could ensure that the great devil emperor's body would be completely torn apart. This way, no matter where he hid the undead essence in his body, it would be useless. However, Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically the moment he used Shatter the Void. Because his fused body was dispelled. The biggest problem with dispelling his fused body was that his attacks would be weakened. Shattered Void wasn't completed in the end. The great devil emperor's body was almost torn to pieces. But it was only almost. In the end, he managed to escape. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao, you're done for. The giant devil emperor felt as if he had just survived a calamity. Your fused body is dispelled, let's see how you're going to fight me. Although he was also heavily injured, he could still crush Ling Xiao, who didn't have a fused body. He began to desperately reform his body. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, once Ling Xiao's fused body's cooldown was over, it would be troublesome. After the fused body ended, the power of the formation would also weaken. This allowed the undead army to gain the upper hand again. The effect of this was huge. Ling Xiao looked at the great devil emperor, his eyes filled with determination. Fused body could only be used once a day. It was impossible for the cooldown to be over. Therefore, he had to take another path. That was a breakthrough. If he wanted to break through, he would have to endure even greater pain. To put it bluntly, he was playing with his life. At this moment, he didn't choose to run away. Instead, he attacked all the undead, including the great devil emperor. With his cultivation at the peak of the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon, coupled with his divine beast body, martial artists below the early stage of the 7th level of the divine physique echelon wouldn't be able to stop him. The undead army had no choice but to retaliate because of Ling Xiao's attack. Countless attacks landed on Ling Xiao's body. At that moment, Ling Xiao even cancelled the invincible ape deity array diagram. He wanted his body to suffer even more pain. Lunatic. The great devil emperor was dumbfounded. He didn't know what Ling Xiao was trying to do. However, in his opinion, such a method was nothing more than courting death. But from Ling Xiao's point of view, if he wasn't crazy, then it wouldn't work. At this moment, he could only stake everything on this one throw. Before the great devil emperor reformed his body, he had to break through his cultivation. Only then could he truly become stronger and not rely on the fused body. More and more injuries appeared on his body. At this moment, Ling Xiao was being attacked by countless undead martial artists. When these people saw that their attacks were effective, they became even more aggressive. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Everyone knew that Ling Xiao was the leader of these humans, their spiritual pillar. As long as they killed Ling Xiao, the holy land of paradise would be destroyed. They would be able to do so. And they would also become meritorious subjects. When the time came, they would definitely be rewarded by great Emperor Lianhua. Bang! After a loud bang, one of the hell undying bird's claws was destroyed. Ling Xiao endured the intense pain and felt the door break through in his body. Previously, there was only a small gap, but now, it was almost a quarter of the way open. Although it was painful, he believed that he had made the right bet. If it was under normal circumstances, he wouldn't torture himself like this and risk his life. But now, if he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to live, and all the martial artists of the holy land of paradise might be killed. He didn't want to see that kind of tragedy. So he could only risk his life. The great devil emperor's head had completely reformed. Looking at Ling Xiao, he couldn't help but laugh. What a pity, this kid should have been killed by me. What a crazy guy. Logically speaking, with his current strength, we can't catch him even if he wants to escape. But he's risking his life like this, how stupid. The great devil emperor mocked Ling Xiao. In fact, he wanted to do it himself, but he didn't give the order. After all, his body hadn't completely reformed yet. It was better to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible to be at ease. Ling Xiao didn't talk nonsense, he was silently watching his breakthrough. Stupid great devil emperor. Did he really think that he was just looking for a beating? What a joke. Bang, another loud bang sounded, and the other claw of the hell undying bird shattered. It had to be said that the attacks of the undead warriors were very fierce. Especially Ling Xiao, this guy was crazy enough to remove his defense. He took the attack with his body alone. It would be strange if he didn't get hurt. Bang! Bang! Bang, when the great devil emperor's upper body had completely reformed. However, Ling Xiao was in trouble. Including his wings, his body exploded, and in the end, only a huge undying bird's head was left. The reason why Ling Xiao maintained such a huge form was to take more and more fierce attacks. The facts proved that he was right. But now it was a very dangerous moment. There were many wounds on the hell undying bird's head, and it wouldn't take long. His head would shatter like other parts of his body and be destroyed. Looks like I don't need to do anything. The great devil emperor could completely reform his body soon. To be honest, he was a little disappointed. Ling Xiao couldn't be killed by him, more or less, he was a little helpless. Bang, finally, the undying birds had exploded. Dead, Ling Xiao was dead, the humans had encountered the most desperate situation. The morale of the undead army rose. Hee, your boss is dead, and you can still fight in peace? The evil fire phoenix had been beaten up badly by Xiao Jin. Its cultivation level was higher, but it was suppressed by Xiao Jin, and it didn't feel good. When he saw Ling Xiao being killed, he laughed. It hoped that it could distract Xiao Jin. However, the strange thing was that Xiao Jin had a mocking smile on his face. Idiot, do you think my boss will die so easily? Not only did it not get distracted, but it attacked even more fiercely. Because Xiao Jin knew that as long as it killed the opponent in front of it, it could help the others. That way, the situation would be completely reversed. The same thing happened to Yu Fenghua. If she had just met Ling Xiao, Yu Fenghua might have been frightened and distracted. But her trust in Ling Xiao was absolute. When the hell undying bird's body was completely destroyed, she didn't cry. Instead, she laughed. You crazy woman, what are you laughing at? The Heaven Ghost Emperor was also suppressed by Yu Fenghua, and he was very unhappy. Seeing Yu Fenghua laugh, he was even more unhappy. Haven't you heard of the Phoenix's nirvana, rebirth from the ashes? Yu Fenghua smiled faintly, and her attacks became even more fierce. Although she was smiling, Yu Fenghua felt some pain in her heart. She was angry. Because Ling Xiao had suffered so much in order to defeat these undead. How could she feel good, now? She wanted to vent her pain and anger on the opponent in front of her. Let them know how angry she was. Boom, Yu Fenghua had just finished speaking. Suddenly, a ball of flame exploded in the void. It directly burned tens of thousands of undead warriors around. These guys besieged Ling Xiao just now. After winning, they didn't think that Ling Xiao would resurrect. So they didn't care. This time, they were unlucky. A figure walked out of the fire. It was Ling Xiao's divine beast form. Human form, beast armor, his body was not as big as before. But his power was 100 times stronger than before. Impossible. He's just a human, how can he be resurrected? At this time, the great devil emperor had also completely condensed his body. Seeing Ling Xiao resurrect, he was shocked and angry. From far away, he waved his mace. If you want to die, why are you in such a hurry? It will be your turn soon. In the void, a giant hand burning with flames easily dissolved the mace's attack. It even forced the great devil emperor to take a few steps back. The current great devil emperor was no longer in his peak state. After being heavily injured by Ling Xiao several times, coupled with the effect of the bloodthirsty rat plague, this guy was no longer as strong as before. On the other hand, Ling Xiao had become even stronger. Therefore, in front of Ling Xiao, he seemed to have become much weaker. You broke through. You actually broke through. Damn it. The great devil emperor looked at Ling Xiao with fear in his eyes. When he followed Ling Xiao in the past, he knew that this young man was not to be trifled with. So he had always been very afraid. Even though he had obtained great power from the lotus flower. But he was still a little afraid. This fear had turned into a deep fear at this moment. However, as the great devil emperor, how could he admit defeat so easily? Although he no longer had the undead fruit tree, he still had the undead army to provide him with energy. He would not lose. He suddenly opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The undead essences of countless undead were absorbed into his body. At that moment, he had recovered close to 90% of his strength. Ling Xiao. It's useless. So what if you've broken through? You're still no match for me, you will still die. The great devil emperor roared. Hee, that's because you don't know what my breakthrough means. Ling Xiao chuckled. The void god sword in his hand gently drew a sword light in the void. It slashed towards the great devil emperor. This was not a sword move. It was just an ordinary attack. However, this attack was not only terrifyingly fast. Its power was also terrifyingly strong. The great devil emperor only saw a blur in front of his eyes. He simply had no chance to dodge. His body had already been pierced. The violent sword aura continued to wreak havoc in his body. In an instant, the body that he had just reformed exploded again. It turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. However, as the bloody mist exploded, it began to gather madly, as if it wanted to reform. Ling Xiao did not continue to attack. He just watched indifferently. You better not revive. Otherwise, I will let you taste the most terrible pain in the world. How could the great devil emperor listen to Ling Xiao? He absorbed the undead essences of a large number of undead again. His body reformed again. It seemed that as long as the undead army did not die, he would not die. Stubborn. Ling Xiao did not use a sword this time. Instead, he threw a punch. He threw a punch towards the great devil emperor that he had just reformed. The great devil emperor was depressed. His body that had just recovered was broken up again. Although this was not enough to kill him. It had to be known that every time he reformed his body, he had to consume at least 100,000 undead. Every time Ling Xiao destroyed him, the undead army would decrease by a lot. He could not afford to consume it. Ling Xiao, you bastard. I'll definitely kill you. If it was just consuming the undead army, the great devil emperor would not care very much. But every time he was attacked, he had to endure great pain. This was really unbearable for him. Hee, what's the point of saying this now? From the moment I broke through, it meant your failure. We've won this battle. If you are lucky enough to survive, go back and tell Lotus Flower that I will go to the graveyard of the gods to settle accounts with him. Let him wash his neck and wait. After making a breakthrough in his cultivation, Ling Xiao was even more confident. He believed that with his current strength, he could even put up a fight against Great Emperor Lianhua. What's more, Lotus Flower had not merged with the emperor's body. He definitely could not recover his former strength. He had a chance of winning. Ling Xiao, do you really think you are invincible? Let me tell you, I am the Great Devil Emperor, the most powerful existence under Lotus Flower. I will not die. The Great Devil Emperor reformed his body again. The sword in Ling Xiao's hand was already ready. The moment the Great Devil Emperor successfully reformed his body, he was directly killed. Another 100,000 undead were absorbed by the Great Devil Emperor. The pressure on the human side was getting smaller and smaller. After Ling Xiao successfully broke through, the power of the array diagram increased. In addition, the undead army suffered heavy losses this time, so the humans were able to gain the advantage. Losing 300,000 undead soldiers in a short period of time was not a small number. Now, everyone was paying attention to the outcome of the battle between the top experts. As long as Ling Xiao, Xiao Jin, Yu Fenghua, and Bai Yi, the 9 gold saints, were not defeated, they would not lose. In the opposite situation, they would be finished. In the next moment, the Great Devil Emperor successfully reformed his body again. Ling Xiao's sword light pierced forward again. However, this time, it did not succeed. A huge bone shield appeared in front of the Great Devil Emperor. It blocked Ling Xiao's sword light. Oh? 9 Dragon Pattern Emperor Artifact. You actually have 2 Emperor artifacts of this level on you. Ling Xiao's expression did not change as he said indifferently. Kid, you can force me to this extent. You are really strong, but unfortunately, the methods of the Great Devil Emperor, are not something you can imagine. You were the one attacking before. Now, have a taste of my attack. My strongest attack. The Great Devil Emperor took a deep breath, his eyes revealing boundless killing intent. At that moment, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He did not attack again, but stared at the Great Devil Emperor's mace. Boom, heaven and earth shook, and the Great Devil Emperor's mace was suddenly swung. In the next moment, something strange happened. 4 Great Devil Emperors appeared around Ling Xiao's body, waving their mace at the same time. These 4 Great Devil Emperors appeared in an instant, and even Ling Xiao could not block them. However, he could use the Earth Golden Light technique to dodge. But he did not do that. Because he wanted to see how much his body's defense had improved after his breakthrough. The Great Devil Emperor's attack had exceeded many people's imaginations. His ferocious power was enough to tear apart a planet. The 4 identical phantoms actually possessed the same amount of power. This was the Great Devil Emperor's full-strength attack, in other words, the mace this time was equivalent to 4 times the power of the previous attack. However, Ling Xiao didn't choose to evade. He activated his divine origin, and a frenzied power surged from his body. He had to get stronger, he had to continue getting stronger, it wasn't enough yet. It was far from enough. If the Great Devil Emperor was so strong and difficult to defeat, then what about Lotus Flower and the other experts of Eternal Divine Nation? Boom! 4 maces landed on Ling Xiao's body at the same time. Terrifying ripples exploded in the sky. However, Ling Xiao didn't retreat at all. His body was bent almost 90 degrees. However, he quickly returned to normal. In that moment, the Great Devil Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. His full-strength attack had only left a small bruise on Ling Xiao's body. This might be very painful for an ordinary person. But for a cultivator of Ling Xiao's level, it was no problem at all. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that Ling Xiao hadn't met the attack with attack. He hadn't even taken the initiative to defend. He'd blocked the attack purely with his physical strength. The Great Devil Emperor couldn't believe this. He almost fell into a state of insanity. Impossible. This is impossible. I don't believe this is real, go to hell. He unleashed another frenzied attack. It wasn't any different from the previous one. At the same time, 4 shadows of the Great Devil Emperor appeared next to Ling Xiao. He didn't give Ling Xiao any chance to defend himself. I don't want to take your trash attack a second time. It's meaningless. Ling Xiao chose to dodge this time. He used earth-piercing golden light to dodge the Great Devil Emperor's attack. At the same time, Ling Xiao attacked with the Void God sword in his right hand. 6 sword lights shot towards the Great Devil Emperor at the same time. The Great Devil Emperor had just punched out, so he had no time to defend himself. His body was once again torn apart by the sword. Another 100,000 undead died. Take your time to recover. To be honest, I don't want to kill you so soon. Ling Xiao sneered and took advantage of the Great Devil Emperor's recovery to rush towards the rest of the undead. The first to suffer was the early-stage 7th level Divine Physique Echelon Martial Artist who was fighting the Gold Saint Martial Artist and Bai Yi. With just one sword, the Aries Constellation's opponent was smashed into pieces. It was completely killed by Ling Xiao's sword chi. They weren't the Great Devil Emperor, they didn't have the Great Devil Emperor's divine abilities. The Void God sword could completely shatter their necromancy essence. In the next moment, Ling Xiao appeared in front of Leo Constellation again. Leo Constellation was currently facing a situation where he was surrounded and attacked. Luckily, he was strong enough and fast enough, so he did not lose. However, if this went on for a long time, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Just as Leo Constellation was feeling anxious, the 6th level Divine Physique Echelon Martial Artist and the early-stage 7th level Divine Physique Echelon Martial Artist died instantly. Leo Constellation was dumbfounded. Don't just stand there. Go help others. Ling Xiao didn't help these Gold Saint Martial Artists to let them rest. At the moment, there were still a large number of martial artists facing the threat of the undead army. They had to rescue them. No, this guy is too scary. Faced with Ling Xiao's terrifying strength, the remaining 8 early-stage 7th level Divine Physique Echelon Martial Artists were scared stiff. They even abandoned their opponents and gathered together. If they didn't do that, they believed that they would be killed by Ling Xiao soon. Conquer the 4 regions and 9 worlds, kill Ling Xiao. From the looks of it, this was simply a ridiculous joke. Is this the rumored master of the 4 regions and 9 worlds? It seems like he wasn't lying. With such terrifying strength, he can definitely turn the tide of the battle with his own strength. Sagittarius Constellation didn't believe in Ling Xiao previously. Even if he followed Ling Xiao to fight, he was still extremely fearful and uneasy. However, at this moment, he realized that he wasn't afraid anymore. Because even if he died now, it would be worth it. Previously, he was most afraid that the Heaven's sacred land would be invaded by the undead after he died. That way of dying would be too cowardly. Now, the 4 regions and 9 worlds didn't need many martial artists. What they needed was a top-notch martial artist who could turn the tide of the battle. Only then could they bring confidence to the humans. Only then could they turn the delusion of defeating Lotus Flower into reality. And Ling Xiao was such an existence. With Ling Xiao, how could they lose this battle? Damn it. Let's team up and deal with that brat. At this moment, the great devil emperor finally succeeded in condensing his body again. He already knew that he couldn't kill Ling Xiao with his own strength. However, with the addition of 8 divine body 7th level martial artists, it would be a different story. However, just as he was roaring, Ling Xiao suddenly appeared in front of him. 6 streaks of sword light shot out again. Bastard brat, do you think you can succeed with the same move? Bone shield. A huge shield blocked in front of him. It blocked Ling Xiao's sword light. However, before the great devil emperor could rejoice, he suddenly realized something. The 72 primordial blood jade talismans in the sky had already covered him. *T, I've been tricked. That's right. Ling Xiao's previous attack was just a pretense. What he really wanted to do was to use the primordial blood jade talismans to suppress this fellow. Since he couldn't kill him, he would suppress him first. He would deal with these bastards after killing the other undead martial artists. The great devil emperor had been tricked. Ling Xiao's plan was carried out smoothly. Next, it's your turn. After subduing the giant devil emperor, Ling Xiao turned to look at the remaining 8 7th level divine physique echelon undead experts. We can't retreat anymore. Kill him. Kill. The 8 divine body 7th level martial artists joined forces and attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. The gold sage martial artist and Bai Yu wanted to help, but Ling Xiao stopped them. While I'm holding them back, try to reduce the number of the undead army. Use whatever moves you have. There's no need to hide them anymore. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he instantly used the holy ground demonic shadow. The entire universe of Tyrant was covered by his demonic shadows. There were hundreds of millions of them. Just this number alone was enough to scare the 8 fellows silly. Illusions, they're all illusions. Don't be afraid. One of them shouted. Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, his head was pierced through. It was an illusionary shadow that looked like a giant elephant nearby. It used its tusks to kill him. Run. It was only now that they realized how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Even if they were all illusions, they couldn't discover Ling Xiao's real body. Anyone could become a target. They were instantly killed by Ling Xiao, however, escaping wouldn't change anything. In the void, 7 rays of sword light were released. The 7-word style of the god-defying art was released. In an instant, 5 of the 7 escaping undead martial artists were killed. Only 2 of the stronger ones were still alive. The 2 stronger undead experts weren't killed. However, Ling Xiao didn't chase after them. He stopped just like that. The 2 undead experts thought that they had escaped with their lives. However, in the next moment, their bodies suddenly exploded. It didn't seem to hit any vital parts, but the sword energy had already entered their bodies. How could they not die? In the blink of an eye, the battle situation changed completely. The great devil emperor was imprisoned. Other than the 3 ghost emperors, all the 7th level divine body echelon martial artists were killed. The gold sage martial artists were sent to other battlefields. The humans were gaining more and more advantages. If this continued, the humans would end this war with the least casualties. He's invincible. Everyone was exclaiming. The humans and undead actually had the same thought. Ling Xiao's strength was simply unparalleled. The undead felt fear. The humans saw hope. And Ling Xiao's madness had just begun. Wandering among the undead army, Ling Xiao's target was the powerful undead above the divine body echelon realm. No one was able to stop the frenzied slaughter. The undead experts even thought of retreating. Because they really couldn't think of a way to win against this terrifying fellow. Even the undead would be afraid. They would also lose their will to fight. After all, although their souls weren't complete, they still existed. As long as their souls existed, they would definitely be fearful and afraid. They would lose their will to fight because of fear. Giant demon, let's retreat. We've lost. When the Ghost Emperor of Heaven saw this, he knew that they had lost this battle. Because whether it was him, the Great Devil Emperor, or the evil Fire Ghost Emperor, none of them could defeat Ling Xiao. In fact, the two of them couldn't even defeat Little Gold and Yufanghua now. If this continued, they would only die one by one. The undead army would be completely wiped out. Since you're here, don't go back. You can't escape from my universe of tyrants. Ling Xiao didn't want to let the tiger return to the mountain. If he didn't get rid of Lotus Flower's undead subordinates this time, when he went to the necropolis of the gods, he would encounter all sorts of unimaginable troubles. Ling Xiao, don't go too far. Although the Great Devil Emperor was sealed, he still had no problem speaking. We don't want to fight anymore. Letting us go is a good thing for both of us. If you refuse to do so, then don't blame me for using my last resort. You still have a last resort? Ling Xiao frowned. He really couldn't tell if the Great Devil Emperor was lying. According to his judgment, the Great Devil Emperor definitely had another treasure in his hands. It could turn this situation around. However, the problem was that it might have a huge impact on Lotus Flower's overall plan after it was used. That was why the Great Devil Emperor didn't use it. Should I let them go, or should I risk it all? The hesitation in Ling Xiao's mind only lasted for a moment. He said, use whatever means you have. In this battle, he already had the upper hand. If he could use this advantage to weaken Lotus Flower's means as much as possible, it would definitely be worth it. Therefore, Ling Xiao was willing to take a gamble. You asked for it. The Great Devil Emperor took out something. It looked like a fruit. This thing looked extremely strange. However, Ling Xiao felt an aura that belonged to the heart of an expert fruit. However, it was much stronger than that. It's the Dead Spirit Tree King. Someone exclaimed. This came from the Dead Spirit Army's cheers. It's really the Dead Spirit Tree King. Why didn't you summon it earlier? The Dead Spirit Tree King is the root of the Dead Spirit Fruit Tree, and it has extremely powerful combat abilities. Not to mention one Ling Xiao. Even if there were 3 Ling Xiaos, they probably wouldn't be a match for the Dead Spirit Tree King. Ha ha ha, the human race is finished, the Heaven Holy Land is finished. Once the Dead Spirit Tree King grows, all of our cultivation will increase greatly. The highest it can reach is the peak of the 7th level Divine Body Realm. Furthermore, it will provide an endless supply of death energy. We will definitely win. Ling Xiao, your end is here. So what if you have a breakthrough in your cultivation? The Dead Spirit Tree King can not only increase our strength. It also has powerful combat abilities. Very soon, all of you will be defeated. The Dead Spirit Warriors were originally in despair, but when they saw the fruit rapidly growing, their confidence seemed to have returned. All of their eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. They wanted revenge, they wanted revenge, they wanted to kill all the humans in front of them. Although we have lost close to 100 million undead, it is nothing. Very soon, the Dead Spirit Tree King will revive them. Ha ha ha, I am so excited. The Great Devil Emperor laughed wildly, feeling the powerful energy of the Dead Spirit Tree King. How could he not be excited? Golden Emperor, quickly stop him. Once the Dead Spirit Tree King grows, it will be over. The Aries constellation Golden Saint martial artist seemed to have heard of the Dead Spirit Tree King and anxiously shouted. The rest of the humans did not know about the Dead Spirit Tree King. However, if the Great Devil Emperor was right, then it would be too terrifying. The advantage that they had just regained might be gone again. No, if the Dead Spirit Tree King is so powerful, why didn't the Great Devil Emperor take it out earlier? Why did he only use it now? There must be a problem. Ling Xiao believed that everything had a weakness. There was no perfect person in this world, and there was no perfect item. However, the Aries constellation Golden Saint martial artist wanted him to kill the Great Devil Emperor as soon as possible. This point, he agreed. He no longer targeted the rest of the Dead Spirit Warriors. Ling Xiao directly rushed towards the Great Devil Emperor. The rest of the human martial artists did not stop. If they were unable to stop him, then when the Dead Spirit Tree King descended, they would kill as many undead as possible. If the Dead Spirit Tree King wanted to revive the undead, it would definitely consume energy. This could be considered as a precaution. Don't even think of getting close to the Great Devil Emperor. A large group of Dead Spirit Warriors blocked Ling Xiao's path. It was obvious that these guys wanted to delay Ling Xiao until the Dead Spirit Tree King was born. Scram! A furious Ling Xiao was not someone that anyone could afford to offend. Crazy flames engulfed the entire area in front of him. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of undead were set ablaze. In a short period of time, they were burned to ashes. Ling Xiao guessed that the dead spirit tree king would have a weakness. However, he could not just wait and do nothing. Before finding the dead spirit tree king's weakness, he had to do his best. Even if he could not kill the great devil emperor, he had to prevent misfortune from descending. Xiao Jin and Yu Fenghua also intensified their attacks. Finally, at the most crucial moment, Xiao Jin killed the evil phoenix. Furthermore, it absorbed the evil phoenix's energy. Xiao Jin's cultivation instantly broke through to the late-stage 7th level divine physique echelon. "Boss, let me help you." Xiao Jin directly pounced towards the great devil emperor. A terrifying ray of light directly pierced through the seal, pierced through the great devil emperor's body, and pierced through the plant in the great devil emperor's hand. Mobile version update website, The crazy flames burned. The great devil emperor was in great pain. He once again absorbed the dead spirit essence of 100,000 departed souls and started to repair his body. As for the dead spirit tree king, it looked like its survival ability was even more terrifying than the great devil emperor's. The roots had been completely destroyed. Many of the newly grown branches were also shattered. However, this guy was still growing crazily. The branches even extended out of the seal and pierced into the bodies of many departed souls to absorb nutrients. The speed of its growth became even more terrifying. In an instant, it grew into a towering tree. Its branches swayed between heaven and earth. "Everyone, retreat." Ling Xiao sensed that the situation was not good and hurriedly shouted. Countless human martial artists gave up on chasing, but a portion of them still rushed over. In the end, they became the dead spirit tree king's nutrients. In just an instant, the dead spirit tree king killed all the divine physique echelon martial artists. This tree was at least 1,000 meters tall. It was incomparably huge. It constantly emitted a terrifying aura of death, making people feel very uncomfortable. The huge tree crown blocked the sunlight, causing the battlefield to become dark. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha, success. Success, the dead spirit tree king has finally grown. Foolish humans, you are completely finished. The dead spirit tree king's rise greatly boosted the morale of the departed soul's army. It was even somewhat crazy. Although they were once in despair, from this moment onwards, everything was about to end. The final victor would be the departed soul's army. Not the humans. How dangerous. The dead spirit tree king has finally risen. The Heaven Ghost Emperor survived Yu Fenghua's attack and looked at the dead spirit tree king in the distance with indescribable excitement. "Xiahua, oh Xiahua, you used to look down on me. Now you are dead, but I am still alive. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, I will avenge you." Ling Xiao. "I told you not to force me, but you didn't listen, now you regret it, right? However, it is meaningless. With the dead spirit tree king's protection, your seal is nothing." Looking at the seal that was forcefully broken, the great devil emperor also laughed wildly. Ling Xiao had no choice but to take back the 72 primordial blood jade talismans. These 72 streaks of light were no longer enough to suppress the terrifying undead spirit tree king. What are we going to do? It's all over. Were the sacrifices of so many people in vain? Countless humans knelt on the ground and looked at the huge undead spirit tree king in horror. Fear and unease. Universe of tyrants, shrink. At that moment, Ling Xiao did not panic. He had always believed that the undead tree king had its fatal flaw. Therefore, the moment the dead spirit tree king appeared, he began to observe it with the Tai Chi eye. If it was the Tai Chi eye before it evolved, it might be useless. But now, the Tai Chi eye was too useful. It only took him 3 to 5 minutes to confirm the secret of the undead spirit tree king. This guy could only be effective within the radiation range of his tree crown. Therefore, the only thing Ling Xiao had to do was to minimize the area that the tree king could control. Although the outside world might lose the help of Universe Tyrant's power. But what does that matter? On the battlefield outside, there were Gold Saint martial artists and Bai Yi. The humans could win. What he had to do was to destroy the undead spirit tree king and kill the great devil emperor. That was all. In an instant, universe of tyrants had shrunk to less than 100 meters. Within this 100 meters, other than Ling Xiao, there were only two people. One was Xiao Jin, and the other was the great devil emperor. Of course, the undead spirit tree king could be counted as well. Everyone, this is the opportunity that the Golden Emperor created for us. Don't waste it. Before he controls the terrifying undead spirit tree king, we have to completely destroy these undead. Leo Constellation Gold Saint Martial Artist roared. The crowd was excited. And the undead were like riding a roller coaster, falling heavily from the clouds. They thought that they could win. In the end, it was the same situation again. Damn you, Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have died. To the undead, there was another piece of bad news. Yu Fenghua had killed the Heaven Ghost Emperor. The pitiful Heaven Ghost Emperor still wanted to borrow the power of the undead spirit tree king to strengthen himself. But in the end, he did not succeed. Before that, he was killed by Yu Fenghua. Yu Fenghua looked at the black space. She could not see what was happening inside. But she could only pray that nothing happened to Ling Xiao at this time. What she needed to do now was to help the humans outside and end this tragic war as soon as possible. With her participation, the humans' advantage became even more obvious. Inside Universe of Tyrants, Ling Xiao stabbed his reverse god sword into the trunk of the undead spirit tree king. It frantically absorbed the power of the undead spirit tree king. Although this guy was strong, it was still just a tree. What it was most afraid of was having its power absorbed. But Ling Xiao's reverse god sword could do this. But to do this, Ling Xiao had to do it wholeheartedly. Unable to fight. Fortunately, Xiao Jin was there. Facing the joint attack of the undead spirit tree king and the great devil emperor, Xiao Jin swore not to retreat. He knew very well that this war was nearing its end. As long as he could hold on here, they would win. As long as Ling Xiao could survive, they would win. Although Xiao Jin was not a match for the undead spirit tree king and the great devil emperor alone. But to block these two guys, it was not a problem. After more than 10 minutes, Xiao Jin was covered in wounds and his condition was greatly reduced. He was a little dizzy. But at this time, at least half of the undead spirit tree king's energy had been absorbed. The potential that Ling Xiao had lost was completely replenished by this energy. Seeing this, the great devil emperor panicked. Ling Xiao, I will not let you succeed. Undead spirit tree king, fuse with me. At the last moment, the great devil emperor chose to fuse with the undead spirit tree king. The energy vibration produced in that instant directly sent Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin flying. Even the universe of Tyrant had a crack. This situation had never happened before. Xiao Jin, you rest first. Xiao Jin was already severely injured from the previous beating. After this attack, his injuries were even more serious, and he could no longer fight. Ling Xiao put him into the Dongxing Emperor ring and let him recuperate. And repair the universe of Tyrant. In the end, the battle would be between him and the giant devil emperor. But fortunately, as long as the great devil emperor was defeated, the undead spirit tree king would be finished. Other than the undead spirit tree king that had already been released, the lotus flower could no longer create a new undead spirit tree king. This was definitely something worth rejoicing over. At this time, the undead spirit tree king on the opposite side had actually turned into the great devil emperor. Not only that, but its strength had also increased greatly. Although it was still at the peak of the 7th level divine body realm, its defense, speed, and attack had all increased greatly. The most terrifying thing was that this guy had combined the power of the undead spirit tree king and the great devil emperor. It had become even more difficult to deal with. Mobile version update website, Ling Xiao, what other tricks do you have to deal with me now? The great devil emperor merged with the remaining half of the dead spirit tree king's strength and became extremely powerful. In the universe of tyrants, he launched a terrifying attack on Ling Xiao. Countless branches like the tentacles of an octopus attacked Ling Xiao crazily. Some were extremely domineering, some were vicious and cunning, some had a terrifying corrosive power, some had extremely strong penetrative power. These tree vines turned into terrifying weapons at this time, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. The great devil emperor also saw that the current situation was extremely disadvantageous for the undead army. However, the root of all this was Ling Xiao's strength. As long as they defeated Ling Xiao, then they could still turn defeat into victory. You're much stronger, but as long as your cultivation doesn't exceed the 8th level of the divine body realm, do you think I'll be afraid? Ling Xiao held the reverse god sword in one hand and the crimson blood demon sword in the other. The frenzied sword chi enveloped his entire body. All the tree vines would shatter after flying over. He had to thank the 2 treasured swords in his hands. Without them, this battle would really be dangerous. Ghostly shadows. The tree vines' attack stopped. Perhaps the great devil emperor knew that there was no point in continuing to attack like this, so he decided to just stop. He changed to the martial technique he used before. He waved his mace. In the blink of an eye, 4 giant devil emperors appeared around Ling Xiao. It was the same move, but because the great devil emperor's strength became much stronger, the power of the move also increased a lot. Do you think the same move is meaningful to me? Ling Xiao sneered, and his body suddenly spun. Like a blade wind wheel, he completely destroyed the 4 great devil emperors' figures. However, at this moment, he noticed a hint of a smile in the great devil emperor's eyes. Immediately after, Ling Xiao discovered that there were actually 2 more illusions above and below his feet. At this moment, Ling Xiao lost control of his body because of the rotation. The great devil emperor's attack just so happened to be launched at this moment, and the timing was impeccable. Although it was still slightly inferior to Ling Xiao's Tai Chi Eye, it still highlighted the great devil emperor's superb combat skills. You didn't expect this, did you, Ling Xiao? After I fused with the dead spirit tree king, this move naturally became stronger. The great devil emperor sneered. Die. So what if I become stronger? It's still useless. Ling Xiao's expression did not change in the slightest. It was as if all of this was within his expectations. 2 beast phantoms appeared behind him. The golden Vajra ape swung its 1,000-pound cudgel towards the sky. The other was the powerful blood lightning bull demon. It blasted towards the phantom below. Boom, boom, with 2 consecutive booms, the 2 phantoms were directly shattered. However, Ling Xiao also suffered some minor injuries. Not only did these minor injuries not cause him any pain, but he also gained some benefits. The energy in his cultivation C had increased by another 10%. The speed of improvement between each level seemed to be faster. Ling Xiao could also clearly feel it. At this rate, it was not impossible for his cultivation to reach the peak of the 4th level of the divine physique echelon when he went to the graveyard of the gods. Damn it, he actually blocked it. The great devil emperor revealed a shocked expression. This was because he really did not understand that after fusing with the dead spirit tree king, his combat power was now extremely strong. However, he still could not injure Ling Xiao severely, let alone defeat Ling Xiao. This was really too strange. Damn it. As the great devil emperor roared, his body started to expand. After fusing with the dead spirit tree king's power, he could still become gigantic even without absorbing the other spirits of the dead. Strength was directly proportional to one's body size. He believed that only with a gigantic body could he truly unleash his strength. In the blink of an eye, his body grew to 1,000 meters tall again. The 9-dragon pattern emperor weapon mace in his hand also grew bigger. When he swung it, it was as if a mountain was smashing down. Whether it was the power or the range, it became even more terrifying. Only you can grow bigger? Ling Xiao sneered. This time, he did not use his divine beast form. Instead, he directly chose the divine ox body. The tall and mighty body was like a bull demon descending into the world. The void god sword and crimson blood demon sword in his hands also grew bigger. They also grew to 1,000 meters tall. The 2 incomparably huge humanoid monsters fought together again. Boom boom boom, the battle in the sky was unusually intense. However, because they were trapped in the universe of tyrants, it did not affect the people outside at all. Even so, people could still feel the terrifying aura. Both humans and spirits of the dead were very nervous now. This was because they knew very well that the outcome of this battle would affect the life and death of both parties. In the battle, Ling Xiao was always at a disadvantage. Although he could basically block the great devil emperor's fatal attack. But the wounds on his body were still increasing. After all, in his current state, there was still a big gap between his strength and the great devil emperor's. But Ling Xiao was not discouraged because he could feel that he was constantly getting stronger in the battle. The energy in his cultivation sea was constantly increasing. The speed of this increase was not fast, so even the great devil emperor did not notice it. Ling Xiao, how long can you last? 3 days and 3 nights, or 10 days and 10 nights, or a month? The great devil emperor sneered. I fused with the death spirit tree king, so my energy can be continuously replenished. But you can't. So, this time, you are destined to die. Don't worry, it won't take that long. Soon, you will die under my sword. Ling Xiao said lightly. Still bluffing? Then let's ride a donkey and read a songbook. Let's wait and see. Although the great devil emperor was somewhat worried, he really could not think of any way that Ling Xiao could turn the situation around. After continuing to attack for a while, the great devil emperor discovered something inconceivable. Previously, his attacks were still able to cause damage to Ling Xiao, although the damage each time wasn't too serious. But during this time, although he could still suppress Ling Xiao, he could not cause any damage to Ling Xiao. It was as if his opponent was constantly getting stronger. And he was constantly weakening. What's going on? The great devil emperor's worry became more and more serious, and he even panicked. Damn it, I have to end this quickly. I can't drag it out any longer, or else it will be troublesome. Die, you bastard. The panicked great devil emperor raised his strength to the limit. The mace in his hand fiercely smashed out. You came at the right time. I need this attack of yours. Facing the great devil emperor's attack, Ling Xiao did not retreat or dodge at all. Instead, he chose to meet force with force. He put away the crimson blood demon sword, held the void god sword with both hands, and swung it out fiercely. Boom, the void god sword and the mace collided fiercely. The terrifying power sent Ling Xiao flying. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's cultivation increased again, from the early stage to the mid-stage of the 4th level divine body realm. Ling Xiao, whose cultivation had increased once again, had increased his combat power by more than 10 times. R. A. N. W. N. W. 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 R. A. N. W. E. N. A. C. O. M. Oh no, this guy's strength has increased again. It turns out that I wasn't hallucinating. The great devil emperor's pupils suddenly shrank. He was inexplicably terrified. Ling Xiao was able to block all his attacks just now. Now that his cultivation had broken through again, his strength would only become more terrifying. Moreover, there was another point, which was that the bloodthirsty plague was constantly weakening his opponent. The current situation was that Ling Xiao had become stronger, and the great devil emperor had become weaker. The gap between the two was almost completely closed. In terms of combat skills, Ling Xiao believed that with the help of the Tai Chi Eye, no one in this world would be his opponent. It's time to end this. Ling Xiao had been waiting for this opportunity. His opponent was no longer of any help to his strength. Finally, this battle could be brought to an end. You seem to be very confident, but this kind of blind confidence has no meaning. Even if you can tie with me, you won't be able to kill me. The great devil emperor sneered. How do you know if you don't try? Ling Xiao smiled and condensed the demon ox fist in his left hand. The violent fist energy surged wildly. It shot out explosively. Child's play. The great devil emperor took a deep breath and swung his mace fiercely. He didn't believe that he would lose to Ling Xiao in terms of strength. Boom, a terrifying blast of energy exploded. The great devil emperor suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His huge body was actually blasted away. Fortunately, this was the tyrannical universe. Otherwise, who knew how many warriors the great devil emperor's huge body would have smashed to death? In terms of strength, Ling Xiao would never lose to anyone. The powerful ox god's strength, coupled with the dragon god's blood flowing in his body. In terms of pure strength, he could suppress anyone. For the great devil emperor to compete with him in terms of strength was simply foolish. Ling Xiao didn't stop after sending the great devil emperor flying. He continued to charge forward. The Void God sword in his right hand unleashed 7 streaks of sword chi, slashing towards the Great Devil Emperor's huge body. The Great Devil Emperor's body had become incomparably large. Although his strength had increased, he had also become a target. Pucci, the 7 streaks of sword chi hit the Great Devil Emperor without any suspense. It tore at the Devil Emperor's body in a frenzy. Ling Xiao looked at his shattered opponent, but there was no joy in his eyes. He knew that the Great Devil Emperor wouldn't die so easily. As expected, in the next moment, the Great Devil Emperor's body returned to normal. It was only about 5 meters. The smaller the size, the less energy it would consume. Ling Xiao also returned to his normal height. He also needed to conserve his energy, concentrating it all on his attacks. Is it useful? This sword strike of yours only consumed less than 1/100th of my strength. It still can't kill me. The Great Devil Emperor laughed. His powerful vitality was the source of his confidence. He believed that he wouldn't die, so no matter how strong Ling Xiao was, he wasn't afraid. You won't die? Haha. Ling Xiao sneered. A black lotus appeared above his head. It shot out a black light. Black Lotus Treasure Light. In the blink of an eye, the treasured light struck the giant Devil Emperor. No matter where the undead essence of the Great Devil Emperor was, the Black Lotus Treasure Light could accurately hit it. This was its advantage. In that instant, the Great Devil Emperor was stunned. His soul was heavily injured. Although the soul secret technique was powerful, it had to be used at the most appropriate time. Otherwise, with the Great Devil Emperor's powerful soul strength, it wouldn't be easy to succeed. It's useless. You want to use the soul secret technique to defeat me? You're dreaming. The Great Devil Emperor resisted. The Black Lotus Treasure Light couldn't succeed. Yeah, I know. Smiling faintly, Ling Xiao appeared in front of the giant Devil Emperor in the blink of an eye. The Void God sword stabbed down. But I didn't expect the Black Lotus Treasure Light to kill you. I only used it to lock onto the location of your undead essence. Now, you still won't die? The Void God sword's effect was activated. It began to absorb the Great Devil Emperor's power. Ling Xiao had used the Black Lotus Treasure Light twice to deal with the Great Devil Emperor. It was because of the first time that he realized the miraculous effect of the Black Lotus Treasure Light. But in order to increase his chances of success, he had resisted using it. Until just now, he thought that his chance had come. Success in one strike. Otherwise, if he used it recklessly and failed, the Great Devil Emperor would definitely be on guard. At that time, he might have to use 100 times more effort to defeat this monster. 10 minutes later, the energy of the Undead Tree King and the Great Devil Emperor was completely absorbed. The Void God Taoya's strength rose to mid-stage 7th level Divine Body Realm. And Ling Zhao's Cultivation C was filled to the brim with energy again. It was just that he hadn't broken through yet. If he wanted to reach late-stage 4th level Divine Body Realm, he would need an opportunity. Ling Xiao deactivated the universe of tyrants. The battle outside was nearing its end. The undead army was completely suppressed. After seeing Ling Xiao kill the Great Devil Emperor, the humans' fighting spirit rose even higher. On the other hand, the undead army completely lost their fighting spirit. They all tried to escape. But Ling Xiao didn't give them the chance. He used the universe of tyrants to seal the entire space, leaving only one exit. This exit was to prevent the undead warriors from fighting to the death. It didn't matter if they were humans or undead. As long as there was hope to escape, they wouldn't choose to fight to the death. In the end, they were annihilated. The moment the battle ended, almost everyone fell to the ground. Everyone was too tired. Previously, they relied on their strong willpower to fight. But the moment they won, exhaustion swept over them. But in addition to exhaustion, they were incomparably excited. Because they won, this difficult war finally came to an end at this moment. Who is it? An uninvited guest appeared on the battlefield. This caused everyone to become nervous. Yu Chen? Ling Xiao frowned. Although he was very tired, he still stood up. After Yu Chen appeared, she quickly escaped. Ling Xiao chased after her alone. He could understand Yu Chen's thoughts. Because no one could guarantee that there weren't lotus flower spies among these humans. so this was a very reasonable move. In a place where there was no one, Ling Xiao opened the martial soul barrier. Is there any news? Ling Xiao asked. Yu Chen nodded. I'm sorry to tell you a little late. Actually, I came early in the morning. But I doubt whether you can survive this battle. So, I'm a little hesitant. Don't talk nonsense. What news is it? Ling Xiao waved his hand. He knew Yu Chen's thoughts too well. This guy was a fence-sitter. Only the strong side. If he couldn't do it, Yu Chen would immediately abandon him. Do you still remember Tu Yaoer? Yu Chen asked. Of course I remember. When Ling Xiao went to participate in the heroes' gathering, he saved this woman but was framed by this woman. Although Ling Xiao later killed Tu Hongtian, his hatred for this woman didn't lessen. Ling Xiao didn't kill Tu Yaoer at that time because he felt bored. However, he didn't expect this information to be related to Tu Yaoer. What happened to Tu Yaoer? Ling Xiao stared at Yu Chen and asked. This woman is like a poisonous snake. Once she hates someone, she'll do it even if she has to turn into a demon. Yu Chen shook her head and said, this woman sold her soul to Lotus Flower. The Eternal Emperor region is in imminent danger. Although you've eliminated the Death Spirit Tree King, there are still 10 seeds of the Death Spirit Tree. All of them have been placed in the Eternal Palace by Tu Yaoer. Tu Hongtian's loyal subordinates have already swallowed the hearts of experts and cooperated with Tu Yaoer. Also, the Beast Emperor that you couldn't kill previously has also gone to help. This is the reason why he didn't show up in this battle. Alright, that's all I want to say. Although I know you're tired, this is an urgent matter. You have to send someone over to deal with it as soon as possible. Otherwise, it's all over. It's just a last-ditch struggle. Ling Zhao's victory in today's battle basically declared the death of 90% of Lotus Flower's subordinates. The matter with the Eternal Life Palace should have started before the Great Battle. This should be Lotus Flower's backup plan. If they lost the battle, he would use a surprise attack to delay Ling Xiao. However, even so, he couldn't help but worry. After all, most of the cultivators in the Eternal Emperor region had already submitted to him. He couldn't leave them in the lurch. Oh no, I should leave. That old man seems to have discovered me. Yu Chen's expression suddenly changed while she was speaking. Just as she was about to leave, a ghostly claw suddenly stretched out from her body. It directly grabbed her head. Ah! Yu Chen let out a shrill scream. She was terrified. Bastard! Although Ling Xiao didn't like Yu Chen, she had provided him with important information several times. If not for Yu Chen's information, he wouldn't have been able to destroy Lotus Flower's perfect plan. The moment the ghostly claw appeared, Ling Xiao made his move. The sword technique, which was as precise as a scalpel, instantly tore the ghost claw apart. Damn it, I didn't expect that I would still die despite being so careful. Yu Chen lay there with tears in her eyes. He didn't want to die. But there was nothing he could do. The ghost claw just now had basically destroyed his bodily functions. Right now, he was just struggling at death's door. Eat this. Ling Xiao fed Yu Chen a healing pill. It's useless. Everything is useless. Damn it, I really want to see how you kill that guy. Yu Chen's life force had been severely depleted, so the healing pill had no effect at all. From the looks of it, it wasn't just an injury. It was a terrifying curse. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, pulled out the Void God sword, and stabbed Yu Chen. A black energy was forcibly extracted and entered the Void God sword. A figure escaped from the black energy. It turned into a skeleton in the sky. I didn't think that the Void God sword would be so effective against my curse. But so what if he did? He was already a cripple. Don't even think about cultivating in the future. Lotus Flower's voice came from the skeleton's mouth. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he looked at the terrifying skeleton face. Old thing, it's time to settle the grudges between us. Hee, you don't need to say that. I'm already prepared to welcome you. Come to the necropolis of the gods. I'll give you 3 days. If you don't come, I'll crush your friend Mo Jiao's soul. Lotus Flower's laughter was still cold and indifferent, revealing an unquestionable tone. I'll be there. You old thing, just wash your neck and wait. Everything will end in the necropolis of the gods. Ling Xiao gradually calmed down. He had already decided to go to the necropolis of the gods to settle this matter after this battle. Otherwise, Lotus Flower would continue to stir up trouble. However, he was now thinking about another matter. Why did Lotus Flower appear at the moment when Yuchen told him about the accident in the Immortal Palace? Was it just a coincidence? No, it definitely wasn't a coincidence. Perhaps the matter in the Immortal Palace was also very important. Lotus Flower didn't want him to go, so he limited him to 3 days. Do you dare to kill Mo Jiao? If you do that, you'll never be able to obtain your sovereign physique. Ling Xiao probed. Hee, you can try. Lotus Flower sneered. Child, do you think that a person forced into a desperate situation won't make a crazy choice? You're too powerful. You've completely disrupted my plans and even killed the 3 ghost emperors that I had high hopes for. That's right, you're right. The Immortal Palace is indeed very important to me. But so what? You only have 3 days, just enough to reach the necropolis of the gods. You have to make a choice. Do you choose the Immortal Palace or the Mo Jiao? What a crafty old ghost. Ling Xiao obtained a lot of useful information from the other party's words. This battle had really hurt Lotus Flower, so much so that Lotus Flower had no choice but to stake it all. But this choice was something that Ling Xiao had to make. He thought for a while and said, "Let me see the Mo Jiao's soul." Of course. In the sky, a black ring appeared. Within the black ring, a scene was actually displayed. In the scene, the Mo Jiao's soul was trapped in a container. Ling Xiao, don't worry about me. I'm just a cheap life. The Mo Jiao roared. But the scene suddenly disappeared. I have to say that your friend is really great. At this time, he actually thought of sacrificing himself for the sake of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But will you be so decisive? Lotus Flower asked. Don't worry, I'll go to the necropolis of the gods. I'll definitely reach there within 3 days. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Smart choice. Lotus Flower smiled. The skeleton in the sky completely dissipated. At this time, Yuchen had already fainted. Ling Xiao sighed and put him into the Dongxing Emperor ring. Perhaps after killing Emperor Lian Hua, he would be able to cure this guy. But now, he had no source of information. Everything had to be speculated by himself. Ling Xiao dragged his tired body and found the remaining 9 gold saints. He also called for an emergency meeting with Bai Yi, Yu Fenghua, Little Gold, Xing Yu, and Lang Qingqing. He briefly recounted the events that had just transpired. I know that everyone is very tired, but I can't ignore the matter of the Eternal Palace. I can't ignore the matter of the Mo Jiao either, so I've decided to split into 2 groups. Fenghua, Little Gold, you took 9 golden sage martial artists to the Immortal Palace and almost destroyed Emperor Lianhua's plans. Also, Long Chan and Cold Plum should have already gone there. The situation isn't as difficult as you think. Supreme Emperor Bai Yi and I will go to the necropolis of the gods to fight Lotus Flower. Ling Xiao made his decision. No way. I want to go with you. Yu Fenghua rejected directly. Boss, I want to go with you too. Little Gold said. Fenghua, don't forget that bitch Tu Yao or might have already planted the departed spirit fruit tree. You are the only one who can save those people, and Little Gold, I want you to protect Fenghua for me. Are you going to reject me? Ling Xiao said coldly, don't think that I'm just randomly assigning people. My decision is made after careful consideration. Lotus Flower is probably betting everything on the Eternal Palace's plan. Your side is the most troublesome. As for Lotus Flower, just leave it to me. Or do you not trust me? Yu Fenghua and Little Gold fell silent. They hoped to stay with Ling Xiao from the bottom of their hearts. No matter how dangerous it was, they did not care. However, logic told them that the Eternal Palace's situation was equally complicated. Only by following Ling Xiao's arrangements would they have a chance of winning this battle. Xiao, you must win. Yu Fenghua took a deep breath. You must remember that I'll always be waiting for you. Boss, me too. You must win. Little Gold clenched her fists and said. You guys have to be careful too. Even though the 3 ghost emperors have been killed, the 3 ghost emperors have all been killed. Although the three great emperors have been killed, the beast emperor's current strength is still unknown. In addition, the dragon shaman's whereabouts are still unknown. This is also a problem. If Lotus Flower really wants to stake it all, he will definitely send all his forces to the Eternal Palace. Don't underestimate the enemy. After the discussion, everyone rested for a while and used the elixir pills that Ling Xiao gave them to recover while hurrying towards the Eternal Palace. No one knew the current situation of the Eternal Palace, so they had to hurry. As the saying goes, it's easier to dodge a spear in the open than an arrow in the dark. A conspiracy in the dark was really impossible to guard against. Ever since the Eternal Emperor region joined Ling Zhao's command, the border defense was strong and reliable. The departed spirit race could not find a chance to invade. However, a traitor was born at this time. And it had an extremely important effect. At a certain defensive line at the border. Inside a very sturdy checkpoint, a general was having his meal. In recent days, although the undead race had tried to pass through the line of defense, they had been unable to do so because of the formation. This allowed the cultivators of the Eternal Emperor region to relax a little. At this moment, someone came to report that the Eternal Life Palace had sent an envoy to inspect the defensive situation. The general hurriedly put down his bowl and chopsticks and walked out. Many people knew the young woman. She was Tu Yao, the daughter of Tu Hongtian, one of the four great paragons of the Eternal Emperor region. After that incident, Yu Qiushui, who was in charge of the Eternal Emperor region, didn't make things difficult for Tu Yao. Instead, he gave Tu Yao a position so that the people of the Tu clan could stay in the Eternal Life Palace with peace of mind. There was no need to worry about getting even with him later. However, Yu Qiushui's actions did not make Tu Yao give up the hatred in her heart. This woman had chosen to work with Lotus Flower. There was no doubt in the checkpoint. After all, the token in Tu Yao's hand was not fake. The change happened in an instant. The experts following Tu Yao suddenly attacked. The general was killed before he could even react. They instantly occupied the control room of the formation and activated the defensive formation of the checkpoint. They led in a large number of undead experts led by the Beast Emperor. In the end, there were countless casualties in the checkpoint. The pitiful martial artists were turned into walking corpses as they screamed. There was only hatred in Tu Yao's heart. She didn't care about such a tragedy. Let your men stand guard here in case the higher-ups notice anything amiss. We will head straight for the Eternal Life Palace. This time, Lotus Flower wasn't satisfied with planting the undead fruit tree in a remote place. He ordered the Beast Emperor and Tu Yao to plant the fruit tree in the Eternal Life Palace and turn all the martial artists there into undead. The Beast Emperor informed Tu Yao and hurried on his way. Tu Yao followed after making arrangements for the checkpoint. With her around, the Beast Emperor and the other undead experts had a smooth journey. They didn't encounter any obstructions. A few days later, they arrived at the Eternal Life Palace. At the same time, the war in the heavenly sacred grounds was still ongoing. After arriving at the Eternal Life Palace, Tu Yao asked the Beast Emperor to plant all the fruit trees in the two clans' residence. There was a barrier array here that could block the aura of the undead fruit tree. This way, Yu Qiushui wouldn't be able to detect it easily. When the undead fruit tree bloomed, the barrier array would be removed. Even if Yu Qiushui discovered it, it would be useless. Yu Fenghua, Little Gold, and the 9 gold sage martial artists from the heavenly sacred grounds had already set off for the Eternal Life Palace. Xingyu didn't leave. Under Ling Zhao's arrangements, he was seizing the time to set up defenses at the borders of the heavenly sacred grounds. On the other side, Long Chen and Cold Plum had also received Ling Zhao's notice and set off a day later. As for Ling Xiao and Bai Yi, they were rushing to the graveyard of the gods. Bringing Bai Yi along was to fulfill Bai Ye's wish. Bai Yi didn't have much longer to live. He should have died long ago, but the matter with Lotus Flower made him insist on living. His purpose of living was to get rid of Lotus Flower. If Ling Xiao couldn't defeat Lotus Flower, Bai Yi would help him with all his strength. Until he died in battle, everyone was very busy and had their own things to do. They were all working hard for the peace of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Perhaps the road ahead was filled with danger and there was the danger of losing their lives, but no one gave up halfway. No one gave up. Are you worried? Bai Yi asked when he saw the worry in Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Xiao didn't hide it. He nodded and said, "How can I not be worried? My woman and my brothers are all there. If anything happens to any of them, I won't be able to accept it. Although I trust them and believe in their strength, I can't help but be worried. I hope Long Chen and Cold Plum can make it in time. With the 4 of them there, the success rate will greatly increase. Although I can't say 100%, I'm 90% sure." "Definitely," Bai Yi said. Although it didn't make much sense, he still believed in it. Moreover, they had their own missions now, which might be even more difficult. They didn't have time to worry about the other side of the battlefield. The 2 of them were extremely fast. 2 streaks of light, one black and one white, glided across the sky like meteors. "Hey, Ling Xiao, are you crazy?" Yuchen woke up in the Dongxing Emperor ring. When he found out that Ling Xiao was heading towards the graveyard of the gods, he couldn't help but shout. "Don't you know that what Emperor Lianhua wants the most right now is his sovereign physique? If you go now, you'll just be walking into a trap. Once that guy obtains the sovereign physique, he'll be in his strongest state. The 4 regions and 9 worlds will lose all hope." "Are you saying that I should give up on Mo Jiao?" Ling Xiao said coldly. "I know that he's your good brother and friend, but don't lose sight of the big picture. Can Mo Jiao compare to the 4 regions and 9 worlds?" Yuchen said. Normal people might think that Yuchen's words made sense. The most sensible thing for Ling Xiao to do now was to stay away from Lotus Flower and not throw his life away. But Ling Xiao was a madman. He wasn't normal. "Your statement is based on the premise that I have failed. In my opinion, Mo Jiao is as important as the 4 regions and 9 worlds. If I can't even save Mo Jiao, how can I save the 4 regions and 9 worlds? If I choose Mo Jiao, the 4 regions and 9 worlds might fall into a calamity. But that's just a possibility. If I abandon Mo Jiao, he will definitely die. It's not up to you to tell me what to do." Ling Xiao's will was very firm. Once he had decided on something, no one could change his mind no matter who tried to persuade him. "You're a madman." Yuchen shook his head helplessly. He didn't have any strength left. Even if he wanted to stop Ling Xiao, he couldn't do it. But even if he had the strength, he might not necessarily stop him. Because he realized that he was very envious of Mo Jiao. Mo Jiao had Ling Xiao as a friend. It was really worth it. "Don't worry. Even if the worst-case scenario is that he obtains the body of the sovereign, so what, I'll still kill him." Ling Xiao smiled. "That's because you don't understand how terrifying that guy is. Forget it. There's no point in telling you this." Yuchen gave up. He stopped talking and closed his eyes to sleep. Ling Xiao and Bai Yi quickly arrived at the camp of the Beast Deities Alliance in the chaotic desert. What he didn't expect was that the Beast Deities Alliance's alliance master had actually reclaimed this place. Qin Huang and Qin Qin were also here. "Ling Xiao, why are you here?" Seeing Ling Xiao appear in front of the graveyard of the gods, the 3 of them were very shocked. This was Lotus Flower's nest. Although Lotus Flower hadn't done anything in the chaotic desert recently, this place was still very dangerous. "Of course I'm here to deal with Emperor Lianhua," Ling Xiao said. "It's time to put an end to this. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble this guy will cause." "Oh right, the 2 of you should eat this expert advancement pill." Ling Xiao needed help now. Whether it was the Beast Deities Alliance Master, Qin Huang, or Qin Qin, all of them had the potential to become powerful combatants. This was especially true for Qin Huang, who was a genius from Heaven's Wall City. The expert advancement pill should have a better effect on him. "There's no hurry, but if you listen to me, you'd better not go in now. Since Lotus Flower dared to let you come, it means that he has already set up an inescapable net. I'm just waiting for you to enter. You said that you would lead the 4 regions and 9 realms out of the shackles of this small place and into a stronger and greater place. Could it be that this was all bullshit? If you die, there will be nothing left." Although the Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance had submitted to Ling Xiao, he was still a senior after all. He was extremely displeased with Ling Xiao's reckless actions. "Supreme Emperor White Knight, why don't you persuade him? After all, he's just a child. He doesn't consider many aspects. Why should I persuade him?" White Knight said indifferently, before everyone makes a choice, they won't know what the outcome of the choice will be. Do you dare to say that your choice is right, although I don't know if Ling Xiao will succeed? But right now, there's no other way. But even if he wants to fight with Lotus Flower, it should be outside. The graveyard of the gods has already become Lotus Flower's nest. If we force our way in, I'm afraid it's not good. The Beast Deity's Alliance Master still couldn't figure out why White Knight, who was such an intelligent person, would allow Ling Xiao to do as he pleased. So what? Ling Xiao's voice gradually turned cold. He took out his dignity as the supreme of the 4 regions and 9 realms. The Beast Deity's Alliance Master was a little scared, but he still gritted his teeth and said, Mo Jiao is my son. I'll go save him. But you can't go. You'll go? Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I'm a straightforward person, don't blame me. With your strength, you won't even be able to see Lotus Flower. Forget it. Although these words were very hurtful, they were the truth. The Beast Deity's Alliance Master's current strength couldn't be compared to Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao could kill him with just one finger. You're telling the truth, and I admit it. But you need cannon fodder, right? In order to save Mo Jiao, I'm willing to be the cannon fodder and step into the trap. This way, you'll have a higher chance of seeing Lotus Flower. You'll have a higher chance of killing him. After a moment of silence, the Beast Deity's Alliance Master suddenly clenched his fists and said, Let me be a hero for once. Moreover, it's for my son. I once stood by and watched you die because of my cowardice, causing my relationship with Mo Jiao to deteriorate. Also, I'm old. Before I die, I have to do something. I can't watch you risk your life alone. Looking at this old man, Ling Xiao's eyes were a little moist. No matter if it was White Knight or the Beast Deity's Alliance Master. They were all prepared to sacrifice their lives at any moment to save the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Compared to them, the Eternal Emperor, the Beast Emperor, and the Dragon Shaman were too weak. Let him go. Before Ling Xiao could make a decision, Bai Yi said, We're willing to sacrifice our lives because we trust you. We're willing to bet everything on you. Whether we die in vain or die a worthy death, it's all up to you. If we can help you kill Lotus Flower, then our deaths will be worth it. Without waiting for Ling Xiao to say anything, the Beast Deity's Alliance Master swallowed a powerhouse advancement pill and entered the graveyard of the gods. Ling Xiao couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. Don't waste his good intentions. Let's wait patiently. If he doesn't come out, then we'll go in. Bai Yi grabbed Ling Xiao's shoulder, and one could see that his eyes were also glistening with tears. I know. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and sat down cross-legged. They had rushed here rather quickly, and it had only been 2 days. Therefore, they had 1 more day to wait. If the Beast Deity's Alliance Master still didn't come out by then, he would still go in. He couldn't let the Beast Deity's Alliance Master's sacrifice be in vain. Qin Huang and Qin Qin swallowed 3 powerhouse advancement pills and started to cultivate at the side. They both hoped to increase their cultivation before Ling Xiao entered the graveyard of the gods. That way, they would be able to help Ling Xiao even more. At the same time, in the 2 family of the Eternal Palace, the seeds of the 10 departed spirit fruit trees had already sprouted and were growing rapidly. There wasn't much time left before they bloomed. Looking at these fruit trees, Tu Yaoer's eyes were filled with intense hatred and killing intent. Just you wait, Ling Xiao. I'm going to destroy everything around you. I'm going to completely destroy everything you cherish. Your woman should be coming. But it's okay, I've already sent people to wait for her. When you come back, you'll find her corpse hanging on the walls of the Eternal Palace. Tu Yaoer said fiercely. She hated Ling Xiao, but it wasn't because Ling Xiao had killed her father. It was because Ling Xiao had humiliated her and made her an idiot in everyone's eyes. This was something she couldn't accept. The departed spirit fruit tree was about to bloom. Huoran? When? W? 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 R? A? W? E? Na? C? O M? M? An excited smile appeared on the Beast Emperor's face. Tu Yaoer, did you see that? We're about to succeed. The moment it blooms, the entire Eternal Palace will become a living hell. you did well. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to sneak into the Eternal Palace so easily. We wouldn't have planted the departed spirit fruit tree here either. It would have aroused the suspicion of the Eternal Palace experts. Ha ha ha, looks like we're going to make a huge contribution this time. The Eternal Palace owes me and my family. Serves them right. Tu Yao's face revealed a sinister expression. Blame that idiot Yu Qiushui. She actually trusted me. How long more until it blooms? Half an hour at most. The Beast Emperor replied, you're worried that Ling Xiao and his group will come and cause trouble, right? Don't worry, we've already formed the tightest blockade. Even if they come, it's useless. They're just a few 6th level divine physique echelon trash. I'll just kill them for you. Tu Yao didn't say anything, but she felt that things might not be that simple. Underestimating Ling Xiao would have to pay a heavy price. This wasn't the first time. After another quarter of an hour, the undead fruit tree had already sprouted buds. The current aura was so strong that even the 2 residences barrier couldn't block this terrifying aura. Yu Qiushui and the rest of the Eternal Palace's higher-ups finally arrived. Seeing this scene, they were all shocked beyond words. Tu Yao, are you crazy? When did the people of the Eternal Palace ever let you down? How could you do such a thing? Yu Qiushui ordered people to attack the 2 residents as she rebuked. They're just some lowly people. I turned them into departed spirits just to help them. Tu Yao sneered, not looking guilty at all. If I knew this would happen, I would have killed you. Ling Xiao is right. People like you are hopeless. Yu Qiushui soared into the sky and charged toward the 2 residents. She wanted to destroy all 10 departed spirit fruit trees as soon as possible. Otherwise, once these departed spirit fruit trees grew, it would bring a devastating blow to the Eternal Palace. Stop her. Tu Yao lightly waved her hand, and 5 6th level divine physique echelon experts actually scuttled out from the crowd. These people were originally martial artists around the early stage of the 5th level of the divine physique echelon and belonged to the Tu clan. After consuming the heart of a powerhouse, his strength rose to the early stage of the 6th level divine physique stage. Although it was not as good as the current Yu Qiushui, blocking Yu Qiushui was not a problem at all. Yu Qiushui had consumed the expert advancement pill before, and it was sent over by Long Chen. Therefore, her cultivation had already advanced to the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. However, even so, she couldn't break free from the 5 6th level divine physique echelon necromancers. It would take at least 10 minutes for the Eternal Palace's army to arrive. There was no way they could make it in time. The strength of the dozen or so warriors she had brought with her was not bad, but the other side had more undead powerhouses. For a moment, they couldn't even enter the 2 families' residence. Ha 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 ha, Yu Qiushui, just watch as the Eternal Life Palace turns into a living hell. You can only blame yourself for following Ling Xiao. This is the biggest mistake of your life. Tu Yao laughed maniacally. At that moment, she also swallowed the heart of a powerhouse. She didn't eat it previously because she didn't want to be discovered. However, since they were already public enemies now, it didn't matter anymore. You're crazy. Yu Qiushui killed a powerhouse blocking her way. As she cursed, she launched a frenzied attack. However, she still couldn't get close to the 2 families' residence in a short period of time. After all, there was still the Beast Emperor holding the fort there. Just as Yu Qiushui was in utter despair, 2 figures tore through the void and arrived at an extremely terrifying speed. A beam of golden light was extremely scorching. A beam of blue light was extremely cold. Who is it? When the Beast Emperor saw the 2 beams of light shooting over, he only had time to raise his head to take a look. The 2 beams of light suddenly landed. The golden light burned an entire undead fruit tree. The blue light froze the other undead fruit tree and exploded it. Seeing this, the Beast Emperor and Tu Yao were infuriated. However, Yu Qiushui was pleasantly surprised. The reinforcements had finally arrived, the 2 beams of light that landed disappeared, and 2 people appeared. One was as beautiful as a fairy from the heavens. The other was energetic and filled with a ferocious aura like a wild beast. They were Yu Fenghua and Xiao Jin. Originally, they had rushed over with the 9 gold sage martial artists to provide reinforcements. However, they encountered trouble along the way. The 9 gold sage martial artists blocked the undead martial artists for them, and the 2 of them were able to rush over. Impossible. How could you be here? I received lotus flowers instructions early in the morning and deployed a large number of troops along the way. Just to stop you. When Tu Yaoer saw the 2 of them appear, she couldn't believe her eyes. Could it be that the 2 of them had eliminated all the troops that she deployed? However, Xiao Jin and Yu Fenghua weren't in the mood to talk to her. After destroying 2 undead fruit trees, they headed toward the rest of the undead fruit trees. In order to better control the aura of these undead fruit trees, Tu Yaoer chose to plant 10 of them in the 2 residents. This also allowed them to complete the mission given by Ling Xiao in the shortest time possible. Crack, boom, another 2 undead fruit trees were destroyed. Damn it, you want to ruin our plans? The Beast Emperor was furious. He stopped Xiao Jin from attacking. The current Beast Emperor was perhaps even stronger than the evil Fire Ghost Emperor. Moreover, he knew Xiao Jin very well. It wouldn't be easy for Xiao Jin to defeat him. Scram! Xiao Jin suddenly attacked the Beast Emperor. As the master of the Beast Palace, you're willing to become someone else's puppet. You even used your own people as experiments. How despicable! Today, I will rid the savage beast region of this evil. You? The 2 of them began to fight wildly. At the same time, Yu Fenghua destroyed another undead fruit tree. At this point, half of the undead fruit trees had been destroyed. However, as long as a single one of them remained, it would be a serious threat. Moreover, it seemed that they didn't have enough time. The undead fruit trees had already bloomed. The dense fragrance began to infect the nearby martial artists. The 2 family members were the first to suffer. Apart from the experts who'd consumed the heart of the strong, everyone else had become mindless walking corpses. Aunt Xiaoshui, the pouch. Ling Xiao gave you the pouch. If you don't use it now, when are you going to use it? Yu Fenghua shouted when she saw that they couldn't destroy all the undead fruit trees. Yu Xiaoshui instantly came to her senses. She hurriedly took out the pouch she'd kept close to her body. Ling Xiao had given it to her before he left. He'd said that she was to use it when the undead fruit trees appeared. She'd been so nervous just now that she'd forgotten about it. Fortunately, Yu Fenghua had reminded her. She opened the brocade pouch and found an exquisite array refining stone. She tossed it out. The next moment, the undead fruit tree's fragrance was completely sealed off by the formation. The smaller the formation, the better it was. The harder it was to break through. Currently, the undead fruit tree's fragrance was only spreading within the 2 family residents. The range was very small. Therefore, the effect of this array formation was extremely good. With the barrier of the array, the flower fragrance couldn't spread. Otherwise, if the flower fragrance spread, they would fall into a huge tragedy like the Wind Wolf Nation. Those living in the Wind Wolf Nation could naturally recover. However, a large number of martial artists were killed by the infected martial artists and fell into an eternal slumber. No one wanted to see such a tragedy happen. Bastard, how dare you ruin our good deed? Tu Yaoer's expression became even more ferocious. However, even though she had swallowed the heart of a powerhouse, she wasn't very strong. Therefore, she couldn't stop Yu Fenghua from destroying the departed spirit fruit tree. At this moment, she made a crazy choice. She fused with one of the departed spirit fruit trees. This was a secret technique she had learned from the Beast Emperor. After the fusion, she had the power of the departed spirit fruit tree. Countless tree vines shot toward Yu Fenghua, trying to kill Yu Fenghua. Yu Fenghua instantly felt troubled. Although the current Tu Yaoer might not be her match, it wasn't a problem for her to stop her. If the departed spirit fruit tree was allowed to continue growing, Ling Zhao's array might not be able to withstand it. Moreover, a large number of departed spirits had appeared from underground. Although the number couldn't be compared to the heaven's sacred ground, there were close to 10 million of them. These fellows fearlessly crashed into the formation and then chose to self-destruct. Every time the terrifying energy exploded, the array formation would be weakened. Oh no! Aunt Xiaoshui, just in case, get the martial artists of the Eternal Palace to leave the Eternal Palace, just leave the Divine Body Realm martial artists behind. Everyone else, leave. Yu Fenghua shouted as she fought with Tu Yaoer. Yu Qiushui nodded and immediately gave the order. After all, martial artists below the divine body realm couldn't withstand the flower fragrance of the departed spirit fruit tree. Chaos spread in the Eternal Life Palace. However, since the departed spirit fruit tree was controlled in advance, the situation was already considered good. A bunch of idiots, why did you resist the lotus flower's gift? Don't you practice martial arts for the sake of immortality? Now that the Emperor has given you the chance to live forever, what are you dissatisfied with? You actually chose to resist? Alright, since that's the case, you can wait to be destroyed. Ling Xiao can't save you. He might not even be able to protect himself now. Tu Yao laughed maniacally. Although the situation wasn't as smooth as they had imagined, it wasn't out of control. As long as they killed Yu Fenghua, Yu Qiushui, and Yu Qiushui, Yu Qiushui. The Eternal Palace's people. Yu Qiushui led the Divine Body Realm martial artists from the Eternal Life Palace to attack the departed spirits that were trying to destroy the formation. It was a race against time. The more time he could buy, the more people from the Eternal Life Palace could escape. Lightless sun and moon, you should go and help as well. Destroying the formation will be our victory. There was another person behind Heavenly King. It was Luna Wu Guang. He too came from Heavenly King City. Yu Fenghua didn't have time to think about why Heavenly King was still alive. She could sense that Heavenly King's aura was stronger than when he was in Wind Wolf Country. But there were many unfamiliar auras in this guy's body. He didn't look like a human at all. He had turned into a monster. His mouth was wide open like a beast's. His eyes were red. His body was 5 meters tall. There were even 18 neatly symmetrical strange bones on its back. These bones were pure white like jade, but they gave off a terrifying aura of death. It was very uncomfortable. Are you really Heavenly King? Yu Fenghua was stunned. She didn't remember Heavenly King's aura being like this. She also believed that Ling Xiao had killed this guy. Is it important whether I'm Heavenly King or not? The monster smiled faintly. You're smart. My body's foundation comes from Heavenly King. But the essence of death is made up of 100,000 souls. I'm much stronger than that trash Heavenly King. You can call me Ghost Emperor Tianming. Ghost Emperor Tianming. Yu Fenghua frowned. Previously, he had defeated the 3 Ghost Emperors under Lotus Flower. She didn't expect Ghost Emperor Tianming and the Beast Emperor to be as strong as the Ghost Emperor. However, that should be all. No wonder Ling Xiao said that the Eternal Palace was very important. It was clear from how important Lotus Flower was. Xiao, don't worry. I won't embarrass you. Yu Fenghua looked at Ghost Emperor Tianming. So what if he was strong? She still wanted to win. Hee, looks like you're very brave, but courage isn't enough to win on the battlefield. You have to be strong. Without Ling Xiao's protection, how long can you last? Ghost Emperor Tianming laughed maniacally. I think you've misunderstood. I'll show my weak side in front of my man. But I won't do that in front of the enemy. Yu Fenghua said calmly. If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely pray for Ghost Emperor Tianming. In fact, Ling Xiao knew that Yu Fenghua had awakened part of the Moon Lady's power. This girl's growth speed wasn't any weaker than his. In fact, it was much faster than his. After all, the Moon Lady was the only one who had survived from 100,000 years ago. Even the kings of sovereigns were troubled by her strength. At this moment, the second batch of reinforcements from the Eternal Palace arrived. They were reinforcements from the Golden Sky region. As they were the closest to the Eternal Palace, they were the first to arrive. The Fire Emperor, Flower Emperor, Thunder Emperor, Yang Shui, and many other divine physique echelon experts joined the battle. Their priority now was to protect the array and prevent the undead warriors from destroying it. With their help, the situation was much better. But their numbers were still too small. After all, only divine physique echelon experts could help. If only Cold Plum was here. Yu Fenghua muttered to herself. She knew from Ling Xiao that Cold Plum's ancient war tree could release an aura that was completely different from the departed spirit fruit tree to fight against infection. This way, even divine physique echelon experts could participate in the battle. Their chances of winning would be higher. Unfortunately, the Savage Beast region was too far away from the Eternal Emperor region. So Cold Plum couldn't arrive so quickly. They could only wait for reinforcements from the other forces. Yu Fenghua cast aside the distracting thoughts in her mind and looked at Ghost Emperor Tianming opposite her. She should deal with the problem in front of her first. Thinking of this, a bright moon appeared behind Yu Fenghua. Even her eyes were filled with the holy moonlight. Yu Fenghua wasn't angry. After being with Ling Xiao for a long time, she could control her emotions. Anger was the most useless emotion in the world. It would only make people lose their rationality and neglect details, causing them to make huge mistakes. Even though she hated these bastards for turning the Eternal Palace into a purgatory, killing intent was enough. There was no need for unnecessary anger. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Yu Fenghua's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. A treasure appeared in her hand. It was a palace. It looked like the Eternal Life Temple, which was the place where only the Eternal Emperor was qualified to live in. This was one of the Eternal Life Temple's 2 Emperor weapons with 10 dragon patterns. The other one was the Hand of Eternal Life, which was now in Ling Zhao's hands. The Eternal Life Temple looked very small in Yu Fenghua's hands. However, it was emitting a terrifying aura. This made Ghost Emperor Tianyong's face turn ugly. Humph, it's a waste for you to have such a treasure with your strength. It's better for you to hand it over to me. Ghost Emperor Tianyong snorted and his eyes were filled with endless greed. A pair of scarlet eyes stared unwaveringly at the magic treasure. You? You're just a lowly dog under lotus flower. What right do you have to compete with me? Yu Fenghua said coldly as she accumulated her divine energy. Hee, I like to see arrogant women being stepped on. The more arrogant you are, the better. The moment you're defeated, I'll feel a greater sense of accomplishment. I really want to see what kind of expression Ling Xiao will have when he sees your corpse. Ha 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 ha, I'm really looking forward to it. Ghost Emperor Tianyong laughed maniacally. He was afraid of Ling Xiao, but that didn't mean he was afraid of Yu Fenghua. You have to have the ability first. Otherwise, you'll fall into hell forever. Yu Fenghua said indifferently and wasn't afraid of the other party's threats. On one hand, it was because she was determined. On the other hand, it was because she was strong enough. If she wasn't strong enough, she definitely wouldn't make a move recklessly. That would only cause trouble for others. What laughable confidence. Soon, you won't say that anymore. Kill. Ghost Emperor Tianyong didn't waste any more words with Yu Fenghua. This was because he realized that no matter how he threatened or wavered, it wouldn't work. Rather than wasting his breath, he might as well make a move. He had to kill Yu Fenghua as soon as possible. Otherwise, the departed spirit fruit tree would not be able to release its fragrance for a long time. Once it bore fruit, it would lose its effect. Its sharp claws mercilessly clawed at Yu Fenghua. Yu Fenghua could see that the pair of claws made of metal material was clearly a treasure of the Emperor artifact level with 9 dragon patterns. Even though it wasn't as powerful as the Shrine of Eternal Life, it wouldn't be easy to destroy it. Tianyong Ghost Emperor didn't have the slightest intention of going easy on her with his sharp claws and powerful aura. In his eyes, no matter how beautiful a woman was, she was still an enemy. Although he was no longer a pure Sky Sage, he was still using Sky Sage's body. Therefore, his resentment towards Ling Xiao was ingrained in his bones. Yu Fenghua was Ling Xiao's woman. If he wanted Ling Xiao to suffer, the best way was to kill this woman. Or he could turn this woman into a mindless undead. You'll find out soon enough who's the laughable one. Yu Fenghua's eyes flashed with a scornful sneer. The Shrine of Eternal Life in her hand suddenly expanded. It blasted towards Tianyong Ghost Emperor's claws with terrifying power. At this moment, the Shrine of Eternal Life was enveloped in a ball of moonlight that exuded an extremely powerful chilling power. Yu Fenghua called this move Moon Palace. It's useless. You can't unleash the full power of the Shrine of Eternal Life. Tianyong Ghost Emperor sneered as if he could already see Yu Fenghua being torn apart by the claws. At that moment, he was filled with joy. Ling Xiao, just you wait. After I deal with your woman, it'll be your turn soon. When that time comes, don't run away. However, just as this thought formed in his mind, his face was filled with extreme shock. A terrifying power was released from the shrine of eternal life. He felt as if he had collided with a mountain, and his entire body was suddenly sent flying. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. His arms were frozen by the terrifying coldness. What? Tianyong Ghost Emperor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although the blood was pitch black, it was indeed blood. He was injured. He was injured by his opponent in one move. Although his opponent's Shrine of Eternal Life was of a higher level than his Nether Ghost Claw. But it shouldn't be to this extent. You're not at the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Tianyong Ghost Emperor suddenly thought of this question. The information on Yufenghua's cultivation was from 10 days ago. After all, Yufenghua had been by Ling Zhao's side during this period of time. It wasn't easy to investigate her information. He couldn't rule out the possibility that Yufenghua's cultivation had broken through within 10 days. Congratulations, you're right. Yufenghua looked at Tianyong Ghost Emperor indifferently. From the moment you underestimated my existence, you were destined to lose this battle. Arrogant. So what if you broke through? I didn't use my full strength just now. Moreover, I have an immortal body. I've been in an undefeatable position since the beginning. What do you have to fight me with? Tianyong Ghost Emperor roared. Amidst his furious roar, a black gas suddenly flashed around Tianyong Ghost Emperor. A ball of black light completely enveloped this guy. A violent aura shrouded the entire Tu family. It was as if a gust of wind had blown. Everything around him was flung away. Those who were fighting nearby had no choice but to temporarily avoid it. Yufenghua looked coldly at Tianyong Ghost Emperor's transformation but didn't make a move. Only by defeating the other party in his strongest state would he be able to completely destroy the other party's confidence. Finally, Tianyong Ghost Emperor completed his transformation. His body became taller. His entire body was covered with a thick layer of scales. These scales were like a sturdy shield. Most of the attacks were ineffective. Moreover, not only did his defense increase, but his speed and strength also improved significantly. Transformation completed? Yufenghua said indifferently, then die. This time, Yufenghua attacked first without waiting for Tianyong Ghost Emperor to attack. Both parties exchanged blows again. Yufenghua could clearly feel that Tianyong Ghost Emperor had become stronger. But so what, she could still suppress him. In the next 10 minutes of battle, it was basically Yufenghua attacking Tianyong Ghost Emperor. Tianyong Ghost Emperor didn't even have a chance to retaliate. He could only defend with all his might. During this time, the reinforcements from the 4 regions and 9 worlds arrived one after another. A large number of Divine Body Realm experts came to help, greatly reducing the speed of the formation's destruction. This gave the Eternal Palace a chance. It gave the 4 regions and 9 worlds a chance. The only reinforcements that hadn't arrived yet were the Gold Sage martial artists who were in the middle of a fierce battle. As well as the Savage Beast region experts led by Long Chen and Cold Plum. However, this situation was already very good. With Ling Zhao's hard work, the 4 regions and 9 worlds had completed their unification. Now, they were united against external enemies. This was something unimaginable in the past. The battle here was in full swing. The Eternal Palace wouldn't be in any danger for the time being. On the other side, outside the Graveyard of the Gods, Ling Xiao, Bai Yi, Qin Huang, and Qin Qin were still waiting for the Beast Deities Alliance's leader to return. After Qin Huang consumed the Expert Advancement Elixir, his cultivation rose to the late-stage 7th level Divine Body Realm. This person was indeed a genius from Tianyong City. In terms of talent, he was probably much more outstanding than the deceased Eternal Emperor. After Qin Qin consumed the Expert Advancement Elixir, her cultivation only rose to the early stage of the 7th level of the Divine Body Realm. However, this was already very outstanding. As expected of someone from the Heaven's Wall City. Ling Xiao realized that there was a lot of energy in their bodies, and the Expert Advancement Elixir was equivalent to releasing this energy. It allowed them to improve much more than the martial artists in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even so, everyone was a little happy. Half an hour had passed, and the leader of the Beast Deities Alliance only sent a message after 10 minutes. There was only one word, trap. After that, there was no more news. Ling Xiao stood up with a gloomy face. It's time to go in. I'm afraid the leader of the Beast Deities Alliance has met with misfortune. He shouldn't be dead. Even if he was discovered, I believe with Lotus Flower's vile personality, he would only turn him into his subordinate. Bai Yi analyzed. It would be great if that was the case. Ling Xiao said. What does that mean? The others didn't understand. If he was turned into a dead spirit, wouldn't he have to kill each other? That was fine, Ling Xiao was about to explain when he suddenly stopped. There's movement. Be prepared. The leader of the Beast Deities Alliance might not be the one coming out. Ling Xiao called out, and everyone immediately went into battle mode. Although they didn't want to believe it, the possibility of the leader of the Beast Deities Alliance meeting with misfortune was very high. The few of them were very nervous. They were even imagining that the leader of the Beast Deities Alliance had completed the scouting mission and returned unscathed. Even if he was slightly injured, it wouldn't be fatal. Finally, a figure dashed out from the darkness. What they saw was a man covered in cuts and bruises. Both his arms were gone, and his body was covered in wounds. His legs were probably injured as well, but they were treated locally. He was probably trying to escape. It's him. The leader of the Beast Deities Alliance. Qin rushed forward to treat his injuries. However, Qin Huang stopped her at that moment. Ling Xiao even took action and suppressed the leader of the Beast Deities Alliance with the ancient blood jade talisman. What are you doing? Qin was kind-hearted, but sometimes, she was too naive. Until now, she still didn't understand what her brother and Ling Xiao were doing. Bai Yi sighed, he's already infected. Only now did Qin realize that the Alliance Master of Beast Deities' eyes revealed a ferocity that did not belong to humans. Although this was the only anomaly, with her intelligence, she was able to associate it with an unfortunate disaster. Your reaction is quite fast. As expected of my enemies. Lotus Flower's voice suddenly rang out from the Alliance Master of Beast God's mouth. But Ling Xiao, aren't you a bit too cowardly and selfish? You clearly know that this idiot is no match for me, but you still sent him to his death. That's right, this guy was very hardworking, very desperate. But reality was cruel. Sometimes, even if one tried their best and risked their lives, there was still no value. In order to comfort you, I deliberately sent his body out. You can do as you see fit. Kill him, or be killed by him? Bastard! I'll kill you. Qin Huang roared furiously. To be honest, ever since he came to the 4 regions and 9 worlds, he had never hated a person so much. Lotus Flower, this executioner, this madman, treated human lives as a game. If it were not for Ling Xiao's existence, perhaps everyone in the 4 regions and 9 worlds would have become the scoundrel's sacrificial lambs. Even after conquering the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Lotus Flower would not stop. He would set his sights on Heaven's Wall City. That place would also become a purgatory. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, be angry, I like to see your angry expressions. Lotus Flower laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed as well. This caused everyone to be stunned. This included Great Emperor Lianhua. He had seen many enemies, especially young ones. Those little idiots had always been toyed around by him. They only knew how to be angry and roar. They were completely useless. Only Ling Xiao, this fellow, was someone he still couldn't figure out. He even had an unprecedented fear of Ling Xiao. Every time this guy attacked, he would suffer heavy losses. What are you laughing at? Lotus Flower roared furiously. What am I laughing at? Do you know what I like to see the most? Ling Xiao did not answer the other party's question. Instead, he asked a question. You want to see me die? Lotus Flower answered tentatively. That's only one thing. Actually, I like to see your shocked expression even more. I like to see the fear on your face when you make a mistake in your calculations. You think you're the boss behind the scenes. You think you can calculate everything. Unfortunately, you underestimate the people in this world. Ling Xiao looked at the Alliance Master of the Beast Deities indifferently. You filthy thing, it's time for you to get out of his body. He suddenly had a thought. The Alliance Master of the Beast Deities' body shone with a blinding light. The next moment, a scream came from the void. Lotus Flower's distorted face appeared in the sky. Why, this is impossible. You knew he would fail, so you made preparations? Lotus Flower roared. You can say that. Ling Xiao said indifferently, if you had killed him, I wouldn't have been able to reverse the situation. But you arrogant guy, you tried to turn him into a dead spirit to make us lose our minds. You made us suffer. You fulfilled the conditions for me to activate my secret technique. As the light continued to flicker, the black gas in the Alliance Master of the Beast Deity's body was completely destroyed. The Alliance Master of the Beast Deity's eyes regained clarity, but his injuries were still very serious. Qin, save him. Ling Xiao called out to Qin. Then, he looked at the distorted face in the sky and said, even so, I'll still take revenge on you. I should have hurt your soul just now. Don't worry, next time, I'll definitely take your life. Ling Xiao. I'll definitely grind your bones to dust. Do you think you're so smart? Don't forget, I still have the demonic flood dragon's soul. No matter how smart you are, you still have to make a deal with me and give me the Dizun physique. Lotus Flower laughed maniacally and disappeared. Let's go in. Qin, you stay outside and take care of the Alliance Master of the Beast Deities. Ling Zhao's face was expressionless. He was as cold as a block of ice. However, those who were familiar with him knew that he was extremely furious at this moment. But he was someone who was good at controlling his emotions. He would never show his anger on his face. Because it was easy to lose his mind. Wait. After Qin's treatment, the Alliance Master of the Beast Deities could finally speak, but his voice was very soft. Because he was still too weak. Don't go in. It's really a trap inside. The Alliance Master of the Beast Deities had gone in once, so his words were absolutely trustworthy. But Ling Xiao shook his head, some things can't be avoided. Mobile version update website, in this world, there were some things that couldn't be avoided. Moreover, Ling Zhao's personality didn't allow him to escape. Moreover, he felt that he was very rational now. Previously, he had been suppressing his desire to fight and didn't come here. It was because he felt that his combat power wasn't enough. Now, he felt that it was time. The problems that needed to be solved had to be solved. He couldn't delay any longer. Heaven's Wall City, Eternal Divine Kingdom, and Ancient Race were still waiting for him. He couldn't stay in the 4 regions and 9 worlds forever. Have you really thought it through? Bai Yi looked at Ling Xiao and asked. I have. For this kind of thing, no matter how well prepared I am, there are still many variables. Perhaps this is what they mean by man proposes, God disposes. However, it's definitely not my personality to be afraid because of this. I've already promised so much. If I don't do it, who will I be worthy of? So many people sacrificed their lives because they believed in me. I don't want to be a person who doesn't keep his word. Moreover, I'm very confident. That's right. Bai Yi nodded. We've been through so many difficulties. This time, we'll definitely be able to get through it. Although we're all in different battlefields now, we're all trying our best. But we are all trying our best to survive. He made a decision in the depths of his heart. No matter what, he had to let Ling Xiao live. Anyway, he was already prepared to sacrifice himself. He believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't let him die in vain. Let's go in together. Ling Xiao stepped into the graveyard of the gods. At the same time, the battle at Eternal Palace was also in a stalemate. The battle was very intense. From time to time, people would be sacrificed. Every dead human martial artist was hoping for one thing in their hearts. That was that the person they had high hopes for could successfully kill Lotus Flower. This way, the 4 regions and 9 worlds would welcome true peace. Although the scale of the battle was much smaller than the one at Heaven Holy Land. However, the degree of danger wasn't bad at all. Blood dyed the ground red. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. 2 Yao emerged with the departed spirit fruit tree and attacked the array madly. Dim Sun and Moon was also attacking the array. Countless departed spirits were attacking the array. Because this array was the key to stopping the departed spirit fruit tree from infecting the Eternal Palace warriors. It had to be destroyed. Otherwise, Lotus Flower's plan would fail. On the human side, Yu Qiushui, the Fire King, and the other Divine Body Realm martial practitioners from the 4 regions and 9 worlds were guarding the formation fearlessly. The two sides engaged in the most tragic battle. Within the formation, Little Gold was battling the Beast Emperor. Although the Beast Emperor was no longer as strong as him. However, this old fellow had already fused with the departed spirit fruit tree. Their battle prowess was not to be underestimated, and they were very difficult to kill. Xiao Jin had to do everything he could to destroy him. The battle between Yu Fenghua and Ghost Emperor Tianming was also in full swing. In this battle, Yu Fenghua had displayed her powerful combat prowess. Even though Tianyong Ghost Emperor was incomparably strong, he was still suppressed by Yu Fenghua. The reason why Ghost Emperor Tianyong was still alive was because of the special physique of the undead race. It was almost impossible to die. Yu Fenghua had already destroyed Ghost Emperor Tianming's body twice. However, she had only used up a mere 1% of Ghost Emperor Tianming's divine energy twice. She was still far from killing him. The problem now was that Yu Fenghua did not have much divine energy left. Following the continuous depletion, her combat prowess had decreased. On the other hand, Ghost Emperor Tianyong, as he still had 3 departed spirit fruit trees to provide him with energy, he could continue fighting for a long time. Yu Fenghua knew this very well. Hence, she had to end the battle quickly. Hence, her attacks became even more ferocious and swift. Ghost Emperor Tianyong complained incessantly. His body was destroyed again. Even his departed spirit essence was almost crushed. Ghost Emperor Tianyong was truly afraid now. No, if this continues, I will definitely be killed by this B*TCH. Ghost Emperor Tianming still had a final move. He had wanted to save it to deal with Ling Xiao. Since Ling Xiao had already gone to the graveyard of the gods, he would definitely die. Now, he could use it. This time, when he reformed his body, he chose to fuse with the last 3 departed spirit fruit trees. He had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, he would definitely not be a match for Yu Fenghua. Boom, the moment they fused, a terrifying energy exploded. It caused Yu Fenghua to be sent flying. The two families' houses collapsed continuously. Many departed spirits were implicated and died tragically on the spot. When the dust settled, Ghost Emperor Tianyong appeared again. At this moment, his height had actually grown to about 15 meters. His huge body produced an extremely strong pressure. This caused Yu Fenghua to frown. The most terrifying thing was that this guy's strength had advanced to the peak of the 7th level divine body realm at that moment. He had reached the level of the great devil emperor. See, Yu Fenghua? You have no hope, the current me is an invincible existence in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Not only can you not defeat me, but even Ling Xiao cannot defeat me. I said that I would kill you, so I will definitely kill you. I said that I would hang your corpse on the city wall. I will not go back on my words. I will make Ling Xiao suffer. I will make you suffer. Ghost Emperor Tianyong laughed maniacally. In order to make you feel even more despair, I have something good to show you. Come out, Black Fiend Evil Dragon. Following his wild roar, a huge black bone dragon tore through the void and crawled out. Just its head alone was enough to shock everyone. When its body completely emerged from the void, it was so huge that it could blot out the sky. Because of its appearance, the array that blocked the fragrance of the flowers had to be expanded a little. This way, the thickness of the barrier would be even thinner. It would also be more dangerous. This Black Fiend Evil Dragon was at least 1,000 meters long. Its huge body produced a huge deterrent. It was even more deterrent than Ghost Emperor Tianyong. Although its strength was not as strong as Ghost Emperor Tianyong, its body was still shocking. At that moment, many people felt a little hopeless and discouraged. Why did such a monster suddenly appear when they were about to win? What should they do now? Ha 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 ha, see, Yu Fenghua, you have no hope at all. Today, all of you will become the Black Fiend Evil Dragon's delicacies. Ghost Emperor Tianyong laughed maniacally. The Black Fiend Evil Dragon made him even more confident. Now that they had suddenly gained such a powerful combat force, they should at least be happy about it. The people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds will be punished for their support of Ling Xiao. All of you will die. Ghost Emperor Tianyang's declaration caused the eyes of countless martial artists to lose their luster. They even lost their fighting spirit. It was as if they could already see the outcome of this battle. Death became meaningless. They were not afraid of death, but they were really afraid that their deaths would be meaningless. The result of letting their thoughts run wild was a severe decrease in their fighting strength. Why hasn't Ling Xiao appeared? Didn't he say he would protect us? Is he going to lead us to defeat Lotus Flower? Why hasn't he appeared in such a crucial battle? That liar, he lied to us. We're fighting hard here, and he's probably hiding somewhere like a coward. Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? Ling Xiao went to deal with Lotus Flower. Are you all 3 years old? Do you have to rely on others' protection to survive? Ling Xiao has already stalled the strongest enemy for us. Are you still asking for more? A bunch of cowards. That's right, our deaths aren't worthless. As long as we stall these people, they won't have any hope when Ling Xiao kills Lotus Flower. We're not fighting for Ling Xiao. We're fighting for ourselves, for our families. Put away your crying and sobbing. We haven't lost yet. Look, Ling Xiao's woman, Yu Fenghua, is still fighting. Had she ever flinched at all? Look, Ling Xiao's brother, Prince Jin, is also fighting with all his might. Did he have the slightest hesitation? How can we behave like this? In the end, the voice of perseverance prevailed. Everyone's morale recovered a little, and so did their fighting spirit. However, if this continued, once Yu Fenghua was defeated, the same thing would happen again. Yu Fenghua desperately defended against Ghost Emperor Tianming and the Black Fiend Evil Dragon's attacks. There was no fear on her face. Even though she was covered in wounds, there was only determination in her eyes. Although she felt her consciousness fading, she still didn't retreat. Die. Your struggle is futile. Ghost Emperor Tianming and the Black Fiend Evil Dragon suddenly attacked Yu Fenghua from different directions. This attack was meant to kill Yu Fenghua. Yu Fenghua was different from him. She didn't have an immortal body. Once she died, she couldn't be revived. This made him very excited. Everyone looked at this scene in despair. Was it really going to be over? Roar. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded in the sky. A golden dragon suddenly descended, grabbed the Dark Fiend Evil Dragon's neck with its claws, and lifted it up. There was another person standing on the golden colossal dragon. This person also acted instantly and placed a large number of vines in front of Yu Fenghua. He had blocked Ghost Emperor Tianho's killing blow. The sudden appearance of the two powerhouses caused the battle situation to change instantly. Everyone looked at the two figures. They were too familiar with each other. The golden dragon was Ling Xiao's brother, Long Chen. The other person was the Saintess of the Saintess Palace, Cold Plum, who called Ling Xiao master. They were definitely the two most powerful reinforcements. You two are finally here. If you came any later, boss wouldn't have been able to see sister-in-law. Xiao Jin shouted excitedly. There's nothing we can do about it. The Savage Beast region is too far from here. Even if we rush, we'll still be the last to arrive. Fortunately, I arrived in time. The Golden Dragon said as he fought the Dark Fiend Evil Dragon. It's good that you're here. Yu Fenghua smiled and swallowed a healing elixir. While Cold Plum blocked Ghost Emperor Tianho for her, she began to make use of the time to recover. The healing elixir that Ling Xiao gave her was amazingly effective. In just 2 to 3 minutes, she had basically recovered. Now, it's time to end this battle. Yu Fenghua and Cold Plum looked at each other and prepared to join forces to deal with Ghost Emperor Tianho. As long as they could kill this most powerful enemy, this battle would come to an end. The martial artists around them, who were originally lifeless, were now filled with vigor and excitement. At this moment, their morale was high. Their fighting spirit was high. They had heard the names of Long Chen and Cold Plum too many times. In addition, there was Prince Jin and Yu Fenghua. Among these powerful people, only Ling Xiao was not present. They believed that these 4 people would definitely be able to guide them to victory on behalf of Ling Xiao. Kill. It's time to counterattack. Kill all these bastards. Kill. 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 Sometimes, people were like this. When they lost hope, they would lose their fighting spirit. However, once they found a glimmer of hope, their fighting spirit would increase exponentially. After all, no one wanted to lose. Leng Mei and Long Chen's arrival could be said to be a great surprise. Ghost Emperor Tian Ho did not expect them to arrive so quickly. So early. Cold Plum and Yufanghua began to close in on Ghost Emperor Tian Ho. Both of their targets were the guy who had merged with the 3 departed spirit fruit trees. None of them were a match for Ghost Emperor Tian Ho individually. However, if they joined forces, the situation would be different. After the initial panic, Ghost Emperor Tian Ho quickly regained his composure. She's just a little girl. Do you really think that there's hope? With just the 2 of you, what can you do to me? I, Ghost Emperor Tian Ho, am the most outstanding being created by my master other than the great Devil Emperor. Can the 2 of you kill me? Ghost Emperor Tian Ho sneered and activated his god energy again. He wanted to kill the 2 women in front of him. He wanted to show those idiots who were trying to usher in hope that the end of the world would still be the end of the world. Those idiots still did not have any hope. Cold Plum and Yufanghua did not make a sound. They only attacked silently. Cold Plum's ancient war tree and Ghost Emperor Tian Ho's departed spirit fruit trees were entangled. A terrifying force was absorbing the energy in Ghost Emperor Tian Ho's body. At this moment, Ghost Emperor Tian Ho finally felt fear. However, he thought that Cold Plum alone could not restrain him. He could still escape. However, he forgot that he was not only facing Cold Plum, but also another opponent. Yufanghua rose into the sky. She released her eternal shrine. The huge shrine came crashing down again and again. The pitiful Ghost Emperor Tian Ming would grow weaker every time he was smashed. He even felt his body slowly freezing. Ah! At this moment, a scream came from afar. The Beast Emperor was killed. After trying many different methods, Xiao Jin finally killed the Beast Emperor. The terrifying 9 underworld Yellow Springs golden light completely destroyed the Beast Emperor's departed spirit essence. The Beast Emperor could no longer be revived. After killing the Beast Emperor, Xiao Jin did not stop. He immediately pounced on Ghost Emperor Tian Ho. This guy was the most dangerous. If he could not kill him in time, it would be very troublesome. His 9 underworld Yellow Springs golden light could restrain all departed spirits. The poor Ghost Emperor Tian Ho could not free himself from Cold Plum and Yufenghua's attacks. He could not even dodge. He could only become Xiao Jin's target. It was completely destroyed by the golden light of the 9 underworld's Yellow Springs. The essence of death was completely shattered by the golden light. The death of Ghost Emperor Tian Ho and the Beast Emperor basically announced the failure of the departed spirits' invasion of the Eternal Palace. What happened next was just the finishing touches. Xiao Jin, Yufenghua, and Cold Plum all joined the battle to kill the departed spirit army. With the addition of these 3 forces, the first thing they wanted was Lightless Sun and Moon's life. I don't want to die yet. I can't die yet. Lunisolar Lightless looked at the sky helplessly. He was a genius from Heaven's Wall City, but he ended up like this. It was a tragedy. Tu Yaoer was very close to Lunisolar Lightless. When she saw his dead face, an unprecedented fear rose in her heart. She thought she would definitely win before. So, she didn't consider the consequences of failure. Now that she realized that she might die, she began to feel fear. Spare me, Aunt Xiaoshui. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. They forced me. I didn't mean it. Tu Yaoer shouted desperately. But even if Yu Xiaoshui was soft-hearted. But Little Gold wouldn't be soft-hearted. Blazing flames engulfed Tu Yaoer, burning her alive. Little Gold had followed Ling Xiao for so many years, so she knew Ling Xiao's temper very well. A woman as vicious and merciless as Tu Yaoer must be killed. One must know that this woman wanted to destroy the entire Eternal Emperor domain. At that time, hundreds of millions of cultivators would be affected. Although they didn't succeed, this war took away tens of thousands of brave cultivators' lives. This was a heavy debt of blood that had to be repaid by Tu Yaoer. When Tu Yaoer was killed, Long Chen's battle was also over. He transformed into a golden dragon and bit the Black Fiend Evil Dragon to death. He also absorbed the dragon crystal of the Black Fiend Evil Dragon, which allowed his cultivation to rise again in a short period of time. These experts were all annihilated. They were all thrown into the process of killing the ghoul army. Every single one of them was capable of unleashing large-scale destructive skills. Numbers were not a problem for them at all. In just half an hour, the ghoul army of tens of millions was completely destroyed. The battle was over. A dangerous conspiracy was resolved just like that. Speaking of which, they had to thank Yu Chen for the information. If it wasn't for Yu Chen's timely information, the Eternal Palace would have become a purgatory. At that time, it would probably take 10 times more effort to defeat the ghoul army. There would definitely be 10 times more losses. Now that the matter here is settled, we should hurry to the graveyard of the gods to help boss, right? Little Gold suggested. It will take at least 3 days to reach the graveyard of the gods from here. I'm afraid we won't make it. Yu Fenghua was a little worried. No matter what, we have to try. What if Master needs us? Cold Plum said. That's true. Now that the matters in the 4 realms and 9 realms have been settled, only the graveyard of the gods and the world of souls are under the control of that lotus flower. This would be the final battle. Even if it's over by the time we get there, we still have to go. Yu Fenghua nodded. Long Chen, what are you thinking about? Why are you not saying anything? Xiao Jin asked. I'm thinking about that dark fiend evil dragon. That thing is clearly an undead colossal dragon created from dragon crystals. As far as I know, there is only one person who has mastered this technique, and that is the dragon shaman. Long Chen frowned and said, it's very likely that the dragon priest has already joined forces with the lotus flower. He even took away the dragon crystals of the 9 dragons. It was the black fiend evil dragon that had been killed. There should be 8 more of these dragons. They are the War Dragon, the Berserk Dragon, the Armored Dragon, the Mega Dragon, the Taotai Dragon, the Flame Dragon, the Great Earth Dragon, and the Pisho Dragon. Of these 9 dragons, the Black Fiend Evil Dragon's Dragon Crystal was the first to be found. That's why it was the first to be created. I don't know if the other 8 dragons have been created. However, I'm worried that the Dragon Shaman and the Lotus Flower have joined forces, and there's a very high chance that they've created these 8 dragons. Long Chen's explanation was very detailed. This was the first time many people had heard this shocking news. It turned out that the Divine Dragon Temple of the Savage Beast region had this kind of technology. It was too shocking. If that's the case, then all the more reason we should hurry over and help. If the Black Fiend Evil Dragon is already so powerful, the other 8 dragons definitely won't be weak. Xiao Jin said. There's no time to lose. Let's set off immediately. However, the 4 realms and 9 realms defensive line cannot fall into chaos. Aunt Qiushui, Fire Emperor, please take charge of the situation. You are Ling Zhao's most trusted people. Yu Fenghua looked at the Fire Emperor and Yu Qiushui. The 2 of them nodded at the same time. Don't worry and go. Sigh, if we were a bit stronger, we'd want to help too. Unfortunately, with our current strength, we'd only be a burden if we went. However, we'll take good care of the 4 realms and 9 realms defensive line. We definitely won't let anything happen. Yu Fenghua didn't hesitate any longer. She shot into the air and left. Xiao Jin, Cold Plum, and Long Chen followed closely behind her. Looking at the 4 young experts leaving, Yi Zichen sighed. The experts couldn't help but sigh with emotion. As expected, the new generation excels the old. Each generation is stronger than the last. They hadn't expected that the 4 realms and 9 realms would have to rely on these youngsters to save them. They could only play support. Ling Xiao didn't know what was happening here. He'd already stepped into the necropolis of the gods without hesitation. This was his 2nd time here. Last time, he'd obtained the Crimson Blood Demon Sword and inherited the Massacre Emperor's legacy. Only a few days had passed since then. He didn't expect to revisit this place. But this time, things had become more complicated. Trouble is here. Get ready. Although I knew this path wouldn't be easy, I didn't expect Lotus Flower to be so impatient. Not long after Ling Xiao entered the necropolis of the gods, he felt a strong murderous aura coming toward him. Although the other party had taken great care to hide the murderous aura, it was still too strong. It still couldn't escape from his Tai Chi eye. What level are they at? Ling Xiao asked. Middle stage 7th level divine body realm. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi I was very useful. Not only could he feel the other party's murderous aura, but he could also see through their cultivation. Thank goodness. How many people are there? Bai Yi heaved a sigh of relief and asked. 3 people, but they don't feel like dead souls. They probably haven't eaten the heart of an expert. Ling Xiao said, it's strange. They haven't eaten the heart of an expert and haven't become dead souls. Why would they work for Lotus Flower? Could it be for money? While they were talking, in the dark necropolis of the gods, there were 3 people standing in the shadows. They were all wearing masks, which had the appearance of ferocious beasts drawn on them. One was a tiger, one was a lion, and one was a scorpion. The tiger looked at the 3 people who had stopped in the distance and couldn't help but frown. We've already hidden our auras, but he still found us. This kid is really like what Lotus Flower said. He's really not easy to deal with. Us 3 brothers can't fall. No matter what, since he's already found us, we have to take action. There's no point in hiding anymore. If they escape, then we won't be able to get the benefits that Lotus Flower promised. The lion mask said. The tiger-masked man became excited at the thought of the benefits Emperor Lianhua had promised him. Although this was a taboo for assassins, he couldn't control himself. Boss, the 3 of us are assassins that make countless people tremble in fear. Savage blood sword, black blood saber, and heart-piercing stab. In the past, we carried out our missions alone, but we have never failed. This time, with the 3 of us working together, how can we be afraid of this kid? Let's go. Scorpion Mask seemed to be somewhat disdainful of Ling Xiao. Okay, let's do it immediately. Leave that kid to 3rd brother. 2nd brother, you deal with that old man. As for the other expert from Heaven's Wall City, I'll deal with him. Tiger Mask ordered. Yes. In an instant, the 3 of them attacked at the same time. The 3 brothers belonged to the top assassin organization of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Dark God Palace. Ling Xiao was not unfamiliar with Dark God Palace at all. When he was in Divine Phoenix Continent, he had encountered assassins from Dark God Palace's branch. However, not only did the other party fail, but they were also killed by him. Even the branch was destroyed. It was likely that the Dark God Hall hated Ling Xiao to the core. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao did not dare to use his previous martial skills when he reincarnated to the Black Tortoise Continent. Once he was discovered by Dark God Palace, his life would be gone. Speaking of which, he did not only offend Dark God Palace. There was also Water God Palace and Ghost God Palace. In the past, the Sacred Dynasty state religion had 12 temples. Ever since the Sacred Dynasty was destroyed, these forces had all gone their own way. However, they were all terrifyingly powerful. It could be said that their forces covered the entire mystic world. If Ling Xiao wanted to reincarnate in the future, he would have to be careful. Let's get back to the topic. Savage blood sword, black blood saber, and heart-piercing stab could be said to be the top assassins of Dark God Palace in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They were paid to do things and never cared about the fate of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even if they knew that the 4 regions and 9 worlds might be destroyed by Lotus Flower, they really did not care at all. Because to them, money and missions were the most important. This was why they chose to help Lotus Flower. However, from this point, it could be seen that Lotus Flower really did not have anyone he could use. Otherwise, why would he contact people from Dark God Palace to attack? The moment the 3 of them made their moves, one could see how powerful they were. The incomplete blood sword was relatively thin, but its movements were extremely nimble. His swordsmanship was also extremely outstanding. With a thrust of his sword, the entire sky was filled with sword light. The most terrifying thing was that this sword light actually contained an extremely powerful explosive force. Wherever the sword light landed, everything exploded. Even if it couldn't stab the enemy to death, it could still blast the enemy to death. This was his famous ultimate skill, 10,000 miles thunderclap sword. The black blood saber was slightly weaker than the incomplete blood sword, but his strength was not to be underestimated. This fellow was using a saber, but it wasn't the kind that was wide open. He was using a pair of sabers, and the sabers were only a foot long. As he brandished his saber, his powerful saber technique could form black saber chi. It permeated the entire space, blinding everyone's vision. He could only suffer the laceration of his saber chi. This saber technique was his famous consummate skill, the Black Sand Saber technique. The last person was ranked last among the three brothers. However, he was ranked second on the Dark God Palace's assassin leaderboard. His martial soul was a scorpion, but it was a very special scorpion called Ice Spike. In fact, their masks were carved from their martial souls. The heart-piercing spear's weapon was a dagger. The two daggers were like ice crystals. Combined with the Ice Spike martial soul, it could actually completely freeze an area of 1 kilometer. However, this was definitely not a simple freeze. The ice released by his Ice Spike was extremely corrosive. A light touch would cause the body to rot. Only those who had experienced it personally would understand how terrifying it was. And this move was not an ordinary martial skill, but a martial soul array. Ice Tooth of Annihilation. Ling Xiao naturally couldn't tell what this was. Although his Tai Chi was very powerful, he was still young and had seen limited things. On the other hand, Bai Yi, who had lived in the 4 regions and 9 worlds for a long time, was extremely familiar with the heart-piercing spear. Oh no, this is the Dark God Palace's top assassin, the heart-piercing spear's martial soul array, Ice Tooth of Annihilation, quick. Ling Xiao, quickly make a move and shatter those ice fangs. Once they form an area of effect. Once they're formed, the 3 of us will have to pay a heavy price even if we win. The reason why Bai Yi didn't attack was that he knew his attack wasn't as good as Ling Xiao's. Moreover, he had to preserve his strength and prepare to die together with the lotus flower. Alright, you deal with the Black Sand Saber technique. Qin Huang, you block the 1,000-mile Thunderbolt sword. I'll break this so-called Ice Tooth of Annihilation. After receiving Bai Ye's reminder, Ling Xiao quickly gave the order. At the same time, he didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately entered the Beast God's body state. With his current cultivation, he had to enter the Beast God's body state to be able to defeat the 3 of them. After all, the 3 of them were mid-stage 7th level Divine Physique Echelon, moreover, they weren't ordinary mid-stage 7th level Divine Physique Echelon. They were all terrifying killers who had experienced hundreds of battles. They killed people like flies and were very experienced. At the same time, Ling Xiao took out the Reverse God Sword. He suddenly released the most powerful Reverse God Art's 7-word style. A huge sword ray slashed towards the ice teeth. At the same time, Qin Huang and Bai Yi also attacked. Both of them had their own way of fighting. Although they weren't as strong as Ling Xiao, they had the ability to fight against the 3 top killers. A 5-clawed golden dragon appeared behind Qin Huang. The golden dragon rolled. The weapon in his hand also turned golden. The violent attack directly blasted towards the 1,000-mile Thunderbolt sword. This was a completely head-on battle. There was no hesitation. It was a battle of strength. Whoever was stronger would win this battle. Bai Ye's attack was also very simple. To him, the best way to attack was to simplify the complexity of the attack. Ling Xiao had always thought that the Great Emperor Palace was his Dharma treasure. Only today did he realize that the Great Emperor Palace was actually Bai Ye's martial soul. The Great Emperor Palace appeared behind Bai Yi. Every Rubik's Cube opened a crack. Dense rays of light shot towards the Black Blood Saber's Black Sand Saber technique. It filled the entire space. It was Ling Xiao's first time seeing such an attack from Bai Yi. He felt that Bai Yi had increased the power of his clone to 90%. Only 10% was left in the Great Emperor Palace. Therefore, the power of this attack was much greater than before. Qin Huang and Bai Ye's attacks were all effective. The Thunderbolt Sword and Black Sand Saber technique were both broken. Ling Xiao's Reverse God Art certainly didn't disappoint. 7 sword lights cut 7 cracks in the heart-piercing Thorn's Ice Tooth diagram. As a result, the power couldn't close in. It became unable to hurt the 3 of them. They are actually much stronger than what was mentioned in the information. We can't hold back, attack with all our strength. After the 3 top killers attacked, they all realized that Ling Xiao, Qin Huang, and Bai Yi were much stronger than what was mentioned in the information. But they were only slightly surprised, and they had already made up their minds. For the sake of the Emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns that Lotus Flower promised them, they didn't hesitate to be seriously injured. The three top assassins activated 100% of their divine essence at the same time and attacked again. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and directly pounced at the strongest of the three, heart-piercing Spike. It was the guy wearing the scorpion mask. Although heart-piercing Spike was the strongest and most dangerous of the three, his overall strength was still inferior to him. Therefore, this battle would end after getting rid of this person first. Ling Xiao's choice in battle was basically made according to the situation at the time. Sometimes, he would deal with the weaker target first. Sometimes, he would directly kill the strongest target. In short, he would try his best to unleash his combat strength to the greatest effect. Stinking brat, you're courting death. Heart-piercing Spike snorted coldly, feeling angry at Ling Xiao's barbaric attack. Because he felt that he was being underestimated. Although he was the third brother of the three brothers, he was ranked second in the Assassin Hall. However, he was ranked second on the Dark God Palace's assassin leaderboard. He was even stronger than his eldest brother and second brother. Amidst the angry roar, Ice Spike attacked again. The terrifying ice fong of destruction bloomed again. It turned into countless ice spikes and covered Ling Xiao. Dark God Hall's number 2 assassin, Heart-Piercing Spike, is only SOSO. Facing Heart-Piercing Spike's attack, Ling Xiao had long been prepared for it. When the ice fong of destruction completely covered him. In that instant, he used Time Stop. With a punch, the surroundings completely fell into Time Stop. Although the range was not more than 3 meters. It was enough for him to get close to Heart-Piercing Spike. The sharp edge of the sword shot towards the Heart-Piercing Spike while time was still. The moment Time Stop disappeared. Ling Xiao's sword light had already pierced through Heart-Piercing Spike's protective divine essence. However, at this moment, Heart-Piercing Spike was wrapped in a ball of golden light. When the sword light hit the golden light, it was actually unable to pierce through. When looking closely, one could see that there was a gem on Heart-Piercing Spike's forehead. The golden light just now came from this gem. It was a rare emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. It was used for defense. It could be said that an ordinary emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns might not be able to pierce through it. However, Ling Xiao had more than one emperor weapon with dragon patterns. Moreover, his emperor weapons were extremely rare. The Void God Sword was blocked. Ling Xiao instantly summoned the Crimson Blood Demon Sword and stabbed it again. Cracks had appeared on the golden light, and it looked like it would collapse at any moment. This scene terrified the heart-piercing Thorn. It had been a long time since he had met such a terrifying opponent. Only now did he realize that it was foolish of him to underestimate this enemy. Bloodstain Technique, Escape. The moment the golden light shattered, Ling Xiao's sword light pierced through the heart-piercing Thorn's head. The heart-piercing Stinger had no choice but to use his ultimate escape skill. Even if an assassin's combat prowess was not as good as the other parties, their escape methods were still better than the other parties. That way, he could ensure that he could escape if he couldn't win. In this way, he could repeatedly harass the enemy and tire them out before finally killing them. Let's go too. Broken Blood Sword and Black Blood Saber saw that their third brother had left and knew that they couldn't win this battle. Left with no choice, he turned around and fled. Ling Xiao was unable to stop the heart-piercing Thorn, so how could he let the two of them escape? Of course, he had to vent his anger on the two of them. Universe of Tyrants. Darkness enveloped the entire space. Broken Blood Sword and Black Blood Saber instantly lost their way. What? The two assassins didn't expect to be so frightened and instantly lost their composure. Ling Xiao used the 7-word style of the god-defying art to instantly kill Broken Blood Sword. Qin Huang and Bai Yi worked together to kill Black Blood Saber at the same time. The 3 top-notch assassins worked together, but unfortunately, one escaped and the other 2 were killed in the end. This was the fate of going against Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao dared to barge into this place because he thought that he had enough strength. He could even defeat the Great Devil Emperor, who was at the peak of the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon, so why would he be afraid of 3 assassins? As expected of assassins, they have a lot of good stuff on them. Ling Xiao took the Broken Blood Sword and Black Blood Saber storage rings. There were also their treasures. The 2 of them had emperor weapons with 9 dragon patterns on them because they were ranked 3rd and 4th among the assassins of the Dark God Palace. There were also close to 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. There were also many rare medicinal herbs and formation materials. These were all urgently needed by Ling Xiao. Recently, his cultivation had been breaking through consecutively, and each time, he needed supreme-grade spirit stones. Formations also needed supreme-grade spirit stones to unleash the full power of the formations. It wasn't that he wanted to make a fortune, but that other people insisted on giving him money. It seemed like he had no choice but to spend it. It was a pity that heart-piercing thorn ran away. Otherwise, there would probably be more good stuff in that guy's storage ring. Let's go. I believe that heart-piercing thorn won't dare to attack again. Let's hurry and find Lotus Flower. Ling Xiao called out to Bai Yi and Qin Huang, and the three of them continued forward. They thought that the road ahead would be very difficult. However, they realized that many of the traps and enemies along the way had been killed. Judging from the wounds on their bodies, it should have been done by the leader of the Beast Deities Alliance. Although that senior was turned into an undead spirit by Lotus Flower in the end, he had completed most of his scouting mission. They didn't come in vain. This was naturally an extremely lucky thing for Ling Xiao. In the necropolis of the gods, the most famous was the tomb of the Divine King. It was rumored that a divine king of eternal divine nation was buried here. The majestic tomb was like an enormous palace. Emperor Lianhua, on the other hand, treated this place as his stronghold. Ling Xiao discovered the existence of this mausoleum from a very far place. The people of this world were truly unfair. Some people had to sleep on the streets while they were alive. Some people, on the other hand, could live in such magnificent palaces after they died. It was truly a moving sight. Although the necropolis of the gods was filled with tombs, there was no feeling of death here. It was still a scene of prosperity. Even Emperor Lianhua looked a lot more sacred when he stood there. Little fellow, we finally meet again. It's only been a few months. You actually have the ability to challenge me now. I can't help but admire your talent and cultivation speed. You flatter me. Lotus Flower is the real deal. In just a few short months, you've caused chaos in the 4 realms and 9 worlds. I really do admire you. You're quite capable. Ling Xiao mocked. Little brother, you really don't give this old man face. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to this old man that you're so strong today. Great Emperor Lianhua laughed. I really do have to thank you. Your stupidity and arrogance made you such a strong enemy long ago. Don't you think that's very interesting? Ling Xiao smiled. That mouth of yours is unforgiving. But no matter, I'll make him shut up soon. Lotus Flower sneered. You killed 2 people when you came in just now, didn't you? Their brothers want to settle the score with you. So before you kill me, you should take care of the matter at hand. Ling Xiao frowned. The heart-piercing thorn didn't escape and actually returned to Lotus Flower. It seemed that this person's hatred for him wasn't small. He probably became an undead. His thoughts were quickly confirmed. Someone walked out from behind Lotus Flower. It was indeed the heart-piercing thorn, but the current one was obviously much stronger than before. He probably ate the heart of a powerhouse. Luckily, it didn't surpass the peak of the 7th level divine body realm. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the heart-piercing thorn. This heart-piercing thorn's strength was on par with the great Devil Emperor. No, to be exact, it should be slightly stronger. Because he was an assassin, he had more experience in killing people than the great Devil Emperor. His combat skills were also more exquisite. He had to use all his strength to kill this person. Luckily, he was about to break through. His cultivation C was about to enter the next stage. Perhaps this battle would help him achieve his goal. You really have a wicked sense of humor. Turning others into your puppets to fight for you. How abominable, I really hate you more and more. Ling Zhao's expression was calm, but his eyes revealed endless killing intent. He had met many people who deserved to die. Without a doubt, this Lotus Flower was definitely at the top of the list. He had to kill him. Haha, I, Lotus Flower, have never been afraid of being hated by others. Because I'm a genius, what I want to do is to make others hate me. Alright, even if you want to hate me, you have to wait until you survive. Heart-piercing thorn, kill him and take revenge for your brother. Lotus Flower smiled and waved his hand lightly. He let the heart-piercing thorn kill Ling Xiao, but Lotus Flower didn't have the intention to leave. It was obvious that this guy didn't have enough confidence in killing Ling Xiao. Therefore, he planned to let the strengthened heart-piercing thorn test Ling Xiao on the spot, so that he could be prepared for battle. Just as Lotus Flower finished speaking, the heart-piercing thorn already moved. The ice-tooth diagram of annihilation was much more powerful and terrifying than before. In that instant, Ling Xiao was actually unable to completely block it. Nearly 10 ice fangs pierced into his body. Fortunately, his physical body was strong enough. It forcefully blocked the ice teeth, preventing them from penetrating too deeply. Of course, this injury was also part of Ling Xiao's plan. He could feel how powerful the Lotus Flower was, so he had to become even more powerful. And the only way to speed up his cultivation was to risk his life. It was fine as long as he didn't die. It was because of the heart-piercing stab that Ling Xiao successfully opened the door to a breakthrough. He advanced from the mid-4th level of the Divine Body Realm to the late 4th level of the Divine Body Realm. His battle prowess had once again increased by more than 10 times. His confidence in killing the Lotus Flower had also increased. Ling Xiao, you'd best be serious. Else, if I am displeased, I will immediately kill the demonic flood dragon. In any case, you've already walked right into the trap and came here. I can take my Dizun physique out of your body anytime. Lotus Flower threatened coldly. Save it, old man, you want to threaten me? If you have the ability, you can try and see if you can take back your Dizun physique. Don't worry, I won't destroy it. I will merge it into my body. I will make your soul lose the chance to control it completely. Ling Xiao sneered. You'd better not threaten me again. I don't like being threatened. If you piss me off, I can really do anything. Lotus Flower's face was gloomy. Once again, he felt that it was troublesome. Ling Xiao was simply unmoved by force or persuasion. Moreover, he was so smart that it was a little crazy. He could instantly grasp his weakness and counterattack. Although he was furious, he had to admit that he had lost this bickering. He had lost completely. Defeat the heart-piercing thorn first. Lotus Flower snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. Ling Xiao didn't bother with him anymore. In order to not expose his trump card, the battle between him and the heart-piercing thorn was really difficult. It was also very dangerous. However, after an hour of fierce battle, he still won despite being covered in injuries. During this process, he didn't use time stop or time reversal. He didn't even use the Sky Tyrant martial soul. He relied completely on a head-on battle and his exquisite skills to win. A look of disdain flashed across Lotus Flower's eyes. You actually want to challenge me with such strength? Am I overthinking things? In his opinion, Ling Xiao wasn't worth paying too much attention to. Although Ling Xiao had defeated the heart-piercing thorn, the gap between them was still very big. It seemed that it was time to carry out the final plan. Come in. Lotus Flower didn't stop them anymore. Instead, he waved his hand and let Ling Xiao enter the Divine King's mausoleum. The Divine King's mausoleum had been completely transformed by Lotus Flower into his palace. The coffins in the mausoleum still existed. It looked gloomy and eerie. However, the other party was Lotus Flower and the Death Spirit Emperor. It was very suitable for them to live here. The current Lotus Flower looked like a handsome young man from the outside. Ling Xiao could feel that he had already fused the Demon Sovereign's body and the Divine Sovereign's body. Only the Sovereign's body was left. His strength had increased a lot. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi, I couldn't see through it. Qin Huang and Bai Yi felt a huge pressure. Bai Yi even suspected that his delusional wish to perish together with this terrifying enemy was just a dream. I've always wanted to kill you. But no matter how hard I try, I can't kill you. Perhaps fate will let the two of us meet again. I'm still willing to give you a chance. I hope you can cherish it. Lotus Flower said indifferently. Until now, he hadn't completely given up on recruiting Ling Xiao. Because in the repeated confrontations, Lotus Flower realized that Ling Xiao might be his best successor. This kid's talent was too outstanding. If he could become his disciple. What were Eternal Divine Nations enemies to them if they worked together? I'm not interested in listening to your nonsense. Where's the serpent's soul? Ling Xiao went straight to the point. You should know why I'm here. Give me the serpent's soul, and I'll give you the sovereign's body. Qin Huang and Bai Yi both looked shocked when they heard this. However, they didn't say anything. They believed that Ling Xiao would take care of everything. You really surprise me. You want to trade the serpent's soul for my sovereign's body? I'm not dreaming, am I? Sometimes, things were too easy for people to be suspicious. Especially smart people. They were bound to be suspicious when faced with this kind of situation. Lotus Flower was no exception. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao would trade his sovereign's body for the serpent's soul. The serpent's soul was nothing to him. It was completely useless. If he really wanted to trade, he wouldn't have hesitated. However, he was wondering if Ling Xiao had some sort of scheme. Otherwise, how could he have won so easily, and what? Even the all-powerful and arrogant Emperor Lianhua knows fear? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Isn't this what you've always wanted? Ling Xiao mocked. Now that I've given it all to you, you're afraid to accept it? Are you afraid? Lotus Flower chuckled softly. I'm just being cautious. Let's not talk about that. I hope you'll consider my offer. I'm sure you already know who I am, don't you? I come from Eternal Divine Nation and am one of its great emperors. As long as you follow me, I can spare the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. I'll take you to Eternal Divine Nation. We'll be able to develop even more there. A cultivator there can obtain the same amount of energy as tens of millions of cultivators in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. What do you think? It's a good deal for you, isn't it? Your family and friends won't die, and neither will the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The ones who will die will be those cultivators who have nothing to do with you, right? Emperor Lianhua's sudden words took Bai Yi by surprise. As the former Golden Emperor, Bai was a little tempted. Wasn't it his greatest wish to bring peace to the 4 regions and 9 worlds? If he were Ling Xiao, he would have chosen to sacrifice himself. Unfortunately, he wasn't. Ling Xiao wouldn't risk his life for no good reason. Are you done? Ling Xiao looked at Lotus Flower. Then I'll tell you my choice. And it'll solve the problem once and for all. I'll kill you. Kill? Ha ha ha, don't joke around. So many experts couldn't kill me. They could only seal me away. Do you think you can kill me? Great Emperor Lianhua laughed. That's right. I know your weakness very well. Others can't kill you, but I can. Ling Xiao said coldly, aren't all of you from Eternal Divine Nation afraid of the ancient race? The ancient race. Emperor Lianhua's expression turned extremely ugly when he heard this. How do you know about the ancient race? You don't need to know that. In short, you need to know that I have the ability to kill you. Now, it's up to you. Are you going to leave the 4 realms and return to your Eternal Divine Nation, or do you want to fight to the death here? Ling Xiao said with an indifferent expression. You are lying. I was almost fooled by you, perhaps you have only heard of the existence of the ancient race. You haven't even seen a cultivator from Eternal Divine Nation. How dare you try to deceive me? Lotus Flower suddenly laughed and said loudly. Ling Xiao was still expressionless. It's up to you to believe it or not. Lotus Flower's expression was a little ugly. This Ling Xiao was really too difficult to deal with. He didn't even know if he was the evil leader or if Ling Xiao was the evil leader. Logically speaking, this kind of hot-blooded youth should only be shouting hot-bloodedly. Logically speaking, this kind of hot-blooded youth should only be fooled by him. But what was going on now? Sometimes, he wondered if there was a powerful old monster residing in Ling Xiao's body. That was why he had such a calm reaction. He didn't understand. Ling Xiao was hot-blooded, but not brainless. Only a brainless idiot would recklessly attack a powerful enemy without any strategy at all. Only a brainless idiot would be infuriated by a few words. Ling Xiao, if you don't agree to my request, I'll give you my word. The beings of the 4 realms and 9 worlds will become the source of my energy. I will use them to recover my cultivation until I reach my peak. Why do you care about them? To the strong, feelings were a luxury. As for the beings of the 4 realms and 9 worlds, they are lowly ants and livestock to begin with. You may not know this, but the people here choose to sacrifice the living to the gods of eternal divine nation. If you follow me, you will become their god. Why do you care about the position of ruler of the 4 realms and 9 worlds? God, huh? Haha, aren't you all as lowly as ants under the threat of the ancient races? Being weak isn't a sin. Not having the heart to become strong is a great sin. One day, even an ant will grow into a beast that can devour the gods. Alright, let's not talk about other things. Are you going to make the deal or not? Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to talk to this guy full of twisted logic. Lotus Flower had lost his patience as well. He'd discovered that Ling Xiao wasn't going to listen to him. The two of them had completely different values. They couldn't possibly share the same pot. There was no point in saying more. Alright, we'll make the deal. Lotus Flower seemed to have made up his mind. He was ready to take a gamble. Haha, aren't you afraid that I'll do something to your sovereign body now? Ling Xiao mocked. It doesn't matter. So what if you've done something to it? Give it to me. Give it to me and I'll release the serpent's soul immediately. Lotus Flower said. Why don't you give me the serpent's soul first? I don't trust your character. Ling Xiao said calmly. Alright. Lotus Flower nodded. His attitude could be considered to have checkmated Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. However, he realized something in an instant. Previously, when he'd entered the mausoleum of the Divine Kings, he'd felt that something wasn't right. At this moment, he'd suddenly realized something. Lotus Flower had said so much nonsense to him just now. He was simply stalling for time to carry out a plan. This plan could prevent him, Qin Huang, and Bai Yi from leaving. However, when it came to stalling for time, wasn't he doing the same? A few days ago, the undying King Yinghai had successfully infiltrated the graveyard of the gods and laid low. As his cultivation method was exactly the same as the aura of the dead spirits, he wasn't suspected. Of course, even so, it was still a very dangerous thing to do. Fortunately, the battle at the Heaven Sanctuary and the incident at the Palace of Eternal Life happened. This caused Lotus Flower's attention to be elsewhere. This gave the Undying King an excellent opportunity. The Undying King had found the soul of the Mo Jiao long ago. However, he'd never had the chance to seize it. However, today, the opportunity had come. He'd secretly contacted Ling Xiao long ago and asked Ling Xiao to stall for time as much as possible. Otherwise, Ling Xiao wouldn't have said so much nonsense to Lotus Flower. Both sides wanted to stall for time. This matter had become interesting. Until this moment. Lotus Flower had completed his plan. Ling Xiao had also received a message from the Undying King. The soul of the Mo Jiao had been obtained. At that moment, both of them laughed. Of course, the meaning of their laughter was different. Sorry, this deal is off. The same words came from different people. Ling Xiao and Lotus Flower actually said the same thing at the same time. However, after speaking, their expressions were slightly different. Ling Xiao had long guessed that Lotus Flower had some plan. Hence, he wasn't surprised. Emperor Lianhua, on the other hand, was extremely shocked. How could Lotus Flower have known that the Undying King Yinghai existed in the 4 regions and 9 realms? He wasn't a dead spirit, but his aura was exactly the same as one. No matter how smart he was, he had miscalculated. Ling Xiao, what do you mean? Don't you want the demonic flood dragon's soul anymore? You keep saying that you are hypocritical, but when it comes to it, you cower. What a cowardly piece of trash. Lotus Flower's state of mind was clearly out of balance. Once again, just as he was feeling confident about his plan, Ling Xiao gave him a new shock. There is no need for that. I have already obtained the demonic flood dragon's soul. Ling Xiao chuckled. A ball of white light flew over at an extremely fast speed. It entered Ling Xiao's Dongxing Emperor ring in an instant. It entered the demonic flood dragon's body. However, because it had been separated from its body for a long time, it would probably take some time for the demonic flood dragon to recover. This was already enough. Why? How could this be? Lotus Flower recognized that it was the demonic flood dragon's soul. However, that soul had already been imprisoned by him. In order to prevent Ling Xiao from snatching it away, he hadn't even dared to bring it with him. However, why? This was really too inconceivable. Don't you know? The demonic flood dragon's soul is a little special. He is a beast god martialist with a high-level beast god position. Therefore, when his soul sensed the aura of his body, it would take the initiative to return. Of course, this was nonsense. The undying King Xianxia had ultimately decided to stay and continue undercover. After all, no one knew whether Lotus Flower still had any trump cards. In case Ling Xiao couldn't kill Lotus Flower here, Xianxia could still be of great use as a spy. Ling Xiao's nonsense was naturally to protect Xianxia. Impossible. Its soul is imprisoned in the boundary. Even if it sensed its body, it wouldn't be able to escape. Lotus Flower wasn't that easy to fool. However, Ling Xiao still had a way to explain. Come back, master. Ling Xiao chose to reveal that his master was a Yuan Venerate. In any case, he was already at the peak of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. No one could harm a Yuan Venerate. So what if he knew? A powerful spiritual energy form appeared, which shocked Lotus Flower even more. I'm not afraid to tell you that although Master doesn't have a physical body, he's extremely skilled in formations. Furthermore, even in the form of spiritual energy, he could still break the formation. That barrier of yours is completely useless. Ling Xiao said indifferently. As if to illustrate this point, the Yuan Venerate set up an array formation on the spot. It was a simple fire serpent array, but its might was 100 times stronger than the fire serpent array that Lotus Flower had seen before. Then, the Yuan Venerate returned to Ling Xiao's body. Seeing Lotus Flower's shocked expression, Ling Xiao knew that his strategy had worked. The undying King Xianxia was hidden as a trump card that could affect the outcome of the battle. I'm starting to like you more and more. I'm starting to think that you'll be the key to my conquest of eternal divine nation. Are you sure you don't want to join? Lotus Flower's slightly terrified expression gradually returned to normal. After all, he was the big boss behind the scenes. Although this matter had caught him off guard, he was still a little surprised. Although the situation had caught him off guard, he hadn't lost yet. I'm not joining. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Alright, then I'll just have to kill all of you. Lotus Flower smiled coldly. Since you've already guessed what I've just set up, why don't you guess? You probably can't guess what I've done, can you? What's so difficult about that? If I'm not mistaken, you've already sealed off the Divine King's tomb. Although I don't know how you did it. What you're going to do next is kill all of us. We can't get out anyway, right? Ling Xiao smiled. That's too scary. You're really too scary. I'd better not take you as my disciple. If you do, I'm afraid I won't even know if you sell me off one day. Lotus Flower was clearly shocked. This Ling Xiao was as quick-witted as a demon. That's right. I've already completely sealed off this place. In fact, the Divine King's tomb has been under my control from the very beginning. Every mechanism and every array here is under my control. From the moment I finished setting up, all of you no longer had the chance to leave. So what if I stole the soul of the demonic flood dragon? All I need to do is kill all of you. As he spoke, the entire Divine King's tomb suddenly began to shake violently. Those originally still coffins suddenly opened by themselves. Warriors in armor walked out from the coffins one after another. However, their eyes were lifeless, as if they were ghosts. Do you still remember where this place is? The Divine King's tomb. Why do you think I've chosen to stay here? Lotus Flower's confidence returned, filled with killing intent and madness. You've taken control of the Divine King? Ling Xiao could only guess at this result. There must be the corpse of a powerful expert in the Divine King's tomb. If Lotus Flower had taken control of him, then everything in the Divine King's tomb would be under Lotus Flower's control. That's a good guess. You're very smart. However, what's the point of that? So what if you've guessed everything? Once you're dead, there's nothing left. Lotus Flower sneered. You're so confident that you can keep us here? Ling Xiao still had an indifferent expression. I really hate that expression of yours. It's like you're always confident no matter what. Today, I'm going to completely destroy your confidence and make you understand. Everything you've done is just a futile struggle. Lotus Flower roared. Since that's the case, why don't you tell me how you've sealed off the Divine King's tomb? Ling Xiao asked, "You think we're dead for sure anyway? Don't tell me you don't even have this bit of confidence? What's the harm in telling you?" Lotus Flower said disdainfully, "Do you still remember the dragon shaman? The dragon shaman of the divine dragon palace of the savage beast region sent me some good stuff. The thing that sealed the divine king's tomb was a huge dragon that the dragon shaman and I created together. It's called the Pai Sho dragon. What the Pai Sho dragon swallows can never be released. Even if you don't die, you'll be tortured in the Pai Sho dragon's body. Forever. Don't worry, you won't be alone. There are many undead here to play with you." The Pai Sho dragon. Ling Zhao's expression was as indifferent as ever. There was no trace of nervousness or panic. Emperor Lianhua couldn't help but feel annoyed. What he wanted to see the most was Ling Zhao's terrified and helpless expression. "Not like this. Thank you for telling me." Ling Xiao even laughed this time. "Although I don't know how powerful the Pai Sho dragon is, why do we need to find the exit? As long as we kill it, won't we be able to leave? Why should I be afraid of such a simple thing? Bai Yi, Qin Huang, prepare for battle. Let's kill Lotus Flower first. As long as we kill him, the 4 regions and 9 worlds won't have so many tribulations." The battle was finally about to begin. Although he was very clear that this battle would be the most difficult battle he had encountered since coming to the 4 regions and 9 realms. But he could not avoid it, and he had to win. The aura of death began to spread throughout the Divine King's mausoleum. At this moment, the creature swallowed by the Pai Sho dragon seemed to have become the source of Lotus Flower's energy. That feeling made one have to be cautious. Previously, when facing the Great Devil Emperor, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest bit of worry. But this time, facing Lotus Flower, Ling Xiao really did not feel confident. "I really shouldn't have wasted time on you. Although you have great talent. You have intelligence that even I am jealous of. But since you can't be used by me, then you can go to hell. Why don't you hand over my Dizun body, and I will refine your body together. I believe that there must be some secret in your body. Otherwise, it would be impossible for your cultivation to become so fast." Lotus Flower floated in midair. Black and white light shone behind him. This strange fellow had a pair of wings on his back. However, one of them was white in color. One of them was a pair of black wings. It was like a combination of an angel and a demon. Ling Xiao stared at Lotus Flower. He thought that this should be the effect of Lotus Flower's divine Zun body and demon Zun body. The power of divine Zun and demon fused into one body. The current Lotus Flower was even more powerful than when he had met him in the world of souls. "Perhaps you think that I can't kill you because I haven't taken back the Dizun body. You are simply too naive. Having the body of a divine Zun and demon Zun combined is enough to crush you." Lotus Flower's power continued to rise. And the divine king guards who had crawled out of the coffin had already attacked Ling Xiao and the other 2. Ling Xiao did not make a move. Qin Huang and Bai Yi blocked the attacks of these powerful fellows for him. Although these guards' strength was far inferior to Qin Huang and Bai Yi's, there were too many of them. If it weren't for these 2 blocking for Ling Xiao would really be in trouble today. After all, he could not afford to be distracted when facing such a powerful opponent like Lotus Flower. "Perhaps after you recover your former cultivation, I really won't be your match. However, even if you fused with the 3 of them, you probably wouldn't be able to reach even half of your former strength. After being sealed for so many years, it was impossible for it to recover in such a short time. I stopped your undead fruit tree plan and reduced your recovery speed to the lowest. Isn't that so?" Ling Xiao chuckled. He was glad that he hadn't been able to stop Lotus Flower's actions. Perhaps the current Emperor Lianhua had already regained the strength of his former glory. His previous efforts had not been in vain. Today, he finally saw results. Of course, even so, this opponent was still not to be underestimated. He was still much stronger than him. If the Great Devil Emperor was like a great river in front of him, then the Lotus Flower was like a bottomless ocean. It was impossible to find out what this guy's upper limit was. However, even so, he had to dive into the water to find out. Without waiting for Lotus Flower to attack, Ling Xiao made the first move. He held the God-reversing sword in one hand and the hand of eternal life in the other. He pounced toward Emperor Lianhua at an astonishing speed. This attack was just a test, so it wasn't too powerful. After all, they had just come into contact. If he used his most powerful attack right away, there would be no room for maneuvering and he might even die. Void-shattering finger, transcending the void. God-reversing art, 6-word style. Ling Xiao attacked with both hands. He didn't choose his most powerful moves. One was extremely fast, and the other was not weak. They were all to test his opponent. Not bad, but it's useless. Emperor Lianhua stood there motionlessly. Dozens of monarch armaments with 9 dragon patterns appeared around him. There were sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and even golden bricks, jade rui, and other strange offensive and defensive treasures. Ding, although the void-shattering finger was extremely fast, it was still deflected. Lotus Flower used a strange defensive treasure. His entire body released green light, forming a cocoon-like light shield. However, although the void-shattering finger didn't work, the God-reversing art was extremely domineering. It tore the light shield apart. Unfortunately, after the light shield was torn apart, the power of the God-reversing art became much weaker. It couldn't even break Lotus Flower's protective divine energy. Black Lotus Treasure Light. Ling Xiao's attack didn't stop. The attacks from both hands were neutralized. However, there was still the soul secret technique. Ling Xiao knew that his opponent was not to be trifled with. He didn't expect to defeat his opponent in 1 or 2 moves. Therefore, he released 3 attacks at the same time. On one hand, it was to test his opponent's reaction. On the other hand, it was to test which attack would cause the most damage to this guy. Soul Secret Technique Attack, I didn't expect you to be so proficient in the move I taught you. No wonder so many stronger cultivators died at your hands. However, do you think my move can hurt me? Lotus Flower smiled faintly. A large bell appeared above his head and suddenly sounded. It actually broke the Black Lotus Treasure Light. Furthermore, it was so effortless. Use whatever other means you have. You keep saying that you want to kill me. It can't be just this bit of ability, right? If it's just this, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to run into me today. Lotus Flower easily neutralized Ling Xiao's 3 attacks without taking any damage. He couldn't help feeling pleased with himself. Is that so? Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly snapped his fingers. The sword energy fragments that were originally attached to Lotus Flower's protective divine energy suddenly exploded. A terrifying shockwave sent Great Emperor Lianhua flying. A look of horror appeared in Lotus Flower's eyes. At that moment, he really felt like he was going to die. His body was completely blown apart. Although it healed in a short time, that kind of pain was unprecedented. The most terrifying thing was that this attack really dealt a serious blow to his confidence. This is the Dark God Palace's lightning sand. Lotus Flower's expression was incomparably ferocious. He completely lost his previous calmness. His face was slapped painfully enough. He just said that Ling Xiao couldn't even touch him. In the end, his body was blown apart. It was really too humiliating. Not bad. At least you're knowledgeable. I found this lightning sand on Black Blood Knife's body. It can be hidden in all attacks. It detonates with soul force. The stronger the soul force, the greater the power. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. If you didn't send those 3 trash to kill me, I also wouldn't have been able to obtain this treasure. Ling Xiao said sarcastically, you just said that I couldn't touch you. What? About now? Bastard. I gave you face just now and didn't really make a move. You really think you're so powerful? Die for me. Lotus Flower was really thoroughly infuriated by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, this guy, caused him to lose so much face and still mocked him like this. How could he endure it? Waving his hands, 2 more books appeared in his hands. Of these 2 books, one was black, the other was white. It contained incomparably powerful dark force and divine force. The fastest mobile version of the website, Darkness Destruction Array. In that instant, the black book in his right hand opened, releasing a black light. It turned into a huge array. Although the range was the same as Ling Xiao's, its power was much stronger than Ling Xiao's array. In this Darkness Destruction Array, it almost condensed all the dark destructive power. The black vortex seemed to be burning with black flames. Everything that was sucked in would be completely destroyed. Let's try it. I can't just admit defeat like this. Top-grade Spirit Stone, Strengthen Array, Divine Ox Lightning Earth and Fire Array. Ling Xiao knew that it was simply impossible for him to forcefully resist this formation with his own strength alone. So he chose to use the top-grade Spirit Stone to strengthen it. Strengthening an array was something that ordinary warriors couldn't do. But for Ling Xiao, who was proficient in arrays, it was relatively easy. Lightning Earth and Fire against Darkness Destruction. The moment the two arrays collided, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The scene was extremely shocking. The power of the Darkness Destruction array was not weak. Even if Ling Xiao chose the top-grade Spirit Stone to strengthen the Divine Ox Lightning Earth and Fire array. But it was still destroyed. But on the other hand, the Darkness Destruction array was also greatly weakened. When it hit Ling Xiao's body, it didn't have much effect. But even so, Ling Xiao was still smashed to the ground and sank deep into it. The only thing that made him happy was that the energy in his cultivation sea began to increase at that moment. You can actually block my Darkness Destruction array, but how many times can you block it? Take my Divine Judgment array. The Book of Divine in Lotus Flower's hand released a dazzling light. Countless light pillars as bright as day suddenly smashed towards Ling Xiao's head. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt a different threat. In the past, when he faced Lotus Flower, he felt the evil aura of Lotus Flower. The aura of death. But at this moment, the enemy in front of him was like a god, descending the power of judgment. The power of judgment purified everything. Within the range of the Divine Judgment array, all living things would be destroyed. This was not at all inferior to the Darkness Destruction array diagram. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao was really glad that he was the one facing the Lotus Flower and not anyone else. Otherwise, who could withstand such a powerful attack? This kind of power was enough to tear apart an eternal emperor who had consumed the heart of an expert. Strengthen the Mao God Nether diagram. It could be said that Ling Xiao could not avoid such a powerful force. Moreover, he could not avoid it. Qin Huang and Bai Yi were fighting the God King guards nearby. The only thing Ling Xiao could do right now was block the Divine Judgment formation. Otherwise, they would all be finished. More and more top-grade Spirit Stones were thrown in. The Mao God Nether formation diagram became even more powerful. A force from the Nether Hell rushed out and crashed into the Divine Judgment array diagram. The two formations collided again. But this time, Ling Xiao's attack had the upper hand. This was because Ling Xiao had spent even more top-grade Spirit Stones. The Divine Judgment array diagram was devoured by the Netherworld and then shattered. Hell Shadow Strike. Within the Mao God Nether diagram, the Hell Shadow Strike's power would be greatly increased. Moreover, it would take more time to form the attack and the attack would be faster. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had already blasted the Hell Shadow Strike onto the Lotus Flower's head. Boom! One of the 9 dragon-patterned Emperor armaments around the Lotus Flower's body shattered. It was shattered by Ling Xiao's Void God Sword. Unfortunately, it was also because of this that he was unable to hurt his opponent. Ling Xiao did not linger and used the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique to move far away. Not a bad idea. You grasped the opportunity well. Unfortunately, your attack power is too weak. You want to rely on this kind of strength to defeat me? Dream on. Lotus Flower looked at Ling Xiao with contempt. After a few exchanges, he realized that although Ling Xiao's strength was difficult to deal with, compared to this kid's brain, it was much easier to deal with. No matter how smart a person was, if their strength was not enough, they could forget about killing him. Haha, you're only relying on those 9 dragon-patterned Emperor armaments. However, Lotus Flower. It seems like from the start of the battle until now, you haven't had any advantage. Your injuries seem to be more serious than mine. Ling Xiao knew that his opponent's mockery was to attack his confidence and weaken his fighting spirit. However, he also knew that his opponent's method was useless. You really don't know what's good for you. Then I'll let you see the power of the fusion of divine and darkness. Divine Judgment Diagram, Darkness Destruction Diagram, Fusion Attack. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Lotus Flower was somewhat annoyed. He did not waste any more words. The two books merged together. Black and white energy fused into one. divine and darkness joined forces. It produced an extremely terrifying power. That power vibrated in the space, causing the void to constantly tremble. Diagrams can be fused too? That's a good idea. Although Ling Xiao had used many diagrams at the same time in the past, it was because diagrams consumed more divine essence. Hence, he did not think of fusing diagrams. However, Emperor Lianhua's battle today had given him a wake-up call. Perhaps he could give it a try. You used the fusion of light and darkness, I'll choose the fusion of ice and fire. Dragon God Frost diagram, uniting gods raging fire diagram, fuse. The fusion of two opposing attributes could produce explosive power, greatly increasing the power of the fused diagrams. As it was his first time fusing, Ling Xiao did not dare to use many diagrams at the same time. He could only try to fuse two diagrams first. Ling Xiao's ice and fire diagram and lotus flower's light and darkness diagram clashed together again. This time, although Ling Xiao still blocked the opponent's crazy attack. However, that was not all. The remaining power of the light and darkness diagram blasted his body, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. He crashed into several stone pillars before coming to a stop. However, it was also because of that his cultivation level directly increased to 30% of the late-stage 4th level divine body realm. Bah! Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood with the smell of soil. He got up again and looked at Lotus Flower. You don't seem to be as strong as I thought. As expected, it's because I ruined your plans a few times that your recovery process was disrupted. Serves you right. Although he was injured, Ling Xiao's probing had basically ended here. He realized that Lotus Flower's ability seemed to be only at the peak of the 7th level divine body realm. However, he was a top-notch existence. He was 10 times stronger than the Great Devil Emperor after he fused with the Dead Spirit Tree King. However, he still did not break through this range. In other words, although the opponent was strong, he still had a chance of winning. Lotus Flower did not say anything. However, judging from his expression, Ling Xiao seemed to have hit his sore spot. I'm sorry, Lotus Flower. You can only die here with your ambition. This battle is not only for me, but also for my friends and family. It is also for the common people in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. With their support, I am invincible. Therefore, it's impossible for you to defeat me. The fastest mobile version of the website, Ling Xiao's words were not a simple declaration. The support of the common people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds was not just verbal either. Due to the profound world body that Ling Xiao cultivated. This profound world body was not a body-tempering cultivation method, but a kind of secret method. In the profound world, the more support Ling Xiao received, the stronger the strength that he could unleash. Although Ling Xiao could not see people's support, he could feel the profound world power in his body constantly rising. Perhaps more than 90% of the people in the 4 regions and 9 worlds pinned this hope on him. They treated him as their only savior. Therefore, he could use these people's strength. Strange, why is this kid's strength constantly increasing? Lotus Flower also discovered this strange phenomenon, which made him very uneasy. With no other choice, he urged his divine essence again, preparing to use an even more powerful attack. Both the Bible of Darkness and the Bible of Divinity contained more than just 2 arrays. The martial arts that contained myriad transformations were also extremely many. It was all his life's work. He was condensing divine essence. Ling Xiao was also condensing divine essence. The Berserk Beast God Aura, the powerful profound world power, all made the surrounding undead tremble incessantly. During this period of time, Qin Huang and Bai Yi became much more relaxed. They discovered that Ling Xiao actually did not completely fall into a disadvantage when facing Lotus Flower. At this moment, they truly realized they could win. This battle could be won. Boom, in the next instant, the 2 mighty experts collided together again. A frenzied exchange of blows came and went in the void. Terrifying explosive sounds constantly came from inside the Divine King's mausoleum. The place where the 2 people stopped for a short time would always be as loud as thunder. Ling Xiao was truly going all out. Lotus Flower did not have Ling Xiao's determination. Ling Xiao could not compare to Lotus Flower in speed, strength, and even physical toughness. But in terms of inner firmness and soaring fighting spirit, Lotus Flower really could not compare to him. This kid really fought until he went crazy. Ah. At a certain moment, Emperor Lian Hua let out a blood-curdling scream. Although Ling Xiao had been beaten black and blue. But at this moment, Lotus Flower's head was pierced through by Ling Xiao's crimson blood demon sword. A violent murderous aura bloomed from Lotus Flower's body. This guy's body was torn into pieces once again. Ling Xiao didn't stop there, he continued to release the Yushin's blazing fire array diagram. The terrifying flames engulfed every fragment in the air, wanting to completely incinerate the fragments of Lotus Flower's body. Unfortunately, this method only slowed down the speed of Lotus Flower's resurrection. A minute later, the Lotus Flower reappeared. However, Lotus Flower's expression had become extremely ferocious. His body had already been destroyed by Ling Xiao twice. If the first time was said to be underestimating the enemy, then this time, Ling Xiao had really taken care of him from the front. He didn't even have the time to protect himself. It could be seen how terrifying Ling Xiao's attack speed was. Damn it, what sword is that in your hand, how can it be so powerful? Lotus Flower looked at the crimson blood demon sword in Ling Xiao's hand in shock. This sword made him tremble even more than the reverse god sword. If you die, I'll tell you. Ling Xiao smiled and launched another attack. Facing Ling Xiao's attack, Lotus Flower didn't seem to be willing to take it head-on. In a close-range battle, Ling Xiao's performance was more exciting than his. So he chose to block. Hand of God, Hand of Darkness. The two books flickered at the same time, and two huge arms stretched out from the ground. It was as black as ink, like a ghost's claw. But it was as white as jade, as if it was carved out of white jade. The two hands blocked Ling Xiao's attack. It gave Lotus Flower the opportunity to accumulate power. Ling Xiao, since you are so stubborn, then I don't have to show mercy. I will kill you completely, so that you will never be able to revive. Feeling the pain just now. The feeling of living a life worse than death was still remembered by his soul. Although his body had been reformed, his anger didn't decrease at all. Book of Holiness, Book of Darkness, release the divine power in the book and punish my enemies, Light of Purification. The light of purification was a ray of light in the darkness. It descended into the world and purified everything. Kill all living beings and let everything start over. The moment the light was released, Ling Xiao only saw the light suddenly grow bigger. Finally, it enveloped the entire space. Even if Ling Xiao knew the golden light technique, he couldn't dodge it at all. Because the range of the light of purification was too big. It was even bigger than his array diagram. Qin Huang, Bai Yi, hide in here. Ling Xiao hurriedly put Qin Huang and Bai Yi into his Dongxing Emperor ring. This Lotus Flower was also crazy. With such a large range of attack, he was prepared to destroy all his subordinates. This light of purification was very interesting. It would only destroy living beings and undead, but it wouldn't destroy inanimate objects. Therefore, the mausoleum of the Divine King wouldn't be attacked. Under the baptism of this light of purification, Ling Xiao's body was almost unscathed. And his body was very weak. He was like an old man who had been ill for a long time. He had no choice but to use time reversal on himself. Let his injuries heal completely. Anyway, it was only 10 minutes. He should be able to hold on. Of course, the injury this time also benefited him greatly. The energy in his cultivation C originally only had 30%, but this time, it had soared to 60%. It was just one attack, but the power was so great. It was powerful enough. Oh? I didn't expect you to have such a powerful self-healing technique. But what's the point? You can withstand the baptism of the light of purification once. Then, how are you going to dodge the second time? Lotus Flower didn't know that Ling Xiao had used such a heaven-defying ability like time reversal. He thought that Ling Xiao's injuries had healed because Ling Xiao had learned some powerful self-healing technique. You can try and see if I can do it or not, until the last moment of the battle, who can say for sure that they will win? Ling Xiao stared at Lotus Flower and didn't take the initiative to attack. He was thinking of a strategy. The previous two attacks had destroyed Lotus Flower's body, but Lotus Flower was resurrected. The second time, he even used fire to burn it. He didn't kill it. What should he do to completely kill this undead monster? This was a big problem. Otherwise, even if Ling Xiao was stronger, he would still be in trouble if he encountered Lotus Flower. If he couldn't kill the other party, it would be useless no matter how many times he destroyed the other party's body. When he killed the Great Devil Emperor, he used the Black Lotus treasure light to lock onto the other party's undead essence, and then successfully killed it. But against Lotus Flower, the Black Lotus treasure light was ineffective. The key point was that he had learned the Black Lotus treasure light from Lotus Flower. The other party could completely guard against it. In short, the secret soul technique is the key. Xianxia had an idea. But to use the secret soul technique to lock onto Lotus Flower's undead essence, he had to continue weakening the other party. Otherwise, it would still be impossible to succeed. The other party's soul power was not weaker than Xianxia's. Lotus Flower's light of purification condensed once again. The powerful energy deterred Xianxia. It made Xianxia feel an extremely terrifying pressure. I can't take it anymore. Body fusion. Xianxia had been fighting with Lotus Flower for half a day, but he still didn't choose to enter the body fusion state. It was because he felt that Lotus Flower also had trump cards that he hadn't used yet. He had to preserve some of his strength. But at this moment, if he still didn't choose the body fusion state, he would probably be destroyed by this light of purification. Although he could choose rising from the ashes, this was his only chance. He couldn't abuse it. No matter what, he had to prevent himself from being killed. Oh? You're finally willing to choose the body fusion state? Speaking of which, you're really a genius. I've never taught you how to fuse the body fusion state. You actually learned it yourself. But you also know, right, as your strength increases, the effect of the body fusion state will also become weaker and weaker. Unless you encounter some opportunity to increase the strength of the body fusion state to a level stronger than the body fusion state. Without such an opportunity, your current body fusion state will at most allow you to have the strength of the peak of the 7th level divine body realm. You're still not my match. Seeing that Xianxia was using the body fusion state, Lotus Flower wasn't nervous at all. It was as if everything was within his expectations. Xianxia didn't say anything. The outcome of a battle wasn't decided by words. He looked at Lotus Flower coldly. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled up into a mocking smile. This smile instantly shattered Great Emperor Lianhua's calmness. This was not the first time Xianxia had surprised him. Therefore, he must be careful. You brat, what are you up to? Lotus Flower asked. Yeah, what am I doing? Demonic Eye, Illusion Demon, Demonic Eye, Soul Demon. The Demonic Eye currently had 4 abilities. Xianxia had only awakened the first ability, which was Illusion Demon. In his previous battle with the Giant Devil Emperor, he had awakened the Soul Demon ability. The first type was called Illusion Demon. As the name implied, it was able to use illusions to bewitch, control, and even kill the enemy. The second type was known as the Soul Fiend. Not only did it possess the soul-sucking ability of the 4-leaf demonic eyes, but it also possessed the ability to control souls. He could even directly control the souls of martial artists or demonic beasts through his own soul. Leaving an imprint in his soul was like controlling a puppet. It was extremely terrifying. Xianxia activated the Phantom Demon Eye and the Soul Demon Eye. Emperor Lianhua, however, smiled. Foolish brat, do you think a mere illusion can control me? What wishful thinking. Lotus Flower made it sound easy, but it wasn't easy at all. In order to resist the Illusory Demon Eye and the Soul Demon Eye, the golden bell appeared once again. The bell rang, but the power of the Illusory Demon Eye still didn't dissipate. A part of it still entered Lotus Flower's head. However, the Soul Demon Eye seemed to be a failure. It didn't hit Lotus Flower, but instead passed by Lotus Flower's side. This guy actually has 4 souls. The power of the Illusory Demon Eye, in that instant, allowed Xianxia to discover Lotus Flower's secret. Lotus Flower had a main body and 3 avatars. So there were 4 souls. Although his emperor body was still under Xiao's control. But there was no soul in the emperor body. Lotus Flower's 4 souls looked more like source spirits. Xianxia had cultivated the remnant of the source spirit in the past. So he understood that the source spirit was the form of the soul after cultivation. It was different from ordinary souls. The first soul looked like a baby with wings. The second soul looked like a little monster with a pair of bony wings. The third soul should be the main body, so it looked exactly the same as the main body, like a human baby. The fourth soul, the most special, turned out to be a young man with a crown on his head. It was more powerful than the other three souls. It should be the soul of the emperor body. This could explain why Lotus Flower's strength was not as strong as imagined. The sovereign physique was the most powerful of the three avatars of Great Emperor Lianhua. Emperor Lianhua naturally wasn't as powerful as he had imagined because he hadn't been able to obtain the sovereign physique and absorb enough energy. Hell Nightmare Beast Soul, Nightmare Moment. At this moment, Ling Xiao chose to attack. Because he knew that the power of the illusory demon eye could not last long. So he had to attack. As long as he could destroy all four souls of the other party, he could completely kill Lotus Flower. The tyrannical sword chi erupted again. Ling Xiao's figure instantly appeared in front of Lotus Flower. At this time, Lotus Flower was busy dealing with the power of the illusory demon eye and condensing the light of purification at the same time. There was no time to dodge or block. Ling Xiao succeeded in one strike. 7-word style of the god-defying technique. Red blood sword chi. 2 swords, 8 sword lights, stabbed at Lotus Flower at the same time. Because the other party did not have time to block, these 8 sword lights almost tore through Lotus Flower's divine essence protection wall at the same time. They pierced into Lotus Flower's body. At the same time, they pounced on the 4 souls. Crack, the soul of the divine venerable was destroyed on the spot. Pucci, the soul of the demon venerable was also killed. Boom, the soul of the original body directly exploded. Ling Xiao had already seen the hope of winning. The nightmare moment could make the opponent fall into a deep sleep for 3 seconds. Although the other party had already woken up the moment he attacked. But there was no time to prepare a defense. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely win. However, Ling Xiao did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. Because the remaining soul was Lotus Flower's venerable soul. This soul was the most powerful one. In the next moment, as expected, something happened. The venerable soul was actually wrapped in a ball of golden light. The sword light that attacked it instantly collapsed. And the power of the illusory demon eye also disappeared at this time. The position of the venerable soul disappeared again. Ling Xiao had no choice but to retreat. This time, with the strength of the fused body and the sudden attack of the illusory demon eye. Ling Xiao successfully caught Lotus Flower's flaw and attacked successfully. However, it was a pity that he did not kill the other party. It could not be considered a complete success. And the most troublesome thing was that the illusory demon eye had already been used, so Lotus Flower would definitely be on guard next. It would be very difficult to achieve his goal again. You deserve to die, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. Lotus Flower burst into a hysterical roar. He was plotted against by Ling Xiao again. And this time, the losses were heavy. It was different from before. The previous 2 deaths were only a part of his divine essence, which was nothing to him. But this time, 3 of his souls were destroyed by Ling Xiao. In order to condense these 3 souls, he did not know how many years he had worked hard before he finally succeeded. Now, everything was in vain. That kind of grief and indignation could be imagined. Ling Xiao listened to Lotus Flower's crazy cries, and a hint of determination appeared in his eyes. Ling Xiao knew that everything he'd done would be meaningless if he didn't kill Lotus Flower today. Therefore, he prepared to attack again. But just as he was about to use the celestial demon eye, Emperor Lianhua was the first to attack. Ling Xiao was sucked into the gourd before he could react. He couldn't do anything for a moment. Ha 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 ha, look at your fate, Ling Xiao. Do you know what the yin yang gourd does? Do you know what level of treasure it is? Let me tell you, it's a monarch weapon with 11 dragon runes. Do you know the difference between 10 and 11 dragon runes? 10 dragon runes are only the best common rank monarch weapons. But it's still a common rank monarch weapon. 11 dragon runes, on the other hand, are premium rank monarch weapons. Although they're the worst of premium rank monarch weapons, only Eternal Divine Nation has them. You won't be able to find any of them in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Your Void God sword can grow, but as long as it's in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, it'll never become a premium rank monarch weapon. You've realized it already, haven't you? The yin yang gourd will destroy your merged body. Without it, how will you fight me? The yin-yang bone-melting water in the gourd will turn you into liquid. You'll never have a chance to escape. With my current cultivation, I'll suffer a backlash if I use a premium rank monarch weapon by force. But in order to kill you, I can't care about that anymore. Emperor Lianhua seemed to be trying to show off his strength. He actually said a lot of things. At this moment, he sounded very weak. He didn't even have the time to pay attention to Ling Xiao in the gourd. He sat down cross-legged to heal his wounds. The aura of death around him surged into his body. In fact, he didn't have to worry about the situation inside the gourd. The yin-yang bone-melting water was a terrifying existence that could even refine a 10th-level divine body realm cultivator. How could a mere Ling Xiao resist it? Ling Xiao was truly in a difficult situation inside the gourd. Even his tough body couldn't completely withstand the terrifying yin-yang bone-melting water. Although the speed at which he was being refined was much slower than the others, at this rate, he estimated that he would be completely refined into water in 3 days. He didn't want to die in such a cowardly way. He had to think of something. What a blunder. I should have known this old monster would have a premium rank monarch weapon. He's from eternal divine nation after all. Bai Ye's voice from within the Dongxing Emperor ring. Thank goodness the yin-yang bone-melting water can't enter the ring, or we'd be in trouble. This was the only thing Ling Xiao was thankful for. Otherwise, the people in the Dongxing Emperor ring would be in trouble. Bone-melting waters, Bai's of course. Bai S. Huang said Bai's it's a pity that my great emperor palace is my martial spirit and not a true treasure. Otherwise, it would have been able to resist for a while. Bai Yi said helplessly. I do have a monarch armament with 10 dragon patterns, but it's an attack type. Qin Huang smiled bitterly. I can only use the primordial blood jade talisman. If he used the primordial blood jade talisman to block the yin-yang bone-melting water, he would have time to think of a countermeasure. Otherwise, he'd lose his ability to fight, even if he didn't turn into liquid quickly. It'd be impossible for him to turn the tables. But there was a problem. Once he used the eternal blood jade talisman, Lotus Flower's sovereign physique would escape. At that time, Lotus Flower's 3 sovereigns would truly merge. He'd only become stronger. Gritting his teeth, Ling Xiao finally made his choice. He released the 108 eternal blood jade talismans and arranged them around him to stop the yin-yang bone-melting water. At the same time, he stabbed the Void God sword into Lotus Flower's sovereign physique and absorbed its energy. Lotus Flower didn't have any hostages, so it didn't matter what he did. However, the moment Lotus Flower's sovereign physique was released, the guy outside sensed it. He began to fight for his sovereign physique. Ling Xiao absorbed nearly half of the sovereign physique's energy. His cultivation sea was full, and his depleted potential was replenished. Lotus Flower's sovereign physique was finally snatched back. Outside the yin-yang gourd, Lotus Flower regained his sovereign physique. At that moment, he was extremely excited. Roars echoed throughout the God King's mausoleum. I'm back, ha ha ha. I'm finally back, what an unexpected gain. If I'd known it'd be so easy to take back my sovereign physique, I would have used it earlier. I should have known earlier. Lotus Flower was both excited and a little regretful. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret. Even if he'd used the gourd earlier, things wouldn't have turned out the way they did. Although he regretted it, it wasn't too late to get his sovereign physique back. Besides, Ling Xiao was trapped inside the gourd. He only needed to go out and absorb as much energy as he could to recover to his peak. When that happened, he could trample all over the 4 realms and 9 worlds. No, he could even do as he pleased in eternal divine nation. Damn it, Ling Xiao, you bastard. Why is my sovereign physique only half of its power left? After his initial joy, Lotus Flower finally discovered the source of the problem. He was practically gnashing his teeth in hatred. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was still causing trouble for him even in death. The sovereign physique only had half of its power left, and it was obviously very weak. It would take at least 3 or 4 days to recover. During this time, he didn't dare rashly venture out of the necropolis of the gods. After all, other than Ling Xiao, there were experts like Little Gold, Cold Plum, and Long Chen in the 4 realms and 9 worlds. In his current state, he'd probably be killed if he went out. He wouldn't be satisfied if that happened. Forget it, there's no point in getting angry now. I can only assimilate the other half of my sovereign physique as soon as possible. Even if it's not perfect, it'll still be superior to all experts in the 4 realms and 9 worlds. As for that madman Ling Xiao, let him die in the yin yang gourd. I can use the yin yang bone-melting water to increase my strength in the future. Lotus Flower gradually calmed down when his thoughts reached this point. Where is the dragon priest? Lotus Flower's voice was incomparably majestic. Your Majesty, I'm here. The dragon priest walked out of the darkness. He was originally an upright expert, but now he'd become Lotus Flower's dog. What a pity. I need 3 days to recover. During this time, you're in charge of guarding the necropolis of the gods. Stall everyone who enters this place for me. I'm not asking you to kill them, but you mustn't affect my recovery. 3 days later, it'll be the end of this world. Lotus Flower said coldly. Yes, Your Majesty. The dragon shaman nodded and retreated. He brought the 8 giant dragons and prepared to set up an ambush in the necropolis of the gods to prevent experts from entering. Great Emperor Lianhua also began to cultivate. At this moment, he didn't notice that Ling Xiao and the yin yang gourd hadn't accepted his fate yet. The primordial blood jade talisman was also being eroded, but it protected Ling Xiao's body. This gave Ling Xiao 3 days of buffer time. During this time, Ling Xiao had a bold idea. Since he couldn't leave with his current strength, he would absorb all the energy in the yin-yang bone-dissolving water. The Void God Sword extended out of the primordial blood jade talisman. It pierced into the yin-yang bone-dissolving water. Energy flowed into Ling Xiao's body continuously. Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. He was about to break through earlier. At that moment, the energy in his cultivation sea broke through the shackles. This allowed Ling Xiao's cultivation to reach the peak of the 4th level of the divine physique echelon. This was the effect of the yin-yang bone-dissolving water. It works. Seeing that this matter was feasible, Ling Xiao revealed a hint of joy. Although he didn't know what would happen in 3 days, he didn't intend to resign himself to fate. Are the 2 of you all right? Ling Xiao asked. Don't worry, we'll be fine for now. Even Mo Jiao and Yuchen are fine. However, I don't know what will happen after the primordial blood jade talisman is completely corroded. Bai Yi replied. There are still 3 days. We won't die. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and said, Lotus Flower isn't dead yet. How can I die? He's left with his last soul. As long as I catch him, he'll definitely die. But that guy obtained the body of 3 supremes. He's probably going to wreak havoc in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. With his strength, who in the 4 regions and 9 worlds can stop him? Qin Huang said worriedly. His sister was still waiting outside the graveyard of the gods. You don't have to worry about that. I did something to the old guy's body of the sovereign. At the very least, he won't be able to move for 3 days. Now, it's a race of time. Should we escape first, or should he recover first? Don't be discouraged. Our people aren't that weak. Little Gold, Long Chen, Cold Plum, Feng Hua, and the others are still outside. Ling Xiao replied. At the same time, the experts of the 9 realms of the 4 regions were rushing towards the necropolis of the gods. Even the experts of the lizard race that Ling Xiao had saved before had rushed over. Everyone seemed to have sensed it. This battle in the necropolis of the gods would become the final battle. However, they had to set off a day later than Xiao Jin and the others. Little Gold, Long Chen, and the others were still 2 days away from the graveyard of the gods. They, on the other hand, needed at least 3 days. Although no one knew what had happened in the necropolis of the gods, they knew that Ling Xiao was fighting a fierce battle with the Lotus Flower, attempting to rescue the 9 realms of the 4 domains from the evil hands of the Lotus Flower. 2 days later, Little Gold, Long Chen, Cold Plum, and Yufeng Hua were the first to arrive at the necropolis of the gods. At the entrance, they saw Qin Qin and the recovered alliance leader of the Beast Deity Alliance. What? Boss has been in there for 3 days and still hasn't come out? Xiao Jin's expression changed instantly. After such a long time, the odds were against him. But he didn't want to admit that Ling Xiao would die. What are you thinking about? Big Brother isn't someone who dies so easily. Since we're here, let's go in and take a look. We have to get a clear picture of the situation. Long Chen said. I think so too. Yu Fenghua could sense Ling Zhao's aura. Although it was very weak, it hadn't disappeared. She was sure that Ling Zhao's current situation wasn't very good, but he definitely wasn't dead. Then let's go in. Cold Plum nodded as well. The four of them reached an agreement and entered the necropolis of the gods together. However, not long after they entered, they were surrounded and attacked by 8 giant dragons led by the dragon shaman. Although the four of them were very strong, they were unable to defeat the dragon shaman and the 8 giant dragons in the necropolis of the gods. This was because, including the dragon shaman, their strength had been strengthened in the necropolis of the gods. Fighting in there was extremely uncomfortable for Yu Fenghua and the others. They had no choice but to leave the necropolis of the gods. The dragon shaman didn't chase after them. It seemed that the dragon shaman also understood what his mission was. It was to prevent anyone from going in and disturbing Lotus Flower's recovery. He didn't dare to come out easily. The battle with Yu Fenghua and the others just now made him deeply understand. Although the four of them were young, their combat strength was very strong. This battle lasted for almost a day. The next morning, the forces of the 9 realms of the 4 regions arrived at the necropolis of the gods one after another. The Beast Gods Alliance, the Golden Sky region, the Heaven Sacred Land, the Savage Beast region, the Lizard Men, and so on. There was also a group of people on the way. Seeing these people, Yu Fenghua saw hope again. The 4 of them were already able to fight against the dragon shaman and the 8 giant dragons. Although they couldn't win, with the help of these experts, they should be able to win. However, at this moment, a terrifying black smoke surged out of the necropolis of the gods. This smoke rose into the sky and formed a human figure. A giant human figure. It let out a cold laugh. All the warriors in the chaotic sand sea could hear it. Everyone looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky with their mouths agape. Although almost no one had seen Lotus Flower in person before, the black smoke surging out of the necropolis of the gods was definitely related to Lotus Flower. If it wasn't him, it was definitely his subordinate. Yu Fenghua and the others didn't look too good. Because Little Gold and Cold Plum had seen the dead Spirit Emperor before, which was Lotus Flower's demon lord body. That guy's appearance was the same as Lotus Flower's. Therefore, they recognized him. They also told Yu Fenghua and Long Chen. Lotus Flower didn't die, and Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. It was easy for them to think of one thing. Something had happened to Ling Xiao, Bai Yi, and Qin Huang. There are quite a lot of guests here. Haha, everyone here is a divine body realm expert, right? There are more than 100,000 of you, right? Not bad, not bad. Although it's a little small, the quality is very high. With you guys here, my recovery plan can be completed in advance. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lotus Flower, also the dead Spirit Emperor. I'm the nightmare in your hearts. I'm also the future ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. This guy seemed to be afraid that others wouldn't recognize him, so he even introduced himself. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone knew that their hero Ling Xiao had come to the necropolis of the gods to kill Lotus Flower. But now, Lotus Flower was still alive. Therefore, it was very likely that the hero was dead. Ling Xiao had become the spiritual pillar of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The moment people realized that he was dead, many of them became extremely frightened. Some even trembled. Cried, were at a loss. There were even some who knelt on the ground, feeling as if heaven and earth would not respond to their cries. You're lying! Yu Fenghua shouted. Haha, little girl, you're Ling Zhao's woman, right? You said that I'm lying, then what about him? Don't deceive yourself. I have to admit that Ling Xiao, this little guy, is very powerful. He seriously injured me with his own strength, so I can't delay the time to suppress you guys for a few days. But today is the last day. I've already fused that kid into my body. I've obtained my Dizun body. Lotus Flower looked at Yu Fenghua and smiled coldly. Impossible. I don't believe it. Yu Fenghua was also a little panicked. Her eyes were filled with tears. Although she could still feel a trace of Ling Zhao's aura, it could also be from Lotus Flower's body. It's up to you to believe it or not. Anyway, I came out to tell you. The hero you had high hopes for is gone. So, don't struggle. Submit to me obediently. In this way, I can still keep you people alive. Then, go and absorb the life energy of the rest. This is your only way to survive. Now, I'll give you an hour to consider. Goodbye. The cloud of black smoke instantly disappeared. The outside of the graveyard of the gods became quiet again. However, the silence only lasted for a short while. Ling Zhao's death was like a heavy bomb that exploded in the crowd. It made everyone's heart sink to the bottom. The aura of despair was spreading. Everyone's fighting spirit was plummeting. Dead. Ling Xiao is dead. How can he die? He's the most powerful existence in the 4 regions and 9 realms. He's our last hope to defeat Lotus Flower. What should we do? What will happen to us, now that Ling Xiao is gone? How are we going to defeat Emperor Lian Hua? With just the few of us, we can't stop him. Everything is over. Lotus Flower's words really dealt a heavy blow to many people. When Ling Xiao was around, they still had the heart to fight. However, after losing Ling Xiao, they had completely lost their backbone. Almost 90% of them had lost hope. They didn't know what to do. However, some people were so desperate that they even wanted to slit their own throats. They didn't want to become Lotus Flower's puppet. Some people were just wavering. They didn't completely give up. It had to be said that Lotus Flower was really good. With just a few words, he was able to make the army of 100,000 lose their fighting spirit. This move was really brilliant. King Bullsh T, how can boss die? Has that old dog Lotus Flower ever said anything true? To think that you guys still believe his words. What a joke. At this moment, Xiao Jin's voice rang out like thunder, deafening even the apathetic. That's right. Big Brother hasn't appeared. Perhaps he's just temporarily trapped. It was impossible for him to die. Since we believe in him, we should trust him to the end. If we lose our fighting spirit because of a few words from that old bastard, wouldn't that be exactly what that old bastard wants? Long Chen added. I believe in Master. Cold Plum's words were simple but firm. Yes, my man won't be defeated so easily. Yu Fanghua also woke up from her grief. In the past, Ling Xiao had encountered something more dangerous than this. Ling Xiao had survived that time. How could he die this time? But what if I really die? A warrior from the Thunder Astral Boundary asked. What if I really die? So what? Are we willing to be enslaved? To be turned into undead? I don't know what you guys have decided, but if it were me, I would rather die in battle than be enslaved. Fire Emperor roared, brothers and sisters of the Golden Sky region, listen up. I firmly believe that Dizun is not dead. But Dizun might be trapped by Lotus Flower scheme. He can't help us for the time being. I'm prepared to fight Lotus Flower with my flesh and blood. Even if I lose my last drop of blood, I won't regret it. What about you guys? Fight to the death. The Golden Sky region was the closest force to Ling Xiao. Naturally, they fully supported Ling Xiao. Even if there were a few cowards, they wouldn't sing a different tune under such circumstances. Heaven Holy Land was saved by Ling Xiao. Without him, we would have perished long ago. In that battle, Ling Xiao had already destroyed 90% of Lotus Flower's subordinates. What we need to do is to continue fulfilling his unfulfilled wish. I, Xingyu, swear on behalf of Heaven Holy Land that we will fight to the end. Xingyu was now the Holy Lord of Heaven Holy Land. At this time, he naturally had to declare his stance. Fight to the death. The martial artists of Heaven Holy Land had all experienced that battle, so they understood how precious life was. They also understood Ling Zhao's greatness. Ling Xiao wasn't someone who would die so easily. They firmly believed in this. Eternal Emperor Region swears to the death. Yu Choshui also raised her weapon and swore to the heavens. We swear to destroy Lotus Flower and defend the peace of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The martial artists of Eternal Emperor Region had also experienced the incident at Eternal Palace. Naturally, they wouldn't cower before Lotus Flower. Because they understood what it meant to retreat. Savage Beast Regent's Beast Imperial Palace, Divine Dragon Palace, and Saintess Palace are participating. Little Gold, Long Chen, and Cold Plum were the representatives of these three forces. Of course, their opinions wouldn't change. If Ling Xiao really died, they would kill Lotus Flower to avenge Ling Xiao. The lizard race is participating. To the lizard men, Ling Xiao was their god's messenger, their savior. They didn't have the chance to participate in the previous battles. But this time, they wouldn't cower. Beast Deities Alliance is participating. The Beast Deities Alliance leader naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. To him, if Lotus Flower didn't perish, then the Beast Deities Alliance would perish. There was nothing to say. Heavenly Fiend's Ghostly Beasts are participating. The Heavenly Fiend's Ghostly Beasts led by Ling Jiaojiao naturally wouldn't avoid the battle. With so many experts participating in the battle, the originally despairing atmosphere instantly became lively and lively. Everyone's fighting spirit was rising. They'd rather die than surrender. Those who dared to come here weren't afraid of death. Those who were afraid of death wouldn't come at all. Therefore, the martial artists of the other forces gradually expressed their determination to fight to the death. They didn't want to die, but they had to gamble with their lives. These 100,000 martial artists were the hope of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They were also the final gamble. If they were all killed, it would really be over. Everything would be irreparable. Although we wish to entrust our fates to Ling Xiao, we can't do anything about it. We don't know whether Ling Xiao is dead or alive. We can only control our own fate. But we definitely can't surrender. This was the voice of the 100,000 martial artists. Of course, if possible, they really hoped that Ling Xiao would appear. After all, if there was anyone who could compete with Lotus Flower, it would be Ling Xiao. Actually, they didn't have a choice. Because there was nowhere to run. To leave the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they could either head to the land of exile in the West region. But that path wasn't easy. Moreover, if the 4 regions and 9 worlds were destroyed, would the West region still exist? The second path was to head to Heaven's Wall City. But the problem was, with their abilities, if they didn't head to Heaven's Wall City correctly, they would probably die. Moreover, once Lotus Flower obtained energy from the 4 regions and 9 worlds, his next step would definitely be to head to Heaven's Wall City and Giant Dragon Valley. Where else could they escape to? Sometimes, when there was no way out, it was easier for people to choose. They could only fight to the death, the fastest mobile version of the website. Perhaps even Lotus Flower didn't expect this. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered. Moreover, these were all martial artists. If they were cornered, they would use their lives to defend their dignity. Alright, since everyone has made their decision, I have a few things to announce. With Ling Xiao's life and death unknown, Yu Fenghua had become the leader to replace him. This was not only because she was Ling Xiao's woman, but also because of her powerful strength. Everyone quieted down. Since they had already made their decision, they weren't as panicked anymore. The first thing is that we have to fight, but we can't just throw our lives away. We have to have hope in our hearts and believe that Ling Xiao isn't dead. During the battle, listen to orders as much as possible and use effective tactics to stall for time. Although Ling Xiao isn't here, he left behind a precious battle formation. Set up the battle formation. Even if we face Lotus Flower, we still have hope of winning. If Ling Xiao isn't dead, I believe that he will come to save us. After hearing Yu Fenghua's words, everyone suddenly felt that perhaps things weren't as bad as they had imagined. Although many people were in high spirits, they just wanted to die in battle as soon as possible so that they wouldn't have to suffer pain and torture. However, Yu Fenghua's words gave them hope. What if Ling Xiao really wasn't dead? What they had to do was to stall for time. There was absolutely no problem. The second thing is, don't listen to Lotus Flower's words. This monster loves to use words to confuse us. If we let down our guard or become confused because of his words, we will definitely die. That's really going to kill you. The third thing is, listen to orders and don't act recklessly. Next, I will hand over the battle formation left behind by Ling Xiao to everyone. Familiarize yourself with it and prepare for the fierce battle in an hour. After Yu Fenghua announced the 3 things, they began to prepare for the battle. When Lotus Flower found out about this, he flew into a rage. He didn't expect that his performance didn't have any effect at all. This bunch of ignorant humans are actually invincible against the gods. Just you wait, I will tear them all to shreds one by one. The reason why Lotus Flower had to wait for an hour was because he could only come out after an hour. This was not for the other party to prepare, but for himself. An hour later, the time for the final battle finally arrived. Logically speaking, people should be very nervous. But they didn't feel that way. Right now, all they wanted to do was kill Lotus Flower. He forgot his fear, forgot his nervousness, and even forgot how powerful Lotus Flower was. Therefore, in the depths of his heart, he felt very relaxed. At this moment, they didn't consider what would happen if they lost this battle. What would happen if he won, because they didn't have the luxury to waste time thinking about that kind of thing. All they could do was fight with all their might. It didn't involve the 4 regions or 9 worlds, it had nothing to do with the billions of living beings. This was a battle for his own glory. It was that simple. There were some things that didn't need to be too complicated. If it was too complicated, people would be at a loss. Roar, the furious roar of a monster suddenly rang out from within the necropolis of the gods. 8 giant dragons flew out from within. Lotus Flower and the dragon shaman stood on the head of the Pisho giant dragon, looking down at everyone coldly. 100,000 warriors were unafraid of death. They looked at the two of them coldly. Their faces were gloomy and murderous. You came as expected. Yu Fenghua stood at the front of the 100,000 warriors, side by side with Xiao Jin, Long Chen, and Cold Plum. Although they were young, they were the 4 most powerful people in the 4 regions and 9 realms apart from Ling Xiao. Of course I came. You didn't listen to my advice and insisted on becoming enemies with me. I could only give up on comforting you and kill all of you. Lotus Flower sneered. At this moment, he showed the appearance of a middle-aged man, exuding an evil aura and a bit of a holy aura. He also had the aura of an emperor. In short, there was a feeling that people didn't dare to look directly at him. Have you finally come to this step? You really disappoint me. Long Chen looked at the dragon shaman and shook his head gently. You were the one who told me before. Dragons are the most arrogant beings in this world. We will never become the slaves of others. You also have the bloodline of the divine dragon in your body, but you chose to become Lotus Flower's dog. Have you forgotten what you said? Reality is cruel. What's the use of saying beautiful words? Ling Xiao is stronger than you, but he was still killed by Lotus Flower. I advise you to submit as well. The emperor will give you more power and even let you become a god. The dragon shaman said plainly. You are really hopeless. Sister-in-law, leave the dragon shaman to me. Consider it a clean house. I don't want the divine dragon palace to have such a scourge. Long Chen looked at Yu Fenghua and said. Yu Fenghua nodded and announced the mission. Long Chen will deal with the dragon shaman. Golden Sky Region, Lizard Race, Eternal Emperor Region, Heaven Sacred Ground, Savage Beast Region, Heavenly Fiend Ghost Region, Beast Deities Alliance, each of you will deal with 1 giant dragon. The remaining 2 giant dragons will be dealt with by the remaining 8 forces. Remember, the division of labor must be clear. Use the battle formation to minimize the casualties. The first 6 forces had the least casualties. Therefore, it shouldn't be a problem for them to deal with 1 giant dragon. The remaining 8 forces had also improved their strength with the help of Ling Xiao's expert advancement pills and battle formation. However, they were still not as strong as the first 5 forces. Therefore, it was just right for them to work together to deal with the remaining 2 giant dragons. Yu Fenghua's allocation was very reasonable. Therefore, no one raised any objections. Little Gold, Cold Plum, the 3 of us will work together to deal with Lotus Flower. Lotus Flower was the most troublesome. The only ones who had the strength to contend with Lotus Flower were the few of them. They couldn't let the others die. Understood. I will help you after I destroy the dragon shaman. Long Chen said. Don't underestimate the enemy. The dragon shaman isn't that weak. Focus on the enemy. Yu Fenghua reminded. All right. Long Chen understood what Yu Fenghua meant. The dragon shaman was indeed not easy to deal with. In a sense, the dragon shaman was half a master to Long Chen. Long Chen wanted to deal with him because he didn't want him to be killed by others. He should be the one to send his master to his death. At this moment, Ling Xiao's eyes were tightly shut inside the yin-yang gourd. He seemed to have forgotten everything around him. Bai Yi, Qin Huang, Mo Jiao, and Yu Qin could already feel the strong killing intent outside the Dongxing Emperor ring. It seems like an army is coming, Yu Qin said. Yes. It's a pity that we are trapped here and can't get out. We don't know when Ling Xiao will be able to finish his cultivation. The primordial blood jade talismans are almost completely corroded, Qin Huang said worriedly. Soon. Have you noticed that the corrosiveness of the yin-yang bone-melting water is getting weaker and weaker? Otherwise, the primordial blood jade talismans should have been completely corroded by now. There is only one reason for this, and that is that Ling Xiao has absorbed the energy of the yin-yang bone-melting water. Bai Yu was a senior after all. He was more accurate. Perhaps things won't be as easy as you think. Bai Yi could see that the yin-yang bone-dissolving water was weakening. However, monsters could still make a final move before death. Would the yin-yang bone-dissolving water willingly fall under Ling Xiao's control? He didn't know and didn't dare guess. He could only wait. Wait for Ling Xiao to break out of this cage. It looks like you're still waiting for Ling Xiao's return. Haha, this is really too laughable. Don't lie to yourselves. You should know that I come from eternal divine nation. I have an emperor weapon that you can't even imagine. It's an emperor weapon with 11 dragon runes. I'm sure all the top experts know what this means. Ling Xiao is very strong, but he still fell at my hands because of this treasure. Accept your fate. There's no future for you. There's no tomorrow. Outside the yin-yang gourd, Lotus Flower was still trying to dampen their fighting spirit. After all, the combined strength of 100,000 people was still rather intimidating. However, he failed again. For those who had already made up their minds, it didn't matter what Lotus Flower said. They didn't desire victory in this battle. They only wanted to do their best. The future of the 4 regions and 9 worlds was up to fate. Without the heavy burden on their shoulders, everyone relaxed. Their thoughts weren't as tense as before. They focused on the battle before them. Everyone stared fixedly at the enemy in front of them. According to Yu Fenghua's arrangements, they only needed to complete their respective missions. If he could drag someone down with him before he died, that would naturally be for the best. Surprised, isn't it? Yu Fenghua looked mockingly at Lotus Flower. Even if there's no hope and no future, we're still strong. But we still have a body full of tough bones. There are hundreds of millions of experts in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Do you really think you can kill all of them? Perhaps that's what you thought when you were an eternal divine nation, but you were sealed away in the end. This time, you'll end up just as tragically. You think too highly of yourself if you think you can topple the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Lotus Flower's expression was ugly. Truthfully speaking, with his current strength, killing these 100,000 people was not a problem. However, it did consume a lot of his energy, and he might even be injured. It would be very difficult for him to destroy the 4 regions and 9 realms. There was no way Eternal Divine Nation wouldn't know if something major had happened in the 9 realms. After all, it was Eternal Divine Nation's experts who'd sealed him here. If an expert were to descend from that side, everything he had done would be for naught. Originally, he only wanted to use his power and influence to secretly control some people, then slowly nibble away at the 4 regions and 9 worlds. That way, he wouldn't be easily discovered. But now that things were getting out of hand, he was in a bad mood. He thought so in his heart, but he refused to admit defeat verbally. He looked coldly at Yu Fenghua and said, "I really want to see how capable Ling Zhao's woman is. I heard that you can actually purify martial artists infected by the departed spirit fruit tree. That really made me very surprised. After I devour you and absorb your energy, I'm sure I'll know what's so special about you. But don't worry, because all 100,000 people will die today. You'll have many to accompany you to the grave." After saying this, Emperor Lianhua suddenly released a terrifying aura. A crown on his head, black and white wings on his back. The power of the 3 sovereigns finally merged into one. Although Ling Xiao had sucked away almost half of the sovereign physique's energy, Emperor Lianhua still looked pretty cool. However, he wasn't as strong as he'd been at his peak. This was why he needed to absorb the energy of the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. As he released his power, the dragon shaman also made his move. Long Chen was the first to charge out, fighting the dragon shaman 1,000 meters in the air. This was a personal battle, but also a battle to save the lives of the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. 8 giant dragons pounced on the crowd. According to Yu Fenghua's plan, everyone chose their own opponents. They fought the giant dragons. Ling Xiao might have gone missing, but the battle formation he left behind is really useful. It can allow us to combine our attack and defense. It gathers the power of tens of thousands of people to protect and rely on each other. Previously, people were still worried about the battle formation. But once they used it, they knew how good it was. The tens of thousands of experts of the Golden Sky region were like a rope. The Fire King, the Thunder King, and Yang Shui were the 3 attacking points. The rest were the support. The Flower King was in charge of defense. It was perfect. The situation of the other forces was similar. Although the number of experts was different, the battle formation could make their collective combat power as if they were one person. The 8 giant dragons were all in the middle stage of the 7th level divine body realm and were extremely powerful. But it wasn't that easy to defeat them. The battle had begun. Because the energy waves were so terrifying, the 4 regions and 9 worlds had strange phenomena in the sky. Everyone knew that the 4 regions and 9 worlds were facing the threat of a supervillain. Although they hadn't seen it, they knew that countless powerful martial artists were fighting for them. There was a limit to what they could do. At this moment, they could only pray that these experts could return victorious. After all, their sons were among them. Their father. Their older brother. Their older sister. These experts were inextricably linked to the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The Golden Sky region was facing the War Dragon. This giant dragon was probably the most powerful existence among the 8 giant dragons. It was good at all kinds of combat techniques and could even use combat skills. From the beginning, the Golden Sky region's martial artists were aware of this. This was also their choice. Because currently, the Golden Sky region's combat power was the strongest among the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The Heaven Sacred Land was facing the super giant dragon. This giant dragon's body was the size of the other 7 giant dragons combined. It was simply too big. Its destructive power was also the most terrifying among the 8 giant dragons. However, its weakness was also more obvious. It was too big and easy to attack. The Heaven Sacred Land's martial artists had experienced the Great Devil Emperor's War, so they knew how to deal with this guy. The Savage Beast region was facing the Raging Giant Dragon. The Raging Giant Dragon wasn't as well-rounded as the War Dragon and wasn't as destructive as the Super Giant Dragon. However, this guy's instantaneous combat power was the strongest. Because it was the only giant dragon that could instantly increase its combat power. This was very similar to the Savage Beast region's Beast Tribe's Berserk transformation. The Lizard Tribe was facing the Flaming Giant Dragon. As the name suggested, the Flaming Giant Dragon was good at powerful fire mystic arts. The Lizard Tribe was also good at mystic arts. It should be easier to deal with them. The Eternal Emperor region was in charge of dealing with the Taotai Giant Dragon. This Taotai Giant Dragon had a huge mouth that could swallow everything. Its advantages were obvious, but so were its weaknesses. The Eternal Emperor region had a treasure that could restrain this guy. That was why Yu Qiushui chose it. The Beast Deities Alliance dealt with the Great Earth Dragon. The Great Earth Dragon could control the power of the earth and was extremely strong. Most of the Beast Deities Alliance's martial artists were good at shapeshifting, so their accumulated strength was not weak. The remaining Armored Dragon and Pisho Dragon were left to the other factions to deal with. The Armored Dragon's biggest advantage was its defense. Its attack power was not strong, so it was relatively easy to deal with. It just depended on how to break its defense. The Pisho Dragon was not a battle-type dragon to begin with. It was used to transport things. Therefore, its combat power was the weakest among the 8 dragons. The opponent's choice was not random. There was a reason behind it. These 8 dragons were undead creatures after all. They did not have brains. Without the dragon shaman's control, the only thing they could do was fight. Therefore, when enemies charged at them, they would naturally meet them head-on. This was in line with Yufenghua's strategy. Looks like I underestimated you. Emperor Lianhua frowned. Who would have thought that brat Ling Xiao would leave behind something so good after his death? Fortunately, he's dead. Otherwise, I would be afraid. However, do you think you can turn defeat into victory like this? This world is very cruel. You can't win just because you want to. After I get rid of the three of you, those trash are not worth mentioning. Emperor Lianhua's words weren't meant to provoke anyone. He thought that Ling Xiao was really dead. No martial artist trapped by the Yinyang Gourd had ever escaped. Even if they wanted to escape, they would escape from the beginning. If they missed that opportunity, they would be completely finished. He knew how terrifying the power of the Yinyang bone-melting water was. Therefore, there would no longer be a Ling Xiao in this world. He could eliminate these stumbling blocks in front of him without any worries. Then, the 4 regions and 9 worlds would be at his mercy. No need to talk nonsense. Let's fight. His comrades had already started fighting. Long Chen and the dragon shaman fought in the sky. Terrifying explosions and dragon roars came from time to time. The battle was in full swing. The battle between the 4 regions and 9 worlds experts and the 8 dragons was also unusually intense. Naturally, they could not stay idle. What they needed to do now was to stop Lotus Flower. Even if they couldn't win, they couldn't back down. Moon Maiden True Body. At this moment, Yufenghua unleashed her full strength. The power that he hadn't used before was completely displayed at this moment. Because she knew that if she didn't do this, she wouldn't be able to win. Moonlight instantly filled the entire space. Yufenghua's appearance changed slightly. He seemed to have grown up a lot and matured a lot. Between their brows, they exuded the temperament that only immortals had. She held the immortal body in one hand and the sword in the other. She floated in the sky and looked down at the lotus flower. The bright moonlight made her look even more extraordinary. At that moment, many people vaguely thought that they had seen a fairy who had traveled 100,000 years to the present. Underestimating the determination of the 4 regions and 9 worlds is your biggest mistake. You can destroy our bodies, but you can't destroy our minds. Whether Ling Xiao is dead or not, I will seek justice for him today. I will eliminate you on behalf of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Yufenghua's voice was cold and determined. Ling Xiao wasn't here, so she was the backbone of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. She had to perform perfectly. She couldn't disappoint Ling Xiao. The bright moon continued to absorb his power, causing Yufenghua's combat strength to soar. Shrine of Eternal Life, kill. At a certain moment, Yufenghua brought out the Eternal Temple. Bright moonlight enveloped this treasure. It was as dazzling as the Moon Palace. At the same time that Yufenghua attacked, Cold Plum and Xiao Jin also attacked. Cold Plum directly released the ancient war tree. She disappeared into the darkness like a ghost, posing a great threat to Emperor Lianhua at all times. The ancient war tree enveloped the entire battlefield and continued to attack Lotus Flower. Countless vines kept attacking like long snakes. Although they couldn't hurt Lotus Flower for the time being, they could always restrain a part of his power. Meanwhile, Cold Plum was like a tiger hiding in the dark, ready to pounce at any time. Xiao Jin's attack was much simpler. At this moment, he had transformed into a huge golden crow. He directly pounced on Lotus Flower. Emperor Lianhua furrowed his brows. Although he had obtained the body of the sovereign and was stronger than when he fought Ling Xiao. However, he still didn't dare to be careless when facing these 3 people. After all, Ling Xiao would probably be defeated by these 3 people. Divine Judgment Formation, Dark Destruction Formation, Fuse. Lotus Flower used the ultimate move that he used against Ling Xiao from the beginning. There was no other way. The 3 people in front of him had displayed too much combat strength. He had to do this. The power of darkness and divine merged. The 2 formations amplified each other. It produced an extremely domineering and terrifying power. It blocked the joint attack of Xiao Jin and Yufenghua. The violent power caused the entire chaotic Xianxia to tremble. The other battlefields were also affected, and there were even situations where the battle was paused. I have to help as soon as possible. Long Chen could feel it. Although the collision this time seemed to be evenly matched, Long Chen could feel it. However, Yu Fanghua and Xiao Jin had already done their best. Lotus Flower was obviously still holding back. Therefore, he had to defeat the dragon shaman as soon as possible and help. You felt the divine might of the great emperor, right? So, I advise you not to do anything stupid. Listen to me and follow Lotus Flower. The people of the 4 regions and 9 realms have nothing to do with you. They're just a bunch of ants. They're only fit to be cultivation materials for the strong. The dragon shaman laughed wildly as he fought. What a lunatic. Long Chen felt that he almost didn't recognize the dragon shaman in front of him. Did he have any pride as a descendant of the dragon? The explosion below enveloped the 3 people on the battlefield. Only Cold Plum was nowhere to be seen. However, most of the branches of the ancient war tree were blown to pieces. It was almost completely bare now. However, in an instant, new branches grew out. Because the ancient war tree represented the will of the 4 regions and 9 realms, all the plants in the 4 regions and 9 realms would contribute their power to it. After all, Lotus Flower's actions didn't just harm living things. Even the plants would wither and die. Damn it. Before the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Lotus Flower suddenly touched his head and roared angrily. He was ambushed by Cold Plum. His head was pierced by Cold Plum's sharp blade. He didn't even have time to defend. If it wasn't for the fact that the sovereign's soul had already moved to another location. This time, he would have died. Even if he had so many treasures, it was meaningless if he didn't have time to use them. After this incident, Lotus Flower hurriedly put on the helmet. This was an emperor armament with 9 dragon patterns. This treasure could prevent Cold Plum from ambushing him. After all, Cold Plum was an assassin. Her attacks were always hard to defend against. I didn't expect that other than Ling Xiao, there would be such a powerful young person in the 9 realms. I underestimated him. Lotus Flower looked coldly at Yu Fanghua and Xiao Jin. He said this to Cold Plum, who was hiding in the dark. But this is more fun. Otherwise, it would be too boring if it ended so easily. Fun? You treat billions of lives as a game just to satisfy your boring thoughts. I swear that as long as I don't die, I will drag you into hell. You will never be able to escape. As long as you live, the battle will never end. Yu Fanghua was completely infuriated by Lotus Flower's words. He actually treated this as a game. This lunatic. The battle resumed. The intensity of the battle increased again. To be honest, Yu Fanghua and the other 2 were no match for Lotus Flower. Even when the 3 of them worked together, they still seemed to be at a disadvantage. If the 3 of them didn't cooperate well, they would have lost long ago. Lotus Flower's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Even so, they didn't give in. They were still looking for opportunities to weaken Lotus Flower. Even if they couldn't kill him, they had to seal him. Perhaps in 10 or 20 years, another genius would emerge and completely kill Lotus Flower. Boom! Boom! Terrifying roars continued to resound between heaven and earth. The scene of the battle was also extremely exciting. They were surrounded by danger a few times. This time, Xiao Jin was almost killed. Cold Plum saved her. The next time, Cold Plum was attacked, and Yu Fanghua blocked it. Of course, Lotus Flower didn't have it easy either. Although his strength was much stronger, whether it was Xiao Jin, Yu Fanghua, or Lin Mei, they were all people with their own ideas. The old antique Emperor Lianhua was completely oblivious to their whimsical ideas during the battle. Therefore, Lotus Flower was injured a few times. Even 4 of the 9 Emperor armaments were destroyed. The other battlefields were far away from them. Even with Cold Plum's ancient war tree shielding them, no one could guarantee that they would be able to block it. If he were to be implicated, he would be dead meat. The other battlefields were not peaceful either. Long Chen was anxious to win, but the dragon shaman was already extremely powerful, and with the strengthening of the heart of the strong, his strength had become even more terrifying. Moreover, many of Long Chen's fighting methods were taught by the dragon shaman. As a result, Long Chen was gradually suppressed by the dragon shaman. The battle between the 8 dragons was not looking good either. Although there had been no casualties due to the existence of the battle formation, everyone was still very nervous. This was because if there was even the slightest deviation in the operation, someone would definitely be killed or injured. The strength of these 8 dragons was just that strong. Put in more effort. We can't help much in killing the lotus flower, but it would be too embarrassing if we can't even defeat a dragon. Everyone, let's fight together. Don't get distracted. Shouts could be heard from time to time as the martial artists cheered for themselves. Rumble, a loud sound came from afar. The energy in the sky exploded again. Little Gold and Yufenghua's bodies were thrown out of the sky, and they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Cold Plum took advantage of this opportunity to destroy the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns of lotus flower. However, until now, she had not hurt the lotus flower's foundation. Although the lotus flower was only left with a soul, his body's recovery ability was still very strong. This guy was really too strong. Even so, everyone was glad that this was not the strength of the lotus flower at his peak. Why would the lotus flower at his peak care about these ants in the 4 regions and 9 worlds? He could probably kill Little Gold, Yufenghua, and Cold Plum with a light slap. His strength had not fully recovered. It was because Ling Xiao had ruined his recovery plan. Otherwise, after the lotus flower devoured the life energy of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, he could at least recover half of his strength. It was precisely because Ling Xiao had already done so much preliminary work. Yufenghua did not want to fail even more. With the lotus flower so weak, it was the best time to defeat him. If by the time this guy recovered his strength, everything would be too late. Damn guy, looks like we have no choice but to go all out. Sister-in-law, after boss returns, tell him that I, Little Gold, died in battle. I didn't embarrass him. After a long battle, Little Gold understood a principle. If this continued, it would only be a waste of their stamina and divine essence. In terms of a prolonged battle, they could not compare to the lotus flower. Therefore, they could only directly launch a mutual destruction attack when their combat strength was almost at their peak. Only then could they possibly win. To be honest, he did not know if this could kill his opponent, but he had to try. If not, it would be even more impossible. If he won, then he would have profited greatly. If he died, he could save everyone else. What was wrong with that? Devouring Light. This was a move that Little Gold developed himself. The power of this move was extremely terrifying. Fusing the power of the devouring devil fetus and the golden crow, swallowing the enemy into his stomach. Then exploding his entire body. This move had never been used before. Even the power was simulated. How great was the actual power, Little Gold did not know. But what was certain was that it was at least 10 times more powerful than a simple self-destruction. Little Gold, what are you doing? Are you crazy? We agreed not to go all out. We just need to stall for time. If you die, how am I going to explain to your boss? Yufenghua shouted hysterically. But it was no use. The current Little Gold had already released all the energy in his body. In just an instant, a resplendent light enveloped the lotus flower. The others could not get close at all. Sister-in-law, it's no use. Even if the 3 of us can delay the lotus flower for a while. But no one knows when Master will return. If we become weak and Master does not return, even if we want to perish together, there will be no chance. Cold Plum shook his head and said, next, it's my turn. If Little Gold can't succeed, I'll continue. If I can't succeed, sister-in-law, you'll continue. Today, we must destroy this lotus flower, no matter what. Crazy. Emperor Lianhua was frightened by Little Gold's actions. His originally calm face suddenly turned into one of extreme terror. It was because he was strong enough that he could feel the terror of Little Gold's move. He did not want to die. You lunatic, if you want to die, go die yourself. Why do you have to drag me down, bastard? Unfortunately, even someone as strong as him could not escape from the devouring light. Little Gold dared to use this move because he was strong enough. After all, this move was sacrificing his life. Yufenghua heard Cold Plum's words and gave up shouting. Instead, she made the same decision. Just as Cold Plum said, although they all believed that Ling Xiao would return alive, they were not sure when he would return. In that case, they might as well kill or seriously injure Lotus Flower here to create the conditions for Ling Xiao's return. The fastest mobile version of the website, Cold Plum stood in front of Yufanghua and kept making hand seals. The cage formed by the ancient war trees became denser and denser. Just as she said, if Xiaojin failed, she would take his place. She couldn't let Xiaojin lose his life for nothing. Sister-in-law, if I die, please tell Master for me. I can't continue to accompany him in the future. But he has to continue on the path he wants to take. Leng Mei's voice was very indifferent, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. She was not good at expressing her feelings. She could only act like a little sister in front of Ling Xiao. Long Chen, did you hear that? Tell your big brother how we died. If Lotus Flower didn't die, let him take revenge for us. Yufanghua looked at Long Chen in the distance. She had to plan for the worst. No one knew what would happen next. The worst-case scenario was that Xiaojin couldn't kill Lotus Flower and Cold Plum couldn't kill Lotus Flower. Then, only she, Yufanghua, could continue. She knew that Ling Xiao would be very sad if she died. But at this moment, she had no other choice. She couldn't let Xiaojin and Cold Plum die for nothing, right? F***ck, don't die. Long Chen began to risk his life. His dragon bloodline was burning, and the battle became even crazier. After all, the dragon shaman was only a human, even though he had the bloodline of the dragon clan. Although he had the dragon bloodline, his potential couldn't be compared to a real golden dragon. Under the urging of anger, the dragon power in Long Chen's body completely exploded. At that moment, he seemed to have become much stronger. The dragon shaman realized that not only had he lost the advantage, but he was also being beaten up by Long Chen. He had completely lost the ability to fight back. At this moment, the loud cry of the golden crow resounded. The devouring light completely disappeared. Lotus Flower was swallowed into Xiaojin's stomach. At that moment, the world seemed to have become much quieter. Everyone looked over, and even the battle stopped. This seemed to be the reaction of both sides. Because Lotus Flower's sudden disappearance might affect the situation of this battle. There was only one giant golden crow in the sky. The Lotus Flower's black energy had completely disappeared. His whereabouts were unknown. In that instant, the dragon priest clearly panicked. In the sky, Xiaojin continuously cried out. Even though he had swallowed the Lotus Flower, it did not mean that he had killed it. Everyone could see that its body was constantly expanding. It was an irregular form of gigantism. There were no changes to his head or tail, only his stomach was constantly expanding. Your grandpa Xiaojin will die with you. You should be proud. Xiaojin closed his eyes. He could feel the energy in his body expanding. It could explode at any moment. Little gold. Tears flowed out of Long Chen's huge dragon eyes. Cold Plum bit her lip. Yufanghua was trembling all over. Everyone was moved at this moment. These children originally had a bright future ahead of them. However, in order to save the 4 domains and 9 realms, in order to eliminate the Lotus Flower, they had to sacrifice themselves. They were even willing to give up their lives. Who said that the young warriors no longer had the spirit to face death with equanimity? It was really nonsense. It's my turn. Cold Plum quickly walked out of the pain. Whether the Lotus Flower died or not, she had to be prepared in advance. Otherwise, the Lotus Flower, who had already experienced such a crazy attack, would not be so easily fooled again. The children are all risking their lives, but we can't even defeat a mere false dragon. How hateful. The Flame Emperor shook his head gloomily. 8 giant dragons. Although they were called giant dragons, they were just puppets created using the dragon crystal. They had some of the giant dragon's abilities, but compared to a real giant dragon, they were far inferior. Little fellow, please don't die. If he dies, what's the point of us old fellows living? They are the hope of the 4 domains and 9 realms. How hateful. How can this world be so cruel? The Golden Prince is a genius, but he might die like this. Moreover, death might be meaningless. Everyone's eyes were red. They really did not want that to happen. If they had to risk their lives, these old fellows would be more than willing to go. Unfortunately, they did not have that kind of strength. They did not even have the qualifications to fight with their enemies. It was really cruel. Boom! Finally, a violent explosion sounded in the void. A crazy storm blew between heaven and earth. The white clouds in the sky were completely blown away. The nearby buildings had almost completely collapsed. Many people's ears were so shaken that they lost their sense of hearing. Did it work? Everyone was paying attention to the explosion in the sky. When the smoke and dust dissipated, they saw Little Gold falling from the sky. At this time, Little Gold had already returned to a palm-sized bird. And he was on his last breath. As for the lotus flower, his body was already beyond recognition from the explosion. Moreover, he could not reform for a long time. To a certain extent, this was an attack that hurt both sides. Little Gold was completely unable to continue fighting, and the lotus flower had temporarily lost his ability to fight. He had become extremely weak. Bastard, how dare you turn me into this? I'm going to kill you, Yin Yang Gourd. The lotus flower would not give the other party a chance to save Little Gold. He directly used the Yin Yang Gourd to suck Little Gold in. Ha ha ha, one is dead, I finally killed one, fortunately, I have the body of 3. Otherwise, that one would have been destroyed by you this time. Emperor Lianhua laughed maniacally. Little Gold was killed by him, but he did not die. Instead, he immediately transformed from his original body into the body of a demon lord. This way, his original body could slowly recover. Although the body of a demon lord was much weaker than the fusion of 3, he was still the strongest here. I'm going. The cold plum did not waste time. He only said 3 words and merged into the ancient war tree. Ancient tree demon slaying array, activate, without any hesitation. Although he was sad about Little Gold's tragic death, he did not have time to carry it. Lin Mei knew what the right thing to do was. At that moment, the power of the entire ancient war tree surged toward the lotus flower. He, who had just been revived, was tightly entangled by countless tree vines. Damn it, it's another lunatic, you guys are all lunatics. The lotus flower did not want to go through that kind of pain again. However, the cold plum's reaction was too fast. Almost as soon as he saw that the lotus flower was not dead, he activated the array. Unfortunately, he still could not stop the Yin Yang Gourd from sucking Little Gold in. Die, you bastard! Crack, in the sky, a sudden change occurred. The furious Longchen opened his terrifying dragon mouth and bit the dragon shaman into pieces. Then, he turned his body and flew toward the ancient war tree. A powerful force blasted toward the lotus flower through the ancient war tree. Sister-in-law, help, we can't let anyone die. This time, we'll settle it with one blow. Longchen shouted. Actually, without him saying anything, Yu Fenghua had already started to take action. The gigantic temple of eternal life floated in the sky. It firmly covered the top of his head. The 3 of them worked together to imprison Lotus Flower. Lotus Flower was already extremely weak from Little Gold's explosion. How could he fight against the 3 of them? People of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, please lend me all your power. Cold Plum could control plants through the ancient war tree. She spread her request to all the people in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The hundreds of millions of people in the 4 regions and 9 worlds who could only pray heard Cold Plum's call. He realized that there was still a way for him to contribute. This kind of joy was like eating a mouthful of iced watermelon on a hot summer day. It was a double benefit. Everyone placed their hands on the nearby trees and flowers. They poured their divine essence in. They contributed their power. Everyone, let's work together to kill that demon. No matter how strong you are, whether your power is divine essence or quintessential essence, give it all. There are so many people in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. I don't believe that we can't deal with a mere lotus flower. Even though the boundless amount of energy wasn't all that strong, it was definitely enough to go against Emperor Lianhua if they were all gathered together. It was even stronger than Lotus Flower's power. Cold Plum originally planned to perish together with Lotus Flower like Little Gold. But at this moment, it didn't seem necessary. Borrowing the power of the plants in the 4 regions and 9 worlds was much more powerful than perishing together with her. At that moment, she even felt that she would definitely win. Hold on. Cold Plum, Long Chen, and Yu Fenghua poured their divine essence in. They waited for the power from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. After all, some of the distances were quite far. Even if the plants transported energy very quickly, it would still take some time. Leng Mei wouldn't easily launch an attack before accumulating her strength to the maximum. Her current mission was to trap Lotus Flower so that he couldn't escape. At this moment, Lotus Flower wasn't fighting against the 3 cultivators in front of him. Instead, he was fighting against the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even those who were timid and didn't dare to fight on the spot could contribute their strength in this way. Everyone was trying their best to get Lotus Flower back to where he should be. Lotus Flower panicked again. And this time, he was obviously more nervous than before. This was because he could feel that the Ancient of War Tree's power was constantly increasing. It was definitely more terrifying than Xiao Jin's devouring light. The devouring light had already destroyed his body. However, the power this time was something that his demon sovereign body would not be able to withstand. It was even possible that all 9 of his monarch armaments wouldn't be able to block it. Damn it. A bunch of ants can actually force me to this extent. If I don't die, I'll make you wish you were dead. Lotus Flower was both panicked and furious. His mood was simply terrible to the extreme. He thought that after Ling Xiao was killed, the 4 regions and 9 worlds would be at his disposal. However, he never expected to encounter such a huge crisis. State of emergency. Pisho Dragon, come and protect me. Lotus Flower felt the threat of death. In the end, he wasn't an immortal existence. He was also afraid of death. Under normal circumstances, the Pisho Dragon would have come to his side in an instant and swallowed him. However, the Pisho Dragon didn't react at all. In fact, after the dragon shaman died, this guy actually began to attack the armored giant dragon beside him. When Lotus Flower saw this scene, he suddenly thought of the previous battle with Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao used the Heavenly Demon Eye. He used the Illusion Demon and the Soul Demon. With the help of the Illusion Demon Eye, Ling Xiao killed 3 of Lotus Flower's souls. However, the Soul Demon didn't have any effect. Before this, Lotus Flower had always thought so. It wasn't until now that he suddenly understood. Ling Xiao's Soul Demon Eye wasn't aimed at him at all, but at the Pisho Dragon. At this time, the Pisho Dragon was already controlled by Ling Xiao's Soul Demon Eye. It wouldn't come to protect Lotus Flower at all. Instead, it would help the experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds deal with the enemy. Damn Ling Xiao, even after death, he still wants to scheme against me, hateful. Until now, Lotus Flower still thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure. It had already been 3 days. Under normal circumstances, a warrior with Ling Xiao's cultivation should have turned into water in a day. Go to hell, Lotus Flower. When the power accumulated to a certain extent, Cold Plum felt that it was about time. She completely released this power. The vines of the ancient war tree suddenly contracted. The terrifying power fiercely squeezed Lotus Flower. Dash! Great Emperor Lianhua unleashed all the monarch weapons with 9 dragon patterns on them. They were blocked outside. But even so, it was only for an instant. Close to 50 monarch armaments with 9 dragon markings all shattered, turning into dust. This power was too strong. One had to know that this was the power of all the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It was so strong that even Lotus Flower at his peak could not withstand it, let alone the current Lotus Flower. The defensive magic treasures were all destroyed, and this power fiercely pressed Lotus Flower's body. At that moment, Lotus Flower burst out with an earth-shattering scream. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time. Even when Lotus Flower was blown up by Xiao Jin's devouring light, he did not scream like this. It was obvious that he was in extreme pain. Bastards, how dare you destroy my magic treasures and my body? You ants, lowly reptiles, remember this. None of you can escape. Those who provide energy to the ancient war tree, I will definitely turn you into dry corpses. In the struggle and resistance, Lotus Flower burst out with the most vicious roar. Ants? Reptiles, but you're being suppressed by ants like these, you're being humiliated by these reptiles, you want to dominate the 4 regions and 9 worlds? You want to go to eternal divine nation? Stop dreaming, you think the cultivators of the 4 regions and 9 worlds are easy to bully? Today, you'll be bitten to death by these ants. Yu Fenghua said coldly, Lotus Flower, I don't care if you're a monster or a god, if you want to destroy the 4 regions and 9 worlds, then we'll destroy you. Then we'll destroy you. It's that simple. You damned bitch, don't think you can kill me like this. Your man Ling Xiao destroyed 3 of my souls, but so what? He still lost. He died forever in the yin yang bone-dissolving water. You've worked hard and are very strong. However, everything you've done has been for naught. I am Lotus Flower, and I have an undying soul. Lotus Flower suddenly gave up resisting. He stopped screaming. So what if he died? He didn't seem to care. He didn't think anyone could kill him. Don't listen to his words. We've reached a critical moment. Attack with all your might. As for the result, let the heavens decide. We only need to attack with all our might. Die. This is the wrath of all living beings in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Inside the yin-yang gourd. The moment Little Gold's weak body was sucked into the gourd, Ling Xiao put it into the Dongxing Emperor ring. Ling Xiao woke up. His cultivation had ended. After being tempered by the yin-yang bone-dissolving water, his body's strength finally increased again. 11 dragon patterns appeared on his body. This was a genuine high-quality Emperor artifact. It was on the same level as the yin-yang gourd. The current Ling Xiao could even swim in the yin-yang bone-dissolving water without any problems. Feed Little Gold the healing pill. This guy is very weak and needs immediate treatment. Senior Baiyi, Qin Huang, I'll rely on you guys. Give Little Gold all your divine essence to help convert the healing pill. Although I don't know what happened outside, it must have been a fierce battle. Lotus Flower actually dared to hurt Little Gold like this. I'll definitely beat him up until he can't even recognize his own father. Ling Xiao was very angry now. Very angry. However, he suppressed these emotions. Because he was facing an even bigger problem now. That was the counterattack of the yin-yang bone-dissolving water. The yin-yang bone-dissolving water wasn't an inanimate object. It was alive. However, this bit of counterattack was actually not much of a threat to Ling Xiao. His body's strength was equivalent to a high-quality Emperor artifact. His cultivation had also broken through to the 5th level of the divine body realm. He was 100 times stronger than when he was trapped in here. Not only that, in the process of absorbing the yin-yang bone-dissolving water, Ling Xiao had also mastered the usage of the yin-yang bone-dissolving water. Merging the yin-yang bone-dissolving water into the Yellow Springs water caused the power of the ocean god Yellow Springs formation to become even more terrifying. The yin-yang bone-dissolving water turned into a huge monster and pounced on Ling Xiao. It was trying to make a final struggle. This guy didn't want to be completely absorbed by others. Unfortunately, with its current strength, it could only reach the peak of the 7th level of the divine body realm at most. But Ling Xiao, who was at the 5th level of the divine body realm, could deal with a beast at the peak of the 7th level of the divine body realm. Wasn't that just like playing around? Let's try the new move, God-defying art, 8-word stance. After repeated use of the 7-word stance, he had already cultivated it to greater mastery. Before the 6-word stance sword technique, he had already reached perfection. The 8-character stance was automatically mastered. Actually, what Ling Xiao was looking forward to was learning all 10 levels of the God-defying art, which were represented by numbers. What kind of qualitative change would it usher in? After all, every level of improvement could only be considered a quantitative change. Only a qualitative change could truly excite him. 8 streaks of sword light directly pulverized the yin-yang skeletal beast. The Void God sword absorbed the last of the yin-yang bone-melting water's power. The yin-yang gourd was basically a decoration now. The yin-yang gourd originally had 2 uses. First, it could suck people in and trap them. This relied on a special array formation. This array formation had already been broken by a Yuan Venerate, so Ling Xiao didn't have to worry about it. The second effect was the corrosive effect of the yin-yang bone-melting water. But now, there was no need to worry. The yin-yang bone-melting water's energy had basically been absorbed by Ling Xiao. The remaining energy had been converted into potential and stored away. Therefore, to him, this thing was just a decoration. Reverse God sword, eat it. Ling Xiao also hoped that his Void God sword could become a high-quality monarch armament as soon as possible and have 11 dragon patterns. Furthermore, this would also be his way out. Rather than escape, it would be better to let the reverse god sword eat the yin-yang gourd so that Lotus Flower wouldn't use this thing to trick people in the future. The violent power lasted for half an hour before it completely subsided. Cold Plum was the initiator of this explosion. Although she wasn't injured, she was already exhausted. She fell to the ground and stared at the battlefield in the sky, hoping that Lotus Flower was already dead. At this juncture, the 8 great factions destroyed the armored dragon with the help of the Pichot dragon. This was considered a small victory. However, they weren't happy at all. The key to this battle was still Great Emperor Lianhua. They would only truly win if Great Emperor Lianhua died. Otherwise, it would be impossible. However, killing the armored dragon was also a small part of their victory. The 8 great factions joined forces with the Pichot dragon and entered the battle again. They weren't strong enough. They couldn't help Yufanghua and the others deal with Lotus Flower. Thus, they could only take advantage of this opportunity to kill the remaining 7 dragons. Did they succeed? Yufanghua and Longchen were also paying attention to Lotus Flower. After gathering the power of the 9 realms of the 4 realms, this crazy attack exhausted Cold Plum to the point of collapse. Even if Lotus Flower didn't die, he should be half dead. It's so painful, you guys did really well. Suddenly, Lotus Flower's crazy and smug laughter came from the void. A black vortex appeared. Lotus Flower walked out from it. Although the treasures on him were basically all destroyed, leaving only the yin-yang gourd and 2 monarch armaments with 10 dragon patterns. However, he had dodged a catastrophe. Even so, Emperor Lianhua was still very unhappy. Because he had used the dimensional talisman that he had used to escape. There was only one spiritual talisman. And it could only be used once. Once it was used, it would be gone. Originally, he had planned to use it when he met an opponent that he couldn't fight against. But this time, he had no choice but to use it. Because he realized that if he didn't use it, he would die. Even if he didn't die, he would be half dead. With Yufanghua and Longchen's strength, it was enough to kill him. He didn't want to see that result. He's still not dead? Cold Plum's eyes were full of disappointment. She felt that her attack was really in vain. Of course, she didn't know that Lotus Flower had used the dimensional talisman. If she had known, she wouldn't be so depressed. Her attack not only destroyed most of Lotus Flower's treasures, but also forced him to use the dimensional talisman. It could be said that Lotus Flower's escape route was cut off. With the dimensional talisman, Lotus Flower could escape even when he was on the verge of death. But now he couldn't. Cold Plum should be proud. Not only was her attack effective, but it was also very effective. Although she couldn't kill him, it was enough to do this. I am an invincible existence, an immortal existence, how can you kill me? Ling Xiao failed, so don't think about succeeding. Great Emperor Lianhua was still bluffing. Because he was afraid that these people would know his secret. He had to make these people lose their fighting spirit. Otherwise, if he used another attack like Xiao Jin, he would have to lose another clone. That would be too tragic. I don't believe that you're immortal. Longchen suddenly attacked, and his giant dragon body brazenly charged towards Lotus Flower. At this moment, Lotus Flower was very weak. He didn't dare to fight against Longchen at all. Therefore, he recalled all the giant dragons. Except for the Pichot dragon, which was controlled by Ling Xiao, the other 6 giant dragons all merged into his body. His strength skyrocketed in an instant. His weakness recovered in an instant. End of chapter 5008. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.